A fallen scion, having suffered the ruin of his family and the loss of loved ones, had resolved to turn over a new leaf, dedicating himself to the care of his younger sister, meticulously budgeting every penny. Little did he know, a fortuitous system would descend upon him, setting him on a path of extraordinary transformation. What is wrong with you? Do you even want to receive a good rating? Did you scavenge that car air freshener from a garbage bin? Shenfeng brought his old Santana to a halt. The passenger behind him continued her incessant tirade. Madam, you merely took a single ride with Didi. My responsibility was to ensure your safe arrival, and given that you insisted on keeping the window open, I suspect the odor stems from the dog in your lap, rather than from any fragrance I might have used, Shenfeng retorted, instinctively voicing his grievance as he engaged the handbrake. Are you daring to talk back? I will report you. Clearly, it's your expectations that are unreasonable. How can my Kitty possibly emit such a foul scent? Just wait, I've noted your license plate number. Observing the middle-aged woman, adorned in ostentatious jewelry, yet spouting unreasonable complaints, Shenfeng felt a mix of exasperation and incredulity. Since his family's bankruptcy, he had resorted to driving this second-hand Santana for Didi, encountering fussy clients along the way. Yet, he had never met anyone so excessively critical. If you have grievances, direct them elsewhere. How could I have known your dog bore such an odor? It was nauseating to say the least. He had just endured a 10-yuan tirade. The woman continued her incessant chattering, even attempting to open the passenger door to continue her diatribe. Obese woman, I have a dashcam in my car. Should you dare to file a complaint, I will not hesitate to expose your antics. With that sharp retort, Shenfeng shot her a fierce glare. The bejeweled woman was momentarily taken aback by his fierce demeanor. With a disdainful huff, Shenfeng pressed the accelerator, treating the Santana as if it were a racing car, flooring it to make his escape. He soon found himself at a red light, where he sighed deeply. If his family had not fallen from grace, if his parents were still around, Shenfeng would have found driving a Ferrari beneath him. Now, here he was piloting this relic of a vehicle, relegated to the lowest tier of drivers, being berated by an insufferable woman. He had almost thrown that 10-yuan bill at her face in frustration, but ultimately refrained. That amount could buy his sister 2 baskets of her favorite soup dumplings. At this moment, his phone buzzed with a video call notification. Noticing the red light still had over 60 seconds, Shenfeng answered the call. Brother, you must be exhausted. Why not come home? I've made your favorite beef noodles. A stunningly beautiful young woman appeared on the screen, her sweet smile instantly lifting Shenfeng's spirits. Beef noodles are my favorite, but I just finished eating, so I really can't manage more. No need to worry about me. Focus on your studies at home. They'll bring you some treats when I return. Having made his excuse, Shenfeng promptly ended the call. The radiant girl on his screen was the last remaining family member he had. Though they shared no blood relation, they had grown up together. During his days of indulgence, he had pampered her, albeit now in a different manner. She was doing exceptionally well, having gained admission to a prestigious university. This summer, Shenfeng's sole objective was to gather enough funds to cover her tuition for a semester. Such a foolish girl, does she not realize how much beef we have at home? It's enough to feed one, he murmured, a bittersweet taste lingering on his lips. As the green light illuminated, he pressed the accelerator. A determined glint sparkled in Shenfeng's handsome features. Ding, the multiverse Didi system has been activated. Do you wish to accept? At that moment, a notification chimed from his second-hand domestic phone, perched beside the air conditioning unit. Initially, Shenfeng assumed it was a passenger request from the system, but the message left him utterly bewildered. Yet upon glancing at the screen, he noticed the interface for the multiverse Didi system. What on earth is this? Could it be a system from a web novel? A tool for a comeback, perhaps? With a surge of audacity, he dared to tap the acceptance button on the screen. In an instant, the system reacted. Ding, the multiverse Didi system is now operational, and the host has been bound. The system is dispatching a novice task and is currently searching. Request for a vehicle from Cold Front of the War Wolf universe has been received. If accepted, a novice gift pack will be unlocked. Having already made his choice, Shenfeng found it impossible to quench his curiosity. I accept. Searching for a spatial entrance. Locked in. Please proceed straight for 800 meters and make a right turn. Having committed to this course, Shenfeng decided to follow it through, eager to witness the outcome. He soon arrived at the designated location indicated by the system. The spatial entrance is now activated. Gently press the accelerator. The system's voice echoed once more. Through the windshield, Shenfeng beheld a swirling blue vortex ahead. Should he press the accelerator or not? Life is but a gamble. Fortune favors the bold. With a firm resolve, Shenfeng pressed the accelerator once more. After a brief moment of dizziness, the world before him shifted dramatically. Shin Feng remained seated in his vehicle. However, he now found himself adjacent to a dilapidated factory next to a shabby workshop. The workshop itself had a gaping hole, rusty and decrepit. Peering through the aperture, he recognized the location where Cold Front and his crew were ensnared. Good heavens! Outside were towering mercenaries clad in camouflage, brandishing firearms and sporting grotesque face paint. Wait a minute, system. Cold Front requires a vehicle. You could have at least let me enter directly. Moreover, with this rust bucket of a car, how can we compete against tanks? Shin Feng was too astonished to ponder further. What he needed to address now was the immediate threat before him. The novice gift pack has been dispatched. Do you wish to redeem it? The system's cold voice cut through his thoughts. Why are we still talking? Hand it over. Shin Feng swallowed hard. Was there even a choice? Host's vehicle has been upgraded. New attributes. Indestructible. New attributes. Swift as the wind. At that moment, the phone screen darkened, replaced by a vast virtual interface before Shin Feng's eyes. He watched in awe as the entire vehicle underwent a rapid system upgrade. Remarkably, the car appeared unchanged on the outside. A subtle aura of understated power radiated from it. Commencing countdown. If the designated location is not reached in 2 minutes, there is a risk of order cancellation. The system's alert chimed again. Without hesitation, Shin Feng pressed the accelerator. Though he had experience with supercars, upon pressing the accelerator, he felt the response and vigor of this old Jetta's engine surpass even that of his former multimillion-dollar Bugatti. With the newfound power surging through the vehicle, Shin Feng felt emboldened, flooring the accelerator as he charged toward the decrepit factory where Cold Front and his team awaited. Though he had anticipated this moment, he was still taken aback. Goodness, this is not merely swift, it's as if he were teleporting. The speedometer soared to 600. Boom! Shin Feng barreled through, colliding with 2 military jeeps. In the blink of an eye, he smashed through the factory's entrance. With a final brake and a deft drift, Shin Feng managed to halt the vehicle within the abandoned factory. Cold Front, your ride has arrived. Welcome to the Multiverse DD Express. At that moment, Cold Front was busy rallying his comrades, bolstering their courage to fight their way out. He was taken aback when a battered Jetta screeched to an incomprehensible halt before him. Was it possible that the celestial being truly had such power? Could even foreign realms be within its grasp? Chapter 2. This woman is indeed extraordinary. Why are you still dawdling? The ride you called has arrived. Hurry and get in the car, Shin Feng exclaimed, addressing Long Feng. How impressive! He was now able to speak to Long Feng in such a commanding tone. Long Feng found himself somewhat unaccustomed to Shin Feng's authoritative manner, yet at this moment, having a vehicle was indeed a viable means of escape. Glancing at the crowd around them, Long Feng replied, "But there are so many people here." Through the rearview mirror, Shin Feng noticed the puzzled expressions of the others regarding his presence. Indeed, this was a valid point. Just then, Rachel, a stunning hybrid beauty, approached and said, "At this point, we cannot afford to be overly concerned. We must go out first, even if it is just to divert their attention." After speaking, Rachel cast a glance at Shin Feng, who was seated in the driver's position. Her bright, expressive eyes seemingly conveying a message. "Sir, do you have confidence in making a successful escape? If not, it may be wiser to remain and devise a plan together." While Rachel was somewhat hopeful about Shin Feng's sudden arrival, she was not eager to make unnecessary sacrifices. The enemy was closing in, within a distance of less than 50 meters. A swift decision was imperative. That moment, a radar scan appeared on the system's interface, alerting Shin Feng to "Is this really happening?" Shin Feng was no longer surprised by the system's capabilities. "Long Feng, they are targeting you now. If you follow me, it could provide a way out. Remaining here will lead to nothing but despair," Shin Feng urged. After a moment of contemplation, Long Feng nodded and shouted, "Those who can fight and wield weapons, get in the car. We will carve out a bloody path." Long Feng felt utterly stifled in this situation. Since Shin Feng was so confident, and this was the only glimmer of hope, he decided to act. Soon, others responded, arming themselves and climbing into Shin Feng's vehicle. "Get ready. Step on the gas." Rachel occupied the passenger seat. Next to such a stunning beauty, Shin Feng kindly offered a reminder. Rachel was puzzled as to why he felt the need to say that. However, the next moment, as the car roared to life, she began to comprehend. The speed reached a dizzying 600. Shin Feng remained alert. Upon exiting the old factory, he noticed the mercenaries gradually closing in. A smirk appeared on his lips. "Do you know what it means to be invulnerable?" Shin Feng's Santana suddenly veered sharply to the left. There were indeed a multitude of foes, even armored vehicles among them. As a seasoned soldier, Long Feng recognized that Shin Feng's actions were indeed wise. It was better to avoid confrontation. With such rapid speed, they quickly maneuvered around to the far right side of the encircling mercenaries. Long Feng nodded again, acknowledging the composure of the driver. If they could break through from here, Long Feng's prowess would surely enable them to commandeer an armored vehicle, providing a faint glimmer of survival. Yet, in the next moment, Long Feng noticed that Xin Feng's vehicle had come to a halt. Stopping? Was this truly the time for that? Was the car out of fuel? The next moment brought him clarity as the vehicle's front crashed through the left side of the encirclement. Wait! Do you know what kind of car this is? It's a Santana. Even if modified, it remains a Santana, and that is a tank. The occupants inside the car widened their eyes in disbelief, shouting in alarm. Xin Feng, however, paid them no mind, even turning to Rachel with a playful grin. Do you trust me? He asked, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Rachel gazed at Xin Feng's inexplicable smile, feeling an unexplainable sense of calm wash over her. She managed a weak smile, as you might say in your culture. We are now in this together. Indeed, Xin Feng replied, flooring the gas pedal. The Santana's front collided with the military truck positioned at the far right. With a thunderous crash, the truck was reduced to a heap of scrap metal. And the Santana continued its relentless advance, accumulating debris along the way. At this moment, Long Feng stood in stunned silence. With his experience, he began to understand Xin Feng's audacious strategy. My word, is this really a Santana? This is no longer just a tank. It's akin to a rocket. In merely 20 seconds, Xin Feng had brutally obliterated the encirclement. The immense force ensured that only those quick enough to react managed to escape. The slower ones would inevitably become casualties. Finally, Xin Feng shifted into reverse, executing a stylish drift and bringing the car to a halt. Now, it's your turn. Is that acceptable? He asked, glancing at Long Feng through the rearview mirror. Long Feng had been harboring a surge of energy and nodded vigorously before opening the car door. He dashed out like a tiger among sheep, truly living up to his title as a soldier king. Swiftly, he opened a gap, working in tandem to neutralize all threats. May I know your name? Rachel asked, gazing at Xin Feng with admiration. Xin Feng, and if you ever need assistance again, feel free to summon my service. He replied with a smile, opening the door for Rachel. She reluctantly exited the vehicle. The spatial portal opened. Do you wish to leave? Came the mechanical voice of the system. In the next moment, Xin Feng and the entire Santana vanished from sight. Xin Feng, the man from a wondrous land. I hope we meet again. Rachel's voice echoed in the air as she prayed. Xin Feng returned to the real world. Ding! An order from Meng Yunxuang has arrived. Would you like to accept? Just as he returned to reality, the system sent another notification. Without hesitation, Xin Feng accepted the order. Following the system's guidance, he arrived at a traffic light intersection. As Xin Feng came to a stop, the rear door swung open, releasing a fragrant aura. Through the rearview mirror, he was momentarily taken aback. Before him stood a quintessential Eastern beauty, her features exquisite and figure perfectly proportioned. What set her apart was the ethereal, aloof aura that surrounded her. Golden Dragon Building, thank you, the beauty sighed, addressing Xin Feng. Just as he prepared to drive, a small stack of money was tossed into the passenger seat. Please get me to my destination within 5 minutes. This money is your tip, Meng Yunxuang said urgently, her tone brooking no argument. 5 minutes to your destination is no trouble, and there's no need for a tip, Xin Feng replied calmly, flooring the gas pedal. The usual route was indeed congested, but Xin Feng had an alternative route recommended by the system, one unknown to the average person. Besides, who was Xin Feng? He was the singular, supreme deity driver chosen by the system. To be frank, 1,000 yuan was hardly enticing. Meng Yunxuang was momentarily taken aback. Are you a deity driver, telling me that 1,000 yuan tip is unnecessary? That amount is typically a 3-day income for an average deity driver. However, just as Meng Yunxuang was intrigued by Xin Feng's unconventional route, the sound of screeching brakes filled the air. 8 cars simultaneously surrounded them from all directions. Upon witnessing this, Xin Feng's expression hardened. There were indeed those unafraid of death, and this woman was undeniably extraordinary. Chapter 3. A chance encounter with the campus belle, rekindling old flames. Xin Feng parked the car and gazed into the distance. His demeanor unburdened as he spoke softly. Are they coming for you? Indeed. If you can deliver me safely, I promise a generous reward, Meng Yunxuang confirmed with a nod, acknowledging the severity of the situation. She had not anticipated her adversaries would resort to such nefarious tactics, crippling her convoy and now attempting to intercept her here. It seemed they were determined to prevent her from reaching the contract signing on time. Furthermore, judging by their aggressive stance, they intended not just to delay her arrival, but to ensure she would never arrive at all. I said I would get you to your destination in 5 minutes. Without any need for a tip. Confirming the intentions of their opponents, Shenfeng positioned his foot over the gas pedal. However, before he could act, bullets began to rain down from various directions, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass. Shenfeng was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he invulnerable? Why was it only the front windshield that was bulletproof while the side windows were not? Fortunately, as Shenfeng and Meng Yunchuang ducked down, the car doors proved to be impenetrable. The system acknowledged Longfeng's 5-star gratitude. Gratitude package has been issued. Would you like to redeem it? The system's voice rang out once more. While crouching, Shenfeng hurriedly redeemed the reward. Acquiring Longfeng's Soldier King skill. Please select a target for the enhancement, the system prompted. Assign it to me. In this dire situation, with bullets flying, Shenfeng could think of no better target for enhancement. Attributes have been augmented in an instant. A warm sensation enveloped Shenfeng, making him feel invigorated from head to toe. The next moment, he could discern the types of weapons used by the attackers simply by the sounds of gunfire. The Soldier King skill was indeed remarkable. Can we break through? Meng Yunchuang asked from the back seat, her urgency palpable despite the temporary safety. Hearing this, Shenfeng nodded, relaxing into his seat as he pressed the accelerator. The car surged forward, smashing through the two vehicles blocking their path. Meng Yunchuang could feel their escape from the encirclement. However, not long after, the car unexpectedly came to a halt. Why had it stopped? Had it run out of fuel? After much contemplation, Meng Yunchuang could arrive at no other conclusion. Upon hearing her words, Shenfeng could only lament how similar Meng Yunchuang was to Cold Feng. If the car was immobile, it must surely be due to a lack of petrol, right? Could it not be that I had merely stepped on the brake? Nevertheless, Shenfeng had no time to respond, for in the next moment, he flung open the car door. What are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Meng Yunchuang exclaimed, filled with anxiety. She genuinely believed the vehicle had run out of gas or had broken down after colliding with two other cars. At that moment, Shenfeng crouched down and vanished from her line of sight. They damaged my car, and I intend to make them pay, he declared. Meng Yunchuang nearly lost her mind. The car was neither out of fuel nor had it broken down. But he was focused on seeking compensation? What kind of reasoning was that? Santana, I'll pay you for 10 of these, she thought. But at that moment, she noticed the gunfire had become erratic, accompanied by muffled grunts. What was happening? Had they taken down Shenfeng? Were they now bickering amongst themselves over the spoils of victory? Sensing that the vehicle had not endured much in the way of bullet impacts, Meng Yunchuang cautiously rose to peek through the shattered rear window. The next instant, her eyes widened in shock as she clamped her hands over her mouth. Good heavens, was he truly just a driver? Was he firing a machine gun? Was a machine gun even meant to be used in that manner? Though some distance away, she could see Shenfeng raise his weapon, and in the next moment, one of the assailants fell to the ground. The scene, surprisingly, held a certain aesthetic appeal. Yet, in the following instant, Shenfeng vanished from her view once more. Where had he gone? Had he been injured? Or perhaps he had made the ultimate sacrifice? Meng Yunchuang's mind was in turmoil, lost in conjecture. Should she venture out to investigate? However, if Shenfeng was merely hiding, executing a strategic retreat, would her descent not burden him further? Would she inadvertently become a hindrance? Just then, Shenfeng's voice broke through her thoughts. Hey, have you finished your little show? At that moment, his eyes sparkled with a certain intensity. It was undeniable that Meng Yunchuang's half-crouched position accentuated his physique in a rather captivating manner. Her cheeks flushed, she quickly straightened her posture, and any semblance of the aloof, domineering CEO she had embodied moments before dissipated. Shenfeng, now seated in the driver's seat after opening the door, muttered curses under his breath. You can smash my car's windows? But you'd better come equipped with some cash. Look at this mess. It's barely 20,000 yuan in total. What a nuisance. As he spoke, he noticed the pile of cash Meng Yunchuang had left on the passenger seat. A crisp 1,000 yuan note atop a small stack of bills. Meng Yunchuang truly struggled to comprehend Shenfeng's train of thought. Was he genuinely concerned about compensation? Had he been forthright, she would have offered him 40,000 yuan to leave without further ado. Buckle up, Shenfeng insisted, his service demeanor remaining commendable, though it would have been more agreeable had he not pressed the accelerator before uttering these words. Throughout the journey, the Santana sped along the road with remarkable agility, racing toward Meng Yunchuang's destination. Upon her arrival at the familiar building, she glanced at her watch, astonished to find it had taken merely 4 minutes and 30 seconds. You've arrived at your destination. You may disembark, Shenfeng announced. Stunned, Meng Yunchuang stepped out of the vehicle. Almost instantaneously, the Santana roared back to life and sped away from her sight. By the time she could no longer see the car. 10 crisp 100 yuan notes floated gently to the ground before her, a clear indication that Shen Feng had indeed kept his word and declined to accept a tip. President, you've arrived. They've been waiting for you. You should still make it in time. Her secretary rushed over, rousing Meng Yunshuang from her reverie, which was filled with images of Shen Feng. Forget about the signing. Immediately find out everything you can about the driver who just brought me here. I want the most detailed information possible, regardless of the cost, she commanded, her previously aloof and regal demeanor surging back to the forefront. After completing 2 business transactions, Shen Feng finally felt at ease enough to leisurely contemplate purchasing a birthday gift for the young lady. As he steered the wheel, he recalled that she had expressed a desire for a new laptop. Now that he was financially capable, it was only natural to fulfill her wish. Just as Shen Feng exited the car and prepared to enter the electronics store, he noticed a girl riding a bicycle on the crosswalk, perilously close to being struck by a speeding BMW that disregarded the red light. "Watch out!" he shouted, taking 2 swift strides before lunging forward to envelop the girl on the bicycle in his arms. Both of them tumbling onto the adjacent sidewalk, in the instant they landed, Shen Feng found himself momentarily dumbfounded. He had merely intended to avoid the situation, yet now he was cradling none other than Shui Yijia. The campus bell and an old acquaintance. Chapter 4. A twist of fate. At this point, Shen Feng could only remark on the strange coincidence. Upon encountering Shui Yijia, a mischievous grin spread across his face, causing her to recall the image of Shen Feng, the notorious scoundrel from their school days who had once pursued her relentlessly. Could it be that this rascal had just saved her? As she rose and surveyed her bicycle, which had been mangled by the BMW, a wave of dread washed over her. No need to be too grateful. I would accept your body as compensation. Shen Feng jested in Shui Yijia's presence. Shen Feng felt inexplicably at ease. Her mere presence evoked memories of his days as a carefree scion. Though his family had fallen from grace in less than 6 months, it felt as if ages had passed. Just as he prepared to depart in jest, a stout middle-aged woman suddenly emerged from the BMW. To Shen Feng's surprise, he recognized her as the same woman who had berated him when he ordered a ride through a ride-hailing app. It was evident that she was no good. "You on the bicycle? Didn't you see the BMW? You think you can just play the victim?" She sneered. "Do you have any idea how expensive the paint on a BMW is? If you scratched it, can you even afford to pay for the damages?" Shen Feng retracted his previous assessment. Labeling her as merely a bad person was far too lenient. Meanwhile, Shui Yijia found herself at a loss against the venomous tirade of the vile woman. Resorting to nervously picking at her nails, just as she had done before. "If you keep picking at your nails, do you think she'll stop berating you?" Shen Feng mused, albeit reluctantly admitting that Shui Yijia's vulnerable demeanor invoked a protective instinct within him. With a resigned sigh, he thought, after all, she was a classmate, and someone he had once pursued. And that woman is just insufferably detestable. Are you really going to act like this after almost hitting someone? Shen Feng stepped forward, positioning himself protectively behind Shui Yijia, and confronted the woman with a fierce glare. "And who do you think you are?" the woman retorted, recognizing Shen Feng. "Oh, it's you? The one who drives for that ride-hailing service. What? Is that old Santana still in one piece? You have the audacity to talk back?" The woman had indeed identified him. "Apologize," Shen Feng stated, unwilling to engage further in meaningless banter. "Look at you, acting tough. If you can't make a living driving, now you're resorting to scamming people," she mocked. "Let me tell you, even if I had to feed my money to a dog, I wouldn't give you a single penny." As she spoke, she advanced threateningly. "And you, girl, with that vixen-like appearance, are just asking for trouble. You think you can get away with this? You've met your match now." With that, the woman reached for Shui Yijia's hair. What a fierce woman she was, exuding a cunning demeanor, resolutely accusing Shen Feng and Shui Yijia of deception. She seemed intent on creating chaos, believing that as long as she could pin the blame on them, anything she did would be justified. Unfortunately for her, she had encountered Shen Feng. He delivered a swift kick, and after that decisive action, he even turned back to look at Shui Yijia. "Do you still think I'm a scoundrel? Just take a look at this society. There are people far more loathsome than that moment." Shui Yijia indeed held such a belief. Gazing at Shen Feng's imposing figure, she felt an inexplicable sense of safety emanating from him. It was as if the Shen Feng before her was a different person from the one she had known. Though he had previously played the hero on campus, she had sensed ulterior motives in those moments. Yet now, she felt enveloped in a protective embrace. "So, You think you can just bully people? Huh? How dare you touch my woman? Just then, the BMW driver's door swung open, and a burly bald man emerged. His physique imposing, he glared at Shun Feng while helping the woman to her feet. At that moment, the onlookers could no longer remain silent. You ran a red light and nearly hit someone. You not only refused to apologize but also threatened to attack? Truly uncouth. The crowd was incensed, while Shun Feng merely folded his arms and observed. The bald man felt his stance wavering under the mounting pressure. Meanwhile, the woman, now propped up, pointed at Shun Feng and shouted, "Honey, you're not backing down, are you? I'll tell you, if you flinch now, you'll never see my father again." Hearing her words, the bald man felt a chill run down his spine. The gaze directed at Shun Feng was imbued with an inexplicable pity. "Kid, this hefty woman is quite detestable. Yet, her father is formidable. Otherwise, would I consider marrying her? It seems today I shall spare you. Your grandfather's support is about to crumble, and that spells misfortune for you." With this thought, the burly man extracted several hundred yuan from his bag and handed it to Shun Feng. "You know whether you've been scammed. I seek nothing more than for your woman to kneel and apologize to us. Otherwise, I will call my brothers to make her kneel and beg for forgiveness. Choose wisely, be why the way, in the underworld." "They call me Brother Lei." Upon hearing the name, the onlookers instinctively stepped back. No wonder this couple was so audacious. They were Brother Lei and his wife Tai in this area. Everyone had heard of Brother Lei. The threat of calling his brothers to make Shun Feng's woman apologize was not to be taken lightly. Shui Jia felt a twinge of fear and stepped forward, tugging at Shun Feng's sleeve. Shaking her head, "Let's not get involved. We should leave," in a worried whisper, she urged him. After a moment's contemplation, Shun Feng reached out and accepted the money, just as the crowd thought Shun Feng was being sensible. Refraining from jeopardizing his future for a moment of rage over a woman, he suddenly delivered a kick to Brother Lei's stomach. Having been through the underbelly of society, Brother Lei was quick to react. Attempting to block the strike with his hands, however, Shun Feng's kick was merely a feint. In the next instant, Shun Feng executed a swift flying kick, striking Brother Lei squarely in the face. Simultaneously, the handful of money smacked against Brother Lei's cheek. "You weren't hurt too badly, so take the money. Kneel and apologize, and I want to pursue this matter further. Does that sound reasonable?" Shun Feng returned the favor with a taste of his own medicine. "Who am I? A supreme driver chosen by the system, a figure whom even cold blade admires. You expect me to have the girl I once pursued kneel and apologize to you? Your face is not only large but also swollen." Brother Lei was taken aback by Shun Feng's unexpected strength. After just one exchange, he realized Shun Feng was not someone he could easily handle. This was a matter of pride, even if he cared little for his wife. He needed to reclaim his dignity. "Fine, you have guts." While speaking, Brother Lei dialed a number. "Bring your men over. Incapacitate the male and deal with the female as you see fit. I will show them what Brother Lei is capable of." Chapter 5. That flickering shadow. Brother Lei indeed had a reputation. With a single call, over 20 thugs armed with baseball bats swiftly surrounded them. Seeing his men arrive, Brother Lei felt his pain lessen. Confident he could soon deal with Shun Feng. "What's wrong, kid? Not so tough now, are you? Go on, show me what you've got." The hefty woman was even more audacious than Brother Lei, urging her men to take action. Observing their reckless demeanor, Shun Feng shook his head. 20 men were hardly a challenge for him. He turned to Shui Jia. "What do you think we should do?" Shui Jia was momentarily taken aback by the question. Wasn't it his responsibility to decide? She realized she had subconsciously fallen into the habit of following Shun Feng's lead. In her eyes, he was no longer the frivolous heir he once appeared to be. Shun Feng smiled, revealing a charming grin and a set of pristine teeth. In the next moment, he charged into the crowd, his movements too swift for anyone to comprehend. Cries of chaos erupted as he dispatched his foes with remarkable agility. Finally, as the last thug fell, Shun Feng discarded the baseball bat and turned to Brother Lei. "Well, what now? Shall I call for more?" Brother Lei stood frozen, astonished by Shun Feng's prowess. It was clear that he was outmatched, and no number of men could subdue him. "Oh, you think, with my skills, I could have you kneeling and calling me grandpa?" Shun Feng inched closer to Brother Lei, who trembled in response, instinctively fearful. "I believe so." Despite being a local big shot, Brother Lei hesitated, struggling to maintain his composure. As Shun Feng stood before him, the aura of a seasoned warrior loomed, making Brother Lei gasp for air as if a boulder weighed upon him. He found himself kneeling without conscious thought. Shun Feng nodded in satisfaction. This man had some wit, understanding what was expected of him. One's choice of spouse can greatly influence their future. What do you think? Shin Feng spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Brother Lei understood and summoned his wife to his side, delivering 3 resounding slaps across her face. I warned you not to cause trouble. I told you to keep your eyes open. How dare you not kneel when even I have? Watching Brother Lei lash out at his wife, Shin Feng turned away, smiling as he approached the school beauty Shui Yijia, whom he had long admired. Come on, why are you still dawdling? Don't tell me you've fallen for me. Shui Yijia's face flushed crimson. This scoundrel. How could he know what I was thinking? He was merely a taxi driver. He generously offered Shui Yijia a bicycle, leaving her no room to refuse as he dashed off. Just as he was about to celebrate his sister's birthday, Shin Feng encountered a crowd gathered around a dilapidated building. He was blocked from passing. Peering from his car, he struggled to discern the situation until he noticed a girl perched on the railing of the rooftop. In this moment, he felt conflicted. Should he save her? After all, this was a life at stake, and she appeared quite young. Having once felt trapped himself, he understood the despair that leads one to such thoughts. Suddenly, he glimpsed a neighboring rooftop about 10 meters away. Without hesitation, he revved his engine and maneuvered towards another entrance. Ascending the spiral staircase, he finally reached the rooftop. Don't jump, Shin Feng shouted, leaning out of the window. The girl glanced back at him, tears streaming down her face, yet she managed to offer him a pure smile before crouching down, indicating her intent to leap. With no time to spare, Shin Feng executed a daring maneuver, opening the car door and embracing her just as she began to fall. His previous abilities would not have allowed such a feat, but with the physique and agility of a seasoned warrior, he had the courage to act decisively. As she plunged, an immense force from his side enveloped her, pulling her into a warm embrace. In that fleeting moment, she could hardly discern his features, yet the comforting scent enveloped her like a familiar lullaby. In that instant, she grasped the value of life as she confronted death. Shin Feng, however, was too preoccupied with the landing to consider her feelings as they neared the adjacent rooftop. Upon landing, the car's suspension absorbed the impact, stabilizing them securely atop the building. All Shin Feng had to do was press the brake, preventing the vehicle from plummeting further. The dilapidated building's railing crumbled under the weight of his car, creating an opening. Live well. Life is worth it. His deep voice resonated in her ears, and as he spoke those words, she felt as though she had returned to solid ground. Suddenly, that miraculous vehicle appeared to save him, vanishing from sight just as mysteriously as it had arrived. That day, the entire media industry erupted in a frenzy. Chapter 6. The First Empress. As the instigator of this commotion, Shin Feng found himself in a daze outside his home. This car could teleport, and it was he who had initiated this extraordinary feat. The system's cold voice provided Shin Feng with an explanation. A voluntary teleportation by the host would preemptively deduct a task reward. Indeed, he had intended to flee after the rescue, with little time to ponder the implications. He could not allow the fear of exposure to deter him from saving lives. To his surprise, the system had ultimately covered for him, albeit at a slight cost. This single act of voluntary teleportation had resulted in a deduction from his task rewards. For the system, it was merely a trivial matter, as teleportation during tasks had never incurred such penalties before, not even when traversing time and space. Rubbing his temples, Shin Feng felt there was little he could do about it now. The deduction had already been made. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, footage of his heroic rescue from various angles had ignited a sensation online. So cool. Thankfully my phone captured it. There was this handsome guy. The Santana had indeed proven to be a divine vehicle, capable of performing such stunts. It's the driver who is impressive. I told you the car is fantastic, but the owner is even more remarkable. Are you envious? Do you want to fight? In no time, Shin Feng amassed a legion of devoted female fans online, each proclaiming him to be their idol, even though no one had managed to capture his face clearly. As for the license plate, he had taken precautions. No one could ascertain the car's registration. That moment, upon returning home with gifts, he found his precious sister, Shin Ling, glued to the television, watching the breaking news. Brother, you must see this. I suspect it might be you. Your Santana is white too, right? Upon seeing Shin Feng, his sister pointed at the television and casually remarked, You're quite astute. It is indeed me, Shin Feng thought, but he would never admit it. If that were truly me, I would have become a hero. Not just a hero, but a national idol. Just then, a charming voice emerged from the makeshift kitchen nearby. It was Shui Ro, their landlady in her early 30s. She was a striking beauty, a perfect blend of reason and allure, and a lawyer by profession. Shin Feng felt somewhat awkward in her presence, recalling a minor incident they had experienced in the bathroom when they first moved in. She was genuinely kind to his sister, even remembering her birthday and bringing gifts. "Thank you, Sister Shui," Shunling exclaimed joyfully, accepting the present. Being cute and beautiful has its perks. Gifts are everywhere. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, Shunling's face lit up with surprise. "Sister Du Yin, you're here too. I feel so incredibly happy today." She embraced her warmly. Shunfeng glanced up to see his sister's close acquaintance. Du Yin, who belonged to a family that had once held a prominent position but had since fallen from grace. Their families had been connected through a betrothal, but with the Shun family's downfall, the engagement had fizzled out. However, Du Yin maintained a strong bond with Shunling, bringing gifts for her birthday. Yet, her relationship with Shunfeng was less amicable due to her disapproval of her sister marrying him, whom she deemed a frivolous scion. "Ding. The system has received an order from Wu Zetian. Would you like to accept?" The system interrupted with a prompt. Here stood a beautiful landlady with whom he shared an awkward past, and an estranged sister-in-law. Shunfeng promptly devised an excuse to slip away. Before departing, he overheard the three women discussing his rooftop rescue, even catching Du Yin exclaiming, "Both driving Santanas. One is my idol. The other is well, such a disparity." Shunfeng could only shake his head. He entered his Santana, seeking a secluded corner to commence his spatial traversal. The familiar sensation of dizziness washed over him, but he had grown somewhat accustomed to it. Upon completion of the journey, he gazed ahead and beheld a vast expanse. In the distance, an imposing palace loomed. Though he had seen images of this place countless times on television, he was still struck by its grandeur. "What constitutes opulence? This is true extravagance," a gruff voice boomed. "Who dares intrude upon the forbidden palace? Seize him." Almost immediately, Shunfeng found himself surrounded. He had assumed Wu Zetian merely sought a leisurely outing, which prompted his ride, yet he was unprepared for the palace to be besieged. Regardless, his task was simple: to ensure Wu Zetian entered his vehicle. Nothing else mattered to him. He pressed the accelerator, demonstrating the futility of resistance. "Come at me if you're not afraid." Shunfeng recklessly charged into the palace, crashing through obstacles until he came to a halt directly before Wu Zetian. "Greetings, your deity service has arrived," he declared with a casual smile. Wu Zetian could scarcely grasp the meaning behind his words, yet when she laid eyes on him, she was momentarily captivated. Shunfeng had once been the most notorious playboy, having encountered numerous beauties, but the moment he beheld Wu Zetian, he was utterly awestruck. She was breathtakingly beautiful, exuding an aura of unfathomable power that deterred any thoughts of desire. "Your Majesty, this individual has an unknown origin. Do not approach." Those beside Wu Zetian regarded Shunfeng and his Santana with palpable fear, as if they had encountered a monster. Shunfeng regarded Wu Zetian with amusement, eager to see how she would respond to the bold opportunity before her. To approach means to embrace a chance at survival. "Regardless, young man, I entrust my fate to you, hoping you are my destined one." With that, Wu Zetian cautiously slipped into the back seat, her first experience in an automobile. An extraordinary feat for someone of her stature. "Destined one?" Shunfeng was momentarily perplexed by her words. Just then, the commotion from outside erupted as those attempting to breach the palace surged in, plunging the scene into chaos. Chapter 7. Du Yin falls ill. "Hold on tight," Shunfeng exclaimed, filled with excitement, before flooring the accelerator and speeding away. Wu Mainyang, a woman of remarkable strength, sat confidently in the back seat, exuding an air of leadership. To Shunfeng's astonishment, the intruders scattered in fear at the sight of the Santana, a vehicle they had never encountered before. The anticipated collision did not occur. "Ignorant fools," Shunfeng muttered as he maneuvered the steering wheel. Meanwhile, Wu Mainyang erupted in laughter, her joy resonating amidst the chaos. "Ha ha ha." Shunfeng caught a glimpse of her through the rearview mirror. Only someone of her caliber could maintain such mirth amidst turmoil. "Which direction shall we take?" In the Tang dynasty, Shunfeng's speech became more ornate. "Straight ahead. That is where my loyalists await. They are mobilizing troops, filling the palace." Wu Mainyang pointed towards the moat, explaining her strategy. Understanding dawned on Shunfeng. A woman of her stature undoubtedly had contingencies in place. Yet, her adversaries had underestimated her, directing their forces towards the palace. In essence, if they could escort her to safety, it would lead to a reversal of fortunes. In this precarious situation, Wu Mainyang's prayers had manifested as the order he had received. The distance was not great. At Shunfeng's speed, it would take merely a few minutes. However, as they progressed, Wu Mainyang's expression darkened. Alas, These are my Tang soldiers. Why are they so obstinate? She sighed, lamenting her situation. These treacherous rebels appearing virtuous, yet seizing this opportunity to strike, she continued, plotting her next move. Shen Feng, listening intently, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Upon arriving at this place, Shen Feng couldn't help but express his sentiments. The historical texts, it seems, do not always convey the truth. In hindsight, this is merely a strategy to lure the enemy deeper, and his presence has only served to enhance its effectiveness. Once he reached his destination and parked the vehicle, he found that, despite Wu Manyang's unparalleled beauty, she still struggled with opening the car door. As Shen Feng exited the car, he opened the door and, for reasons unknown, remarked, "What would happen if I were one of those treacherous officials?" To his surprise, Wu Manyang remained unfazed, responding with a bold and carefree smile. Her extraordinary beauty, combined with that smile, possessed a captivating allure. If you were to govern the land, how could it not be a blessing for the people? Wu Manyang stated, seemingly anticipating Shen Feng's action. With a graceful motion, she effortlessly slipped out of the back seat. Shen Feng stood momentarily dumbfounded. What if it were he in her position, facing a realm of advanced technology? Such trust and willingness to take risks were remarkable. More importantly, she was not as obstinate as the historical accounts portrayed her. Remembering the emperor's mission to ensure the people's peace and prosperity, one might wonder if selecting a capable leader could indeed be a superior choice for the realm. With a sigh, Shen Feng acknowledged her perspective. Subsequently, Wu Manyang's counterattack plan became a matter entirely separate from Shen Feng. She began coordinating her team to initiate the dumpling-making operation as per the original plan. As Shen Feng prepared to leave, she approached his car window. "Sir, I know you won't linger here. I am grateful for your life-saving assistance. Here is a Tianshan snow lotus, a token of my appreciation. I pledge that should you require aid in the future, you may directly approach the palace, and I shall repay today's kindness." Wu Manyang watched as her attendant placed the Tianshan snow lotus into Shen Feng's car. While she made her promise, the Tianshan snow lotus, such a precious item, could serve as a miraculous medicine if used correctly. "Thank you," Shen Feng replied with a charming smile, pressing the accelerator and vanishing before her eyes. Moments later, he materialized in an empty place in the real world. Steering his vehicle, he returned home. Although the earlier episode had been thrilling, it had not consumed much time. He speculated that the women at home might have departed. Shen Feng wished to celebrate his sister's birthday. As for the Tianshan snow lotus, he intended to place it in the trunk. The system prompted him. "Would you like to integrate?" Upon touching the two snow lotuses, the system's voice chimed in. Integration confirmed. Shen Feng found this intriguing. The next moment, his hands felt empty, and upon checking the system interface, he indeed discovered that the two Tianshan snow lotuses occupied 2 slots. Shimmering in the display. "Ding! Wu Manyang has rated you positively. A complimentary gift package is available for redemption." The system reminded him once more. Shen Feng casually clicked on the redemption option. To his dismay, the so-called gift package yielded only an upgrade attribute for the entire vehicle. Seeing this, Shen Feng cursed the system but also realized the truth. This time, the gift package should have contained 2 rewards. However, one had offset the previous spatial traversal. The cost of such ostentation was indeed steep. Fine, let it be an upgrade for the entire vehicle, he resigned. The upgrade was completed swiftly, though Shen Feng could not discern any immediate changes. He believed that despite the system's occasional shortcomings, any aspect it deemed worthy of an upgrade must indeed be extraordinary. Dismissing it from his mind, he hurried upstairs. However, upon arrival, he found the atmosphere somewhat tense. "What's wrong with Sister Yin? We need to rush her to the hospital." As Shen Feng reached the doorway, he overheard such alarming words. His expression shifted, and he quickly dashed inside. Relieved to find his sister safe, he inquired, "What happened?" Sister Yin suddenly turned pale and collapsed, and no matter how I asked, she couldn't respond. His sister, Shun Ling, explained anxiously, struggling to dial for emergency services on her phone, fumbling multiple times due to her panic. Shen Feng seized Shin Ling's hand. "It's all right, I'm here. Instead of waiting for an ambulance, let us take her to the hospital ourselves." With that, he lifted the pale Du Yin from the sofa. Instructing their landlady to assist Shin Ling, he placed Du Yin in the passenger seat and started the Santana. As he drove, he reassured his sister, "Don't panic, stay awake. We'll be there soon." But at home, hospital, Du Yin managed to utter, though she could barely complete her thought. Fortunately, Shen Feng was well acquainted with her family's situation. Chapter 8. The Most Vicious Woman's Heart. With a swift turn of the steering wheel, Shen Feng took Du Yin directly to her family's hospital. At this point, Du Yin appeared extremely weak, but she seemed coherent. Given her insistence on going to her family's hospital, there must have been a reason. Moreover, her family's hospital was renowned, often frequented by experts. The hospital's main facility was located in the city, and within a 20-minute drive, Shenfeng arrived. He parked at the entrance, unfastened Du Yin's seatbelt, and carried her into the hospital. The attending nurse initially intended to ask for registration, but upon seeing Du Yin in Shenfeng's arms, they sprang into action. "It's the second young lady. Quickly, summon the expert team," they called out. Hearing this, Shenfeng felt a sense of relief, realizing that they were more aware of Du Yan's medical condition than he was. Shortly after, the expert team hurried in to conduct a thorough examination of Du Yin. Once they completed their assessment, an elderly figure, supported by a middle-aged woman, entered the room. This elderly man was none other than Du Yan's grandfather. The patriarch of the Du family, he was known to have started as a humble herbalist, eventually mastering the essence of traditional Chinese medicine, which led him to establish a reputable clinic renowned for its exorbitant fees. Many celebrities sought his expertise. At this moment, the chairman appeared anxious. "Has the heart-saving pill been administered to the second young lady?" he demanded of the other medical staff. The expert members, usually the backbone of the hospital, responded cautiously to his inquiry. "Yes, but it only alleviates her condition temporarily," a middle-aged doctor with thinning hair stated. "What more can you do?" The elder's voice rose in frustration as he approached Du Yan's bedside. "I never anticipated that her illness would flare up ahead of schedule. With the necessary medication still being prepared, is fate truly intent on taking her life?" he lamented. "Even with the hospital's stock, we can only prolong her condition for a year or two at most." However, upon facing Du Yin, his expression softened. "Child, I warned you to take care of yourself, yet you never listened. Fortunately, you were brought in on time. With your grandfather here, you've managed to escape death this time." Du Yin smiled weakly and, having taken the heart-saving pill, was finally able to utter a few words. "With grandfather here, I will surely recover." Yet, the bitterness at the corners of her mouth revealed her awareness of her dire situation. She understood that once her illness flared up, especially ahead of schedule, it was akin to preparing her farewell speech. However, she did not wish to cause her grandfather further worry, even though she knew he was fully aware of her condition. Witnessing this scene, even Shenfeng felt a twinge of sadness. "Since we're all here, shouldn't we consider treatment options?" he suggested. Although Du Yin and he were not particularly close, he could sense his sister's concern for her. It appeared that Du Yin was preparing for a rendezvous with the Grim Reaper. Shenfeng pondered whether he should exert more effort. Isn't it a waste of time to reminisce by her bedside? Of course, Shenfeng felt he possessed unique capabilities that could contribute to her treatment, and he was determined to do something. His words interrupted the somber atmosphere that had enveloped them. However, to Shenfeng's surprise, the middle-aged woman accompanying Du Lao suddenly turned her ire toward him. "What do you know? I ask you. Why did you bring Du Yin here? Did you harm her? She was perfectly fine when she left." This woman was Du Yan's aunt. Du Lao had a son and a daughter. Du Yin and her sister were part of the family. Yet, Du Yan's aunt, Du Qiu, had once been enamored with a man of dubious character, squandering her family's resources on him instead of fostering her career. She had a son but had failed to contribute positively to the family. Yet, burdened by the absence of the surname Du, and influenced by her parents, it became increasingly difficult for her to find opportunities for advancement within the family. Presently, Du Yan's elder sister was pursuing her dreams of stardom, rendering her estranged from the family business. Meanwhile, Du Yin, the second daughter groomed as the family heir, was suddenly stricken with a severe illness and prepared to depart from this world. She was calculating in her heart. Could this mean a chance for her family's son? Thus, when Shenfeng spoke at that moment, his words inevitably provoked her ire. Shenfeng, caught off guard by her interrogation, pondered whether urging them to strive was indeed a misguided suggestion. However, Du Qiu was relentless. Before Shenfeng could respond, she unleashed a tirade, accusing him of clinging to the engagement with her eldest daughter while relentlessly pursuing their second daughter. Did he still harbor the audacity to covet what was beyond his reach? Hearing her aunt's words, Du Yin, though weak, quickly interjected, asserting that regardless of Shenfeng's situation, he had been the one to rush her to the hospital. Typically, Du Yin did not regard Shenfeng with favor, yet his actions this time were commendable. She felt it unnecessary for Shenfeng to bear such unjust blame. "Enough with your words," Du Lao glared at his daughter. Yet, could Du Qiu be deterred? Her aim was clear. She sought to provoke Du Yin, who suffered from a congenital heart condition, hoping to escalate her distress. With this in mind, Du Qiu, akin to a shrew, advanced towards Shenfeng, intent on choking him. "You wretched creature!" she shrieked, resorting to violence as a means of venting her frustration. She had meticulously orchestrated everything, ensuring that the emergency medication for Du Yin had been destroyed at great expense. Should Du Yin suffer another episode, there would likely be no time left to spare. As Shen Feng observed Du Qiu's aggressive approach, he felt a mixture of surprise and concern. It was peculiar that she, who had previously disregarded him since his family's decline, was now causing a scene amid Du Yan's precarious health. However, he had no time for contemplation, as Du Yan's charge towards him went unchecked. Since they seemed unwilling to discipline her, Shen Feng felt compelled to intervene. With a swift strike, he hoped to bring Du Qiu to her senses. The sound of the slap resonated throughout the room, leaving everyone stunned. This was Du Qiu, despite her marriage into another family, still regarded as the beloved daughter of the family patriarch. How could he dare strike her, particularly in front of him? After the act, Shen Feng met the patriarch's piercing gaze with calm indifference. A few days prior, he might have considered the repercussions, but now, what did it matter? A rabid dog could be struck down, could it not? Father, he hit me. I can't bear this, Du Qiu exclaimed, clutching her face, while inwardly reveling in the chaos she had attempted to orchestrate. It was indeed challenging for one person to create such discord. After all, Du Yin was the close friend of Shen Feng's sister. Her intent had been to distress him through his friend's plight. Just then, Du Lao finally spoke. This was his hospital, after all, and Du Qiu remained his daughter. His bodyguards swiftly surrounded Shen Feng. Shen Feng shook his head, sensing an ominous atmosphere, though he could not pinpoint its source. Still, having brought their second daughter to the hospital, he would not allow them to act against him without consequence. Grandfather, he at that moment, Du Yin, in a fit of urgency, attempted to explain, but the effort left her breathless, clutching her chest and gasping for air. Seeing her distress, Du Lao abandoned his intent to confront Shen Feng, shifting his focus to diagnosing her condition while urgently requesting his acupuncture kit. Do not fret, my dear. Just breathe, and I shall ease your discomfort with acupuncture. Turning to his suffering granddaughter, Du Lao wore a kind expression, though his eyes mirrored deep concern. Remarkably, his hands were steady as he administered the needles, providing Du Yin some relief, yet it was merely a temporary alleviation. Her face grew paler, and while breathing became slightly easier. The gravity of the situation loomed. This was a matter of life and death, compounded by the fact that Du Yan's sudden episode had been a diversion to shield herself. In reflection, Shen Feng contemplated Du Qiu's unwarranted aggression towards him. Suddenly, a physician rushed to Du Lao, whispering urgent news. The individual responsible for managing Du Yan's medication had informed him that her life-saving drug had unexpectedly deteriorated. This revelation pushed Du Yin further towards peril. It became evident to Shen Feng that his initial suspicions about Du Qiu were likely accurate. He was somewhat familiar with her character and could only lament the viciousness of her nature. Casting a glance at Du Qiu, he said, "Do not merely stare. Attend to the necessary treatments." Approaching Du Yan's bedside, he reassured her, "Rest assured, you are, in a sense, my dear sister-in-law and my sister's friend. I shall ensure your safety." Hearing his words, Du Yin managed a faint smile. Despite her weakness, his earnestness struck her as somewhat amusing. "You are a brother. Please protect my sister well," she instructed, gazing at Shen Feng from her hospital bed. Just then, his phone rang. "Brother, how is Du Yin? Is she in serious condition? She included a 2 million yuan bank card in my birthday gift." "What does that mean? I have an ominous feeling, brother." It was his sister on the line, and her distress was palpable as she began to weep. Hearing her, Shen Feng understood everything. Meanwhile, Du Lao was conferring with his steward, inquiring whether any of their old acquaintances had stockpiled the rare medicinal herb. "You must visit old Lu's family and request a single petal of their Tianshan snow lotus. Just one will suffice." Shen Feng, overhearing the mention of the herb, recalled the 2 gifts presented to him by Wu Zetian. Surely, anything that garnered her attention would not be an ordinary trinket. Just as the steward hesitated, Shen Feng interjected, "I actually possess a Tianshan snow lotus. I shall retrieve it at once." With that, he hurried downstairs, leaving the onlookers astonished. "You have a Tianshan snow lotus? Is it kept downstairs? Do you treat it like a common turnip? Do not tell me it is in your trunk." Such a precious item requires specialized equipment for storage to preserve its medicinal properties. Shen Feng rushed back, a wooden box in hand. Indeed, having retrieved it from the trunk, the sight rendered Du Lao speechless. "Oh, you possess a Tianshan snow lotus? Let me guess, are you planning to sell it to our family for 5 million or perhaps 1 million? Du Qiu interjected mockingly. Shen Feng ignored her and opened the wooden box. As he did so, the eyes of everyone present widened in astonishment. It was remarkable that, among them, Shinfeng was likely the least acquainted with the Tianshan Snow Lotus, having never opened it during his acquaintance with Wu Zetian. However, in this hospital, especially within the Du family's premises, at least half of those present had seen the herb in old Lu's collection. Yet, even that specimen could not compare to the exquisite quality of the one before them. Exuding a fragrance so rich it seemed to drip with essence, Du Lao's hands trembled once more, this time from excitement. Just as Du Lao approached Shinfeng with cautious anticipation, Du Yan's aunt pushed past. Having just reported the destruction of Du Yan's life-saving medication, while he held the potential remedy that could save Du Yan, allowing her to use it would shatter all of Du Qiu's schemes and hasten Du Yan's recovery. Du Qiu could not abide by this. Du Lao, I doubt the authenticity of that item. Consider it, even old Lu's collection lacks such quality. The doctor, emboldened by the payment from Du Qiu, found himself entangled with him like a grasshopper on the same string. Upon hearing the doctor's words, old Du turned his head, his earlier excitement now tempered. Do you believe this is a ruse? He inquired. The doctor nodded vigorously. Indeed, indeed. We all wish for the second miss to recover swiftly. But we mustn't act in desperation. In the next moment, old Du's hand struck the doctor's face with a resounding slap. I have tolerated you for long enough. You have done everything in your power to hinder the second miss's recovery. I suspect you have ulterior motives. His anger mounted as he commanded. Bring him down. This matter shall not conclude until we have clarity. With that, his bodyguards seized the doctor and restrained him. The doctor, trusted by old Du and responsible for safeguarding the medicinal herbs essential for Du Yan's recovery, was acutely aware of old Du's ruthless methods. After all, what ruler achieves greatness without sacrificing many lives? In his youth, old Du was particularly notorious for his harsh tactics. Once he had issued his orders, old Du cast the doctor aside, his gaze fixed intently on the Tianshan Snow Lotus held by Shinfeng. As he approached, he cautiously inhaled, and this single breath invigorated him, dispelling his fatigue. Could anyone truly claim this was a counterfeit? Having resolved to use this precious item to aid Du Yan, Shinfeng gently placed it in old Du's hands. Old master, I believe that relentless torture serves no purpose. We ought to provide him with a way out, perhaps a promise of amnesty if he speaks the truth, Shinfeng suggested. Upon hearing this, old Du pondered and nodded. Shinfeng's words carried the weight of decree in his ears. He had not forgotten how Du Qiu had provoked him moments earlier. Additionally, while others may not have noticed, Shinfeng had clearly seen Du Qiu push the doctor. Very well. Since my nephew has spoken, I shall grant you a chance. Explain the situation, old Du said, shrewdly offering Shinfeng face while seeking the truth. The doctor, avoiding Shinfeng's gaze, glanced at old Du, then hesitantly darted a look toward Du Qiu before quickly averting his eyes. Father, I believe he is like a rabid dog now. Since we have this miraculous medicine, we should hasten to cure the second miss. Her health is of utmost importance, Du Qiu interjected, casting blame first. Shinfeng couldn't help but scoff internally at her character, realizing she had yet to refine her skills. The doctor's resolve seemed to solidify as he pointed at Du Qiu, exclaiming, Old master, I was coerced. It was she who instructed me to sabotage the second miss's life-saving medicine. She claimed that as long as the second miss clung to life, and since the eldest miss has no interest in the family business, wouldn't it eventually fall to her son? This revelation left everyone, save Shinfeng, dumbfounded. The gravity of the betrayal was staggering. Given this outcome, it was clear that Du Qiu had been executing a nefarious scheme. Moreover, her lack of skill had rendered her vulnerabilities painfully obvious. Seize both of them and ensure we get to the bottom of this, old Du commanded, signaling an immediate postponement of the proceedings. With the Tianshan Snow Lotus now in hand, he took charge of Du Yan's treatment personally, with Shinfeng, as her benefactor, watching closely. Indeed, the adeptness with which old Du administered the medicine was remarkable. Shinfeng observed as Du Yan's complexion gradually improved. Had the Snow Lotus been in his possession, he might have simply steeped it in water for her to drink. As Du Yan's color returned and her breathing stabilized, old Du finally exhaled a sigh of relief. After a moment, he presented Shinfeng with a refrigerator-shaped container. This is the remaining Tianshan Snow Lotus. Approximately 2-thirds. It is invaluable. Please take good care of it. Yet, Shinfeng did not even glance at the offered item. Instead, he asked, what is Du Yan's current condition? Oh, with this precious herb and the treatment, she is nearly recovered. However, she is inherently frail, and I will personally monitor her progress to ensure no further danger arises. Old Du explained, glancing at Du Yan, who was now gently regaining consciousness. That. Shinfeng pushed the Tianshan Snow Lotus back toward old Du enough, Let this be left for her recovery. The room fell silent once more. Everyone gasping at Xin Feng's grand gesture. This was indeed a Tianshan snow lotus, a treasure worth multiple lives. If one were to equate its worth to monetary value, it would easily amount to billions. To their astonishment, Xin Feng displayed such generosity. Old Du was particularly taken aback. Could this truly be the same spendthrift mentioned in the reports, a mere layabout? Xin Feng, brother, thank you for saving my life. Du Yin expressed her gratitude, though her habitual address felt slightly awkward with the added term of endearment. Xin Feng waved his hand, about to respond when suddenly he received a system notification. Ding. Order received from Guan Yu for services in traversing historical realms. Do you accept? Chapter 11. An incredible deal. As Xin Feng accepted the order, he hastily departed the hospital, leaving those in the ward bewildered by his urgency. Was he embarrassed? Once in the car, he followed the navigation to a secluded spot, activating his time travel as per usual. The familiar sensation of dizziness enveloped him, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself in a desolate wilderness. Though the area appeared barren, the system issued a warning. Caution! You are in chaotic times. Beware of ambushes. Simultaneously, a radar icon appeared on his system interface, revealing hidden assailants armed with weapons amidst the tall grass surrounding him. As he navigated further, he stumbled upon a gazebo by the riverbank. Realization struck him. This was where Lu Su bid farewell to Guan Yu. According to historical accounts, the infamous meeting was set here. Lu Su had pretended to send Guan Yu off while secretly laying a trap with hidden assassins. Guan Yu, accompanied only by Zhou Chuan and wielding his green dragon crescent blade, approached this fateful rendezvous. However, sensing treachery, he feigned anger, chastising Zhou Chuan, who had been lured to the gazebo's edge. Upon reaching the gazebo, Xin Feng noticed a man anxiously scanning the surroundings. Excuse me, may I ask where your master is? He inquired, pulling up beside Zhou Chuan, who regarded him with a mix of suspicion and curiosity. Upon hearing Xian Feng's question, Zhou Chuan's face shifted from wariness to surprise. Such a remarkable vehicle. You must be sent by the Chancellor. Realizing the implication, Xin Feng sighed. It seemed every skilled craftsman in the Three Kingdoms inevitably had ties to Zhuge Liang. Indeed, the Chancellor is concerned and sent me to check on the situation. Upon recognizing Xin Feng as an ally, Zhou Chuan approached, unable to resist examining Xian Feng's car with wonder. Brother, to be frank, General Guan has been detained by Lu Su at the banquet. He sensed something amiss and sent me to prepare for his escape. But alas, I fear I can do little. Expressing his regrets about Guan Yu's predicament, Zhou Chuan seemed wholly absorbed in his plight, forgetting to even inquire about Xian Feng's vehicle. I have come to assist General Guan. Watch as I devise a solution. With that, Xin Feng waved his hand decisively. Zhou Chuan stood there, momentarily stunned, as Xin Feng exited the car, opened the door, and urged him inside. Buckle up with a loud command. Xin Feng floored the accelerator, prioritizing the rescue over Zhou Chuan's comfort. The car bounced and jolted as they sped toward the site of the impending ambush. As they neared their destination, the sounds of chaos erupted around them. The historical narrative diverged from reality. Though history recorded Guan Yu's cunning escape through Lu Su's pretense of goodwill, the truth revealed Lu Su had long since prepared for betrayal, unwilling to fall for Guan Yu's ploy. Once hostilities commenced, the two sides clashed violently, with Guan Yu, despite his formidable prowess, forced to retreat under pressure. Witnessing this scene, Xin Feng pondered a troubling question. Was Guan Yu's reputation for bravery in single combat due to his own merit or a consequence of his interventions? In the annals of history, it seems that Guan Yu retreated with remarkable composure. General Guan, quickly get in. At this moment, Zhou Chuan saw that Guan Yu was indeed besieged on all sides, his expression fraught with urgency. He wished to descend but was at a loss as to how to open the car door. Meanwhile, Xin Feng was desperately honking the horn. In this era, automobiles were both a source of fascination and trepidation. Could it be that this white metal contraption housed some monstrous beast within? Seizing the moment while others were momentarily stunned, Guan Yu spotted Zhou Chuan. With no other options left, having repelled two assailants wielding blades and axes, he hastily made his way toward Xin Feng and the others. Xin Feng had already opened the passenger door. Without a moment's hesitation, Guan Yu entered the vehicle, instinctively pulling the door shut behind him. With Guan Yu aboard, Xin Feng felt a surge of confidence. After all, this man was like a tank, impervious even to the fiercest of foes, let alone these mere mortals wielding their weapons. There was no need for contemplation. He simply pressed the accelerator. Moreover, the speed they achieved would be beyond the reach of even the swiftest steeds. Zhou Chuan, having experienced the thrill of rapid movement in the car earlier, remained unperturbed. Guan Yu, however, exclaimed in wonder at this divine contraption. True heroes adapt swiftly. After a moment, he urged Shun Feng to accelerate even more vehemently. Clearly, the sensation of being pushed back into his seat was far more exhilarating than riding his prized steed. The blood-sweating horse. Eventually, Shun Feng brought the car to a halt, for the system indicated that they had reached their destination. Reluctantly, Guan Yu disembarked. At this juncture, Zhou Chuan, however slow to catch on, understood that Shun Feng was not an envoy sent by the Prime Minister. I am grateful for your divine intervention. Guan Yu and Zhou Tsang bowed respectfully to Shin Feng. Shin Feng waved his hand dismissively. No, I merely acted against injustice. The reverence shown by the great Guan left Shin Feng feeling somewhat overwhelmed. I owe you a debt of gratitude for saving my life. Throughout my life, I have cherished two things above all, the blood-sweating horse and the green dragon crescent blade. Might I offer these to you? Guan Yu, unperturbed by trifles, inquired of Shun Feng with an air of nonchalance. Upon hearing this, Shun Feng would be lying if he claimed he was not moved. Rarity enhances value. The blood-sweating horse was indeed the steed of a deity. As for the green dragon crescent blade, it was a legendary weapon. It was said that once drawn, it could vanquish all demons and malevolent spirits, imbued with divine light. Well, sincerity begets miracles, Shun Feng chuckled. The task is complete. Do remember to leave me a 5-star review. At that moment, a flash of white light enveloped Shin Feng, and he vanished before Guan Yu and Zhou Tsang's eyes. Even Guan Yu was momentarily bewildered. Further perplexed as to Shin Feng's true identity, Shun Feng's eloquence bore the mark of a chivalrous hero, yet his ability to disappear in an instant was unmistakably divine. Suddenly, it dawned on Guan Yu, and he murmured to himself, sincerity begets miracles. Indeed, I understand now. Upon Shun Feng's return to the real world, he was abruptly alerted by the system. Order from Guan Yu has been completed. You have received a gift of treasures from Guan Yu. Do you wish to accept? Of course, what could possibly deter me? My blood-sweating horse and my green dragon crescent blade. Shin Feng was elated, feeling as if his very heart might burst with excitement. Chapter 12. An unusual gamble. There was nothing unusual, no dazzling lights to accompany the moment. After accepting Guan Yu's gifts, the system interface merely displayed 2 additional items in empty slots, their presence almost imperceptible. Setting aside the other trivialities, much like the rare Tianshan Snow Lotus, Shun Feng casually stored it within the system. Yet, these were the blood-sweating horse and the green dragon crescent blade, priceless treasures. Shun Feng rolled his eyes. Intending to find a secluded spot to thoroughly test these exquisite artifacts, he drove to a quiet, seldom-trodden hillside. The ascent of the Santana was impressive. A mere gentle press on the accelerator sent it climbing as effortlessly as strolling through a garden. Once assured of solitude, Shun Feng exited the vehicle, inhaled deeply, and decided to summon the green dragon crescent blade first. To his astonishment, he found himself wielding an enormous blade seemingly conjured from thin air. Forgive Shin Feng for this description. After all, this weapon had been wielded by Guan Yu. If it was manageable for such a towering figure, how could it be light in his hands? Upon grasping the green dragon crescent blade, Shin Feng discovered that knowledge of its techniques flooded his mind. With newfound vigor, he swung the blade a few times. Though he had previously merged with the super soldier skills imparted by Cold Wind, he could not deny the disparity in physicality or the ancient powers that bolstered the wielders of such weapons. Despite his proficiency, he felt a distinct sense of inadequacy, akin to a small horse pulling a grand carriage. It was clear that even Cold Wind would tire quickly if tasked with handling this formidable blade. After a few swings, the novelty wore off, and Shun Feng sheathed the green dragon crescent blade, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Next up was the summoning of the blood-sweating horse. To his amazement, a majestic steed appeared beneath him, pure white in color. Historical accounts had never described Guan Yu as ostentatious. He had not expected such a flamboyant mount. This would surely enhance his appeal with the ladies. Thankfully, the blood-sweating horse did not resist Shun Feng's commands. Rather, it seemed to respond intuitively to his thoughts. As he tugged on the reins, the horse galloped as if in sync with his very soul. While its speed could not rival that of the system-enhanced Santana, its ability to navigate terrain was incomparable. Besides, possessing a horse beneath him was a dream fulfilled for any man, albeit a challenging pursuit in today's world. As Shun Feng rode the blood-sweating horse up the hillside, he reveled in the experience, momentarily forgetting himself until he stumbled upon a riding arena. He had been unaware of such a place existing nearby, during his days as a wealthy heir, he had attempted to keep a horse, hoping to flaunt his status at a riding arena. Unfortunately, on his first attempt, he had suffered a mishap that resulted in a broken brow for the spirited beast, which deterred him from returning to such venues ever since. Why endure the pain when he could charm women in other ways? Yet, now, with the horse and rider in harmony, upon discovering the arena, Shun Feng wasted no time as the blood-sweating horse seemed to respond to an unseen call. It bolted forward, leaping gracefully over the arena's barrier as if it were a grand performance. However, just as he entered the arena, before he could even prepare to spur the horse onwards, a familiar voice rang out. "Shun Feng, what are you doing here?" Turning his head, he found Shui Rou gazing at him, astonished. Was this not his enchanting landlady? It appeared she was accompanied by friends, and he had never heard of her having such an interest. "Ah, I just came in out of curiosity," Shun Feng replied truthfully from atop his steed. Yet Shui Rou seemed puzzled, for she understood the implications. This was no mere curiosity-driven excursion. One needed the means to rent a horse, and the skills required to ride came at a considerable cost. While Shun Feng intended to greet her and continue on his way, another man who had accompanied Shui Rou approached, riding his own horse. Upon closer inspection, Shun Feng noted the man was quite presentable, but his attire was most telling. Despite being clad in specialized gear, the Patek Philippe watch on his wrist spoke volumes about his wealth. "Could you do me a favor? This guy keeps bothering me," Shui Rou said, frowning as the man drew nearer. Shun Feng, a former wealthy heir, quickly discerned the situation. Was she attempting to use him as a shield? He had no qualms about playing that role and promptly replied, "As for the rent, I'll waive a month's fee." As the man drew closer, Shui Rou hastily set a price. Shun Feng, however, shook his head. This man appeared affluent, and offending him for a mere month's rent was not worth the risk. "I cannot afford to cross him," Shun Feng declared, extending 3 fingers. With a determined expression, Shui Rou bit her lip and nodded. Finally, the man reached them, and Shui Rou's demeanor shifted dramatically, her face lighting up with a sweet smile as she guided her horse closer to Shun Feng. "Ren Chun, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend. I just mentioned he was here too, but you didn't believe me." With feigned sweetness, Shui Rou introduced Shun Feng to the man. Shun Feng, primarily motivated by the prospect of saving on rent, merely nodded in response, failing to offer even a cursory greeting. Regrettably, this led Ren Chun to interpret Shun Feng's indifference as disdain. Just as he was about to speak, Shui Rou quickly interjected, "We were planning to rest over there. You can enjoy yourself." With that, Shui Rou aimed to lead Shun Feng away, effectively evading further entanglement with Ren Chun. As it stands, it seems that Ren Chun has no choice but to cease his entanglement with Shun Feng. However, at this moment, Ren Chun's gaze kept drifting toward the magnificent steed beneath Shun Feng, a spirited and illustrious horse. While he may not recognize it as the king of horses, he could certainly discern its extraordinary nature. Evident in its lustrous coat and commanding presence, it appears that this young man hails from a wealthy lineage. What a pity for such a noble creature to be squandered. Observing the affectionate demeanor of Shui Rou towards Shun Feng, Ren Chun felt a surge of frustration. After some contemplation, an idea suddenly struck him. Rather than merely encountering one another, why not engage in a wager? Chapter 13. I truly did not mean it upon hearing this proposition. Shun Feng was taken aback. "What shall we wager on?" he inquired casually. "How about a race?" Ren Chun suggested with a smile, noticing Shun Feng's lack of immediate departure. Shun Feng glanced at Shui Rou. Seeking her thoughts on the matter at that moment, Shui Rou's impression of Ren Chun worsened, yet recognizing their professional ties, she attempted to mediate. "Let's not escalate things. We merely came here to unwind." She discreetly urged Shun Feng to leave. "We must be going. You can't insist we race, can you?" However, the more Shui Rou sought to diffuse the situation, the more jealousy bubbled within Ren Chun. "What's the matter? Are you afraid of that man?" Shun Feng found the situation perplexing. He had just acquired this spirited steed and was keen to practice, coincidentally encountering his alluring landlord. Why should it concern Ren Chun? Did he dare question Shun Feng's courage? Before Shun Feng could respond, Ren Chun taunted, "As a man, you shouldn't back down." Upon hearing this, Shun Feng remained composed, but his steed was far less forgiving. With a fierce neigh, it reared its front hooves, ready to charge. If not for Shun Feng's firm grip on the reins, it might have charged at Ren Chun. Shun Feng was surprised by the horse's spirited nature. After all, it was once owned by the legendary Guan Yu. Was it to be so easily humiliated? Yet, despite his best efforts to maintain control, the horse seemed restless. Shun Feng understood that if he did not accept the challenge, the steed might indeed look down upon him. Even the horse seemed to know the importance of competition. Was he truly that timid? Seeing this, Ren Chun's excitement grew, and he continued to provoke Shen Feng. Unbeknownst to Ren Chun, the spirited behavior of the steed was not merely a reflection of Shen Feng's demeanor, but rather an instinctual expression of its battle readiness. From Ren Chun's perspective, it appeared as though Shen Feng's mount and Shen Feng himself lacked any harmony, which presented a significant advantage for him. Very well, since you're so eager, let us wager. What shall we bet on? Shen Feng decisively proposed. Shui Rou, perplexed by Shen Feng's sudden enthusiasm for this wager, felt compelled not to overtly intervene, recognizing the competitive nature between men. The situation could escalate or diminish at any moment. The only course left for her was to subtly signal Shen Feng to find an excuse to depart, allowing her to handle matters with Ren Chun. Shui Rou was well aware of Ren Chun's equestrian skills. After all, half of her own proficiency stemmed from his training. However, Ren Chun's behavior had become increasingly outrageous. What she once considered charming had revealed itself as mere pretense. When Shen Feng agreed, Ren Chun erupted into laughter. Excellent. Let us wager on our steeds then. Shen Feng couldn't help but chuckle. You must be jesting. What horse do you possess? Mine is leagues above yours. You are merely a toad attempting to court a swan. He attempted to leave, but Ren Chun, feeling a bit embarrassed, quickly escalated the stakes by producing his car keys. This is my Porsche. You wager your horse, and I'll wager my Porsche. Is that agreeable? Porsche? Shen Feng had once owned, modified, and sold such a vehicle. In his eyes, it paled in comparison to his own modest Santana, offering him no allure whatsoever. Shui Rou was taken aback by Ren Chun's audacity to stake his newly acquired Porsche. However, the more Ren Chun escalated, the more anxious she became, wishing Shen Feng would not further involve himself with Ren Chun. After all, she was aware of Shen Feng's precarious financial situation. Not long ago, he had nearly faced dire straits. Uncertain of how Shen Feng had come to be here today, she feared that if he lost, he would unwittingly invite trouble. Before Shui Rou could voice her concerns, Shen Feng waved dismissively. No need to embarrass yourself over a Porsche. Here is the deal. If I win, you shall cease pursuing Shui Rou. A man should have some dignity. Do you dare accept? Shui Rou was astonished by Shen Feng's request, realizing his willingness to engage in the wager stemmed entirely from his desire to protect her. Ren Chun, feeling insulted, shoved the Porsche keys into Shui Rou's hand. I will win? Shui Rou, keep this for me, and if I win, I'll take you home in it. Last. Shen Feng and Ren Chun mounted their horses at the starting line, awaiting Shui Rou's signal. Both prepared, Shui Rou, unable to prevent the contest, silently prayed for Shen Feng's triumph as she fired the starting pistol. However, as the horses sprang into action, an unexpected incident unfolded. Shen Feng's steed emitted a fierce cry, and astonishingly, Ren Chun's horse remained frozen in place, even retreating in fear. Meanwhile, Shen Feng's steed galloped forth with great speed. Ren Chun's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated such a start to their competition. Frustrated, he forcefully urged his steed to move, yet it was reluctant. Lacking speed from the outset, Ren Chun's horse lagged behind, finishing a full 5 seconds after Shen Feng crossed the finish line. Shen Feng merely shook his head, bemused. Can I claim my horse did not intend this? Ren Chun's face flushed with embarrassment and anger, yet he could not voice his frustrations. The commotion had attracted the attention of staff at the racecourse, who approached, reminding the participants that unauthorized racing was prohibited. After exchanging a brief farewell with Shui Rou, Shen Feng made his escape, navigating the arena until he found a secluded corner, ensuring there were no cameras before safely stowing away his steed. When he next encountered Shui Rou, she awaited him at the bar with a drink in hand. Chapter 14. The unmatched Pan Jinlian Shen Feng adjusted himself before rushing over, taking the drink and gulping it down eagerly. He was unsure if his horse was fatigued, but after such a long run and having just returned, he was parched. You are quite the enigma. I had no idea you could ride. Where did that horse come from? Shui Rou inquired, her expression filled with curiosity. Inwardly, Shen Feng lamented that he had aroused her suspicions. Just a bit of riding practice. I never anticipated Ren Chun would be so feeble. This horse belongs to a friend. It's my first time riding it, he chuckled. Yet, he spoke the truth. Guan Yu was indeed his friend. Seeing Shen Feng's reticence, Shui Rou scrutinized him for a moment before turning away, casting one last remark about discussing matters at home before departing. Shen Feng hastily pursued her, ultimately requesting that she drive the Porsche back while he hurriedly left. He had received a new task and had no time to indulge in a luxury vehicle. Ding, 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 the system alerted him to a mission from Pan Jinlian of the water margin world. Upon hearing her name, Shunfeng's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Pan Jinlian, the legendary beauty known for her unparalleled allure, was offering him a task. Without hesitation, he accepted, driven by his insatiable curiosity. Retreating to a secluded spot, he summoned his steed once more, marveling at the system's efficient storage capabilities. Otherwise, with Shunfeng's slender legs, even with the system's energy boost, he would have no idea when he could reach the place where his Santana was parked. Getting into the car and pressing the accelerator, this secluded area required no disguise. He could simply traverse time and space. When the dizziness subsided, Shunfeng found himself on a narrow mountain path. The air was fresh and the woods were dense. Shortly thereafter, he heard the sounds of gongs and swonas. Wasn't this the traditional sound of a wedding procession that had remained unchanged for centuries? Curious, Shunfeng wondered why this task assigned by Pan Jinlian would involve such sounds. Was it the wedding procession for Pan Jinlian marrying Shimenqing? However, that didn't make sense. Why would she summon him for that? After contemplating various possibilities, Shunfeng decided to simply adjust the steering wheel and wait nearby. The wedding entourage drew closer, and he noticed a man adorned with a large red flower seated upon a donkey. Shunfeng suddenly understood. This was the wedding procession for Wu Dalong marrying Pan Jinlian. For some inexplicable reason, witnessing this scene filled Shunfeng with a strange excitement. Of course, Pan Jinlian could not see him, being separated by the bridal sedan. Yet, the question remained, why would Pan Jinlian summon him if she was marrying Wu Dalong? Shunfeng, filled with curiosity, opened the system interface to check Pan Jinlian's destination. To his astonishment, the destination was listed as wandering the world. Did such a place even exist? Certainly not. However, it dawned on him that Pan Jinlian was unwilling to marry Wu Dalong. It seemed this was a missing subplot from Water Margin. Indeed, even if flowers were always placed in cow dung, it didn't mean one should seek out cow dung to insert them. Having clarified his purpose, Shunfeng pressed the accelerator and approached the wedding procession. The sudden appearance of Shunfeng startled the wedding party. They hesitated to advance, prompting Shunfeng to perform a dramatic burnout, accompanied by two authoritative honks. Last time, when Shunfeng communicated with Guan Eri, even he had doubted that a beast was trapped inside the car upon hearing such a horn. Ordinary people witnessing this scene, combined with the sound of tires screeching in the wilderness, scattered in fright. If this were Shimenqing's entourage, Shunfeng would have crashed right through, but since it was Wu Dalong's procession, he decided to wait and observe the situation. Almost everyone shouted that a monster was coming. However, Wu Dalong remained resolute on his donkey, staring at Shunfeng. Noticing that everyone had fled, Shunfeng exited the vehicle and looked at Wu Dalong. His attention, however, was drawn to the bridal sedan, and he shouted, "Miss Pan, your ride has arrived. Please step down at that moment." Wu Dalong shouted, "No way. How can the bride leave the sedan? I don't care who you are, step aside. What if I refuse?" Given the stakes of his task, Shunfeng could hardly yield. Thus, a standoff ensued. Wu Dalong even drew a short knife from his bosom. Shunfeng was taken aback. What kind of omen was it for a groom to be concealing a dagger? At that moment, Pan Jinlian descended from the bridal sedan. Truly, she was a legendary figure, even removing her veil herself. "Madam, why have you stepped down? You must hurry back." Wu Dalong, unable to contain himself, dismounted and urged Pan Jinlian to return. Of course, this was his first encounter with his bride, and he was struck by her beauty. He had only heard from the matchmaker that she was lovely, but he never expected her to be as breathtaking as a celestial being. In fact, it wasn't just Wu Dalong. Even Shunfeng felt the same. Seeing is indeed believing. At that moment, Shunfeng thought that even the most glamorous actresses portraying Pan Jinlian could not capture half of her essence. That enchanting allure could only be authentically embodied by Pan Jinlian herself. "This young man, are you truly sent from the heavens to rescue me?" Upon seeing Shunfeng, Pan Jinlian expressed her excitement. Shunfeng, however, had grown somewhat immune to such reactions. Each order's creation stemmed from fervent prayers. It was understandable that they perceived him as a divine envoy. Shunfeng, for once, opened the passenger side door for his customer. Displaying a gentlemanly gesture. "Wu, you are a good man." After Pan Jinlian bestowed a good man card upon Wu Dalong, she entered Shunfeng's car, with Shunfeng assisting her. Just as he was about to get in, the sound of galloping hooves resonated from behind. Upon hearing it, Pan Jinlian's expression turned anxious. After a moment of thought, she called out to Shunfeng, "Could you let Wu Dalong come with us? He has truly been wronged because of me." Chapter 15. Let us be heroes for once. Upon hearing Pan Jinlian's words, Shunfeng was somewhat perplexed. Yet, he could sense the gravity of the situation from her tone and demeanor. After some contemplation, He opened the rear door. Wu Dalong hesitated, but under Pan Jilian's urging, he reluctantly climbed into the back seat of Shun Feng's car, bearing a sense of humiliation. As Shun Feng entered the vehicle, he thoughtfully fastened Pan Jilian's seatbelt. Then, pressing the accelerator, the car surged forward rapidly. Shun Feng was well aware of his Santana's speed. Even the swiftest steed would not catch up as he drove, observing Pan Jilian's demeanor slowly relaxing. He finally inquired, "Why are they pursuing you?" At the mention of this, a pained expression crossed Pan Jilian's face. "They are beasts intent on forcibly taking me back." Upon uttering this, she choked up and tears streamed down her cheeks. As Shun Feng listened to her tale, he finally grasped the gravity of her plight. Pan Jilian, having grown up in poverty, was unaware of how many times her parents had sold her. Eventually, she was taken in by a farming family. Pan Jilian felt fortunate to have found stability and wished to marry the farmer's son for a good life. Yet, she fell victim to the attention of a local bully. Consequently, the kind family that had taken her in was brutally murdered overnight. Their home set ablaze. Pan Jilian fled and eventually reached a nearby village. Unfortunately, she was sold by a so-called friend, and scrupulous matchmaker forced her into marriage with Wu Dalong, who had purchased her. Hearing this, Shun Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy in such times. Sometimes being beautiful truly felt like a curse. Remembering the series of events following Wu Dalong's marriage to Pan Jilian in Water Margin, Shun Feng almost felt compelled to tell her that this was merely the beginning. For Pan Jilian, transitioning from trust to betrayal must have left her somewhat numb. Nevertheless, this woman was remarkably resilient. Still holding onto a fervent desire for salvation from the heavens, such experiences shape a woman. She neither wallows in despair nor gives up, which is a form of strength. With this thought, Shun Feng suddenly made a U-turn. Glancing at Pan Jilian's stunning visage beside him, he smiled and said, "For your strength, I shall grant you a future, in a wonder throughout history. There are those who would risk everything for a beloved woman." At this moment, Shun Feng observed the wedding party approaching on horseback and felt an unusual thrill. His foot pressed down harder on the accelerator. With the Santana, now imbued with indomitable power, crashing into a herd of horses on such a narrow path would create an explosive spectacle. Shun Feng was eager to find out. Pan Jilian and Wu Dalong attempted to stop him, but it was too late. Bang, bang, bang. The Santana, despite its low profile, collided with the horse's midsections. Remarkably, even after crashing into the horse herd, the Santana's speed did not wane at this moment. Shun Feng truly appreciated the profound depth of Chinese culture. The phrase "people and horses tumbling" was indeed the most fitting description of this scene. With such a crude yet spectacular display, he barreled through the entire horse contingent in mere seconds. Under the force of such a collision, those involved were either struck by the Santana or thrown off by the panicked horses, landing back on the ground having lost at least half of their vitality. Shun Feng felt no pity in this era. The strong prevailed, especially in such a locale, where an entire family had been slaughtered overnight and their homes set ablaze. It was unnecessary to restrain his desire for justice. Pan Jilian and Wu Dalong never anticipated that Shun Feng's iron beast would be so formidable. The horse herd barely had time to react before being utterly decimated. At this moment, Wu Dalong secretly felt fortunate that Pan Jilian had stopped Shun Feng. Otherwise, he might have been crushed under the very wheels of this monstrous vehicle, given his stature. Having obliterated the horse contingent, Shun Feng pressed on. "Where are you headed next?" Pan Jilian inquired. Shun Feng smiled. "Isn't your dream to wander the world? However, I must inform you that unless the core issue is resolved, no matter how vast the world may be, it will never be your home. Just guide me." Today, the young man sent by the heavens is determined to eliminate those who take lives without a second thought. Thus, the trio sped into the village where Pan Jilian resided. Guided solely by her directions, Shun Feng demolished the three-layer of the bully using the most direct and forceful methods. In the end, the bully found himself ensnared beneath Shun Feng's wheels, effectively ending his reign of terror over the local populace. After vanquishing the bullies, Shun Feng looked at Pan Jilian and inquired whether she still intended to wander the world. To his surprise, Pan Jilian nodded affirmatively, adding that she would do so with him. Upon saying this, she displayed a bashful demeanor, her cheeks flushed. Shun Feng, feeling a pang of reluctance at the thought of leaving her behind, turned to the system for guidance. In no such authority came the cold, mechanical response, causing his heart to sink. However, he quickly reassured himself that this was only temporary and that opportunities would arise in the future. With this in mind, Shun Feng decided to entrust Pan Jilian with the firearm left behind by Long Feng, teaching her how to use the handgun for her own protection in case of danger. Once everything was arranged, he noticed that Wu Dalong had already vanished, likely having forgotten about the marriage proposal in his usual timid manner. With that, Shun Feng traversed the time tunnel back to the real world. He parked the car downstairs and caught sight of a dazzling Porsche beside him, indicating that Shui Ro had returned. Upon entering, he found Shui Ro cooking dinner. Wait, even if Shui Ro were to prepare a meal, it should not be in his residence but in her own spacious apartment upstairs. After greeting her, Shin Feng realized that Shui Ro was ignoring him. Once she finished cooking, Shin Feng noticed that the table was set for two, as Shui Ro had prepared a place for him, likely because his sister was absent. However, when he shamelessly took a seat, Shui Ro wore a stern expression, suggesting that the meal would not be a comfortable one. "Where is that girl?" Shin Feng asked, forcing a chuckle as he sought an excuse to leave. Just as he was about to slip away, his sister's call came through. "Brother, why are you so annoying? Don't you know I'm worried about Sister Du Yin? Also, how do you have the Tian Shan Snow Lotus? I had no idea about this." Shinling's soft voice from the receiver made Shin Feng feel overwhelmed. Was everyone conspiring to interrogate him? "Shinling, let me ask you something. Are you still my lovely sister?" Shin Feng interrupted her incessant reproach. Upon hearing this, Shinling paused, as if realizing something was amiss. "I forgive you for now. I called mainly to tell you that I'll be staying with Sister Yin tonight and won't be coming back." Shinling, displaying her wit, quickly sensed the awkwardness of the situation. Acknowledging this, Shun Feng nodded, reassured by the hospital's stringent security measures at the Du family residence. "Be careful, and if anything happens, hide. The second daughter of the Du family has plenty of people to protect her. Understand?" Remembering something, Shun Feng imparted this advice to his beloved sister. A moment of silence followed. Then Du Yan's voice emerged. "Shin Feng, did I offend you in some way?" Alongside, Shinling's mischievous chuckle was evident. Shin Feng had nothing to say and abruptly hung up, feeling guilty, uncertain if Shinling had been on speakerphone. After disconnecting, he faced Shui Ro once more. "Can you answer my questions now?" Shui Ro relentlessly pursued. "Haha, how did you know I was hungry? Just in time. Come on, eat. Don't be polite. Treat this place as your home," Shin Feng responded, momentarily embarrassed before laughing it off. "Don't think you can gloss over this. Do you realize whom you have offended today? Do you really think you can escape unscathed after crossing paths with him?" Shui Ro warned, her tone serious. This was precisely why she had come over tonight. Why did that man need to socialize? It was because even she could not afford to offend him. Shin Feng had not only slapped his face, but had also won back his recently purchased sports car. As he contemplated Shui Ro's words, the system suddenly chimed in. "Ding. The system has received a 5-star review from Pan Jilian. Ding. Received a gift from the system. Pan Jilian's fate prophecy. Accept." Upon seeing this system reward, Shin Feng felt perplexed. Normally, the rewards were either tangible treasures or specific skills. Why was there now a so-called fate prophecy? Driven by curiosity, he accepted it. Soon, he found himself examining this so-called Pan Jilian's fate prophecy on his system interface. Without hesitation, he clicked to open it, eager to discern its nature. Upon doing so, he noticed a targeting symbol appear within his field of vision, immediately honing in on Shui Ro. Not a Pan Jilian fate entity. The system promptly replied. Realizing this, Shun Feng began to speculate. Was this so-called fate prophecy a prediction of an individual's overall fate? How accurate could it be? Shin Feng had no doubts, as it was a system product, which should be quite precise. Furthermore, Shui Ro, having come from a privileged background, currently possessed property, making it impossible for her to experience the same fate as Pan Jilian. Intrigued, Shin Feng inquired, "Must I meet this person to determine if she possesses this fate?" "Extensive interaction is sufficient," the system answered. This time, the system seemed to take its output seriously, and Shun Feng's direct inquiry was met with a straightforward response. With this answer, Shin Feng began to shift his focus to his sister. After all, given their family's decline, he was genuinely concerned about her future. Not a Pan Jilian fate entity. He then considered a few others, even including Du Yin, but none matched. Suddenly, he recalled Shui Yijia, someone he had interacted with only briefly. Their last encounter could barely be deemed anything more than coincidence. To his astonishment, Shui Yijia was indeed identified as a Pan Jilian fate entity. Upon receiving this revelation, Shun Feng's chopsticks clattered to the ground. A multitude of thoughts flooded his mind. He pondered why the system had chosen this moment to present such a prophecy. Was it a warning regarding the potential regrets he could face concerning those around him? However, there was no time to dwell on these thoughts. Shin Feng needed to consider when Shui Yijia's fate had begun to veer in this direction. More importantly, if it had already begun, when would the pivotal turning point occur? With the system's capabilities weighing heavily on his mind, Shen Feng abandoned his meal and dashed outside. What did it mean to be a pan-Genelian fate entity? In essence, it implied a single misstep could lead to eternal regret, subsequently causing a person to spiral into despair. Thus, the importance of the turning point in one's fate could not be overstated. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Shen Feng hopped into his car and sped toward the university where Shui Yijia studied. His alma mater, Shui Yijia, was well known, and Shen Feng was confident that inquiries would yield further clues. However, before he could continue his search, he suddenly heard a voice that sounded like Shui Yijia's. "Let me go! Where are you taking me?" Her voice was faint, requiring careful listening to discern. Had he not acquired super soldier skills, he might have missed it entirely. "You little hussy, daring to flirt with someone else's boyfriend? This is what you deserve. Aren't you just relying on that pretty face and figure? Today, I'll ruin you. Let us see who will want you after this." Another woman's voice was clearer to Shen Feng. He could roughly deduce that Shui Yijia was being abducted and was being taken in his direction. It seemed that these individuals were audacious enough to act openly, and the assailants were all women. This is the keen agility and judgment bestowed upon Shen Feng by his military prowess. He hurried towards the source of the sound. Upon his arrival, he observed 4 women forcibly escorting Shui Yijia towards a van parked at the school entrance. These women, adorned with dyed hair and smoky makeup, exuded the unmistakable aura of rebellious youth, with 2 even smoking cigarettes. Shui Yijia struggled against her captors, completely unaware of Shen Feng's presence. Reflecting on Shui Yijia's precarious fate, Shen Feng shook his head and rushed forward to intercept them, positioning himself in front of the group to prevent their escape. "Excuse me, do you realize that what you are doing is illegal?" Shen Feng addressed the 4 women, refraining from aggression as he assessed the situation. Knowing that Shui Yijia was still in their grasp, he was acutely aware that if these women became agitated, their actions could be unpredictable. Finally, Shui Yijia caught sight of Shen Feng. Her eyes filled with a glimmer of hope. He nodded at her, signaling her to remain calm. "Who are you? Do you think you can meddle in my affairs?" The leader of the group snarled, appearing ready to lash out if Shen Feng continued to obstruct them. "I typically do not resort to violence against women. Release her, and we can discuss this matter openly," Shen Feng cautioned, maintaining his composure. "I warn you, if anyone dares to stop me today, I will not let it go unpunished. This vile woman has been flirting with my boyfriend, and I intend to teach her a lesson," the rebellious girl declared, tightening her grip around Shui Yijia's neck. Seeing this, Shen Feng knew he could no longer hesitate. He stepped forward, and with a swift motion, Shui Yijia slipped from their grasp and found refuge behind him. Shielded from harm as he recalled the earlier events, she felt as if she were awakening from a nightmare. The so-called interview that evening had been a mere ruse to lure her away from campus. "That is my sister behind me. You would do well to leave now," Shen Feng asserted, addressing the 4 women. It was ill-advised for a large man to engage 4 women in a brawl at the school entrance, as it would undoubtedly invite scrutiny. His sole focus was to rescue Shui Yijia. "Do you know who I am? I am Biao Ji's sister. Hand over that little wench, and I will pretend this never happened." The leader of the girls threatened again. Shen Feng recognized the name Biao Ji. In the past, he had associated with this so-called brother, who had enjoyed a certain influence due to his wealth. However, when Biao Ji's family fell from grace, he had even aligned himself with others to confront Shen Feng. Why now? A crowd of curious students had gathered at the school entrance, captivated by the unfolding drama. However, upon hearing Biao Ji's name, Shen Feng realized he could not simply walk away. After all, this was Biao Ji's territory adjacent to the school. "Then summon your Biao Gu and I shall deal with him before your very eyes," Shen Feng retorted, eager to confront both old and new grievances. Biao Gu arrived swiftly, summoned by a phone call from the rebellious girl. In mere minutes, he appeared, flanked by his entourage, exuding an air of authority. "Well, if it isn't young Master Shen," Biao Gu recognized him, squinting as he sized up Shen Feng, mocking him. Shen Feng merely smiled before launching an attack. A brick flew through the air, striking Biao Gu squarely on the head. He attempted to evade but was caught off guard by the speed of the assault. Before he could utter a word, he was left reeling from the impact. With the grievances of the past and present converging, Shen Feng wasted no time. "What are you all staring at? Attack him! Beat him to a pulp!" Biao Gu yelled, clutching his bleeding head in disbelief. Years of intimidation in the university town had left him unscathed until this moment. As he hastily found a handkerchief to staunch the bleeding, he sensed an unsettling silence falling over the crowd. "What's the matter? Weren't you all so bold just now? Bring that little wretch to me. I shall teach her the meaning of pain," he demanded, but received no response. Slowly, he lifted his gaze, only to find Shun Feng smiling beside him. With a swift motion, Shun Feng struck Biao Gu again with the brick. Targeting the same wound, Biao Ji's cry of pain was abruptly cut short as Shun Feng's hand tightened around his throat, lifting him off the ground. "Do you still wish to live?" Shun Feng's voice was chillingly calm. His gaze piercing, Biao Gu felt cold sweat trickle down his back. This once ineffectual young master had transformed into a formidable force. After a moment of stunned silence, Biao Gu hastily nodded in submission. Shun Feng discarded him like a piece of refuse, throwing him to the ground. "What assurance can you give me that you won't buzz around me like a fly in the future?" Shun Feng asked, his expression a mix of amusement and menace as he brandished his phone. Biao Gu contemplated fleeing but hesitated, observing the other hand casually wielding a brick. The fear instilled by Shun Feng's gaze convinced him that escaping would be perilous. In a moment of desperation, Biao Gu began to strip off his clothes. Shun Feng, taken aback by the absurdity of the scene, did not record it, while the students around them captured the moment with their phones. Their flashes overwhelming, at the university entrance. Biao Ji's public humiliation would ensure he never dared to return. Meanwhile, the rebellious girls who had previously restrained Shui Yijia fell to their knees, repeatedly slapping their own faces and apologizing profusely. Ignoring them, Shun Feng took Shui Yijia's hand, guiding her back into the campus. He remained silent until they reached her dormitory. As she pondered whether to say something, Shun Feng finally spoke. "For the time being, refrain from wandering about. If any issues arise, contact me." That understood. Uncertain of why he had spoken with such authority, Shun Feng noticed a flicker of surprise on Shui Yijia's face, yet her demeanor did not exhibit overt resistance. "Thank you for saving me twice. I feel so foolish, unable to handle such trivial matters," she admitted, lowering her gaze. "Take your time. Even the darkest days will pass. I have learned that sometimes, all it takes is for someone to lend you a hand when you're at your lowest. And clearly, your beauty has compelled me to extend that hand out, so there is no need for concern," Shun Feng reassured her with a light-hearted jest. Just then, he received a notification from the system. "Ding, you have received an order from Yang Paifeng. Do you accept?" The mention of Yang Paifeng piqued Shun Feng's interest, a legendary figure, even more influential than Empress Wu in his childhood imagination. "I accept," he declared, eager to embark on this new quest. Without further ado, he excused himself, leaving Shui Yijia to ponder their conversation. He had intended to discuss resilience and adversity, but those thoughts would need to wait. Once inside his car, Shun Feng navigated to a secluded location, preparing for a transition. After a familiar wave of dizziness, he found himself in a battlefield littered with the remnants of conflict, a stark reminder of humanity's brutality. With the advent of firearms yet to come, the gruesome remnants of war were all the more harrowing. As he searched for his client, Yang Paifeng, he utilized the tracking feature to locate her presence. Eventually, he found her in a secluded corner of an abandoned military camp, an area once dominated by Liao soldiers. Approaching cautiously, he greeted her, albeit awkwardly. "Are you looking for me?" she inquired, her posture defensive as she scrutinized him. "No, I am not a Liao soldier," Shun Feng replied, maintaining his composure. "If I were, would I not have a blade at your throat? Or do you believe you could resist?" Yang Paifeng brandished her short knife, signaling her readiness to defend herself. It appears that, as the backbone of the future Yang's female generals, she possesses a strong sense of independence and is not easily swayed by others. Unfortunately, circumstances often outweigh individual will. Shun Feng wished to explain, but time was of the essence, as some remnants of the Liao soldiers were drawing near. This was an abandoned battlefield, and thanks to Yang Paifeng's clever hiding, they were momentarily safe. Yet, those who have experienced the battlefield know that the most dangerous and humiliating encounters often arise from meeting defeated soldiers. These individuals, having endured the trials of war, carry a twisted mindset and an overwhelming need to vent their frustrations. If one were to inadvertently cross paths with them, they would become the target of that venting. Now, Shun Feng and Yang Paifeng faced a dilemma. Should they flee or continue to hide? If they chose to hide, once surrounded, their chances of escape would vanish. Conversely, if they fled now, they would undoubtedly draw attention. The true conflict lay not with Shun Feng, who was inclined to escape at once, believing that once inside the car, safety would be assured. However, Yang Paifeng resolutely grasped him, preventing his departure and silencing him completely. Alas, her staunch principles, while admirable, were not always beneficial. Shun Feng was left with no choice but to follow Yang Paifeng's lead in hiding. So close in proximity, it was undeniable that history chronicled Yang Paifeng as a formidable warrior on the battlefield. Yet it seldom acknowledged her extraordinary beauty and unique aura. In this moment, she still exhibited traces of youthful innocence, as the time for her to charge into battle had yet to arrive. Suddenly, it seemed they had been discovered. The remnants of the Liao soldiers were closing in. Quickly, we must flee, or we shall have no chance, Shen Feng urged Yang Paifeng as he observed the approaching foes. Yang Paifeng's expression soured. I was wrong to hesitate, yet fleeing now seems futile. We cannot outrun their cavalry. With a bold demeanor, Shen Feng admired her forthrightness, but the situation left no room for recklessness. Seizing an opportunity, he hoisted Yang Paifeng onto his shoulder and sprinted towards his Santana. Indeed, human legs could not match the speed of horse legs, yet Shen Feng felt compelled to take the risk. While Shen Feng was confident, Yang Paifeng was not. In fact, her struggle against Shen Feng's hold raised doubts about his identity, prompting her to bite him in defiance. This girl was quite spirited. In a moment of exasperation, Shen Feng smacked her rear, warning, if you do not behave, I shall make you regret it. Surprisingly, this seemed to quell her rebellious spirit. However, the delay caused by Yang Paifeng was costly. Just as they neared the Santana, the cavalry caught up with them. In a critical moment, Shen Feng unceremoniously tossed Yang Paifeng to the ground and turned to face the oncoming cavalry. Yang Paifeng, landing deftly, stood bewildered. What are you doing running towards them? Are you seeking death? The remnants of the Liao soldiers erupted in laughter. To them, pursuing Shen Feng was merely a game of cat and mouse. Upon seeing Yang Paifeng's beauty, their intentions shifted towards using her as an outlet for their frustrations. Unfortunately, just as Shen Feng reached the nearest horse, he raised his hands, and in an instant, the warhorse charging forward let out no cry before being cleaved in two. Chapter 19. The army at the gates. It is a jest that one would dare to cause trouble in another world without the means to defend oneself. Initially, Shen Feng did not believe that a handful of defeated soldiers could compel him to draw his weapon. Yet, with Yang Paifeng as a liability, he could no longer afford to conceal his abilities. Thus, as he sprinted towards the warhorse, he summoned the famed Qinglong Yinyue Dao, a blade bestowed upon him by Guan Yu himself. This formidable weapon cleaved through the two horses with ease, a testament to Shen Feng's strength. With a resounding clash, the Qinglong Yinyue Dao struck the ground as Shen Feng stood tall, challenging the remaining soldiers. Come forth, if you dare. His heart surged with a fervent bravery amidst the chaos of battle. The defeated soldiers, especially in the presence of such a remarkable woman, knew that if they allowed Shen Feng to intimidate them, they might as well dig their own graves. However, having witnessed the sharpness of Shen Feng's blade, they were hesitant to approach him one by one. Instead, they gathered as a group, conspiring amongst themselves. At this moment, Yang Paifeng joined Shen Feng's side. What are you doing? She inquired, observing the enemy's huddle. Shen Feng had hoped that by tossing Yang Paifeng away, she would draw closer to safety. She was his client, and any harm that befell her would incur dire consequences. Yet, Shen Feng knew that in this world, the priority was always the customer, and he could not bear to think of the repercussions if she were to be injured. If you are not their friend, you are their enemy, and I shall fight alongside you, he replied. His words tinged with a hint of exasperation at her naivete. As the enemy appeared to have reached a consensus, they charged forth. Shen Feng, emboldened, met their advance head-on. If you dare to die, I shall bury you. The clash of weapons ensued, and with a single swing of his Qinglong Yinyue Dao, he ended the lives of two cavalrymen. In mere moments, 8 bloodied Liao soldiers lay at his feet. Yang Paifeng watched in awe, astonished by the prowess of the seemingly scholarly Shen Feng. The defeated soldiers, realizing the tide had turned, abandoned their plans and fled in panic. With this minor inconvenience resolved, Shen Feng turned to Yang Paifeng and rolled his eyes. All right, let us hasten to the car. Approaching the Santana, Yang Paifeng was filled with wonder as Shen Feng demonstrated how to open the door and take the driver's seat. Boldly imitating him, she climbed into the passenger side. Where to now? Shen Feng inquired. I must rescue my father. That treacherous official Wang Shi has forced him into battle against the Liao soldiers, even cutting off our supplies. I slipped away from home to bring him the truth, Yang Paifeng exclaimed, her face alight with indignation. After a moment, her expression shifted as she realized, wait, who sent you? With a smile, Shen Feng, now pressing the accelerator, replied, you may consider me a celestial being sent to aid you. Having grown accustomed to the absurdity of their situation, Shen Feng navigated through the unfamiliar terrain, guided by the system's omnipotent navigation. Driving through such a chaotic landscape was exhilarating, though one had to be vigilant to avoid the bodies of fallen soldiers sprawled across the ground. As long as he remained cautious, the path ahead was clear. Most importantly, In this tumultuous environment, he could press the pedal to the metal, allowing the roar of the engine to ignite his adrenaline. Beside him, young Paifeng had closed her eyes, too frightened to witness the chaos unfolding. Though she was resilient in spirit, she was still a girl who had seen little of the world, and her courage faltered in the face of the unknown. After a considerable journey, Shenfeng finally arrived at the battlefield where the Yang army faced the Liao soldiers. What a sight it was! The throngs of soldiers appeared as mere ants from the mountainside. As they entered the ranks, Yang Paifeng revealed herself, and they finally met her father, Yang Yi. "What are you doing here?" "You foolish girl! Return at once. Officer, take her back," he barked, his face darkened with anger upon seeing his daughter. He had just concluded a meeting with his strategists, and with supplies delayed, the situation was dire. If they prolonged this standoff, the Liao soldiers, even if they did not attack, could starve them into submission. Time was not on their side. The longer they waited, the more perilous their situation became. The army had already begun to ration their provisions. "What can be done?" he lamented. "In a month's time, the Liao soldiers will rally, and our morale will crumble." "Dad, I have urgent news," Yang Paifeng interjected. "Wang Shi is colluding with the enemy. He not only sends you into battle alone, but has also cut off your supplies." Upon hearing this, Yang Ye's eyes widened in disbelief. Immediately, several officers approached, their faces grave, and swiftly covered Yang Paifeng's mouth. "Speak no more nonsense. You will be punished according to military law." The gaze was somewhat evasive. Yet Yang Yi still bellowed at the top of his lungs. Yang Paifeng continued to struggle, but at this moment, Yang Yi was unwilling to allow her another word. He believed that his daughter had traveled a great distance to arrive here, making her claims unlikely to be mere fabrications. However, as the commander of an army, he naturally had to prioritize the greater situation. If Yang Paifeng continued to shout, it was feared that the morale of the troops would collapse without the need for the opposing Liao soldiers to take any action. After all, why should provisions be sent ahead if the army had not yet moved? Yet, Yang Yi found himself in a difficult predicament. Observing Yang Paifeng's anxious demeanor, Shen Feng cleared his throat beside her. "In my opinion, the morale of the army must not be shaken, but we must also guard against treachery." As soon as Shen Feng finished speaking, a scout outside the camp rushed in, shouting, "General Yang, the general of the left camp, along with his soldiers, has surrounded the military camp." The term betrayal hung unspoken in the air, too dangerous for the messenger to articulate. "Take those two away. If they continue to disturb the morale, military law will be enforced." Tai Xian issued this command decisively, while Yang Yi waved his hand dismissively, indicating there was no room for negotiation. Shen Feng, listening nearby, felt a pang of concern for Yang Paifeng. After all, she was solely devoted to her father, yet this general remained blissfully unaware of the peril at hand, perhaps even evading reality. At this moment, his only desire was to maintain the illusion of stability among the troops. Shen Feng had intended to leave, having seen similar situations in history where a general's blind loyalty led to tragic ends. Alas, it was a pitied, as the saying goes, those who are pitiable often possess their own faults. Just then, Shen Feng received a sudden notification from the system. Beep, beep, beep. An order from Yang Yi to escort his daughter, Yang Paifeng, off the battlefield. Upon seeing this notification, Shen Feng cast a sidelong glance at Yang Yi. His daughter had risked her life to deliver information over a great distance, while the father, bound by duty, could not selfishly ensure her safety, leaving him to plead with fate. Thus, this order was born. Shen Feng sighed, feeling a profound sense of melancholy. Perhaps this was an ancient way of expressing emotions. Loyalty and filial piety could not coexist, yet loyalty and the safety of one's daughter often stood in stark contradiction. Yang Paifeng wished to say something further, but Shen Feng grasped her hand. "What is it?" she inquired, and after a moment's thought, she seemed to grasp Shen Feng's intent. "Rest assured, if danger arises, I will do everything in my power to ensure your safe departure." In an effort to reassure Shen Feng, she gently patted the back of his hand. Seeing her earnest expression, Shen Feng felt a sense of defeat. "Why, dear, if you can help me leave, wouldn't you be able to escape as well? Your father would not need to make such fervent pleas to the heavens." However, Shen Feng deemed it unnecessary to convey this thought to Yang Paifeng. It was not the appropriate moment. Accepting the task, Shen Feng stepped forward, positioning himself before Yang Yi. "General, I understand your anguish, but you must realize, should the city fall, even if you send your daughter back, she will ultimately be known as the daughter of a defeated general. You should know better than I what fate awaits her then." Shen Feng felt it necessary to enlighten Yang Yi. Certainly, he could simply escort Yang Paifeng away from the battlefield, but he believed that would merely be a superficial solution. In truth, he suspected that the rewards from the system were contingent upon the satisfaction of those he served. If he brought young Paifeng to safety while her father fell victim to treachery, what kind of life would await her? Whether driven by vengeance or ultimately falling victim to humiliation and death at the hands of the enemy, Shenfeng wished to avert such outcomes. Do you dare defy military orders? I warn you, were it not for your safe delivery of my daughter, I could treat you as an enemy spy and have you executed. Do you believe that? In this dire moment, Yang Yi had no time to explain himself, threatening Shenfeng. In response, Shenfeng chuckled coldly. How foolish do you believe that if you step outside this tent, death would not await you? Hearing Shenfeng's audacious words, the surrounding deputy generals drew their swords. Yet Yang Yi fell deep into contemplation. In such a critical moment, Shenfeng had not rushed to escape, but instead spoke these words. Although Yang Yi feigned displeasure, he could not deny the truth in Shenfeng's statement. As a father, he still harbored a glimmer of hope that his daughter could hide her identity and live a peaceful life after leaving. Noticing Yang Ye's thoughtful expression, Shenfeng seized the opportunity to reinforce his point. In fact, the current situation is not as dire as you imagine. It is not a deadlock. What do you mean? Yang Yi inquired, raising an eyebrow. Hearing this, the deputy generals sheathed their swords. Since the enemy is aware of your logistical difficulties, surrounding you without attacking is indeed the most efficient means of neutralizing you. But do you know why there are still traitors among your ranks? Shenfeng's words struck straight to the heart of the matter. It is likely that there are spies within the army, but they pose no direct threat. I fear that if they falter, it may incite chaos among the troops. At that point, even if the Liao soldiers intend to surround you without attacking, they will not miss the opportunity to strike amidst the ensuing turmoil. Yang Yi stroked his beard thoughtfully. Shenfeng nodded before shaking his head. In such dire straits, if someone leads a rebellion, it could indeed trigger a chain reaction. But you must understand, this may also present an opportunity for you. What do you mean by that? Upon hearing Shenfeng's analysis, Yang Ye's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope. Though he did not know the specifics of Shenfeng's plan, his years of experience as a general had honed his instincts. In this critical moment, seeing Shenfeng's unwavering confidence, he felt a burgeoning anticipation that Shenfeng might possess an ingenious method to break the stalemate. Yang Paifeng's eyes sparkled with interest as well. Having shared various experiences with Shenfeng along their journey, she was now witnessing his composure in the face of adversity, and most importantly, he was devising a plan to save her father. I propose that we take this opportunity to execute those traitors publicly and swear an oath of blood, using their flesh to sate our hunger. Let us make this a fight to the death. Shenfeng suggested with fervor, his eyes ablaze with conviction. Hearing this proposal, Yang Ye's expression darkened with concern. He had considered such a course of action, but it was a gamble of monumental proportions. Failure would leave them with nothing. When you feel cornered, standing at the brink of a cliff, why not take the plunge? Shenfeng pressed, sensing Yang Ye's resolve wavering. Yang Yi looked to his generals, who clasped their fists in loyalty, expressing their willingness to follow this course of action. It is not unfeasible, yet the enemy outnumbers us 3-1. You need not worry about that. Your only task is to inspire the soldiers to fight with all their might. I ask you, General Yang, can you entrust your life to me? I guarantee that we will capture the leader before the rest. Shenfeng spoke with determination but refrained from pressing further, guiding the still-dazed Yang Paifeng out of the command tent. Regardless of whether Yang Yi believed him, it was his actions that would ultimately determine his decision. Indeed, what Shenfeng required at this moment was Yang Ye's decisive action, not mere promises of faith. Meanwhile, Yang Paifeng, in a state of confusion, resisted somewhat as Shenfeng pulled her outside, but ultimately could not withstand his strength. I want to share my fate with my father, she exclaimed. Shenfeng shook his head, smiling yet silent. I apologize, but you are my responsibility now. I cannot let you take unnecessary risks. Taking advantage of the moment, Shenfeng observed the camp closely. He had to admit that Yang Yi was indeed a commendable general. Despite the continuous stream of bad news, he managed to maintain discipline and order among his soldiers. This was the very reason Shenfeng had made such a suggestion. Had the army descended into chaos, he would have likely disregarded the troubles and simply taken Yang Paifeng away. However, in this place, at this pivotal moment in history, and amidst these events, Shenfeng felt compelled to take action and at least make an effort to amend the situation. While he was lost in thought, Yang Yi emerged from the command tent. Young man, can you tell me what gives you such confidence? As he stepped out, Yang Yi exhaled deeply, though a lingering gloom still shadowed his brow. It seemed he had made a decision. Now that he had resolved to move forward, there was no need to look back. This was the demeanor of a great general. Your daughter is under my protection. Sometimes, making a wish to the heavens pales in comparison to having faith in those around us. Do you not agree? Shenfeng, unperturbed, chose to provoke Yang Yi at this moment. Indeed, as soon as Shenfeng uttered these words, Yang Ye's expression faltered. He had not anticipated that Shenfeng would speak such words at this juncture, and upon observing the insinuation on Shenfeng's face, he suddenly began to comprehend. Regardless of the reason, this young man possessed a unique aura, offering a glimmer of hope even in what could be deemed a state of despair. That moment, the rebels clashed with the soldiers outside the command tent. Both sides exchanged blows, yet Yang Yi merely observed. Such a minor insurrection was hardly worthy of a general's personal intervention. Moreover, he aimed to project his calm demeanor to the soldiers outside. Shenfeng turned to Yang Paifeng, querying, "Do you still dare to join me in the vehicle?" Yang Paifeng pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. After all, Shenfeng's peculiar yet formidable vehicle, almost indestructible, left a lasting impression on her. As both parties entered the vehicle, before Yang Yi could fully grasp the situation, Shenfeng slammed the accelerator. The Santana surged forward. Witnessing Shenfeng's actions, Yang Yi suddenly shouted, "Bodyguards, retreat!" Naturally, only Yang Ye's soldiers could heed his command, while the rebels, having already betrayed their allegiance, would not withdraw at his mere word. Consequently, Shenfeng's vehicle barreled directly into the midst of the rebels. The sheer force of the impact caused the foremost rebels to spew blood and perish instantly. This immense thrust continued unabated. The terrain, being that of a battlefield, rendered the tire's traction rather poor, which ultimately halted Shenfeng's Santana. By this time, the ground lay strewn with the bodies of the fallen rebels. Yang Yi watched in awe, finally grasping the source of this young man's confidence. Shenfeng reversed the vehicle, revealing no damage to its structure, leaving Yang Paifeng, who still sat in a daze in the passenger seat. Shenfeng swung open the door and bellowed at the remaining rebels, "Surrender, and you shall not be harmed." Upon hearing Shenfeng's thunderous declaration, the rebellious soldiers cast down their weapons. Faced with such an iron behemoth, how could mere mortals hope to resist? In the aftermath, Yang Yi fully comprehended Shenfeng's grand design. With their cooperation, the army feasted on horse meat, which, though tough and coarse, was a welcome reprieve for the famished soldiers who drank the horse's blood directly. After the feast, Yang Yi raised a bowl of wine, proclaiming, "Soldiers, for the sake of our homeland behind us, shall we fight with our backs to the water?" The resounding cries of "Kill!" echoed, igniting a sense of camaraderie within Shenfeng's heart amidst the grandeur of the scene. To witness and feel such a spectacular display filled him with a sense of honor. The next steps were straightforward. Yang Yi led the charge, entering Shenfeng's Santana, and dashed towards the enemy's command center. Behind them, a legion of soldiers followed Yang Ye's prior orders, launching coordinated assaults. Shenfeng, accompanied by Yang Yi and Yang Paifeng, had but one objective: to penetrate the enemy's command tent. The command tent, heavily fortified, posed little threat to Shenfeng as he drove the indomitable Santana. He did not even need to employ the advanced weaponry from his world. As they surged forward and reached the enemy's command tent, Yang Yi disembarked. Armed with only a sword, he astonishingly managed to hold it menacingly at the throat of the enemy general amidst a throng of hundreds of guards. "Surrender, and you shall not be harmed," he shouted, his face radiating determination that instilled fear in the surrounding soldiers. With the situation under control, Yang Yi personally escorted the enemy general into the back seat of Shenfeng's vehicle. The trio returned triumphantly. With the enemy general subdued, Yang Ye's troops easily overpowered the vastly outnumbered adversaries. The siege was lifted. Yang Yi wished to host a banquet to reward Shenfeng, but Shenfeng waved him off, indicating his desire to escort Yang Paifeng back to safety. That was his true mission. What had transpired could merely be viewed as a minor act of assistance. Yet, the exhilaration of crashing into the throng with the Santana lingered in Shenfeng's mind, evoking a thrill even now. As they transported Yang Paifeng back to the general's residence, she began to speak, but Shenfeng suddenly recalled something and inquired of the system, "How long can I remain in this timeline?" "As long as your mission remains unfulfilled, you may stay temporarily in this timeline," the system replied. Upon hearing this, Shenfeng turned the steering wheel, asking, "Help me locate Pan Jinlian." After all, Pan Jinlian had once been Shenfeng's client, and the system had the authority to retain client locations. While driving, Shenfeng glanced at the bewildered Yang Paifeng and said, "I'm afraid you may not be able to return to the general's residence just yet." Yang Paifeng, who had just been at the general's gates, intended to voice her thoughts to Shenfeng, wishing for him to delay his departure. Now, in an unexpected turn, She found herself still in his company, inadvertently nodding in agreement. I trust you. Seeing Yang Pai Feng's disjointed remarks left Shin Feng puzzled. What is the matter? He asked. Nothing, she replied, turning her face away to conceal her flush. Shin Feng dismissed her reaction, knowing he could not deliver Yang Pai Feng to her destination just yet. Should she depart, the mission would conclude, and without triggering further tasks from the system, he might not even have the chance to meet Pan Jilian again. With the system's navigation and the Santana's impressive speed, Shin Feng quickly located Pan Jilian. However, upon his arrival, he discovered an elderly woman grappling with Pan Jilian at her doorstep. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he parked the vehicle and approached Pan Jilian. Benefactor, what brings you here? Pan Jilian's gloomy expression brightened upon seeing him, her surprise evident. Yet, Shin Feng frowned at the irate elderly woman confronting Pan Jilian. What is she doing? He inquired. Young sir, you must be the younger brother of Pan Jilian. Please persuade your sister. A promising marriage awaits her, the elderly woman urged. Shin Feng raised an eyebrow. Oh, and what promising marriage might that be? As he posed the question, an unsettling suspicion began to form in his mind. After all, what does a woman long for if not a good match? Indeed, the young master is a renowned wealthy merchant, the esteemed Shimin Dajuan. The elderly woman eagerly elaborated, sensing Shin Feng's interest upon hearing the name. Shin Feng's foot rose and he kicked the elderly woman to the ground. You vile woman! He exclaimed, cursing her as he did so. Indeed, his ire was directed not solely at her, but at Pan Jilian's destined misfortunes. Who else could act as a matchmaker for Shimin Chong if not the infamous Wang Pe from the tea house? Damn you, old hag, he thought, still seething after delivering the kick. The elderly woman, sprawled on the ground, wailed like a shrew. Is there no law left? Bullying an old woman. What kind of bravery is that? Soon, a crowd gathered at Pan Jilian's doorstep, their eyes darting toward the imposing vehicle. Curiosity piqued yet hesitant to approach. At that moment, Yang Pai Feng could no longer bear to watch and stepped forward. Leaning in, she whispered to Shin Feng, Why are you treating this elderly woman so harshly? Shin Feng shook his head, disregarding the murmurs around them, and turned to Pan Jilian. I must ask you, do you truly wish to marry this so-called Shimin Dajuan? At that moment, Pan Jilian gazed at Shin Feng with fervent eyes and leaped into his embrace. Jilian desires only to wed you, my lord, she declared. Shin Feng stood there, momentarily stunned. Pan Jilian was indeed bold in her affections, especially in this era, openly declaring her feelings in such a manner. Yang Pai Feng looked on, equally bewildered. So, Shin Feng's decision to bring her along instead of returning to the general's residence was to rendezvous with his past love. For reasons unknown, Yang Pai Feng felt a twinge of jealousy. However, her forthright nature prevented her from voicing such sentiments. After a brief moment of shock, Shin Feng, feeling the vulnerability of the lovely woman in his arms, contemplated and then took Pan Jilian's hand, pushing through the crowd and into the vehicle. As they drove away, Shin Feng turned to Yang Pai Feng and said, Is it possible for her to stay temporarily at your general's residence? I have matters to attend to and must depart for a while. Regarding the possibility of bringing someone from this world back to reality, the system had previously denied it but indicated that it could be achieved through leveling up. Although it required a higher rank, Shin Feng was also aware that he could, through a special method, actively return to this world. However, these matters are currently unattainable, thus, Shin Feng could only entrust Pan Jilian to Yang Pai Feng for the time being. It seems that with Yang Ye's triumphant return, the fate of the entire Yang family line would undergo a significant transformation. Therefore, seeking their assistance in caring for Pan Jilian was indeed an excellent choice. Yang Pai Feng was overwhelmed with a myriad of emotions. Ultimately, considering Shin Feng's benefaction to the entire Yang family, he had no choice but to acquiesce. After settling Pan Jilian and Yang Pai Feng, Shin Feng did not linger, finding an excuse to depart. Unable to resolve the issue of his proactive arrival in this timeline, he felt that prolonging his stay held little purpose, as it would only render the atmosphere bittersweet. Upon returning to the real world, Shin Feng's first action was to seek out Shui Yijia. The wretched fate of Pan Jilian made Shin Feng acutely aware of a grave reality. The fate of Pan Jilian could not easily diverge from its original trajectory due to minor historical alterations. This held true for Pan Jilian herself, and even more so for Shui Yijia, who bore the essence of Pan Jilian's fate. After all, destiny is inherently peculiar. Moreover, the system had revealed to him, as a reward, the essence of Pan Jilian residing within Shui Yijia, which now stirred Shin Feng's heart with trepidation. Fortunately, upon seeing Shui Yijia, he learned that her past couple of days had been relatively tranquil, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Nonetheless, Shinfeng incessantly reminded Shueijia to contact him immediately if anything were to arise. Just as he was speaking, his phone rang. It was his younger sister calling. What happened? Shinfeng answered the call. Simultaneously, the system sent a notification. The system received a 5-star review from Yang Paifeng and Yang Yi. System rewards dispatched. One-time opportunity to select a service target at will. Upon seeing the system notification, Shinfeng's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, this system was becoming increasingly considerate. Was this not a veiled opportunity for him to traverse time and space at will, just like this time? He could execute Yang Paifeng's order and conveniently seek out Pan Jinlian in the same temporal realm. As long as he entered that realm and that location, Shinfeng would possess a degree of autonomy to linger. However, he had yet to determine how to utilize such an opportunity. Brother. Yinjia is suddenly in critical condition again. Do you still have that Tianshan Snow Lotus in hand? Can you rush to the hospital? Wailed his sister. Just as Shinfeng contemplated these matters, he heard his sister's anxious voice on the other end. What? In critical condition again? Chapter 23. A moment of clarity. Shinfeng truly did not anticipate that Du Yin would find herself in such dire straits. After listening to the phone call, he rushed to the hospital. Upon arrival, his sister, Xunling, informed him that Du Yin was undergoing emergency treatment. Many members of their family were waiting outside, and of course, this was their family's hospital. So it lacked the typical scenes of helplessness depicted on television, where patients in the emergency room are left in the dark about their conditions. However, at such a time, knowing or not knowing made little difference. What exactly is happening? Shinfeng anxiously inquired of his sister. In fact, Shinfeng was well aware of the efficacy of the Tianshan Snow Lotus through Old Du's insights. Old Du held this remedy in high regard, especially regarding its potential to save his granddaughter. Yet, given Du Yan's current predicament, Shinfeng began to doubt the efficacy of the Tianshan Snow Lotus. I don't know. I was just with Yinjia, and she seemed fine, but suddenly she vomited blood. Xinling replied, equally bewildered. Just as Shinfeng was about to ask more questions, several individuals rushed in from outside the emergency room. Upon seeing the foremost figure, Shinfeng's heart sank. It was Du Man. Du Man was Shinfeng's betrothed, promised to him since childhood, and also Du Yan's elder sister. Given that Du Yan had encountered such a situation, it was understandable that she would rush back. However, Shinfeng did not expect that her first words would be directed at him. What have you done to my sister? Unfortunately, it was not a kind remark. Stunned by Du Man's accusation, Shinfeng was taken aback. What did she mean by that? I saved your sister, all right? He retorted. This matter has nothing to do with me. Fiancé, if anyone is to blame, it should be me, as I was with her when she suddenly vomited blood. Xunling, seeing Du Man's demeanor, hurriedly took the blame upon herself, subconsciously hoping to foster a connection between her brother and Du Man. After all, this was also a means for Xunling to reminisce about their parents. However, upon hearing Xunling's words, Du Man pointed a finger at her nose. You don't need to say anything. I am fully aware of the circumstances. He is implicated in this. Du Man spoke. Tears began to stream down her face. She then inhaled deeply, extending her hands to apologize to Xunling in a somewhat incoherent manner. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to direct this at you. Shinfeng saw Du Man and felt as if he were confronted with a madwoman. Her inexplicable outbursts and equally perplexing apologies left him bewildered. In the next moment, facing Shinfeng, she erupted in anger once more. I warn you, if my sister pulls through, that is one thing. If she does not, I will not let this go. Witnessing this scene, Shinfeng shook his head but suddenly grasped Du Man's wrist. In the next instant, he gazed intently into Du Man's eyes. If you wish to resolve this matter, I can assist you. But if you continue to create a ruckus, do not blame me for being forceful. Though I typically do not strike women. Shinfeng's firm reprimand left Du Man momentarily speechless, and indeed, she quieted down. Noticing her silence, Shinfeng had no desire to dwell on the matter further. At that moment, the emergency room doors swung open, and the doctor emerged. Du Man quickly stepped forward, cautiously asking, What is wrong with my sister? The doctor sighed, looking at the distressed young lady before him. The second young lady has temporarily passed the critical period. However, without an effective treatment plan, her condition may deteriorate further, potentially endangering her life. What does it mean to endanger her life? My sister was perfectly fine before this. This is a hospital, our family's hospital, and you cannot even ensure my sister's survival. Du Man once again fell into a state of frantic despair. Shinfeng furrowed his brow. In his memory, Du Man was not someone who would react this way. She seemed excessively emotional at this moment, as if she had endured something during their time apart. Thus, her sister's illness had triggered such a response. Du Man was desperately shaking the doctor in front of her, and Shun Feng could no longer bear to watch. He stepped forward and embraced Du Man, saying, "Calm down. Your emotional state is of no assistance to your sister." Du Man attempted to push Shin Feng away, but he tightened his grip. They found themselves in a stalemate, and ultimately, Du Man collapsed into Shun Feng's embrace, weeping profusely. Witnessing Du Man's anguish, Shun Feng entrusted her to his sister and began to converse with the doctor. The second young lady's situation is quite unique. Neither I nor old Du anticipated such a turn of events. In fact, the Tianshan Snow Lotus should significantly aid her condition. Her subsequent awakening and recovery have already indicated this. "We are currently investigating the reasons behind this sudden occurrence," the doctor expressed, his countenance reflecting helplessness. The individual lying within was no ordinary patient. A single misstep could not only lead to negligence but also result in significant repercussions. At that moment, old Du emerged as well. In fact, he had been inside during Du Yan's emergency treatment. However, he had momentarily been at a loss for how to exit the emergency room. "Is the situation really that dire?" Shin Feng, having become Du Yan's savior, inquired. Old Du sighed deeply once more. The Western medicine team is examining the pathology. From a traditional Chinese medicine perspective, her pulse is alarmingly weak. One might say she is already straddling the threshold of death. "Is there nothing that can be done?" Shin Feng refused to concede defeat. "Currently, all we can do is stabilize her condition. Unfortunately, maintaining stability for an extended period is likely to prove difficult. We can only take it one step at a time. From now on, I will remain by this girl's side, hoping she can pull through," the elder stated before returning to the emergency room. Shin Feng fell into contemplation, uncertain of what he could do to assist Du Yan's ailment. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Hua Tuo. He also recalled the opportunity to traverse time and space that the system had granted him, but which he had yet to utilize. "System, can I traverse to find Hua Tuo?" Shin Feng inquired hastily. "Affirmative. Would you like to initiate the connection to an order from the era of Hua Tuo?" The system's response filled Shin Feng with a glimmer of hope. Chapter 24. Proactive traversal. At this moment, time was of the essence, and Shin Feng could no longer concern himself with much else. He merely reminded Xin Ling to prioritize her safety before heading to his Santana car. Following the navigation, he found a secluded spot and began to traverse time and space. The brief sensation of dizziness brought on by the traversal had become a familiar experience for Shin Feng, and he had adapted well. Arriving on an ancient official road, he immediately activated the navigation to locate Hua Tuo. Beep beep beep. The system received a task from Huatuo.dou. Accept. The system continued with its customary reminders. Shin Feng did not hesitate. He immediately accepted and pressed the accelerator to its limit, setting off in search of Hua Tuo. Based on the clues provided by the system, Shin Feng was aware that Hua Tuo was currently attending to Cao Cao and proposing a surgical plan for a cranial operation. Cao Cao, a formidable warlord of his time, would undoubtedly be reluctant to allow Hua Tuo to operate on him. He might even suspect that Hua Tuo was intent on harming him under the guise of saving the world. In a fit of rage, Cao Cao ordered Hua Tuo to be imprisoned in a death cell. According to the system's current positioning of Hua Tuo, Shin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Hua Tuo was merely en route to the death cell and had not yet been confined within. Otherwise, given Cao Cao's cautious nature, rescuing Hua Tuo from such a place would have required considerable effort. Taking advantage of this brief opportunity, Shin Feng deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, altering his course to swiftly approach the convoy escorting Hua Tuo. Cao Cao still valued Hua Tuo highly. Even though he had thrown the physician into a death cell, he would not casually assign just one or two soldiers for escort duty. However, to Shin Feng, whether it was one or a small squad made little difference, as long as Hua Tuo had not yet entered the death cell. With his rapid pace, Shin Feng soon spotted the escorting team ahead. This was a rarely traversed, narrow path in this chaotic era. Aside from military units, the common folk either stayed indoors or avoided such paths. Fearing bandits, Shin Feng, driving his Santana, zipped past the escorting convoy like a gust of wind. He executed a drift, positioning his vehicle to face the escorting personnel. Without further ado, he locked onto Hua Tuo's location and once again pressed the accelerator. The soldiers, startled by the sudden approach of a metal behemoth, instinctively tried to evade. Shin Feng slammed on the brakes, and the inertia of his vehicle swept 1/3 of the escorting personnel to the ground. Time was of the essence for Shin Feng, who did not wish to waste words. After halting the car, he stepped out with a gun in hand. "Do not be alarmed. My sole aim is him. If I take him away, you may return whence you came. Does that sound feasible?" He addressed the escorting soldiers. Though initially taken aback, the soldiers, seeing a strangely dressed young man emerge from the vehicle, raised their spirits for battle. They would never abandon their escort mission simply because of Shun Feng's words. They knew all too well that failing to carry out their orders under Cao Cao's temper would be tantamount to a death sentence. Bang! Shin Feng fired his weapon, as he had stated. He had no time for idle chatter. A single shot took down one of the soldiers, and he turned to the others. What say you? Do you wish to advance? Some still dared to approach. Shun Feng fired again. After discharging 3 shots, the remaining soldiers fled in disarray. With them gone, Shun Feng climbed onto the prisoner transport and freed the elderly man with the white beard, whose hands and feet were bound within the cage. Old man, do not be afraid. I am here to rescue you. Shin Feng showed the utmost respect to the once revered physician. Hua Tuo let out a long sigh. Realizing how one who comprehended the 5-animal play could remain so unfazed amidst life's turbulence. Young man, Hua expresses his heartfelt gratitude for your act of salvation, he said, bowing slightly and smiling at Shin Feng. In this chaotic world, he seemed to have accepted everything with equanimity. Indeed, I have long heard of your superb medical skills. I must confess, I have a matter to discuss, Shin Feng said, choosing to be forthright in front of such a distinguished figure. He then recounted the situation regarding Du Yan. Hua Tuo listened attentively, stroking his beard. Well, without seeing the patient, it is difficult for me to ascertain, he replied. Despite Hua Tuo's words, Shin Feng keenly observed the expression on his face, which did not seem entirely resigned. Nevertheless, we must proceed as if this dead horse is a live one, Shin Feng encouraged, dispelling Hua Tuo's hesitations. Hua Tuo stroked his beard again. As you suggest, this young lady may be suffering from a recurrence of an old ailment. What does that mean? Shin Feng inquired, intrigued. If it were not a disease, then even if it were poisoning, there would be more methods to explore. If I am not mistaken, it could be that she is unable to absorb nourishment. After all, the Tianshan snow lotus is indeed a rare remedy, but the better the medicine, the more cautious one must be. Should a well-meaning person administer her additional substances, it could lead to a surge of blood to her heart, resulting in vomiting blood. Though Hua Tuo's tone was laden with conjecture, Shin Feng could detect a certain confidence behind his words. A master physician is indeed a master, even without seeing the patient. He could surmise the situation with remarkable accuracy. Is there a remedy? Shin Feng pressed on. After a moment's contemplation, Hua Tuo nodded. As you say, we can only treat this as a dead horse being a live one. I do possess a prescription that involves the use of potent medicinal herbs, but it may entail some risk. After a brief pause, he added, however, having the patient brought to me would be a far more prudent course of action. Upon hearing this, Shin Feng could only smile wryly. If I could bring the patient to you, I wouldn't need to engage in this lengthy discussion. He then sought clarification on Hua Tuo's prescription and ensured his safe transport to a secure location. After all, as long as Hua Tuo was rescued by Shin Feng, countless individuals indebted to him and his disciples would be safeguarded. And no matter how formidable Cao Cao might be, he would likely have little inclination to pursue Hua Tuo at this moment. After settling Hua Tuo, Shin Feng hurried back to the real world. Just as he returned, he unexpectedly received a system notification that brought him joy. You have received a 5-star review from Hua Tuo. Please accept the special gift from Hua Tuo, an experience of his medical skills. Receiving such a reward, Shin Feng's spirits lifted. It seemed that Du Yan was indeed not destined for death. Chapter 25. Impulsive action. Initially, Shin Feng had approached the situation with a mindset of treating a dead horse as if it were alive. Now, with the opportunity to experience Hua Tuo's medical expertise, albeit a one-time chance, he felt a surge of confidence. After parking the vehicle, an idea struck him, prompting him to inquire of the system. Previously, when I saved Lung Feng, I received his elite soldier skill inheritance. Why, then, did I not receive Hua Tuo's medical inheritance? In asking this, Shin Feng momentarily forgot the exhilaration he felt upon receiving the reward. Yet, such is human greed. This is a task assigned to you by the system through your voluntary traversal. Receiving any reward is already fortunate, came the cold response from the system. Regardless, Shin Feng returned to the hospital to check on Du Yan's condition, which remained unchanged. Old Man Du was still vigilantly guarding Du Yan's bedside. And upon seeing Shin Feng, a glimmer of hope shone in his eyes. Shin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. I believe I have a way to try, he said, taking out the prescription Hua Tuo had personally written. Confident in Hua Tuo's medical skills, Shin Feng reasoned that even if an unexpected situation arose, he could summon Hua Tuo's expertise. This served as a double insurance policy. However, as Shin Feng presented the prescription to Old Man Du, he noticed the man's expression shift from tentative hope to a pallid despair. That moment, Du Man entered from outside. Seeing Shen Feng, she could not contain her emotions and, without preamble, seized his hand and pulled him outside. Confirming that it would not affect Du Yan's condition, even though it remained uncertain whether she could hear it, Du Man pointed an accusatory finger at Shen Feng. I warn you, do not take your anger out on my sister. If you have any grievances, direct them at me. Shen Feng, perplexed by Du Man's reaction, found it unnecessary to comprehend her motives at this moment. All he cared about was that Du Yan received her medication as quickly as possible. To him, her emotionally volatile sister was of little consequence. As Shen Feng attempted to leave, Du Man once again grasped his arm. From now on, you are not allowed to approach my sister. As she spoke. Four bodyguards clad in black suits and sunglasses appeared beside Du Yan. It was evident that should Shen Feng refuse to comply and leave immediately, she would resort to forceful measures. Shen Feng chuckled. But just as Du Man believed he would relent, he sprang into action. With minimal effort, he swiftly incapacitated the four so-called bodyguards. They attempted to rise but found themselves unable to do so for some time. Then, Shen Feng seized Du Man by the throat. Listen closely. If it weren't for your sister, I wouldn't be here, nor would I waste a single word on you. I am here to save your sister. So clear your mind, if I wish to retaliate, do you think I would stoop so low as to use your sister? Upon hearing this, Du Man's face flushed with anger. Only then did Shen Feng release her. Before entering the emergency room, Shen Feng left behind a solemn statement. Whether you believe it or not, your sister's condition is the result of a deliberate act by someone with ill intentions. And this individual possesses considerable skill. This matter is quite intricate, yet, in my opinion, the most pressing concern remains the necessity of saving your sister's life. This question lingered in Shen Feng's mind since his return. Hua Tuo could discern Du Yan's condition at a glance. If that were indeed the case, it would imply that someone with a commendable medical expertise had exploited the fact that Du Yan had recently consumed Tian Shan's snow lotus to engineer her current perilous state. This person, even if their medical prowess did not rival that of Hua Tuo, was certainly not an ordinary individual. This was also the reason for Shen Feng's earlier anger. In his view, Du Man was utterly lacking in discernment. Previously, he had not held such an opinion, even believing her to be aloof yet exceptionally astute. However, upon their recent encounter, Shen Feng found himself questioning how Du Man had transformed into this version of herself. Had the entertainment industry dulled her intellect? Upon seeing old Du again, Shen Feng inquired, you are aware of her current condition. So it is up to you to decide what to do. I can inform you that someone has manipulated Du Yan's consumption of Tian Shan Snow Lotus, employing a method that renders her vulnerable to harm, plunging her into this state. Clearly, your hesitation may be allowing those who wish to harm your granddaughter to succeed. Old Du had been contemplating the prescription Shen Feng had provided. It was precisely because it involved potent and dangerous substances that he had hesitated to proceed. Upon hearing Shen Feng's words, a flicker of realization crossed his mind, and some of his previously vague suspicions began to crystallize. Just then, Du Qiu unexpectedly arrived. Upon entering, she immediately knelt before old Du, exclaiming, Father, I realize my mistakes. I was truly wrong. However, now that Du Yan's condition has stabilized, we cannot administer medication without verification. No one can ascertain whether it will lead her to death or save her. Furthermore, we are all aware of your medical skills. If you do not comprehend this prescription, can we truly use it? Shen Feng regarded Du Qiu as she knelt, his mind swirling with questions. Why had Du Qiu suddenly become aware of these matters? Who had informed her? How did she know that the substance she had used was indeed the potent medicine? Yet at that moment, Shen Feng sensed that the entire Du family was ensnared in a web of conspiracy. Observing Du Yan, frail upon the hospital bed, Shen Feng faced a decision that weighed heavily upon him. The urgency of Du Yan's condition was palpable, and the emergence of obstacles at this crucial moment felt too coincidental. In such a tangle, only a swift resolution would suffice. Having made his decision, Shen Feng acted without hesitation. He struck Kai Yuling, who was kneeling, rendering her unconscious. At that moment, Shun Ling rushed in, holding a jar of already prepared herbal medicine, which Shen Feng had hastily instructed her to procure. This aligned perfectly with Shen Feng's impromptu plan. Shortly thereafter, Du Man entered as well. Upon seeing the medicine in Shen Feng's hands, she seemed to recall something and was about to shout when he swiftly covered her mouth and, taking a nearby binding strap, restrained her. Shen Feng then turned to old Du, asking, Old man, would you prefer to take action yourself, or shall I? Brother, have you lost your mind? Shen Ling was utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Subsequently, Shen Feng proceeded to administer the warm medicinal liquid to Du Yan using a tube, right before the eyes of both Du Man and old Du. Chapter 26. already aware, bound, and unable to move. Du Man and old Du watched as Xin Feng continued his task with unwavering determination. Xin Ling wished to voice her concerns, but a glance from Xin Feng silenced her. She understood that they had done all they could, and further resistance was futile. Once Xin Feng completed the administration, all that remained was to await Du Yan's reaction. Old Du sighed deeply, saying nothing more. He likely understood Xin Feng's motivations. In fact, he felt a sense of gratitude towards Xin Feng for making a decision he himself lacked the courage to make. As for Du Man, she was utterly perplexed. After witnessing Xin Feng's actions, her face was etched with despair. Why are you doing this? What has our family done to deserve such treatment? Why are you intent on harming my sister? Du Man ceased her struggles, yet her words dripped with scorn towards Xin Feng. He pointed at Du Yin, stating, "You must understand that her life was saved by me. Therefore, you hold no right to threaten it." Du Man's tears flowed freely, as if her sister had been condemned to death. Xin Feng, however, paid her no mind. Outside interference was temporarily barred, rendering her screams futile. He remained vigilant, closely monitoring any fluctuations in Du Yan's condition. Should anything appear amiss, Xin Feng was prepared to invoke the medical wisdom of Hua Tuat. A mere half-hour passed before significant changes became apparent. The monitor at Du Yan's bedside emitted signals, and old Du appeared increasingly agitated. This indicated a resurgence of consciousness. Upon hearing old Du's words, Xin Feng finally exhaled in relief. Although, from a practical standpoint, this did not signify much, it was clear to Xin Feng that at the very least, the situation was not deteriorating. Given Du Yan's previous state of near death, her awakening suggested she had traversed the threshold of mortality and was now returning. Soon, Du Yan gradually opened her eyes. The first face she beheld was that of Xin Feng. "Yay, brother, you succeeded," Xin Ling exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Had Xin Feng failed to revive Du Yan, he would have been held accountable, regardless of her prior critical condition. Now, however, she felt a sense of clarity following a storm. Old Du, too, appeared elated, having witnessed the monitor's signals indicating Du Yan's awakening transform into reality. This demonstrated that the prescription in Shan Feng's possession indeed held remarkable efficacy. It seemed that in extraordinary times, extraordinary measures were the only recourse. Du Man, however, was left in a state of shock. Why sister truly awakened? Does that mean I unjustly accused Xin Feng? How could a mere scion, lacking any scholarly accomplishments, possess such remarkable ability? Yet, the evidence was unmistakable, and everything had unfolded within the confines of a closed space. Du Man felt her understanding of reality shatter. In truth, the most astonished and bewildered was Du Qiu, who had just regained consciousness. She observed the scene before her, utterly confounded. Moreover, she had to mask her expression. Now that Du Yin had awakened, her priority was self-preservation, specifically, concealing her own involvement. Wait, wasn't it said that if we found an opportunity to inject those restorative medicines into this girl, her demise would be imminent? Despite her attempts to suppress her thoughts, Du Qiu struggled to comprehend the underlying logic of the situation. In reality, she had come to persuade old Du against trusting Xin Feng, merely intending to fulfill her own agenda. She had never believed in the existence of a prescription capable of resurrecting Du Yin at this critical juncture. Yet, the undeniable reality lay before her, forcing Du Qiu to confront her disbelief. Xin Feng approached and unbound old Du. The old man hurried over to check Du Yan's pulse, tears streaming down his face. He could now be certain that Du Yan's physical condition was recovering at an astonishingly rapid pace. Old Du turned to express his gratitude to Xin Feng, who interjected, pointing at Du Man, who had just been freed by Xin Ling. "I would prefer to hear expressions of gratitude from her." "Xin Feng, do not overstep your bounds," Du Man instinctively responded with indignation. Xin Feng casually cleared his ears and suddenly pointed at the still restrained Du Qiu on the floor. "Here is a suggestion. If you truly wish to express your anger, direct it towards her." "Xin Feng, what do you mean? Do not presume that saving someone grants you the right to slander me," Du Qiu shouted desperately. Xin Feng shrugged. "Old Du, if you lack even this level of competence, I have truly overestimated your family." Following this, Xin Feng intended to leave the ensuing matters in old Du's hands. However, under old Du's questioning, Du Qiu stubbornly maintained that she bore no responsibility for the events. Xin Feng listened, reflecting on how Du Qiu had grown increasingly astute, or perhaps how her associates had become more meticulous in their calculations. Throughout the entire process, Du Qiu had acted independently, leaving no key witness to implicate her. Moreover, as old Du's biological daughter, even if he held grievances against her, he could not assist outsiders in falsely accusing his own daughter. It appeared that the Du family was indeed lacking. Had it not been for their family's assistance in the past, they might not have achieved their current standing. Observing this scene, Shenfeng scoffed. Shenfeng, do not go too far. While she may have erred, it is not your place to scold my family. Du Man instinctively sought to defend their family's so-called honor before Shenfeng. Witnessing this, Shenfeng merely smiled. As Shenfeng moved closer to Du Man, he whispered in her ear, if I told you that I knew she would never admit it, that I was aware your grandfather would hesitate, and that I anticipated your unreasonable behavior, would you believe me? Du Man, accustomed to a life of luxury, could hardly remain indifferent to Shenfeng's words. Yet, as she raised her hand, Shenfeng seized it firmly. If I can prove that she is the one responsible for your sister's misfortune, I shall demand that you pay respects to my parents as my fiancé. Are you willing to gamble? At that moment, Shenfeng's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. Chapter 27. The wishes of our parents. Upon hearing Shenfeng's statement, the crowd fell into stunned silence. No one expected him to speak so boldly. Observing Old Master Du, they noted his impassive demeanor. Clearly, Shenfeng had recently done a favor for the Du family, and Old Master Du felt it inappropriate to interject. Moreover, Shenfeng was advocating for Du Yan. And as the family patriarch, Old Master Du should refrain from expressing too much personal emotion at this moment. The one most affected was Du Man, who felt a surge of unexpected emotions. I know you're surprised, but I have wanted to do this for a long time, Shenfeng said, his face devoid of any expression. Fine, I accept your wager, Du Man retorted, her anger flaring. Shenfeng released her hand and produced an SD card from his pocket. He then performed a series of actions by Du Yan's hospital bed, soon revealing a small, inconspicuous black device, an object he had discreetly extracted from a bouquet placed there. The crowd was taken aback. But the most dramatic change of expression was on Du Chio's face. She struggled to suppress her trembling body. Oh, not be anxious. Let your body shake. Our acknowledgement of your guilt in Du Yan's case will not be determined by your trembling, Shenfeng said, inching closer while maintaining a relaxed tone. However, Du Chio was far from calm. What are you planning? She shouted defiantly. Shenfeng remained silent, his smile unwavering as he approached. When he was close enough to Du Chio, he turned to a nurse nearby and asked, could you confirm if that bouquet of flowers has remained unchanged during this time? The nurse, sensing the weight of the collective gaze upon her, nervously shook her head. It has not been replaced. Let me clarify. This is a pinhole camera. I retrieved this SD card from a remote server out of fear it might be taken from me. What I am about to reveal, you are already aware of, aren't you? Shenfeng placed a hand on Du Chio's shoulder, feeling her trembling as he articulated each word deliberately. Du Chio found herself on the brink of collapse. In a moment of desperation, she produced a dagger from somewhere. The sight sent ripples of panic through the crowd, particularly for Old Master Du, whose heart sank at the realization that his daughter intended to harm his granddaughter. Du Chio's initial impulse was to use the dagger against Shenfeng, but reason dictated that such an act would be akin to walking into a lion's den. Quickly, she redirected her focus toward Du Man, seizing her and pressing the dagger against her throat. Shenfeng was taken aback by Du Chio's choice of hostage and her unexpected possession of a dagger. Yet, he maintained his facade of nonchalance. How do you know that my revelation is intended to compel you to use that dagger on Du Man? Go ahead. I await your decision. Du Chio was completely frazzled, feeling as if she was merely following a script written by Shenfeng, devoid of any agency. She loathed this sensation and yearned for it to be a mere nightmare from which she could awaken. But the cruelest reality is that while one wishes for a dream to end, reality continues unabated. As Du Chio's tension momentarily eased, a sudden gust of wind swept through, and she found the dagger had vanished from her grasp. Du Man swiftly kicked Du Chio to the ground. It appears our star has learned a few self-defense moves, Shenfeng quipped with a playful tone. Subsequently, Du Chio was restrained by security personnel. Old Master Du watched with a heavy heart, while Du Man felt a profound regret for her earlier wager with Shenfeng. She suspected his manipulations had orchestrated the entire sequence of events. Take good care of Du Yan. If anything happens, I can no longer help, Shenfeng declared as he nonchalantly led his sister away. Before departing, he leaned close to Du Man's ear and reminded her, do not forget our wager. As he observed Du Man stomp her foot in frustration, Shenfeng erupted in laughter before leaving. In the car, Shenling glanced at Shenfeng, hesitating briefly before finally speaking. Why did you push Sister Du Man so hard? I do not mind that Du Man is my fiancée, but my parents acknowledge her, and that is paramount to me. I can grant her freedom, but as long as the world perceives her as such, she must pay respects to our parents as my fiancée. Wouldn't you agree? Shenfeng replied, accelerating away from the scene. Upon reaching their rented abode, Shun Feng noticed a man with several henchmen stationed below. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Ren Shun among them. It seemed he was waiting there due to the recent conflict at the racetrack. Parking the car, Shun Feng instructed Xin Ling to head inside first. However, Ren Shun's men blocked her path, and no need to hide. I know who she is, your sister Dum. Why, young Master Xin, you were quite the challenge to locate. Ren Shun remarked, eyeing Xin Ling with a hint of admiration before sneering at Xin Feng. Xin Feng positioned himself protectively in front of his sister, glaring at Ren Shun. I warn you, any matters should be discussed with me. But if you continue with your insolent tongue, this situation will become more complicated than you anticipate. Oh, I am so frightened. The former heir of the first family is threatening me. How terrifying! Ren Shun feigned fear. Mocking Xin Feng. Ignoring the antics, Xin Feng seized one of Ren Shun's henchmen blocking Xin Ling's path and swiftly broke his arm. You may disregard my warning, but the pain you feel now serves as a reminder. Every action has its consequences. He then delivered a kick to another henchman, allowing Xin Ling to proceed. Just as she was halfway up the stairs, Shui Rou appeared. Ren Shun, I caution you that this matter concerns neither of them. It all stems from me. Whatever it is, discuss it with me, Shui Rou asserted from the staircase, positioning herself to take full responsibility for the situation. Chapter 28. Now you may reveal who you are. What a profound sentiment. Shui Rou, frankly, I am envious. I have pursued you for so long, yet you have ignored me. Now, you wish to confront me for a down-and-out young master? Ren Shun roared in response to Shui Rou's declaration. Xin Feng interposed himself before Shui Rou. Let me offer you some advice. Take my sister upstairs. You have no say in this. What do you mean by down-and-out young master? Shui Rou asked, puzzled by Ren Shun's words. Do not tell me you are unaware of his identity. The Shen family, the fabled first family, stands before you. This is Shun Feng, the eldest son of that illustrious lineage. What an esteemed position. Such honor I could only dream of encountering. Alas, it is now in ruins, Ren Shun explained, revealing Shen Feng's identity to Shui Rou. Upon hearing this, Shui Rou turned to Xin Feng, her expression questioning the truth of Ren Shun's claims. You never asked me. Xin Feng replied with a hint of defensiveness. Although Shui Rou had never met the legendary eldest son of the Shen family, she had frequently heard tales of his exploits. Yet, she struggled to reconcile those stories with the Xin Feng she knew, a country bumpkin striving to support his sister through college. Enough, those are the past. Although a withered camel is larger than a horse, you must understand that a dead camel is still a dead camel. Today, you have stolen my car and my woman. How do you propose to rectify this? Ren Shun demanded, his hand raised dismissively as he sought to ascertain what he could gain from the situation. Xin Feng's demeanor turned icy as he regarded Ren Shun. I am open to hearing your desires. I want my car back, but with 2 additional conditions, Ren Shun stated, glancing at Shui Rou and then at Xin Ling. What conditions? Xin Feng's expression hardened. I will take my car. But my sister and Shui Rou must occupy the back seat. If you can agree, after tonight, let us pretend that nothing has transpired between us. Ren Shun brazenly continued to articulate his so-called demands. After finishing, he wore a smug expression as if he had struck a bargain. You ought to be grateful for having such a delicate sister. I find her undeniably charming. Otherwise, even if I were to take the car and Shui Rou with me today, you would still suffer a beating and be destined to spend your next life in a wheelchair. Now, she will accompany me for the night, and in light of her presence, I shall grant you another chance to exist in this world. Upon hearing all of Ren Shun's stipulations, Xin Feng suddenly looked skyward and burst into laughter. Ren Shun, do you even realize what you're saying? Shui Rou exclaimed, glaring at Ren Shun's audacity. With that, she pulled out her phone and called her family. After all, her parents were not the type to remain silent in the face of bullying. Shui Rou, if it were you, I wouldn't resort to such measures. After all, distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. And do you really believe your parents, who own several properties, are anything before me? Ren Shun seemed to anticipate Shui Rou's actions, taunting her. The call connected, and after briefly explaining her predicament, her parents urged her to run. Can we even escape, uncle and aunt? Can we? Shui Rou's parents' voices were loud enough for everyone present to hear. Ren Shun wore a sinister grin, even shouting at Shui Rou's parents from afar. As Ren Shun's amusement faded into impatience. He shouted to his subordinates, what are you waiting for? Do you want a late-night snack or not? If so, get moving. At Ren Shun's command, his men charged towards Xin Feng, wielding clubs aimed at his vital points. The sound of clubs striking flesh echoed as Xin Feng was surrounded. Ren Shun's triumphant smile was nearly unrestrained, resembling a madman in his glee. However, as the laughter continued, Ren Shun quickly realized that he could no longer find amusement. In the next moment, he discovered that a baseball bat had been thrust into his mouth. The sheer size of the bat left him momentarily stunned, but his primary desire was to extricate the infernal object. Yet, even the slightest movement sent waves of pain coursing through him, rendering him hesitant. Moments later, Rin Chun felt a sharp kick to his abdomen, courtesy of Shen Feng, who held the bat now stained with Rin Chun's broken teeth and blood. With an icy demeanor, Shen Feng inquired, "Do you comprehend your transgressions?" Facing Shen Feng's approach, Rin Chun quickly understood the gravity of the situation, realizing that the sound of clubs striking flesh had originated from his own men. As Shen Feng drew closer, Rin Chun stumbled backward, ultimately collapsing to the ground. "Stand up," Shen Feng commanded, looming over Rin Chun. Trembling, Rin Chun rose, his face etched with fear. "I beg you, don't harm me if you do. My father will not forgive you." Even in his pleas, there was a hint of arrogance. "Is that so?" Shen Feng replied, striking Rin Chun's right wrist with the bat. "I have struck. Why don't you have your father come?" Just then, the sound of approaching vehicles broke the tension, encircling Shen Feng. Upon seeing the cars, Rin Chun's expression brightened. "Dad, save me," he cried, rushing towards the vehicles. Shen Feng swung the bat once more, preventing Rin Chun from escaping. "Weren't you just saying that I would spend my next life in a wheelchair? And now you claim your father's arrival would deter me from acting?" Shen Feng raised the bat, aiming it at Rin Chun's knee, who was then kneeling on the ground. "Stop, do you know who I am?" At that moment, a stout middle-aged man emerged from one of the vehicles, seeing Shen Feng's stance and shouting at him from a distance. With a resounding crack, the bat fell, and Rin Chun let out a pained scream, collapsing onto the ground. Shen Feng discarded the bat, tilting his head slightly as he regarded the rotund man. "Now, you may introduce yourself." Chapter 29. Clue. Upon hearing his son's agonizing wail, the middle-aged man, Ren Hui, was filled with anguish. His son had always been coddled, never subjected to hardship. Now, he lay with broken legs. "Boy, do you even comprehend what you've provoked?" Ren Hui's anger was palpable. Just then, another door from the vehicle opened, and a shadowy figure appeared in Shen Feng's line of sight. The figure moved swiftly, engaging Shen Feng in combat. They exchanged blows, both retreating momentarily. Shen Feng remained composed, though he was surprised by the figure's skill, which could be deemed impressive by ordinary standards. However, it fell short against Shen Feng. At that moment, the shadowy figure looked visibly astonished. Donning a mask that concealed his identity, "You are Shen Feng?" he asked, his tone revealing his shock despite the obscured expression. Shen Feng nodded. "You know me?" "Release Rin Chun," the figure demanded. Shen Feng shook his head. "Amused that he is right here. You may take him, but only after you pass through me." The figure scoffed and charged forward, throwing a punch at Shen Feng's face. Shen Feng swiftly dodged and retaliated with an uppercut, landing a solid blow. The masked figure, despite the pain in his abdomen, attempted to evade and engage Shen Feng in a battle of agility. Shen Feng could sense that this adversary was seasoned in combat. Since acquiring his skills as a soldier, Shen Feng hadn't truly engaged in a satisfying fight. With a resounding thud, the figure took another punch from Shen Feng. However, upon catching sight of a tattoo on the figure's abdomen, Shen Feng froze. The tattoo was eerily familiar, a unique mantis design that had haunted him in nightmares for quite some time. In the next instant, Shen Feng's gaze hardened, and he lost the desire to continue the skirmish. Without hesitation, he executed a grappling move, capturing the figure, who looked bewildered. "You recognize me, don't you? What does my family's situation have to do with you?" Shen Feng questioned, his focus now entirely on the figure. Disregarding Rin Chun, the masked figure, realizing Shen Feng had identified him, attempted to struggle but only caused himself more pain. Shen Feng's hold was far from ordinary. Ren Hui was taken aback, witnessing Shen Feng effortlessly subdue his top enforcer. He noted that Shen Feng had initially restrained himself but, for some unknown reason, had unleashed his fury, capturing his most formidable henchman. "I warn you, even if you are skilled, what does it matter? A direct attack can be countered, but a hidden strike cannot." Ren Hui threatened from another angle. With one hand restraining the figure, Shen Feng delivered a kick, forcing the latter to kneel, an action that rendered him defenseless. Glancing at Ren Hui, Shen Feng declared, "Your son suggested I should spend my next life in a wheelchair. I am not one to be excessive. I merely wish to reciprocate his sentiments. I am granting you an opportunity. Should you choose to act, I can ensure your son occupies a wheelchair today." Shen Feng sought a swift resolution. Hearing Shen Feng's menacing words, Ren Hui found himself at a loss for a response. Having witnessed Shen Feng's prowess, he contemplated finding a future opportunity to retaliate. However, at present, Shen Feng held all the power. Reluctant, Are we? You could permit me to act, but trust me, my actions would not be. Shun Feng's sentence trailed off, realizing it was unnecessary. Son, hold on. Ren Hui unexpectedly picked up a baseball bat and approached his son. With a single swing, Ren Chun lost consciousness from the pain. In the end, Ren Hui carried his wayward son away. Shui Rou wished to inquire something of Shin Feng, but he urged her to take Shin Ling upstairs, indicating he had matters to discuss with the shadowy figure. Before departing, Shui Rou handed Shin Feng a garage key in the garage. He bound the figure with rope and removed his mask, looking down at him. What is your name? Can you provide me with the answers I seek? The figure slightly lifted his head. After such a long duration, he had begun to adjust to Shun Feng's extraordinary capabilities. I am called Lao Hu. You are indeed formidable, surpassing my expectations. But you must understand, knowing certain truths may not always be beneficial. Shin Feng swung the bat once more. Answer my questions, and it will be that simple. I can assure you that you were present during the tragic car accident that claimed my parents' lives. However, your target was my parents. At that moment, I feigned closing my eyes, and you assumed I had perished, thus neglecting me. Yet, I recognize you and the tattoo that adorns your body. As Shan Feng spoke. His voice grew louder, and his eyes widened with fury. The tiger remained silent, enduring the relentless strikes of Shun Feng's stick. Shun Feng lost count of how many blows he had delivered, but the tiger steadfastly bore the pain without uttering a word. I am aware of your training, but I am equally convinced that I will devise a means to extract the truth from you. Eventually, Shin Feng grew weary. He had vented much of his frustration. At that moment, the system suddenly sent a notification. Beep beep beep. An order from Su Zhu has been received. Do you accept? Shin Feng understood the source of his strength and nodded in acceptance. He then locked the door and departed. Taking his place in the driver's seat of his Santana, he once again traversed through realms, this time arriving in a bamboo forest. Ahead stood a monk, seemingly in haste. Recalling the name of the individual who placed the order, Shun Feng surmised that this monk must indeed be Sui. Is there anything I can assist you with, young master? Shun Feng inquired, stopping beside Su Zhu. The young monk was visibly flustered, beads of sweat forming on his brow upon the sudden appearance of Shun Feng's vehicle. Shun Feng clasped his hands together, stating, Did you not just beseech the Buddha? Thus, I have come. I believe my speed will surpass yours. Are you truly sent by the Buddha? Su Zhu asked, a glimmer of astonishment crossing his face. Shin Feng nodded, exited the vehicle and opened the passenger door for Su Zhu. Once Su Zhu was inside, Shin Feng returned to the driver's seat and pressed down on the accelerator. Where are you in such a rush to go? He queried. Tianshan, Su Zhu replied, still appearing anxious as he acclimated to the speed of the car. Shin Feng smiled once more. To rescue Tong Lao? Yes and no. Menggu is also there, Su Zhu stammered when mentioning his beloved's name. It seemed the young monk was indeed on a quest to save his romantic interest. Shin Feng understood the situation well. As an observer with a godlike perspective, he was well aware of the events transpiring between Su Zhu and Menggu. Hearing Shan Feng's words, Su Zhu's anxiety only intensified. Do not fret. Simply know that I am here to assist you. With that, Shin Feng pressed the accelerator once again and deftly maneuvered the vehicle toward Tianshan. His professionalism had grown. Even at his speed, it took Shin Feng 3 hours to reach their destination, a duration that would have been considerably longer for Su Zhu on foot, despite his commendable martial prowess. Finally, they arrived at the foot of Tianshan. This era's Tianshan was breathtaking, yet not a tourist destination. Shin Feng pondered, System, why can't my Santana fly? Awaiting upgrade, the system replied, igniting a spark of hope within Shin Feng. Young master, be diligent, return swiftly, with my speed. As long as you bring the person back to this car, I can ensure your safe escape. Shin Feng encouraged Su Zhu with a pat on the shoulder. Su Zhu was preoccupied with the passenger door, eager to make his exit. My apologies. Shin Feng quickly opened the door, fearing Su Zhu might attempt to leap through the window, given that it wasn't fully open. As expected, upon the door's opening, Su Zhu sprang from the vehicle and vanished into the thicket. Shin Feng, left to his own devices, gazed at the sky, the clouds, and the flowing streams, the scenery reminiscent of a celestial realm. However, his thoughts were consumed by the tiger, locked away in his garage. What role did he play in the tragic demise of his parents? What knowledge did he possess? Before long, Su Zhu returned, bearing injuries but accompanied by 2 veiled women, whom Shin Feng surmised were Tong Lao and Ming Jiyu. As Su Zhu approached, Shin Feng had already opened the car door for them. Once they were inside, he accelerated, leaving the pursuing adversaries in the dust. Are we headed to the designated location? Shin Feng asked. Now that the threat had diminished, Su Zhu nodded, Though his face bore signs of fatigue, yet there was a glimmer of joy, given Shan Feng's speed. The pursuers stood no chance of catching up, and upon reaching their destination, Shen Feng allowed them to disembark. "Thank you for your selfless assistance," Su Zhu expressed, his hands pressed together in gratitude as he helped the veiled women out of the car. "Just remember to leave a good review. Do not forget, I am sent by the Buddha," Shen Feng replied with a wave. Subsequently, he returned to the real world. Beep beep beep. A 5-star review from Su Zhu had been received. The system prompted, "Skill life and death talisman acquired. Would you like to exchange?" Shen Feng's eyes gleamed at the prospect of such a reward. With the obstinate tiger still confined in the garage, this newfound skill was a fortuitous boon. Upon entering the garage, he found the tiger still bound to the chair. "Have you come to a decision?" Shen Feng inquired. The tiger slowly opened his eyes, having been dazed from the earlier beating. "I still maintain my stance. I know little of the truth. But what does it matter to you? You would merely be walking to your own demise," the tiger retorted defiantly. Shen Feng shook his head. His gaze toward the tiger now tinged with an unsettling intensity. "I know you will not divulge the truth, so I have prepared a little gift for you," Shen Feng declared, snapping his fingers. A surge of energy coursed through the tiger's body. "What have you done to me?" the tiger exclaimed, the unknown igniting a flicker of fear within him. Shen Feng crossed his arms, awaiting a response without uttering a word. Soon, the tiger began to react, gasping, "I am cold and I am hot. I am so itchy. Help me." Shen Feng remained unmoved, observing as the tiger's face flushed crimson, veins protruding. The tiger struggled against his restraints, writhing like a fish out of water. Ultimately, he toppled the chair, landing on the floor, desperately rubbing against the coarse surface to alleviate his discomfort. As the time drew near, Shen Feng snapped his fingers once more. With the life and death talisman skill at his disposal, he knew how to offer temporary relief. "I will give you another chance. Can you consider sharing what you know?" Shen Feng asked again. At that moment, the tiger's resolute demeanor had faded. "I do not know who is orchestrating this from the shadows. The only command I received was from someone known as the Mantis. Everyone bearing such a tattoo is affiliated with the Mantis, but after that incident, the Mantis vanished. I had no choice but to temporarily work for Renhui. That is all I know. I cannot deceive you," the tiger confessed. Hearing this, Shen Feng produced paper and pen, tossing them onto the ground. He then untied the ropes binding the tiger. Having been marked with the life and death talisman, the tiger would endure a living hell unless Shen Feng provided an antidote. 2 conditions. First, write down every detail you know about this situation, thoroughly and without omission. Second, your life is now in my hands. If you do not mind experiencing that sensation again, you may choose to disobey." Shen Feng declared before leaving without closing the door. Upon returning home, Shen Feng found Shui Rou sitting on the sofa in the dim light, seemingly lost in thought. "Where is Shen Ling?" he inquired. A sense of unease creeping in. "I have settled her. She is sleeping in her room," Shui Rou replied, as if anticipating Shan Feng's question, patting the seat beside her. Chapter 31. You have been dismissed. Shen Feng retrieved 2 cans of beer from the refrigerator, sat on the sofa, and opened one, taking a hearty swig. Time may heal certain wounds, yet the loss of his parents and the sudden shattering of his family loomed as a persistent nightmare for him. The sudden emergence of clues and his recent experiences ignited a desire for vengeance against those who perpetrated such heinous deeds. However, even with the life and death talisman imposed upon the tiger, he had only gained scant information. The tiger was subservient to an individual known as the Mantis, who had since vanished. "Are you troubled?" Shui Rou pondered, opening a bottle of beer herself, observing the furrow in Shan Feng's brow. Shen Feng sighed. Remaining silent, what could he say? One must confront reality, yet there is no need to dwell solely on a single matter. Moreover, I am grateful for your assistance today. Upon seeing Shan Feng's demeanor, Shui Rou forcibly clinked her beer can against his and spoke. In truth, today she comprehended the profound sense of helplessness that had taken root within her. She had grown up in relative comfort, often better off than her peers, free from worries, however, after calling her parents today, only to be met with their insistence that she run away, presenting an image of a family too daunting to confront. She felt an overwhelming insecurity in the world around her. Ironically, the impoverished boy she had always viewed with disdain had, with remarkable ease, borne the weight of it all as Shui Rou sat there, closing her eyes. The image of the proud youth she had only truly come to know that evening lingered in her mind. The night passed in silence. Ultimately, Shen Feng dozed off on the sofa. Upon hearing a knock, he opened the door to find Du Man standing outside. "What brings you here?" Upon seeing Du Man, Shen Feng's expression was understandably less than cordial. Du Yin has returned to normal. I came to thank you, Du Man said, pausing momentarily before finally expressing his gratitude. Shen Feng could hardly muster a reply, turning instead to enter Shan Ling's room. As he stepped inside, Shen Ling enveloped him in a fierce embrace. Brother, I was so scared. I couldn't sleep all night. When I finally heard your voice and closed my eyes, all I could see was our parents' car accident. You are my only family now. You cannot engage in dangerous activities anymore, okay? Hearing Shen Ling's heartfelt words, Shen Feng sighed and returned her embrace tightly. It's all right. Nothing has truly happened, has it? Your brother is fine. And we will be better and better, won't we? Now, stop crying. You're turning into a snotty mess. A big star is joining us to meet our parents outside. Change into a nicer outfit, and after breakfast, we will set off. Once dressed, Shen Feng returned to the living room, where his demeanor was markedly different upon encountering Du Man. The grave of Shen Feng's parents had been purchased long ago, initially intended for the family elders. Little did they anticipate it would soon be needed by the couple themselves. Fortunately, they had secured a prime location, allowing them to rest in such an auspicious site. After the three paid their respects, Shen Feng stood up. Contemplating for a moment, he turned to Du Man, saying, Mom and Dad, I have brought Du Man to see you. I have a decision to share. I believe it is best to dissolve the engagement between us. He spoke these words calmly, producing the document of the prior engagement between their families and, before Du Man's eyes, tore it apart. He then placed the fragments in her hands. Thank you for coming to see them today. His tone was as casual as if he were simply expressing gratitude for a ride. This was the fundamental reason behind Shen Feng's wager with Du Man. He desired no elaborate explanations. He merely wished to dissolve the engagement in front of his parents as a sign of respect, and nothing more. Du Man held the torn pieces of paper. Watching as Shen Feng took Shen Ling's hand and departed. Gradually, tears clouded her vision. She parted her lips, wanting to say something, but her lips trembled involuntarily. You annulled our engagement? On what grounds? Meanwhile, Shen Feng, walking with Shen Ling, suddenly heard a commotion. How could such a disturbance erupt in a place meant for rest? Even if there were family disputes, it should not manifest in such a manner here. As these thoughts flickered through his mind, Shen Feng initially intended to ignore it. Yet Shen Ling suddenly exclaimed, Isn't that Shui Yijia? Upon hearing her words, Shen Feng looked over, and indeed, it was Shui Yijia. This struck him as peculiar. He remembered Shui Yijia as the school beauty from a less privileged background. What was she doing here in such an esteemed location? After identifying her, Shen Feng observed her being beset by a crowd. Recalling Shui Yijia's unfortunate fate, he shook his head but felt compelled to intervene. When Shen Feng arrived, he noticed someone preparing to strike Shui Yijia in a swift motion. He grasped the assailant's wrist before they could land a blow on her delicate face. Shen Feng, what are you doing here? Shui Yijia asked, her eyes misty with surprise upon recognizing him. Shen Ling soon joined them, and upon witnessing the scene, she was transported back to her own past. After their parents' tragic deaths, her relatives had revealed their true colors. Even attacking the siblings during the funeral, back then, her brother had shielded her from harm. It was then that Shen Ling realized her once frivolous brother had transformed. He had learned to endure, cook, care for himself, and even save money. Remembering these things, she hugged Shui Yijia tightly, patting her back in comfort. Where did you come from? This isn't a place for you. I warn you, let her go, or you won't even know how to write the word death. The assailant, a burly man, struggled against Shen Feng's grip, threatening him after several futile attempts to break free. How do you write death? Shen Feng replied with a smile. I genuinely don't know what death is, damn it. Whether you know or not, I'll show you today. The fat man called to his companions, what are you waiting for? Attack. If he dies, it's on me. As soon as he uttered these words, the crowd surged toward Shen Feng. He did not retaliate but merely tightened his grip on the man's shoulder, causing his arm to droop. Tell your people to leave, or it won't just be one shoulder you'll lose. Though Shen Feng's words sounded conciliatory, they were steeped in menace. Shui Yijia was taken aback. How had she turned down such a remarkable man? Was this truly the Shen Feng she had once known? What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Am I handsome? Although Shen Feng did not turn his head, he felt a burning gaze upon him. To say that Shui Yijia's stare was fervent would be an understatement. Had her gaze possessed warmth? Shen Feng would have surely been roasted like a Beijing duck. I'm sorry, Shui Yijia murmured softly. What are you apologizing for? You haven't done anything wrong. After all, it's entirely normal for someone as exceptional as me to attract attention. Shen Feng replied, somewhat boastfully, glancing at the burly man in his grip. Why don't you share the reason behind this conflict? Shinfeng genuinely could not fathom what offense a girl from a modest background could have committed to incite such hostility. Hey kid, this doesn't concern you. I advise you to mind your own business. Otherwise, if anything happens, don't blame me. The fat man was utterly oblivious to the formidable presence he faced, speaking boldly to Shinfeng. Oh, is that so? Rest assured, I won't hold it against you. After delivering this line, Shinfeng unleashed a kick that shattered the man's ribs. Despite his ample fat, he could not withstand the force of Shinfeng's strike. You're finished. Do you know who he is? He's the head steward of the Liu family. The Liu family? After the Shin family's decline, the Liu family had stepped in to fill the void among the four great families. While they were less capable than the other three, they still wielded some power compared to ordinary families. Oh? The Liu family? What is the Liu family to me? Shinfeng feigned ignorance, though he knew well that a year prior, the Liu family would not have dared to approach him. Shinfeng's arrogance astonished those present. They had never anticipated someone so audacious. Who are you? The fat man finally regained his composure, realizing Shinfeng was not to be trifled with. Shinfeng. At last, someone recognized him. Shinfeng, do you still think you're the young master of the Shin family? A man with gold-rimmed glasses stepped forward, addressing Shinfeng with disdain. Oh? And what's it to you? What can you do to me? The bespectacled man clearly wished to avoid trouble, fully aware of the chaos wrought by the Rin family the previous day. Before fully understanding the origin and backing of Shinfeng, it is prudent to refrain from impulsive actions. After all, a dying camel is larger than a horse. Should a powerful figure become enraged, the consequences would be beyond one's capacity to bear. Well, Shinfeng, you possess courage. Let them go. Since our young master has spoken thus, these individuals had no choice but to comply, stepping aside to allow Shinfeng to exit the premises. Young man, I believe you are unaware of the situation? Shinfeng had no intention of departing quietly. Now, you wish for me to leave with just a word. I find that amusing. Today, unless I receive an explanation, none of you shall depart. Lu Jiaoyang, observing Shinfeng before him, could not help but chuckle. Ha! You truly believe you can control everything, don't you? A resounding slap echoed, leaving everyone stunned. Shinfeng, how dare you? Before he could finish, another slap followed. Who the hell are you? Did I not teach you the importance of politeness? Lu Jiaoyang's eyes burned with fury as he glared at Shinfeng. Slap, slap, slap. 3 swift strikes landed on Lu Jiaoyang. Son, let me tell you, in the future, keep your distance from this woman, or you shall meet your demise. With that, Shinfeng turned and left. He did not wish to kill, nor did he want to act like a madman, clinging to everyone he encountered. His aim was to gradually slap their faces, instilling a chill in them whenever they heard his name. As Shinfeng departed, not a single person dared to move, merely watching him take each step away. How did you get involved with them? He queried, glancing at Shui Yijia beside him, who remained silent, her head bowed. Noting her demeanor, Shinfeng opted for silence as well, shaking his head as he escorted her home. Throughout the journey, Shui Yijia remained quiet, lost in her thoughts. Have you forgotten what you promised me? Shinfeng inquired. What? Was her instinctive response as she met his gaze. As he leaned closer, the distance between them diminished. His hand resting on the back of the passenger seat, the other on the door handle. Did I not tell you? In the future, you must promptly inform me of any matters. You agreed to this. By the end of his statement, Shui Yijia could feel Shinfeng's breath. She wanted to retreat but found herself unable to discern a direction to escape, as if he had her ensnared. What's wrong? Is your face flushed from a fever? Shinfeng's breath brushed against her, leaving her flustered. She was uncertain of what would unfold next, yet one thing was clear. Regardless of the circumstances, she had no desire to flee. It was an instinctive resolution. Chapter 33. Li Jun Shui Yijia did not wish to retreat, but at that moment, neither did Shinfeng desire to escalate matters further, leading them into a stalemate. What to do? Was it to be in such a shabby place that he would act? Absolutely not. However, what an opportunity it was, a stunning beauty he had long desired. Could he truly let her slip away? Brother, we've arrived at the station, yet you once let her out. A clear voice broke the tension. Almost forgetting, Shun Ling was still in the car, and both their faces turned crimson. Well, I shall exit first, Shui Yijia exclaimed, dashing away in an instant, vanishing from sight. Brother, let us return home, Shun Ling said with a hint of melancholy. She was perplexed as to why she felt so discontent. Logically, she should be delighted that her brother had found a sister-in-law. Yet, an inexplicable sadness engulfed her. Such thoughts crossed her mind. She couldn't help but stomp her foot in frustration, noticing his sister's distress. Shinfeng remained silent, pressing the accelerator as they headed home. Upon arrival, they found a throng gathered outside Shui Ro's residence, including several police cars. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Shinfeng understood something had transpired. "What's wrong, brother? Has something happened?" Shinling, though still upset, had nearly forgotten the earlier events upon witnessing the current scene. "It's nothing. I'll drop you off at the roadside. Do not go elsewhere, but head straight to the Du family." At this moment, Shinfeng was not overly concerned for himself. If need be, he could make a swift escape. However, his sister was vulnerable and could not accompany him to another realm. So he placed his hopes on the Du family. Having rescued Du Yin multiple times, he believed the Du family would not mistreat a woman. "Brother, I want to leave. I want to stay with you," Xin Ling insisted. Shinfeng gently ruffled her hair, assuring her, "Do not worry. I shall be fine." After much persuasion, Xin Ling finally exited the vehicle, standing by as she watched her brother drive off. "Get out," a thug-like figure commanded Shinfeng. Ignoring him, Shinfeng thought, "What's a mere road bully to me? Damn it, didn't you hear me? Get out of the car." This time, a burly man covered in tattoos approached, yet Shinfeng remained unfazed. "What's a road bully to me?" The thug's face soured as he glared at Shinfeng. "Get out of the yard." As the thug reached for the door, Shinfeng swiftly slapped him across the face. "Get lost. How dare you strike me?" the road bully exclaimed as a group of ruffians encircled Shinfeng. "Get out." A gang of thugs brandishing firearms surrounded Shinfeng's vehicle, behaving as though confronting a sworn enemy. "Such enthusiasm," Shinfeng remarked with a smile. "Get out, I warn you once more," they snarled. Shinfeng remained seated, nonchalantly smoking, curious to see if these minor fish could truly handle him. "Put down the guns." An elderly man with graying hair approached, addressing the group. "Young Master Shun, let us step out to talk." The term Young Master Shun bore no disdain. Rather, it was filled with respect. Upon seeing this man, Shinfeng's eyes glistened with emotion. During the decline of the Shin family, when everyone turned against him, even his own relatives attacked him, there stood this man, defending him. Without him, Shinfeng would not be who he was today. "Uncle Li, it's been a long time," Shinfeng said sincerely. "Indeed, it has been a while." Li Jun understood well why he had been tasked with this operation. Everyone knew of the close relationship between him and Shinfeng, and they sought to seize this opportunity to eliminate the remnants of the Shun family's power. Although the Shin family had fallen, numerous families that had received their favor still existed, with many willing to remain loyal. Li Jun was among them. However, his steadfastness, viewed as obstinacy by others, made his presence a target for those seeking to eradicate him. "Uncle Li, I apologize for the trouble," Shinfeng acknowledged. Li Jun's arrival was no mystery to him. "What nonsense are you speaking? We are merely enforcing the law, ensuring that no innocent person suffers injustice. Nor will we favor the wicked." Shui Ro regarded Shinfeng with newfound respect. She had underestimated him. He was not just a man of influence, but also possessed remarkable composure and insight. Grasping the situation in mere moments. "Are you aware of the severe brawl that occurred here yesterday? A kind father and son were injured by bullies. Are you aware of this incident?" "I am not," Shinfeng replied without hesitation. "I know only that a vile young man attempting to abduct a woman had his leg broken by his father." "Indeed. I can testify to that," Shui Ro interjected. Addressing Li Jun, "This is all nonsense. That is not how it transpired. I was the one injured by this bully." Suddenly, Rin Shun emerged from the shadows. "I was the one they harmed." As Shinfeng prepared to argue his case, he suddenly received a phone call. "Ding, you have a new order from the initiator." "Chow chow, sorry, I need to step away for a moment. Can I talk to you later?" "How audacious. What gives you the right to act so arrogantly here?" Shinfeng shrugged. "I don't care where this is. No matter the circumstances, my order is of utmost importance. Step aside." "When did it become your turn to interject?" "Uncle Li, please trust me, I'll be back as soon as I finish my business." Shinfeng said to Li Jun. Chapter 34. Speak of Chow Chow, and he arrives. This situation could hardly be blamed on Shinfeng, who could have anticipated that an order would come in at such a moment. Before Li Jun could respond, Shinfeng stood up and walked out. Observing Shinfeng's boldness, none of the police present could conceal their anger. Nevertheless, Li Jun chose to trust Shinfeng. "Very well, go ahead." "Thank you, Uncle Li," Shinfeng replied before getting into his car and driving away. Not long after Shinfeng departed, Rin Shun pointed an accusing finger at him. "How dare you so easily let a suspect go? I assure you, your deputy chief will face consequences for this. He will return," Li Jun said softly, ignoring Rin Shun. "Return? What guarantee do you have? With your head. At this moment, Li Jun turned sharply, his gaze piercing. For an instant, Rin Chun appeared to be ensnared by a venomous serpent, trembling and taking several steps back. Listen, how I handle this is my business. If you're dissatisfied, feel free to report to a higher authority. But I advise you to be courteous, or I may have to deal with you as well. After saying this, Li Jun took a seat, confident that Shen Feng would indeed return. None dared to speak. All awaited Shen Feng's return. Where is this place? Upon stepping out of the car, Shen Feng was greeted by a landscape ablaze with fire. Was this truly the legendary burning of Chibi? Protect the chariot. A middle-aged man, his mustache singed halfway off, rushed towards him. Though it appeared he was fleeing, his aura remained unyielding. Upon seeing this man, Shen Feng recognized him immediately. This must be Cao Cao. Hey, Chancellor, over here. Cao Cao was famously suspicious. At this moment, he would not approach Shen Feng willingly. Nonetheless, he had a task to complete in his line of work. One could never be choosy about clients. Chancellor, I'm here to assist you on the orders of Guojia. Guojia? He perished long before the Battle of Chibi. Otherwise, how would Cao Cao have fallen into such dire straits? Yet, upon hearing Guojia's name, Cao Cao nearly wept with emotion. Even a cunning hero could not help but reveal his true feelings at such a moment. Guojia. Cao Cao inexplicably approached. Indeed, who besides Guojia could have anticipated my predicament today? Who am I is of little consequence. What matters is that I can take you back, Shen Feng replied. Looking directly at Cao Cao, if I wished to deal with you, I wouldn't need to engage in such trivialities, would I? Despite Cao Cao's inherent suspicion, he was compelled to concede that this young man spoke the truth. Very well, I shall trust you this once. Shen Feng shook his head with a smile. At this point, what choice do you have? What is this? Upon entering, Cao Cao noticed Shen Feng moving with agility and inquired. This is my steed, named Santana. Santana? When did Cao Cao hear of such a thing? Why not name it a BMW or a Mercedes? Shen Feng smiled ruefully. Let us not delve into that. I shall escort you. Just as they prepared to flee, a man with a face resembling a jujube emerged from the side. Halt! Guan Yu boldly blocked Santana's path. At this moment, he began to recognize this peculiar object. Chancellor, dismount and accompany me back to the palace to report. Guan Yu's words extinguished any hope Cao Cao had of survival. Yet, amidst despair, a flicker of resolve ignited within him. Young sir, today my life rests in your hands. Cao Cao was a clever man. If he doubted Shen Feng now, what difference was there between him and a fool? He could only place all his hopes in Shen Feng. Rest assured, I have accepted this mission and will ensure your safety. After uttering these words, Shen Feng stepped out of the vehicle. General Guan, do you remember me? Shen Feng smiled at Guan Yu. A man of deep loyalty, Guan Yu could not forget the one who saved his life. Of course I remember. Kind benefactor, it is good to see you, General Guan. I have a request today that I hope you will honor. Shen Feng smiled. I wonder if General Guan would be willing to grant me this favor. Upon seeing Shen Feng, Guan Yu leaped from his horse and knelt. Kind benefactor, how did you come to be here? Ah, this tale is lengthy. Strangely, there was an unusual tone in Shen Feng's speech. This time, rescuing Cao Cao is akin to the last time I saved you. Do you understand? Having witnessed Shen Feng's capabilities, Guan Yu knew better than to refuse. Not only did Shen Feng once save his life, but had he attempted to forcibly take Cao Cao, Guan Yu would have been powerless to intervene. Since this is your request, I shall comply. Guan Yu glanced at Cao Cao. In the past, I received your care, and today I repay that debt. From this moment forth, we are even. After speaking, Guan Yu instructed his men to clear a path. Though fiercely loyal, Guan Yu was no fool. He understood he could not stop Cao Cao. Thus, he clarified the matter to prevent future conflicts. This not only granted Shen Feng a favor, but also allowed him to set aside past grievances. Shen Feng, being astute, recognized the situation as well. Very well, let it be so. Having accomplished this task, Shen Feng knew the challenges ahead would be far more formidable. If he could not provide Uncle Li with a satisfactory explanation, his future would be bleak. Rubbing his temples, he pondered what methods he could employ this time. Chapter 35. Slapping Ren Chun's face soon, Shen Feng returned to the real world, standing before Li Jun, who was tasked with investigating the incident. He found himself in a difficult position, unable to favor Shen Feng, while also refusing to let him be wrongfully accused by Ren Chun. As Shen Feng approached Ren Chun, his gaze swept over him. Seemingly dismissive. Just moments ago, Shen Feng had devised a strategy to confront Ren Chun, unafraid of his slanderous words. What did you say earlier? Please repeat it, Shen Feng challenged Ren Chun. Unfazed, Ren Chun's tone dripped with menace as he retorted. You want me to repeat it? The one who injured me is you. Even if you turn to ash, I would recognize you. Rin Chun wore an expression of defiance, convinced that Shin Feng could do nothing to him. But was that truly the case? Since Shin Feng had stepped forward, he had a plan to deal with Rin Chun. That moment, Shin Feng infused Rin Chun with a life and death talisman, a reward he had received from Su Zhu. This talisman could render even the mightiest of foes powerless, and Shin Feng believed it would surely overwhelm Rin Chun as well. Leaning closer to Rin Chun, Shin Feng whispered a few words that only he could hear. Upon hearing them, Rin Chun's expression shifted slightly. What life and death talisman? Are you trying to deceive me? Rin Chun instinctively reacted. Just moments ago, Shin Feng had warned him. If he wished to avoid a fate worse than death, he had better come clean. Should he continue to slander Shin Feng, he would soon experience unbearable agony. Despite Rin Chun's disdain, it had no effect. His body began to convulse, as if tormented by pain. This reaction caused Rin Chun to recall Shin Feng's ominous words. Had Shin Feng truly implanted a life and death talisman within him? Beside them, Li Jun observed the peculiar scene, bewildered by the strange phenomenon before him. Although Rin Chun had been beaten, it seemed implausible that he would end up in such a pitiful state. What on earth is going on? We must get him to a hospital immediately, Li Jun insisted. Rin Chun writhed on the ground for a while, his complexion turning pale. He had never anticipated such torment. He had been so confident that he had secured his grasp on Shin Feng, convinced that this time Shin Feng would surely fall into his trap. Yet, he could not fathom that Shin Feng possessed such capabilities. The life and death talisman did not inflict constant pain. Shin Feng had the ability to control it. Observing Rin Chun's deteriorating condition, Shin Feng ceased to exert pressure with the talisman. At this moment, Rin Chun finally felt a sense of relief. But the fear in his eyes towards Shin Feng had shifted dramatically. The arrogance he once displayed was now completely buried beneath a cloak of terror. He truly believed, that Shin Feng was capable of the life and death talisman. After all, the pain was real, and having experienced it, Rin Chun dared not provoke Shin Feng any further. At this juncture, Shin Feng raised an eyebrow and smiled, fixing his gaze on Rin Chun. Were you not lying before? You were deceiving Uncle Li, were you not? Rin Chun's heart sank. Having tasted the agony of the talisman, he could no longer utter a word of defiance. He nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like garlic being pounded. I was lying before. Officers, I was confused. The injuries I sustained were not from him, but rather from my own clumsiness. Rin Chun quickly retracted his previous statements, and Shin Feng regarded his words with satisfaction. Despite being a wealthy heir, Rin Chun's submission to Shin Feng surprised those around him, who now regarded Shin Feng with newfound respect. What methods had Shin Feng employed to compel Rin Chun to yield so swiftly? At that moment, Li Jun approached Rin Chun. But you did not say that before. You claimed he was the one who harmed you, he referred to Shin Feng. Now, Rin Chun was gripped by an overwhelming fear of Shin Feng. No longer wishing to face the torment of the talisman again in an attempt to convince Li Jun of his claims, Rin Chun resorted to an uncharacteristic act, slapping his own face repeatedly. The sound echoing sharply at Li Jun's side. Given Rin Chun's resolute stance, he had no choice but to relent. He had never intended to make things difficult for Shin Feng, and now that Rin Chun had chosen not to accuse him any longer, he felt there was nothing more to be said. Sir, it is entirely my fault. This matter has nothing to do with him. I truly misidentified the culprit. I hope you will not hold it against me. Rin Chun's face was reddened from the slaps. Li Jun, seeing this, had to acquiesce. The onlookers were astounded by Rin Chun's drastic change in demeanor. Was he not striking his own face? Just a short while ago, he had firmly asserted that Shin Feng was the one who injured him, and now he was retracting his accusation. It was undeniable that Rin Chun changed his tune faster than turning a page in a book. Chapter 36. Uncle Li's advice. Soon, Shin Feng returned to the realm of reality, standing before Li Jun, who was tasked with investigating the incident. Li Jun felt a sense of helplessness. He could neither favor Shin Feng nor allow him to be wrongfully accused by Rin Chun. Shin Feng approached Rin Chun, his gaze sweeping over him as if dismissing him entirely. Please repeat what you said earlier, Shin Feng commanded. Without a hint of fear, Rin Chun replied with a menacing tone. You want me to say it again? The one who harmed me is you. Even if you were to turn to ash, I would recognize you. Rin Chun's demeanor suggested he believed himself beyond Shin Feng's reach. But was it truly so? Now that Shin Feng had stepped forward, he had his own means to deal with Rin Chun. At that moment, Shin Feng inscribed a life and death talisman upon Rin Chun. This talisman, a reward bestowed upon him by Su Zhu, could bring even the mightiest adversaries to their knees. Shin Feng believed that employing it against Rin Chun would render him utterly defenseless. Leaning in close, Shun Feng whispered a few words meant solely for Rin Chun's ears. Upon hearing them, Rin Chun's expression shifted slightly. "What life and death talisman? Are you trying to deceive me?" he instinctively retorted. Just moments ago, Shun Feng had warned Rin Chun. If he did not wish for life to become a living hell, he would do well to confess the truth. Should he continue to slander Shun Feng, he would surely taste the bitterness of unbearable pain. Rin Chun, initially dismissive, soon found his body reacting involuntarily. He began to convulse, as if tormented by unseen forces. This reaction compelled Rin Chun to recall Shun Feng's ominous words. Could it be true that Shun Feng had indeed planted a life and death talisman within him? Li Jun, witnessing the bizarre spectacle, had never encountered such a strange occurrence. Although Rin Chun had suffered a beating, this seemed beyond the realm of reason. "What is happening? Hurry, we must take him to the hospital," Li Jun urged. Rin Chun rolled on the ground for some time, his face ashen. He had never imagined he would endure such suffering. He had believed he had Shun Feng cornered, yet he was blindsided by Shun Feng's unexpected tactics. The life and death talisman did not inflict constant agony. Shun Feng had the ability to control it. As Rin Chun faltered, Shun Feng ceased to exert pressure. In that moment, Rin Chun experienced a fleeting sense of relief, but his eyes reflected a transformation. The arrogance he once wore had been replaced by sheer terror. He truly believed, that Shun Feng possessed the power of the life and death talisman. The pain was genuine, and after his harrowing experience, Rin Chun dared not provoke Shun Feng again. Shun Feng raised an eyebrow and smiled, turning his attention back to Rin Chun. "Were you lying before? You were deceiving Uncle Li, weren't you?" Rin Chun's heart raced. After experiencing the torment of the talisman, he could no longer utter a word of dissent. He nodded fervently, his head bobbing like a drum. "I was lying before. Officers, I was confused. My injuries were not inflicted by him, but were merely an accident of my own making." Rin Chun swiftly rescinded his previous assertions, and Shun Feng was pleased with his newfound compliance. Despite being a privileged heir, it was remarkable to witness Rin Chun submit to Shun Feng, leaving the onlookers astonished and convinced of Shun Feng's prowess. What methods had Shun Feng employed to bring about such a rapid capitulation? At that moment, Li Jun confronted Rin Chun. "But you did not say that before. You claimed he was the one who harmed you." He referred to Shun Feng. Now, Rin Chun was overwhelmed with dread, no longer wishing to face the torment of the life and death talisman. In a desperate bid to convince Li Jun of his claims, Rin Chun began to slap his own face, each strike echoing loudly. Li Jun sighed. Given Rin Chun's steadfastness, he had no choice but to concede. He had never intended to make things difficult for Shun Feng. And now that Rin Chun had chosen not to accuse him any longer, he felt there was nothing more to be said. "Sir, it is entirely my fault. This matter has nothing to do with him. I truly misidentified the culprit. I hope you will not hold it against me." Rin Chun's face was reddened from the slaps. Li Jun, witnessing this, had no choice but to relent. The spectators were astonished by Rin Chun's drastic change in behavior. Was he not striking his own face? Just moments ago, he had adamantly insisted that Shun Feng was the one who injured him, and now he was recanting his accusation. It was undeniable that Rin Chun was quicker to change his story than one could flip a page in a book. He had previously insisted that the young man was the one who harmed him, and now, suddenly, he was crying out that he would no longer pursue charges. Had he truly succumbed to fear? It was entirely plausible. He might genuinely be terrified. The young man's attire and demeanor were far from ordinary, suggesting he hailed from a privileged background. Why, then, would he fear an unassuming young man like Shun Feng? What was even more astonishing was that Rin Chun, a wealthy heir, would quake in fear before someone as seemingly ordinary as Shun Feng. Soon, amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Rin Chun departed, his head hung low. Following Rin Chun's exit, Li Jun approached Shun Feng. "Shun Feng, although the Shun family has fallen from grace, I hope you will remember the glory of our lineage. Please, do not abandon hope." Li Jun's words echoed with the weight of a mentor addressing a protege. Shun Feng smiled faintly. With the system at his disposal, it would not be long before he revitalized the Shun family, possibly even surpassing its former glory. However, he would not easily reveal the secret of the system. "Uncle Li, I will undoubtedly restore the Shun family one day, so please do not worry." Despite the many who wished to see him falter, Shun Feng would not succumb. He would rise again, re-entering the realm of those who deemed him unreachable. "Yes, keep striving," Li Jun encouraged, patting Shun Feng on the shoulder. Soon, Li Jun departed with several officers, leaving Shun Feng to contemplate the challenges ahead. Meanwhile, Rin Chun quietly departed, soon receiving a call from an unknown number. Upon seeing the caller ID, A grave expression crossed his face, as if the pain he had been enduring had vanished in that instant. He answered the call, and a raspy yet weathered voice came through the line, prompting Rinchun to speak cautiously. How did it go? The response was swift and harsh. A failure. What? Such an easy task, and you still managed to fail. You are truly worthless. If you cannot handle such a trivial matter, do not expect any assistance from the Rin family. Rinchun's face fell in remorse, cradling the phone in his hands as if it might slip away. After a moment of hesitation, he continued, I am unsure what kind of sorcery Shin Feng has employed. It has left me in agony. In desperation, I had no choice but to reveal everything. This time was an accident, I assure you. It will not happen again. Please grant me another chance, for the Rin family's sake. Despite his humble entreaty, the other party coldly hung up, seemingly unconcerned. In a fit of rage, Rinchun threw the phone to the ground. What arrogance! Just because you granted me a bit of favor, you act so superior. If I do not compromise with Shin Feng today, I might very well perish at his hands, for your sake. Am I to risk my life? Rinchun was incensed. Already tormented by the life and death talisman, he could hardly tolerate the scathing rebuke. Even his usually placid temperament was wearing thin. Just then, the phone on the ground rang again, startling him. Could it be that influential figure calling once more? He quickly picked up the phone, and indeed, it was the same number. The fact that they were calling back brought a flicker of joy to Rinchun. Have you forgiven me? He asked. That I promise to serve you diligently from now on, without causing you any further trouble. However, the voice remained icy. Tell me where Shin Feng is located. I have dispatched assassins to deal with him. Upon hearing this, Rinchun felt a surge of elation. After the torment inflicted by Shin Feng's life and death talisman, he had been at a loss for how to confront him. Now, with assassins being sent to tackle Shin Feng, it was as if his desires had been fulfilled. I will provide you with his location. I am currently at XXXXX. You need not involve yourself further, lest you complicate matters, the other party cautioned. After waiting for the call to end, a smile crept across Rinchun's face. He believed that Shin Feng would soon meet his demise at the hands of the assassins. At the same time, Shin Feng, while out shopping with Shin Ling, suddenly sensed that he was being targeted. His keen intuition indicated that someone had set their sights on him. Handing an ice cream to Shin Ling, he hurriedly pulled her along, eager to escape the gaze of their pursuer. However, after only a few steps, a man clad in black blocked their path. Chapter 37. The assassin. The man's gaze was as cold as ice. A sharp Swiss Army knife gleaming at his waist, radiating a deadly intent, he surveyed Shin Feng, then glanced at the photo on his phone, confirming the target before him. Are you Shin Feng? The assassin inquired. Shin Feng paid him no mind, grasping Shin Ling's hand and attempting to flee. While he could evade the assassin alone, having Shin Ling with him complicated matters. Nowhere to run, the assassin taunted, swiftly pursuing them. This assassin was exceedingly confident. He preferred the thrill of the chase over using a firearm. Shin Feng had no time to call for help. By the time the police arrived, he and Shin Ling would likely already be dead. Although Shin Feng could escape using his system, he could not abandon Shin Ling quickly. Shin Feng spotted an unlocked Santana and ushered Shin Ling inside. Buckle up, I'm about to show you my true racing skills, he said, gripping the steering wheel and slamming the accelerator, sending the Santana racing forward at breakneck speed. The assassin was relentless, soon finding an unlocked Audi to pursue Shin Feng. Thus began a high-speed chase on the open road. Utilizing his driving prowess, Shin Feng left the assassin far behind, unknowingly entering Linen City. Feeling a sense of relief as the assassin fell out of sight, Shin Feng received a mission from the Fast and Furious realm. Vin Diesel needed him to rescue his sister, Mia. Without hesitation, he accepted the task. It seemed prudent to temporarily place Shin Ling in Linen City until things settled down. You should stay here for now. It isn't safe to go back? Once things calm down, I will escort you home, Shin Feng said. Shin Ling nodded, taking another bite of her half-eaten ice cream. Shin Feng settled Shin Ling into a standalone apartment in Linen City. After arranging everything, he immersed himself in the world of Fast and Furious. At that moment, Vin Diesel was under threat from a gang of street racers, with his sister Mia being coerced. Shin Feng, driving the Santana, made a striking entrance with an impressive drift. Vin Diesel, recognizing Shin Feng's driving skill, was taken aback to find an Asian man arriving to rescue his sister. Impressed by Shin Feng's driving abilities, he deemed him the best option to save Mia from the gang's clutches. Get in, Shin Feng urged Mia, who was undeniably beautiful. As he admired her perfect figure, he couldn't help but feel a rush of attraction. Mia exemplified Western beauty, distinct from Eastern aesthetics. Yet, regardless of the style, Feng had an appreciation for beauty, and Mia was certainly captivating. Hesitating, Mia wondered if she should trust a stranger enough to get into his car. "What are you waiting for? Get in quickly, or those people will be upon us," Vin Diesel shouted. After a moment's indecision, Mia climbed into Feng's Santana. Though the Santana appeared modest compared to true sports cars, Mia doubted it could outrun the gang. Observing her skepticism in the rearview mirror, Feng smirked and pressed the accelerator, pushing the Santana to its limits, causing Mia to nearly topple back into her seat. "Underestimating my driving skills is a mistake. Just watch how I shake off those street racers," he confidently declared. Just then, street racers on modified motorcycles surged towards them from all directions. Realizing they needed to escape quickly, Feng floored the gas pedal, and the Santana barreled forward, crashing through a fence as if it were an unstoppable war machine. Mia was left in awe, her mouth agape in disbelief. The way Feng handled the Santana rivaled that of high-end sports cars. If not surpassing them, she had never admired anyone like this before, and Feng's driving made her heart race. Chapter 38. The escape. She felt an overwhelming sense of safety in his presence. Every woman desires a man's shoulder to lean on, and Mia was no exception. In Feng, she found that comfort. Noticing her expression in the rearview mirror, Feng's lips curled into a smile as he quipped, "Don't fall for me. I'm just a legend." Mia shot him a disapproving glance, having found him quite likable up until that moment. Suddenly, a modified motorcycle blocked their path. The rider, a member of the street gang, attempted to obstruct Feng's escape. Unfazed, Feng charged forward in the Santana. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? You plan to ram through? My God, you're insane," Mia exclaimed, clutching her head in disbelief at Feng's reckless audacity. Feng disregarded the motorcycle gang member obstructing his path, charging straight ahead and crushing the modified motorcycle beneath him, severely injuring its rider. His mission was to escort Vin Diesel's sister to safety, and he had no interest in the fate of others. The casualties among the gang were, in Feng's view, a consequence of their own actions. Before long, several members of the motorcycle gang were left far behind, and any who managed to pursue him in his Santana were swiftly forced aside. Thus, Feng quickly distanced himself from the gang. Sitting in the back seat, Mia had never admired anyone as much as she did Feng at that moment. His extraordinary driving skills left her in awe, to the point where she wished to bear his children. It was astonishing that such prowess belonged to a person of Asian descent. It was simply unbelievable to her. Meanwhile, Vin Diesel had also managed to shake off some of the gang's pursuit. The gang members gathered, discussing the shocking events that had just unfolded. The sight of Feng recklessly driving his Santana was nothing short of breathtaking, evoking fear and trepidation among them as they recalled their close calls. "That kid's car seems indestructible, crashing through everything in its path. Many of our brothers fell victim to him today. Damn, what bad luck. This kid must be deliberately ruining our plans. One Vin Diesel is already a handful. Now there's another one to deal with. It's infuriating." One gang member spat on the ground. "Vin Diesel's sister is quite attractive. If I could just have a taste, I'd be satisfied even in death. How could that little wench escape? It's outrageous." Another gang member fixated on Mia, his desires ignited by her beauty. "Our leader was also injured by that kid who came out of nowhere. It's despicable. If I catch him, I'll skin him alive," vowed a particularly spiteful gang member. "You should be grateful you weren't seriously hurt. Many brothers were injured by that Santana. If you're still standing here intact, consider yourself lucky," another chimed in. At that moment, a helmeted figure appeared before the gang, his demeanor fierce. He was one of the gang's leaders. Scanning the group, he declared, "We've located the Santana ITS parked at an abandoned factory nearby. Everyone, follow me. We must capture that kid who has caused us so much damage. Capture him, skin him alive. I refuse to let that brat get away after causing me such embarrassment," shouted another gang member. Soon, the motorcycle gang sped toward the abandoned factory. The factory was the agreed meeting point for Feng and Vin Diesel. Having successfully brought Mia to safety, Feng intended to rendezvous with Vin Diesel to complete his mission. However, he had underestimated the situation. Instead of Vin Diesel, he was met by the motorcycle gang. The roar of engines soon echoed through the abandoned factory, startling Feng and Mia. Hearing the approaching motorcycles, Mia broke into a cold sweat, realizing that it was not Vin Diesel coming to their aid, but likely the gang. "What should we do?" "The motorcycle gang is back," she exclaimed, looking anxiously at Feng. From her assessment, it sounded as if numerous gang members were closing in. With only one Santana at their disposal, how could they possibly evade so many pursuers? To Mia, it seemed an insurmountable challenge. Chapter 39. Confrontation with the leader. As Mia panicked, Shin Feng turned to her and reassured, "Do not worry, I promised Vin Diesel I would get you out of here safely." Mia's eyes reflected skepticism. She doubted that Shin Feng, who appeared physically frail, could contend with the formidable gang members. Just as she was about to voice her concerns about the gang's strength, a group of young men on modified motorcycles charged in, each one robust and seemingly capable of easily subduing Shin Feng. With only the two of them against the gang, their chances of surviving an assault seemed bleak. The gang leader fixed a menacing gaze on Shin Feng and Mia. Lighting a cigarette with a disdainful smirk, "You're the one who ruined my plans. Prepare to pay with your life," he sneered, exuding confidence as he regarded Shin Feng as a mere novice. Upon hearing their leader's words, the gang erupted in raucous laughter, their voices echoing throughout the dilapidated factory. "Ha! You've offended our boss. It's time to meet your end," one shouted. "The last guy who crossed our leader is long gone. And now you think you can escape with that girl? We'll see how far you can run. The factory's exits are blocked. Even if you had wings, you couldn't escape," they jeered, reveling in their perceived victory. Seated in the Santana, Shin Feng urged Mia to brace herself. He then slammed the accelerator, propelling the vehicle forward, intent on crashing through the gang's ranks. "Stop him. Use any means necessary," the gang leader roared. Under his command, the gang quickly mobilized on their motorcycles to obstruct Shin Feng's path. Although Shin Feng's Santana was not an ordinary vehicle, it could only break through a few motorcycles. The gang members had formed a blockade with 20 or 30 bikes, rendering Shin Feng's escape nearly impossible. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shin Feng understood that if he was stopped, their chances of leaving the factory were slim to none. A sudden idea struck him, one that could potentially disrupt the gang's formation. He addressed the burly gang leader. "Are you the leader of this gang? Let me show you my power. Do you dare to face me in battle?" The gang leader scoffed at the challenge. To him, Shin Feng was just another ordinary person he could easily overpower. "Did I hear you correctly? You want to challenge me? Do you even know what kind of strength I possess? Whatever your strength may be, are you brave enough to accept my challenge?" Shin Feng retorted, jumping out of the Santana. The gang members were taken aback. A slender Asian dared to challenge their leader, seemingly courting death. Laughter erupted among them. "He thinks he can challenge our boss? What a fool! Our leader could crush him with a single punch," they mocked. As Shin Feng approached the gang leader, he felt uncertain about his chances. He knew little about his opponent's capabilities. He had to take a stand. Otherwise, both he and Mia would fall into the gang's clutches, and any hope of escape would vanish. Thus, he issued the challenge. The gang leader cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing ominously. It was clear he had training. Shin Feng realized the gravity of the situation. If the leader was skilled, his chances of winning were slim. At that moment, the gang leader lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch. Chapter 40. Disarrayed mass. The leader's strike was fierce, landing squarely on Shin Feng, who barely managed to see it coming. The impact left him wounded. "Is this all you've got? You're asking for death?" the gang leader taunted. In the distance, Shin Feng spotted a sharp steel pipe jutting from the ground, broken in half, transforming from a blunt object into a weapon. The leader of the motorcycle gang suddenly swung a fist toward Shin Feng, aiming to shatter the bones in Shin Feng's body. If that punch struck, Shin Feng would likely be rendered completely incapacitated. An incapacitated Shin Feng would swiftly fall under the control of the gang, a fate he was determined to avoid. He refused to perish in such a pitiful manner. For him, dying like this was utterly disgraceful. There were numerous unfinished tasks awaiting him, including the restoration of the Shin family name. He absolutely could not allow himself to be defeated in such a place. At that moment, Shin Feng channeled all his strength into his right hand, seizing a steel pipe and thrusting its sharp end towards the heart of the gang leader. The piercing tip penetrated the leader's heart, and within moments, blood gushed forth, staining the steel pipe crimson. Before long, the gang leader collapsed to the ground, lifeless. With his demise, the remaining members of the gang were thrown into disarray, now leaderless and chaotic. The gang, in complete turmoil, was like a pile of loose sand, precisely the outcome Shin Feng sought. He smiled, quickly making his way to the Santana, casting a grin at Mia. "I told you I would get you out safely. Do you believe me now?" A smile graced Shin Feng's lips, although he bore considerable injuries himself, which he was steadfastly concealing. Mia regarded Shin Feng with concern, fully aware of the peril he had just faced. Had he faltered even slightly, he could have sustained grave injuries from the gang leader. Shin Feng's ability to slay the leader was largely attributable to luck. "You were in such danger just now. How could you dare to confront him? Don't you realize the gang leader is a formidable opponent?" Engaging him like that could have cost you your life, Mia admonished, her tone laced with worry despite the hints of reproach. Let's leave this place now, Shenfeng suggested. The gang was in utter disarray. Providing the perfect opportunity for Shenfeng to escort Mia away, he would not let this prime chance slip by. The gang consisted merely of mercenaries. Although they appeared formidable, they were reduced to chaos without their commander. Not a single person stood up to avenge their fallen leader, likely due to the fear instilled by Shenfeng's actions. Before long, Shenfeng brought Mia to safety. Once she was secure, Shenfeng prepared to bid farewell to this world. Just before departing, he received a passionate kiss from Mia, who clearly had feelings for him. Shenfeng longed to take Mia with him, but she was a being of this realm, and he could not accomplish such a feat. After saying farewell to Mia, he returned to reality. From this mission, he acquired the skill of super driving, a reward granted by the system. He could now operate any vehicle, be it an aircraft or artillery. Achieving the pinnacle of driving proficiency, Shenfeng had fought fiercely to attain this skill, underscoring its rarity. Ordinary individuals lacked the capability to maneuver aircraft or artillery, but with this newfound ability, Shenfeng instantly became a prodigy in the realm of driving. Capable of handling any vehicle he desired, whether airborne or terrestrial. Upon returning to reality, Shenfeng steered the Santana towards the location where Shunling was as he departed. A black Audi emerged from the shadows, tailing him as if intent on tracking his every move. Shenfeng paid little mind to it. In linen, Audis were commonplace, hardly a cause for concern. Inside the black Audi, a man wearing sunglasses dialed a phone number. He had been assigned to follow Shenfeng. Meng Xiao, I have locked onto the person you wanted me to monitor, the man reported. Good. Keep a close watch on him. This brat is competing with me for Schwanger. I want him to understand my power. Send me your location now. I want to see where you are, came a deep voice in response. I'm currently at the Linen Bridge, Meng Xiao. Should I give that brat a surprise and ensure his car meets its demise? The man in sunglasses grinned maliciously. The Linen Bridge is an excellent location. Eliminate him there, don't worry, I will pay you as agreed. If you execute this well, I can offer you an additional 500,000. Thank you, Meng shouted. I will handle this matter immediately. After a brief exchange, the man in the Audi accelerated, pursuing Shenfeng. Although Shenfeng had not noticed the man's presence, it did not imply he was oblivious to the danger he faced. Relaxed in the Santana, he hummed a tune, reveling in the fact that his driving skills had significantly improved due to the super driving technique he had acquired. Even an intricate drift through tight turns was now within his capabilities. Suddenly, Shenfeng noticed the black Audi tailing him closely, realizing it had been tracking him intentionally. Could it be an enemy? He had fled to Linen with his sister Shenling to escape a killer, only to find himself pursued here as well. A bitter pill to swallow. Who was this person, and why were they following him so closely? No matter who it was, he refused to let them catch up. With newfound confidence from his super driving skill, Shenfeng believed no one could surpass him on the road. He pressed the accelerator, pushing the Santana to its limits. The roar of the engine filled the air as he sped away at astonishing velocity. The man in the black Audi, realizing Shenfeng had suddenly accelerated, felt a wave of unease wash over him. How could this be? The opponent was merely driving a Santana, yet it felt as if he were piloting a high-end sports car, an unfathomable notion for the man in sunglasses. As Shenfeng deftly maneuvered the Santana through traffic, the man in the Audi was astounded by his fluid driving skills. The bridge was congested with vehicles, and Shenfeng navigated through them with an ease that left the man in disbelief. Gradually, the man realized he could no longer keep pace with Shenfeng. How could a dilapidated Santana outmatch his Audi? Doubts crept in. Was his Audi a genuine Audi, or was it merely a facade? Despite his disbelief, the man could not accept that his driving skills were inferior to those of someone in a Santana. However, as he continued to chase, he soon faced the harsh reality. Shenfeng had vanished from his sight altogether. Wiping his eyes in disbelief, he confirmed that the Santana had indeed disappeared. The man felt a wave of humiliation wash over him, realizing he had failed to keep up with Shenfeng. He lit a cigarette worth $51 a pack, inhaling deeply. What should he report back? Would he admit to losing the target? Failure would result in severe consequences, a fate he dreaded. After a moment's hesitation, he dialed the number again, bracing himself for the impending reprimand. How did it go? It seems you completed the task successfully, right? Send me the photos, a familiar voice echoed from the other end. After a brief pause, the man finally admitted, I don't have any photos. I lost him. Why car got blocked? I was powerless. Blocked? Powerless? What use are you to me if you can't handle such a simple task? You utterly useless. Jump into the river and end it with that. The furious voice hung up. The man seethed with frustration. What was so remarkable about a couple of measly dollars? It was an absurd predicament he found himself in, one he would not accept lightly. The man wearing sunglasses removed them and carelessly tossed them onto the car. Meanwhile, within the opulent confines of a luxurious hotel, a young man clad in white pajamas, named Meng Ba, furiously slammed his phone onto the bed. Meng Ba was the mastermind behind the pursuit of Shin Feng. Enraged, he exclaimed, "You can't even handle such a trivial matter. What a waste of space you are. Perhaps it would be better for you to perish out there. What use is there in keeping a useless person like you around?" In that moment of fury, Meng Ba recalled someone who might assist him in dealing with Shin Feng. He retrieved the phone from the bed and dialed a number. "Is this Mr. Chong? I need your help to deal with someone, and I'm offering a reward of 2 million. Meng Ba stated his price directly. Knowing that such a sum would entice many, including Li Chong, a skilled fighter in the city, was in dire need of money. When he received Meng Ba's call, he felt fortunate. He would have accepted the offer even for half that amount. "Yes, I am Li Chong. You're offering me 2 million to take care of someone? Is that true?" "Absolutely. This person is in Linen City, and his name is Shin Feng. If you eliminate him, I will pay you the 2 million immediately." "What do you say?" Meng Ba replied. Meng Ba's decision to call Li Chong stemmed from his confidence in Li Chong's abilities. He believed Li Chong was more than capable of handling Shin Feng. However, this was a gross misjudgment. In reality, confronting Shin Feng was not as simple as Meng Ba imagined. Shin Feng was not someone easily bullied, and Li Chong, despite being a local fighter, did not guarantee victory against him. Li Chong was filled with excitement at the prospect of this assignment. To him, the name Shin Feng was unfamiliar, suggesting that he was an insignificant opponent. What could be easier than taking down a nobody for 2 million? "Rest assured, Meng Xiao, I will handle this. I'm heading to Linen City now to track that kid down. I guarantee he will be dealt with discreetly, leaving no trace back to you," Li Chong assured. Meng Ba, satisfied with Li Chong's confidence, urged, "Good, very good. Depart for Linen City at once. The sooner you eliminate him, the sooner you will receive my payment." Li Chong hung up and immediately set off for Linen City. Eager to resolve the matter, to him, the prospect of earning that money outweighed any other considerations. He didn't bother to ask Meng Ba why Shin Feng was targeted. 2 million was a compelling incentive. When Shin Feng arrived at his standalone apartment, he found no sign of his sister, Shin Ling, who had gone shopping. Feeling quite bored, he turned on the television, only to find the programming equally uninteresting. After a short while, he switched it off and prepared to sleep. Just as he was about to lie down, a knock echoed at the door. Could it be his sister returning so soon? Upon opening the door, a face filled with murderous intent greeted him. The assailant launched a fierce attack, aiming to take Shin Feng's life. Struck by the unfamiliarity of the intruder, Shin Feng furrowed his brow. "Who are you?" he demanded, recognizing the formidable presence before him. The man was none other than Li Chong. In pursuit of the 2 million, he had arrived swiftly in Linen City and, after some investigation, located Shin Feng's apartment. It was impressive how quickly Li Chong had tracked him down. Li Chong smirked, confident that Shin Feng posed no real threat. He was neither a seasoned fighter nor skilled in martial arts. "You don't need to know my identity. Just understand that someone wants you dead," Li Chong declared. "Oh really?" Shin Feng replied nonchalantly, dismissing Li Chong as if he were inconsequential. Li Chong, noticing Shin Feng's contemptuous gaze, felt insulted. "Aren't you the least bit afraid? I'm the king of street fighting in the city," he retorted. Shin Feng chuckled lightly. "Why should I fear you? You're clearly no match for me. Would you be afraid of someone weaker?" Li Chong, a local champion, felt humiliated by Shin Feng's dismissal. If it were a seasoned fighter belittling him, it would be one thing, but being scorned by someone he perceived as inferior was a grave insult. "You are insulting me. Today, I will break your legs and slowly torture you to death," Li Chong threatened, his expression menacing. "Stop talking and show me what you've got," Shin Feng challenged. Li Chong launched himself at Shin Feng with a fierce move, akin to a tiger descending from the mountain. However, Shin Feng deftly evaded the attack. In that instant, he unleashed a life-and-death talisman, a mystical item he had acquired from a different realm, rendering Li Chong's efforts futile. Sure enough, Li Chong found himself rolling on the ground, overwhelmed by an agony he had never experienced before. He felt as though 1,000 ants were gnawing at him. Tears streamed down his face as he grappled with the surreal torment. "What kind of strange method is this? Why am I suffering so?" Li Chong cried, desperate for relief. He drew a gleaming Swiss Army knife, capable of inflicting lethal harm, but the pain was so intense that he could barely hold onto it. The knife slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor, where it was swiftly picked up by Shin Feng. With the life-and-death talisman in his control, Shin Feng commanded Li Chong's fate. I ask you again, who sent you? Speak the truth, or your death will be slow and painful. Li Chong, terrified, understood that he had no choice but to comply. It was Meng Xiao who sent me. He confessed. Meng Xiao? Shenfeng pondered, recognizing the name. Was this the same Meng who was related to Meng Yunshuang? What is the connection between Meng Yunshuang and the Meng Xiao you speak of? Are you referring to the beautiful Meng Yunshuang? She is Meng Xiao's cousin. He ordered me to eliminate you, Li Chong divulged, revealing everything without hesitation. Now I understand. Shenfeng mused, realizing Meng Xiao's motives were tied to his feelings for Meng Yunshuang. Leave your money and get out. Li Chong hesitated, realizing he had very little cash on him. He placed a few thousand yuan on the table, only to be met with Shun Feng's scornful gaze. Is this all you carry as you traverse the world? How have you fallen so low? Shenfeng remarked. Li Chong wished he could carry more, but his financial situation had compelled him to accept Meng Xiao's assignment to hunt down Shenfeng. Little did he know how the events would unfold. Chapter 44. A request for fair Shenfeng did not manage to kill, but instead found himself ensnared by Shun Feng's hand. Now, he was left without even the fare to return home. Li Chong cast a pitiful glance at Shenfeng, extending his hand. Though it was somewhat humiliating, he resolved to ask Shenfeng for some money, at least enough to take a cab back to the city. Could you spare me a few hundred? Li Chong implored Shenfeng. Shenfeng shot him a disdainful look. It was astonishing to him that someone like Li Chong would still dare to accept tasks. He tossed 500 yuan at Li Chong, saying, "Take this money and get lost immediately. Remember, do not serve that Meng Xiao, or I will ensure your demise is a most horrific one." After enduring the torment of life and death, Li Chong only wished to distance himself from Shenfeng. Even if Meng Xiao offered him more money, he would not betray Shenfeng. With his tail between his legs, Li Chong departed. Shortly after his exit, Shen Ling returned to the single-family apartment. Holding an ice cream, her sparkling eyes fixated on Shenfeng. Noticing the money laid out on the table, she earnestly remarked, "Brother, you don't even regard money as money anymore. If it's left out like this, what if someone takes it?" Shenfeng displayed an awkward smile. It was amusing to see Shen Ling exhibit such a frugal side. He patted her shoulder and said, "Sister, this money is all yours now. Please accept it." Joy illuminated Shen Ling's face. All this money was hers, and she had only taken a stroll to acquire it. Previously, when the Shen family was still prosperous, a few thousand yuan felt no different than mere coins. But now, with the family's decline, both Shenfeng and Shen Ling lived in considerable straits. "Sister, I must head out. You stay here in the apartment. Rest assured, brother will earn a great deal of money for you," Shenfeng assured her. Shen Ling nodded obediently, ever supportive of Shenfeng, as she had been throughout. As Shenfeng left the apartment, a silver Porsche was parked below. This latest model sports car was beyond the means of ordinary individuals. Inside the vehicle, a stunning woman clad in red cast her gaze upon Shenfeng. Upon seeing him, a smile crept upon her lips. This woman was Meng Yunshuang, who had relocated to Linen City solely to meet Shenfeng. Meng Yunshuang checked her reflection in a mirror, admiring her exquisite, jade-like features, brimming with confidence that this time she would win Shun Feng's heart. After he had saved her not long ago, she had come to regard him as her destined prince, following him wherever he went. Shenfeng, however, was wholly focused on restoring the Shen family, and although he harbored a slight fondness for Meng Yunshuang, he concealed it. For now was not the time to entertain romantic entanglements. That moment, Meng Yunshuang stepped out of the silver Porsche, her tall and elegant figure accentuated by her boots as she approached Shenfeng. "Shenfeng, do you remember me?" she inquired. "Meng Yunshuang?" Shenfeng instantly recognized her. He had indeed saved her before, but had not anticipated her presence in Linen City. "What brings you here?" he asked. "Why so cold?" "I came here specifically to see you," Meng Yunshuang replied. Shenfeng paid her little heed and continued on his way, only to be obstructed by a fiery red Ferrari that appeared before him. A tall, dashing figure emerged from the vehicle, standing at nearly 6 feet tall, clad in an expensive suit, exuding an air of wealth and charm that would surely incite admiration from many. Yet, this individual seemed to hold little allure for Meng Yunshuang. This handsome figure was none other than Meng Ba. Approaching Meng Yunshuang, he attempted to take her hand, only to be met with her frigid rejection. "Cousin, I heard you were in Linen City. I was quite worried about you. How about dinner tonight?" "I've heard of a wonderful Western restaurant nearby," Meng Ba suggested. "Western cuisine? What concern is that of mine?" "If you wish to go, then go alone," Meng Yunshuang retorted. Meng Ba, taken aback by her refusal, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. His hostile gaze fell upon Shenfeng, blaming him for interfering with his opportunity to invite Meng Yunshuang out, which only fueled his frustration. "Kid, I challenge you to a duel. Do you dare to accept? Meng Ba boasted, believing that his height would make it easy to intimidate Shen Feng. However, Shen Feng remained unfazed, merely smiling lightly, his demeanor calm and composed. His recent training in another world had not been in vain, and he knew a typical brute like Meng Ba posed no real threat. You wish to duel? How shall we compete? Shen Feng inquired, feeling it necessary to teach Meng Ba a lesson about the consequences of crossing him. Surprised by Shen Feng's eagerness to engage, Meng Ba recalled his past training in college, though he had almost forgotten most of it. Still, he believed that having practiced was better than never having done so at all. With a mocking smile, Meng Ba proposed, let us each take one strike. Whoever falls first loses. The loser must refrain from pursuing my cousin. Meng Ba regarded Shen Feng as a rival, convinced that eliminating him would secure Meng Yunshuang's affections. Yet, this notion was utterly delusional. Even without Shen Feng, Meng Yunshuang would never be drawn to someone like Meng Ba. This wager lacks interest. Let us make it more thrilling. The loser pays 1 million, Shen Feng confidently suggested. Tio Meng Ba. 1 million was merely a trifle, yet he cast a disdainful glance at Shen Feng, doubting his ability to produce that amount. 1 million is trivial for me, but can you muster it? I doubt even your life is worth that much. Meng Ba sneered. At that moment, Meng Yunshuang approached the two men, her boots clicking against the ground. Upon learning of Shen Feng's impending duel, she felt a twinge of concern for him, given that Meng Ba had the advantage in appearance. However, she also noticed Shen Feng's confidence. It indicated he must have a solid plan to defeat Meng Ba. Should you fail to produce 1 million, you must keep your distance from my cousin. Meng Ba declared with a smug grin, convinced Shen Feng would ultimately back down. Just as Meng Ba reveled in his triumph, Meng Yunshuang interjected, I will cover the 1 million for him. Now he has the funds. Meng Ba was taken aback by Meng Yunshuang's unexpected support. Not only could she easily produce 1 million, but her backing meant the wager could continue. His gaze toward Shen Feng brimmed with resentment. He could scarcely fathom why Meng Yunshuang would assist him. The thought infuriated him. With a calm demeanor, Meng Ba said, How wonderful, cousin, that you would aid a stranger. Today, you shall witness how your cousin defeats this outsider. The presence of such an outsider threatened to disrupt their relationship, and he could not allow it. Meng Yunshuang remained unfazed, merely replying, Shall we begin now? Since my cousin wishes to see this fool defeated swiftly, I shall grant that wish, Meng Ba responded. With Meng Yunshuang's assurance, the duel was officially underway. Meng Ba initiated the attack, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Shen Feng, a blow imbued with tremendous force that could easily shatter the jaw of an ordinary person. As the formidable punch approached, Shen Feng furrowed his brow. Meng Ba was significantly stronger than he had anticipated. However, his recent training had not been in vain. He swiftly discerned the trajectory of Meng Ba's attack. Preparing himself in advance, evading Meng Ba's strike, Shen Feng retaliated with a punch of his own, landing a solid hit on Meng Ba, who staggered backward. He gazed at Shen Feng in astonishment. Shen Feng did not appear as frail as he seemed on the surface. In fact, Shen Feng's strength surpassed his own. Meng Ba awakened to this realization. He possessed certain skills, but he was not one to be easily subdued. With a swift motion, Meng Ba lunged at Shen Feng with a punch, his eyes glinting with a venomous light. Although it appeared as if Meng Ba was merely throwing a punch, it concealed a lethal intent. Chapter 46. The retreat of Meng Ba. Meng Ba had hidden a dagger within his sleeve. Intent on eliminating Shen Feng to ensure that he could no longer vie for Meng Yunshuang's affections. In a critical moment, Shen Feng seized Meng Ba's arm and delivered a swift kick to his wrist, causing excruciating pain and forcing the dagger to clatter to the ground. You thought to ambush me with a dagger? You are still too inexperienced, Shen Feng remarked, fixing Meng Ba with a piercing gaze. Meng Ba gritted his teeth, resentment swirling in his eyes. If it were not for Shen Feng, he would not have been humiliated before Meng Yunshuang today. It was all Shen Feng's fault that he had lost face in front of her. I won't let you off so easily, Meng Ba hissed, retreating with difficulty, finally managing to steady himself. Shen Feng observed Meng Ba, a smile creeping onto his face. You have already been defeated. It is time to hand over the 1 million, Meng Ba chuckled lightly. Although he had suffered a setback at Shen Feng's hands, it did not signify defeat. He had no intention of surrendering the money, believing that Shen Feng had no leverage over him. And what if I refuse to hand over the million? What will you do then? I assure you, I will not take any action. However, your image in her eyes will undoubtedly be shattered. Shen Feng replied, seemingly having grasped Meng Ba's weakness entirely. Meng Ba's countenance shifted as he realized he had been threatened. He was accustomed to being the one who instilled fear in others, and never had anyone dared to confront him in such a manner. Do you dare to threaten me? Do you believe I want to call for help to have you silenced, ensuring you vanish from Linen City? Meng Ba glared at Shen Feng, his voice dripping with menace. Yet, Shen Feng remained unfazed. Meng Ba's threats felt trivial to him, akin to a mere tickled at that moment. Meng Yunshuang approached Meng Ba, addressing him. Are you reconsidering, cousin? What do you take me for? It's merely $1 million. I can easily give it to him, Meng Ba retorted, pulling a bank card from his pocket and tossing it into Shen Feng's hands. This card contained precisely $1 million, and as he relinquished the money, Meng Ba felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Not only had he lost face before Meng Yunshuang today, but he had also incurred a financial loss. It was akin to losing both the lady and the army. This debt shall not be forgotten, he vowed inwardly. Meng Ba then sped away in his striking red Ferrari, soon disappearing from Shen Feng and Meng Yunshuang's sight. Shen Feng turned to Meng Yunshuang, expressing gratitude. Thank you. Without your assistance, I doubt I would have succeeded in this wager. Half of this $1 million is thanks to you. Allow me to share it with you. A playful smile danced on Meng Yunshuang's lips. To others, she was the embodiment of an ice queen. Yet before Shen Feng, she exuded warmth, revealing a softer side that made him believe she was quite amiable. She shook her head, saying, This is your winnings from the bet. You should keep it for yourself. I have no need for your money. To Meng Yunshuang, $1 million was merely a trifling sum. If not for Shen Feng's involvement, she would not have bothered with such a paltry amount. It was only because of him that she acted thus. Unbeknownst to Shen Feng, Meng Yunshuang harbored feelings for him, as he was solely focused on fulfilling his mission to elevate the Shen family's status. How about we dine together this evening? I know a nearby steakhouse renowned for its exceptional cuisine. Run by a Michelin-starred chef's apprentice, Meng Yunshuang proposed. Shen Feng, finding himself free, readily accepted. As they prepared to leave, Shen Ling caught sight of Shen Feng with a mysterious beauty, her heart racing with disbelief. Her brother was indeed entering a Porsche with an enchanting female companion. As a woman, Shen Ling was somewhat gossipy, and she recognized the silver Porsche, which was valued at $3,850,000. Such a luxury vehicle was typically unattainable for the average person, and only the wealthy could afford to drive it. Peering through the window, Shen Ling rested her chin on her palm, her wide, sparkling eyes blinking in astonishment. I never would have imagined. My brother is quite the charmer, ensnaring such a high-caliber woman effortlessly. Oh, how impressive, she giggled melodiously. Shen Feng and Meng Yunshuang soon entered the Porsche, and the luxurious ride felt entirely different from any other vehicle, as if they were transported to another realm. Where's the restaurant you mentioned? Shen Feng inquired. Chapter 47. Intruding upon the Wei Palace. Meng Yunshuang led Shen Feng to the most upscale Western restaurant in Linen City, where the minimum expenditure was $58,000. Although Shen Feng had just acquired $1 million, he felt it was too extravagant to spend so lavishly. He graciously offered, Allow me to treat you to this meal. Meng Yunshuang was taken aback by his unexpected generosity, her heart fluttering. After enjoying their meal, Shen Feng intended to return to his residence when he suddenly received a notification from the system. Am I to enter the Three Kingdoms era immediately? Has something happened to Zhang Zhongjing? Shen Feng murmured to himself, and in an instant, he was transported to the era of Zhang Zhongjing. Were Meng Yunshuang to learn of this, her jaw would surely drop in astonishment. The time period was nearing the end of the Three Kingdoms, with Wei reigning supreme. Shen Feng was well versed in this era. Zhang Zhongjing was not to be compared with Hua Tuo, so how could he have been apprehended by Cao Cao? It was a grave loss for the world of medicine to see such a master fall. Given the opportunity to save Zhang Zhongjing, Shen Feng felt compelled to act. Before long, Shen Feng arrived in a grand hall, where a pristine white path stretched before him. Several armored guards were escorting a frail, white-haired elder whose appearance suggested he had endured unspeakable torment. His eyes were dim and glazed, and he hunched under the weight of heavy, cold chains that clanked ominously against the stone floor. Hurry up, don't feign illness in my presence. One guard barked, kicking the elderly man, spitting disdainfully at him. You've wasted our time. Do you think you can make amends? I warn you, move faster, or you'll regret it. Another guard shouted, equally disrespectful. This elder was none other than Zhang Zhongjing, who had recently treated Cao Cao. After a slight disagreement with Cao Cao, he was imprisoned under the guise of apprehension, though the truth was that he was being held captive. History recorded that Zhang Zhongjing did not meet such an end, making this scenario all the more tragic. Having witnessed this injustice, Shen Feng could not allow such an event to unfold. He would not permit the eminent physician Zhang Zhongjing to perish. With a determined glint in his eye, Shun Feng pressed the accelerator, propelling his vehicle toward the two armored guards. The guards, unaccustomed to such an extraordinary sight, were taken aback by the appearance of Shun Feng's vehicle. "What manner of beast is this? How dare it intrude upon the Wei Palace?" one guard exclaimed, brandishing his spear as a warning. However, he was unaware that Shun Feng was at the helm. With a sly grin, Shun Feng pressed the gas pedal again, sending the vehicle crashing into one guard, who was sent flying. The impact left the guard reeling against a stone pillar, blood spilling from his lips, clearly injured. The guard could scarcely fathom being struck by such a contraption, which did not rely on horses or any other means of propulsion. Was it possessed of its own consciousness? In ancient times, anything inexplicable was deemed divine, and to the guard, this was undoubtedly a supernatural phenomenon. The other guard, now filled with trepidation, struggled to comprehend the might of Shun Feng's vehicle, wondering if it was a divine being sent to protect Wei. "We must report this to the King of Wei," he urged. "What shall be done with this individual? The King of Wei has ordered us to detain him. Can we simply disregard him here? The divine matter outweighs this criminal by far. If we were to inform the King of Wei about the deity's arrival in our realm, he would surely be elated, perhaps even rewarding us handsomely for such news." As the two debated, Shun Feng, seated in the Santana, paid them no mind. He drove the vehicle to Zhang Zhongjing's side and said, "Zhang Zhongjing, please get in. I will take you away from this perilous place." Zhang Zhongjing, still reeling from the shock of the situation, too astonishing to believe, had never even seen a Santana before. Chapter 48. The rescue. What was this vehicle? A war chariot or a divine object? Zhang Zhongjing could not ascertain. Even more astonishing was the presence of another person within the Santana. Could it be a deity? Heaven has opened its eyes. It seems the divine is intent on allowing me to continue my medical legacy. Zhang Zhongjing raised his hands skyward, nearly kneeling in reverence. Shun Feng, sensing the urgency of the situation, was unaware of when other guards might arrive. The Santana could handle a few soldiers, but if they formed ranks and raised their shields, Shun Feng would have no chance of escape. He turned to Zhang Zhongjing, urging him, "Hurry, get in the car. I must take you away now." Zhang Zhongjing, still in shock, was pulled into the vehicle by Shun Feng, who swiftly drove the Santana toward the palace exit. Meanwhile, within the Grand Hall of Wei, two armored guards rushed in. Flustered, at the center sat a commanding middle-aged man, the King of Wei, Cao Cao, whose imposing presence was marked by his thick brows and sharp eyes. Seeing the two panicked guards, Cao Cao felt a flicker of irritation. Their disturbance was unwelcome as he was engrossed in the latest military reports. "What is the meaning of this? Why do you interrupt me now?" he demanded. The guards bowed deeply, fearful of provoking Cao Cao's notorious temper. "Your Majesty, we have witnessed a divine spectacle and seek your judgment," one of the armored guards stammered. Cao Cao's authoritative gaze fixed upon the speaker. "A divine spectacle? In all my years of commanding troops, I have seen many things, yet I have never encountered what could be deemed divine. Your Majesty, I assure you it is true. He witnessed the miracle with his own eyes." The guard insisted. Cao Cao, skeptical yet intrigued, replied, "You claim to have seen a miracle. Should I find even a hint of deceit in your words, I shall have your head. Do you dare guarantee the truth of this spectacle?" Both guards nodded vigorously, affirming their account. They had indeed seen something extraordinary, something that, in the eyes of ancient men, was a true miracle. "Lead me to this sight at once. I must see for myself what has the soldiers so frightened." Cao Cao commanded. At that moment, another agitated soldier burst in, adding to Cao Cao's growing frustration with his troops' lack of discipline. "Do you also come to report a miracle?" he queried the newcomer. The soldier, wide-eyed, knelt before Cao Cao, saying, "Your Majesty, there is indeed a war chariot from the divine realm, capable of wreaking havoc, and it has injured several men. It is now fleeing toward the palace exit." This confirmed Cao Cao's suspicions. Perhaps these guards were not fabricating tales after all. Though he remained unconvinced about the so-called miracle, he sensed something extraordinary had indeed entered the hall. "Bring me to this sight immediately. I must witness what can instill such fear in my soldiers," he ordered. Several guards escorted Cao Cao to the castle walls, where his elevated view allowed him to spot the Santana wreaking havoc within the hall. He had never seen anything like it before. Cao Cao's brow furrowed as he observed Shun Feng commanding the black Santana. If Wei possessed such a chariot, conquering neighboring states would be a trivial endeavor. Could this be a new invention from Zhuge Liang? Cao Cao harbored a deep-seated wariness of the Shu strategist, renowned for his cunning and innovative creations, which often left Cao Cao in a state of disarray. Chapter 49. Astonishment, yet this was certainly not Zhuge Liang's invention, for he could not possibly have conceived a 21st century Santana. The car was a marvel of steel, equipped with intricate instruments and a powerful engine, far beyond the capabilities of any individual in this era. Thus, its appearance was nothing short of miraculous. Even Cao Cao was taken aback. It truly was a marvel, confirming that the guards had not deceived him. Such a contraption could not be fabricated by Zhuge Liang. As Cao Cao continued to observe, he noticed two figures seated within the Santana, one unfamiliar young man clad in yellow robes, and the other, Zhang Zhongjing. Upon recognizing Zhang Zhongjing, a murderous intent flickered in Cao Cao's eyes. He had intended to detain him but was thwarted by divine intervention. How did Zhang Zhongjing come to be in that vehicle? Cao Cao inquired of his soldiers. The soldiers, hesitant to reveal the truth, concocted a fabricated tale. Your Majesty, that individual possesses divine power and simply took Zhang Zhongjing away with some unknown means. It left us speechless. Is it truly so wondrous? You allowed him to take Zhang Zhongjing without hindrance? Cao Cao glared at one of the soldiers. It was not for lack of desire, Your Majesty, but our abilities were insufficient to counter the divine forces at play, the soldier replied, shifting the blame to the supernatural. An astute move in an era where the inexplicable was often attributed to divine will. Cao Cao could only shake his head in resignation, feeling helpless against the divine. He ceased his reproach of the soldiers and commanded, immediately send men to intercept that divine being, whether he be God or ghost. He must not be allowed to take Zhang Zhongjing away, or I shall hold you accountable. The soldiers hastily departed, eager to distance themselves from Cao Cao. Meanwhile, Shen Feng maneuvered the Santana with ease, skillfully weaving through the guards and reaching the palace entrance. As he approached a line of shield-bearing soldiers blocking his path, he realized that forcing his way through would be no simple task. He turned to Zhang Zhongjing, instructing, please hold on tight. I am about to perform a daring maneuver. Oh, not be alarmed. Zhang Zhongjing, seeing Shen Feng as a divine savior, nodded, unaware of the specifics of the daring maneuver, but trusting that Shen Feng intended to lead him to safety. With a confident smile, Shen Feng pressed the accelerator and gripped the steering wheel, ready to showcase his exceptional driving skills as he charged forward. The soldiers wielding shields were struck with trepidation upon witnessing Shen Feng maneuvering his peculiar flying vehicle. Despite their extensive combat experience, they had never encountered such an extraordinary contraption. The Santana swept over them, toppling them as effortlessly as a house of cards. Shen Feng skillfully led Zhang Zhongjing past the last obstacle in front of the Grand Hall, successfully facilitating their escape. However, the mission was far from complete. As long as they remained within the territory of the Wei Kingdom, Shen Feng could not consider his task fulfilled. He needed to continue guiding Zhang Zhongjing onward. As the Santana sped out of the Grand Hall, the disheveled soldiers gazed in astonishment, relieved that casualties were minimal. Nevertheless, the sheer force of the vehicle's departure left them thoroughly terrified. That the chariot of a deity? It is truly frightening. Who could have imagined it would be divine? One soldier remarked, we have failed to carry out the Lord Wei Wang's orders. He commanded us to stop that monster, and now it has managed to escape. Another soldier lamented, that was the will of the gods. We could not have intervened. Surely, the Lord Wei Wang will not be too harsh with us, as we have done our utmost. Chapter 50. The escape. Alas, he has escaped, which is infuriating. Most importantly, the notorious Zhang Zhongjing has been taken away. The Lord Wei Wang will undoubtedly be furious. Given his recent temper, we might find ourselves in grave danger if he chooses to blame us for this failure. Do not frighten me. I have a heart condition. One soldier quipped. The soldiers, now disheveled, began to discuss their fates, concerned primarily with their own safety, for it was clear they would not easily escape the Lord Wei Wang's wrath. Meanwhile, Cao Cao, observing from a height, displayed an unusual calmness, seemingly unperturbed by the events. His temperament was notoriously unpredictable. A smile from him could signify anything, perhaps even dire consequences. He summoned an esteemed minister and commanded, you must investigate immediately. Zhang Zhongjing cannot be allowed to escape Wei. Any person I, Cao Cao, wish to eliminate shall not evade my grasp, not even by divine intervention. Also, uncover the origins of that chariot. The minister bowed and replied, as you command. He soon departed, yet Cao Cao remained on the wall, deep in contemplation, as though pondering matters of great significance. Though it appears divine, I do not believe it to be a heavenly artifact. To think it could carry Zhang Zhongjing away from me? Such a feat is not so simple. Anyone I wish to eliminate has never escaped my clutches, Cao Cao declared, gazing in the direction Shen Feng had vanished. Days later, Shen Feng successfully led Zhang Zhongjing out of Wei and settled him in a small village within Wu, ensuring his complete safety from Cao Cao's reach. With this accomplished, Shen Feng returned to the realm of reality. The reward for his mission was the extraordinary medical skills derived from Zhang Zhongjing, which enabled him to cure cancer and diagnose ailments merely by observation. Shen Feng marveled at the power of this newfound ability. He would no longer need instruments to treat patients. As he strolled through the streets, he contemplated the wealth he could amass by healing prominent individuals. Just then, a black Audi pulled up before him. Inside sat an elderly man, pale and coughing violently, his skin marred by white patches, suggesting he was nearing the end of his life. What a coincidence, Shen Feng thought, recognizing that the old man was in the late stages of cancer. At that moment, the door of the Audi opened, and a man in sunglasses emerged, assisting the elderly man outside for fresh air. The man in sunglasses appeared deeply respectful of the old man. "Sir, are you all right? Should I call Dr. Zhou immediately?" he inquired, concern etched on his face. The elderly man, known as Old Zhao, held significant influence in Linen, commanding respect across both legitimate and illicit spheres. In his youth, he was a fierce competitor, carving out a successful career. However, against the ravages of illness, even the mightiest accomplishments meant little. When diagnosed with cancer, the prognosis was dire. He had less than 3 months to live. With that time frame nearly expired, he had only 7 days left, perhaps the final days of his life. Old Zhao looked at the man in sunglasses and said, "There is no need to trouble Dr. Zhou. My condition is beyond his remedy. I am but a breath away from my last days. Let me spend this time in peace." As he spoke, despair flickered in his eyes, devoid of tranquility, for anyone facing death suffers greatly. "I can cure your cancer," Shen Feng declared, fixing his gaze on Old Zhao. The man in sunglasses swiftly interposed himself, his posture defensive. "Who are you? Step back now, or I will not hesitate to act," he warned, his demeanor aggressive. Unfazed by the threat, Shen Feng remained resolute, understanding that saving a life was paramount. "Do you wish for him to perish? If you delay, he may lose consciousness. Only I can save him. Step aside," he insisted, his tone firm. The man in sunglasses frowned, for few dared to disrespect Old Zhao in Linen. This brash youth had crossed a line, and the man in sunglasses believed he was inviting trouble. "You truly seek death? Very well, I shall oblige," he retorted, preparing to act. Yet at that moment, Old Zhao intervened, placing a hand on Shen Feng to halt any impending conflict. "Enough, he means no harm. Please, let me enjoy my last days in peace," he implored. Old Zhao, lost in despair, sought merely tranquility, having relinquished familial ties to find solitude in his final moments. The man in sunglasses, heeding Old Zhao's words, relented. "As you wish, sir, I shall respect your decision and will not pursue this matter with this young man," he replied, feigning magnanimity. Shen Feng chuckled softly, finding the man's posturing somewhat comical. His intent to help Old Zhao against illness was obstructed at the onset. With a sigh, he remarked, "If some wish to abandon life, I shall not aid those unwilling to fight for it. I shall reserve my medical skills for those who desire to live." The man in sunglasses regarded Shen Feng with disdain, perceiving his words as mere bravado. Yet, Old Zhao, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of hope. If this young man could discern his ailment, perhaps he possessed genuine medical knowledge. "Young man, do you truly know how to cure cancer? Such claims should not be made lightly." Old Zhao questioned earnestly. Shen Feng nodded, his demeanor serious. With the extraordinary medical skills bestowed upon him, he indeed could cure cancer, yet he chose not to administer an instant remedy. Instead, he sought to gradually earn Old Zhao's trust. Recognizing the potential ally he could become, Shen Feng discerned that Old Zhao was no ordinary individual. He likely held considerable standing in Linen. Old Zhao, noticing Shen Feng's hesitation, spoke to him. "If you can cure my cancer, I will agree to any condition." Chapter 51. A visit, brother, you're back. As Shen Feng entered, he was greeted by the sparkling eyes of Shen Ling. A flicker of confusion crossed his mind as he casually responded. Shen Ling approached, carrying freshly washed fruit, and sat beside him. "Brother, who did you go out with just now?" Upon hearing this, Shen Feng turned to her with a puzzled expression, noticing the gleam of curiosity in her eyes, which made him chuckle. "What are you talking about?" With a beaming smile, Shen Ling replied, "I saw you, brother, leaving with a very beautiful sister." Shen Feng found her demeanor amusing and finally realized who she referred to. He playfully shoved a piece of fruit into her mouth. She bit into it. Her big, sparkling eyes brimmed with curiosity, but Shun Feng mysteriously shook his head and walked away. 3 days passed swiftly, and Shen Feng finally arrived at old Zhao's residence. "Young man, you have finally arrived. I have been eagerly waiting," exclaimed the old man with joy upon seeing Shen Feng, grasping his hand with excitement, tears of emotion glimmering in his eyes. Since the last treatment by Shen Feng, he had not experienced any pain for the past 2 days, fostering a burgeoning trust in Shen Feng. Perhaps he truly could cure his cancer. Before old Zhao, Shen Feng maintained a demeanor of calm confidence, neither overly humble nor arrogant, which caught old Zhao's attention. This young man possessed an ethereal quality, distinctly different from the proud young men he had encountered before, deepening old Zhao's admiration for him. Perhaps he truly had the ability to heal him. Shen Feng glanced at him and said softly, "I am prepared for this. I have come to cure your cancer." "To cure cancer? I am curious to see who possesses such remarkable skills," replied a voice laced with skepticism. "Old Zhao, you must trust in the power of medicine and not be deceived by charlatans." Before old Zhao could respond, an oddly inflected voice interrupted. Everyone frowned as old Zhao turned to see a man in a white coat approaching. Shen Feng's expression soured slightly at the sight of him. The man exuded an unsettling aura that he found distasteful. As Shen Feng scrutinized the man, the latter appraised Shen Feng in return, scoffing at the sight of a mere youth daring to usurp his most significant client. Old Zhao's cancer was an insurmountable affliction. To cure him was a fanciful notion. He had dedicated his life to merely stabilizing old Zhao's condition. Initially expecting to rise in prominence, he now found himself thwarted by this upstart. Upon seeing Shen Feng, the man's face shifted to one of deference. He hurried forward, eagerly exclaiming, "Dr. Zhou, you have arrived." Hearing this, Dr. Zhou's expression softened slightly. He cleared his throat and respectfully addressed old Zhao. "Old Zhao, do not blame me for not warning you. There have been too many frauds claiming to cure cancer over the years. It is medically impossible to cure cancer in such a short time." Old Zhao frowned at Dr. Zhou's ingratiating tone. He did not believe this young man was deceiving him. Having endured the agony of cancer, he had found considerable relief thanks to the young man's treatment, which had not flared up in days. Witnessing old Zhao's indifference towards him, Dr. Zhou felt a flicker of resentment. He turned to scrutinize Shen Feng, believing this youth was out of his depth. Dr. Zhou was the most renowned doctor in Linen City, having treated numerous complex ailments, yet he felt powerless against cancer. This young man appeared unremarkable, and Dr. Zhou wondered how he could possibly heal old Zhao. He approached Shen Feng, knitting his brows. "May I inquire where you practice?" Shen Feng clearly perceived the disdain in his eyes, yet remained unfazed. He replied nonchalantly, "I do not practice anywhere significant. I have a profound interest in medicine. I encountered old Zhao, troubled by cancer, and I simply wish to assist him in overcoming his challenges." "Humph, what nonsense. You cannot even claim to practice anywhere, yet you dare speak of curing old Zhao." Dr. Zhou reveled in his perceived advantage, thinking he could provoke old Zhao into a rage and have Shen Feng expelled. Unexpectedly, old Zhao interjected, "This young man is also my benefactor. Dr. Zhou, if you have any grievances, direct them towards me. I am willing to hear you out." Dr. Zhou's face flickered with anger, but it quickly subsided in the presence of old Zhao. He turned, feigning humility, and said, "Old Zhao, what are you saying? I merely mentioned it in passing." Old Zhao huffed, then turned to Shen Feng with renewed warmth. "I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival for days. I am thrilled to finally see you." In stark contrast to his cold demeanor towards Dr. Zhou, old Zhao's warmth towards Shen Feng irked the latter, who silently followed behind. Dr. Zhou had long been trusted by old Zhao, but now he felt an inexplicable inclination to trust Shen Feng, perhaps due to the skills Shen Feng had previously demonstrated. "Let us skip the pleasantries. We can discuss matters once I have treated you," Shen Feng asserted confidently. Hearing Shen Feng's self-assured words, old Zhao's heart swelled with hope. "Dio, you truly have a way to cure my cancer." Shen Feng nodded and revealed a row of silver needles, their slender forms gleaming ominously. Old Zhao's heart raced. Could this truly eradicate his cancer? Dr. Zhou, observing this scene, wore an even more disdainful expression. It seemed this was indeed a charlatan, and if he was eager to be proven wrong, why not oblige him? Chapter 52. The distinction between truth and deceit. Shen Feng quickly entered the private clinic with old Zhao. To ensure Shen Feng had a conducive environment for treatment, old Zhao had instructed his staff to prepare a room, which was now put to good use. Dr. Zhou intended to follow them in but was stopped by Shen Feng, who smiled politely yet firmly. "I am afraid you must stay outside. My techniques are confidential and cannot be shared." Dr. Zhou's annoyance flared at Shen Feng's demeanor, thinking it was merely an act of pretentiousness. fearing he would unveil his deception. His irritation dissipated, and he feigned indifference, saying, "Fine, I merely wish to assist you, but it seems you do not require my help. I shall wait outside." Shen Feng simply nodded and entered the operating room. The man in black recalled Shan Feng's warning and dutifully stood guard at the door, preventing anyone from entering. Dr. Zhou, witnessing this, scoffed in contempt, believing that only the inept would resort to such theatrics to conceal their failings. Inside the operating room, Shen Feng retrieved his homemade anesthetic for old Zhao, inducing a state of unconsciousness. Only then did he produce the meticulously prepared silver needles. With a rich history of acupuncture in China, he inherited the techniques of esteemed physicians, his skills unparalleled. While inserting the needles into old Zhao's various acupuncture points, the old man's body soon resembled a porcupine, covered in gleaming silver needles. Dr. Zhou and the man in black waited outside, unaware of the passage of time. Eventually, the operating room door swung open, and Shen Feng emerged. The man in black rushed forward, anxiously inquiring, "How did it go? Is old Zhao all right?" Shen Feng maintained a calm demeanor, nodding gently. "Rest assured, everything is as it should be." Dr. Zhou, however, curled his lip in skepticism, pushing Shen Feng aside to enter the room. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he turned back to Shen Feng, his voice laced with accusation. "So, you intend to kill old Zhao? You are nothing but a fraud, claiming to cure cancer when you are merely deceiving us." Upon hearing his words, a flicker of displeasure flashed in Shan Feng's eyes. The man in black stood silently beside him, completely at a loss, for he was not a doctor and had no understanding of the current situation. He could only watch helplessly as Dr. Zhou reprimanded Shen Feng. His fists clenched involuntarily. Should anything untoward occur, he would not spare Shen Feng. Shen Feng shrugged nonchalantly, stating, "The old gentleman has been cured by me. If you doubt it, feel free to conduct another examination." Dr. Zhou, however, scoffed, nearly shouting, "Cured? It seems you merely wish to shirk responsibility." He hastened to Shan Feng's side, his gaze scrutinizing Shan Feng's slender eyes. "You are nothing but a fraud if you admit it now. Perhaps when the old gentleman awakens, I could intercede on your behalf. You know well that the old gentleman wields considerable influence in Linen City. If he wishes to ruin you, he certainly can." Detecting the threat in his words, Shen Feng did not even furrow his brow, merely responding with indifference, "Whether you believe it or not is inconsequential. I have indeed cured him. There is no need to discuss anything further." Realizing Shan Feng's nonchalance, Dr. Zhou gritted his teeth, convinced that Shen Feng was deliberately toying with him, disdain evident in his gaze. Just as he summoned the guards to detain Shen Feng, the old gentleman stirred awake, startled by the scene before him. Frowning, he inquired, "What is happening here?" The man in black turned, astonished to see the old gentleman, and quickly stepped forward, asking, "Are you well, sir?" The old gentleman shook his head, feeling a profound sense of relief as his ailments vanished. He wondered if he had indeed been cured. His heart swelled with excitement as he gazed at Shen Feng, asking, "Am I free of cancer now?" Shen Feng nodded, calmly affirming, "Indeed, you are healed." Tears of joy shimmered in the old gentleman's eyes as he struggled to find the right words. Witnessing this, Dr. Zhou was taken aback and rushed to the old gentleman's side, exclaiming, "Sir, you haven't undergone any tests yet. How can you be so certain that your cancer is gone? Do not trust this charlatan's one-sided claims. He is deceiving you." Before the old gentleman could respond, Dr. Zhou unilaterally ordered his assistants to take the old gentleman's blood samples for examination. The old gentleman harbored lingering doubt. After all, cancer was deemed incurable, and surely it could not be so easily remedied. He reluctantly acquiesced to Dr. Zhou's actions. Upon examination, the results revealed that the old gentleman's health was identical to that of a normal individual, indicating the absence of any cancer cells. Dr. Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief, his fingers trembling as he clutched the report. "How can this be? You were clearly in a dire state before." His gaze turned to Shen Feng, filled with suspicion. "You must have bribed everyone here, compelling them to follow your orders." The onlookers regarded him with expressions of disdain, recognizing his ulterior motives. After all, Dr. Zhou had harbored ambitions to rise alongside the old gentleman. And now that dream lay shattered, leading to his current state of agitation. "No, I refuse to believe it. It must be you. You conspired with them to manipulate the results. I will kill you." Dr. Zhou suddenly erupted in rage, lunging at Shen Feng with the intent to attack. However, Shen Feng was already prepared, delivering a swift kick that sent Dr. Zhou sprawling 10 meters away, lying on the ground like a defeated fish, eyes rolling back in his head. The man in black looked on in astonishment, Having initially perceived Shenfeng as a delicate youth, but now realizing he was far more formidable than anticipated. The old gentleman, without lifting an eyebrow, waved his hand, commanding, "Remove this man from my presence. The Zhao family no longer welcomes him." The man in black nodded silently, leading the others to carry Dr. Zhou away. The crowd gazed at Shenfeng with newfound respect, understanding the significance of this moment. From that day forth, Shenfeng's status in Linen City would be irrevocably altered, and everyone would be compelled to honor him as the savior of the old gentleman. Shenfeng appeared oblivious to this transformation, maintaining his calm demeanor, not a crease of concern marring his brow. Observing Shenfeng's composure, the old gentleman felt an increased admiration for him. This young man exhibited an admirable humility. A rare talent indeed, prompting the old gentleman to contemplate fostering a relationship with him. On his way home, Shenfeng purchased pastries for Shenling, only to receive a new order moments later. Ding! An order from Diaochan has arrived. Would you like to accept, Diaochan? Shenfeng blinked, recalling her legendary beauty during the Three Kingdoms era, captivating countless men, including the notorious warlords Dong Zhuo and Elbu. Shenfeng, being a mere mortal, was naturally delighted at the prospect of encountering such beauty. Without hesitation, he accepted the order. The scenery around him shifted dramatically, and when Shenfeng regained his bearings, he found himself in an opulent mansion. "How dare you intrude? Who are you to trespass upon Dong's estate? Guards, seize him!" As a throng of people quickly surrounded him, Shenfeng remained unfazed and casually inquired, "Dong's estate? Are you implying this is Dong Zhuo's residence? How dare you utter the Lord's name so casually? Seize him and execute him on the spot." A cold smile crept across Shenfeng's lips as he regarded the pompous individuals before him. He pressed the accelerator, propelling himself forward like an arrow, swiftly barreling through the crowd. The onlookers stood agape, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them, while the man who had threatened Shenfeng now writhed in agony on the ground. The suddenness of the event left the guards bewildered, and they could only watch as Shenfeng dashed into the mansion. Inside, they heard the lewd laughter of a man and the desperate pleas of a woman. Shenfeng's heart sank. It appeared that historical accounts of Diaochan's plight were not as she had chosen, but rather forced upon her. Pondering this revelation, Shenfeng felt a surge of sympathy for Diaochan. In such tumultuous times, a woman could hardly safeguard her own virtue. Ding! Shenfeng honked the horn, the shrill sound cutting through the air, causing the occupants of the room to halt their actions. Dong Zhuo, furious, stormed out, taken aback upon seeing Shenfeng. "Who are you to act so brazenly on my territory?" He scrutinized Shenfeng's vehicle, recalling rumors of a strange man who had abducted a physician from Cao Cao's camp days prior. Could this be that man? Realizing this, a glimmer of wariness flickered in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, he commanded his men to encircle Shenfeng. "Just a bunch of useless fools. Do you dare to obstruct me?" Shenfeng scoffed, his gaze dripping with contempt and mockery. Dong Zhuo, enraged, bellowed, "What are you waiting for? Dismember him." Diaochan trembled, timidly trailing behind Dong Zhuo, her large, watery eyes radiating innocence. Shenfeng's sense of justice ignited. He was determined to rescue this fragile girl. How shameless of Dong Zhuo, an old man preying on a young woman, standing beside her as if he were her father. Shenfeng's disdain sparked Dong Zhuo's fury, his face reddening with rage as he shouted for his men to charge. The soldiers exchanged hesitant glances, recalling how swiftly Shenfeng had evaded capture moments before. They recalled the whispers of a man rumored to possess extraordinary abilities and began to question their resolve. "You worthless scoundrels!" Dong Zhuo roared, kicking one of his subordinates in frustration, before seizing a great sword and charging at Shenfeng. Fury coursing through him. "You overestimate yourself?" Shenfeng let out a light scoff, pressing the accelerator to the floor. In this era devoid of traffic lights, there was little to restrain him. The crowd watched in terror as their supreme authority, Dong Zhuo, was struck and sent flying by an unknown war chariot. His corpulent form traced a graceful parabola through the air before crashing into a room with a resounding thud. Silence enveloped the scene. Everyone felt a chill in their limbs as they gazed at the mysterious vehicle. Their eyes filled with dread, and no one dared to move, nor did they check whether Dong Zhuo was alive or dead. They simply observed Shenfeng in silence. With an air of elegance, Shenfeng alighted from the chariot. Standing before Diaochan, "Why, dear lady, your ride has arrived. I can take you wherever your heart desires." "Anywhere?" Diaochan murmured, her eyes soon sparkling like a constellation of stars, captivating to behold. Overcome with excitement, her cheeks flushed a vivid red, and without a thought for decorum, she linked her arm with Shenfeng's, her delicate figure pressing against him through the thin fabric of her clothing. Shen Feng absent-mindedly nodded, affirming, "Indeed, anywhere you wish to go, I shall take you." Diao Chan could not contain her delight, exulting like a child. Eventually, she requested Shen Feng to escort her to a remote village, her original home, a place she had left behind after encountering her adoptive father, where wealth and luxury had proven but a fleeting dream. Upon returning to the real world, Shen Feng discovered that although he had not brought back any extraordinary skills, the sturdiness of his Santana had significantly improved. Rendering it nearly impervious, he strolled leisurely back home, where Shen Ling's eyes lit up with excitement upon seeing what he had brought, eagerly indulging in it. Watching his sister's happiness, Shen Feng resolved to ensure she would lead a prosperous life. Just then, he received a call from Old Master Zhao, who, brimming with enthusiasm, proposed throwing a banquet in Shen Feng's honor, insisting that he must attend. Old Master Zhao wished to introduce Shen Feng to the upper echelons of society. Believing in the young man's exceptional capabilities, more importantly, having been cured of his own cancer, he felt it was his duty to uplift this talented junior. After a moment's reflection, Shen Feng deemed it essential to make an appearance in high society if he were to establish himself swiftly in Linen City. He thought of Mengba and wondered if he might encounter him at the banquet. Shen Feng could easily imagine the surprise on Mengba's face upon seeing him. Thus, he agreed to attend, much to Old Master Zhao's delight, who reiterated his expectation that Shen Feng would be present. Once he hung up, Shen Ling approached with a curious expression, teasingly asking, "What's wrong? Why that look?" Leaning in conspiratorially, she inquired, "Is it that beautiful older sister I met last time who called you?" Shen Feng, understanding who she meant, chuckled and shook his head. "You're mistaken. It's not her." Shen Ling, displaying a knowing grin, replied, "If you won't tell me, I won't ask, but you must share when you're ready." She winked playfully at him. Shen Feng, bemused by her cleverness, could only shake his head in resignation. Time flew by, and Shen Feng arrived at Old Master Zhao's residence as promised. The servants greeted him warmly, having been instructed to treat him with utmost respect, for he was the one who had cured their master. "Sir, you've finally arrived. The master has been awaiting you inside," one of the servants said, glancing at Shen Feng with a hint of confusion. Unlike others who would have dressed to the nines for such an invitation, Shen Feng appeared rather unremarkable, considering it a mundane occurrence and not worth the effort of dressing up. Noticing the servant's look, Shen Feng thought little of it, believing that this banquet was merely a trivial matter for him, requiring no special attire. Just as the servant was about to take him to Old Master Zhao, he was called away by another guest. Observing the servant's predicament, Shen Feng waved him off with a serene smile. "It's all right. I'll wander for a bit. You go ahead and attend to your business." The servant, grateful, flashed a smile before hurrying away. Shen Feng strolled through the banquet hall, observing the elegantly clad guests in suits and ties, feeling somewhat out of place among the elite. Yet, he remained unfazed. This celebration had been organized specifically for him, and he believed that true worth shines through, regardless of circumstance. As he casually surveyed the attendees, he noticed the faint glimmers of disdain in their eyes, as if they deemed him unworthy of their company. Just as he was about to lift a glass of red wine from the table, a mocking voice broke through the air. "Isn't that who I think it is? What brings you here? You didn't sneak in, did you? I don't recall you being acquainted with Old Master Zhao." The familiar voice belonged to Mengba, who wore an expression of malicious intent. His words were not loud, yet they resonated throughout the room, capturing the attention of the upper crust, many of whom believed him. Shen Feng regarded him coolly, maintaining his usual composure, while Mengba seethed with anger, recalling how Shen Feng had previously humiliated him. Seizing the opportunity, Mengba's entourage quickly grasped the situation, realizing it was merely a case of Shen Feng's foolishness in offending someone of Mengba's stature. "Meng Xiao, how could you associate with someone like him? He hardly seems to fit in with our kind." One of them sneered. Mengba's eyes glinted with malice as he replied coldly, "Even the best can stumble. Last time we had a disagreement, it was clear he and I are worlds apart. He is nothing more than a pauper." He shifted his tone, adding a hint of skepticism, "As far as I know, Old Master Zhao is hosting this banquet to honor his savior, yet I doubt this man is worthy of such a distinction. The only explanation is that he snuck in." The crowd's disdain for Shen Feng intensified, whispers circulating among them. "Old Master Zhao is kind-hearted, but this fellow must be up to no good, sneaking in to steal something," one remarked. "He certainly doesn't look like a good person. Just look at those rags he's wearing. My suit alone costs 10 times what he's clad in." The mocking voices surrounded Shen Feng, yet he maintained his composure, as if they were discussing someone else entirely. Meng Ba, reveling in this situation, anticipated how Shen Feng might extricate himself from this predicament. After all, he had won money off of his cousin last time. This time, he wouldn't let Shen Feng escape so easily. The servant who had initially led Shen Feng and now appeared flustered. Realizing the predicament Shen Feng had fallen into, he quickly turned to search for old Master Zhao. "Sir, it's bad news. Mr. Shan is in trouble." The servant burst into the study, where old Master Zhao had been preparing for the evening. Upon hearing this, old Master Zhao's brow furrowed in concern. Shen Feng was a cherished guest he had invited with great care, and he could not allow anyone to belittle him. He hurried to the hall, where he found a crowd gathered, with Shen Feng standing calmly in the center. Yet, old Master Zhao could see the cold fury in Shen Feng's eyes. He was angry. Realizing the gravity of the situation, old Master Zhao wiped the sweat from his brow. This young man, so talented and capable of curing his cancer, had a boundless future ahead, and it was imperative that he cultivate a relationship with him. Now, to see him disrespected at an event he had hosted made old Master Zhao anxious. He rushed forward, eager to defend Shen Feng, but Meng Ba, seizing the moment, stepped in front of old Master Zhao, a triumphant gleam in his eye. "Old Master Zhao, you've finally arrived. I see a rat has found its way into your gathering, but do not worry. I will soon rid you of this intruder," Meng Ba said, rubbing his hands together with a hint of nervous anticipation. He gazed at old Master Zhao with a sycophantic expression, fully aware of the Zhao family's esteemed position in Linen City. If he could curry favor with old Master Zhao through this incident, he would undoubtedly command respect and influence in Linen. Initially, old Master Zhao intended to reprimand him, but he was taken aback when Shen Feng raised his hand. Signaling him to cease his words, a flicker of doubt crossed old Master Zhao's mind. Yet upon observing Shen Feng's unwavering confidence, he realized that this crisis could be resolved solely by Shen Feng's prowess. Seizing this opportunity, he was eager to witness the man's capabilities. Thus, he swallowed his words, merely casting a glance at Meng Ba, noticing the old man's gaze upon him, instinctively felt he was aligned with old Master Zhao's expectations. His pride swelled and he taunted Shen Feng. "Hey, why are you still dawdling? If you leave now, perhaps we could still treat you decently. But if you anger old Master Zhao, I assure you, you won't survive in Linen." A cold smirk danced at the corners of Shen Feng's mouth as he regarded Meng Ba with a chilling stare. "If I recall correctly, you are merely my defeated foe." This remark caused Meng Ba to lose some composure, inciting a wave of disdainful murmurs from the crowd, further fueling his ire. "What nonsense are you spouting? The last encounter was merely a fluke. You were just lucky as I happened to be having an off day." His eyes burned with indignation, unwilling to appear foolish before old Master Zhao. The old man was renowned for mentoring the younger generation. If Meng Ba could earn his favor, the Zhao family's status would undoubtedly rise alongside his. Raising an eyebrow, Shen Feng coolly replied, "What? Are you attempting to back out?" If looks could kill, Meng Ba's glare would have felled Shen Feng. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "Let us have a rematch, shall we?" Shen Feng did not contest this challenge. Instead, he turned to old Master Zhao and inquired, "Is there a racetrack nearby? I wish to compete with this gentleman, and I assure you, he will lose convincingly." Old Master Zhao nodded and promptly made arrangements. Recognizing Shen Feng's calm demeanor and sensing the man's confidence in his own abilities, he felt a twinge of sympathy for Meng Ba, wondering how catastrophically he would falter against Shen Feng. Meanwhile, Meng Ba brimmed with confidence, convinced that his previous defeat was a mere accident. He believed that this impoverished youth lacked real skill. Had he not been distracted by showing off in front of his cousin, he would not have lost. As Shen Feng observed Meng Ba's arrogance, he couldn't help but smile with disdain. Meng Ba's attempt to race against him was akin to throwing an egg against a stone. This time, he would thoroughly shatter Meng Ba's confidence. The onlookers, puzzled yet intrigued by the unfolding rivalry, were aware that while Shen Feng appeared to be an ordinary impoverished youth, Meng Ba, born into wealth, was typically well-versed in racing. Soon, they arrived at the racetrack, a private facility owned by the Zhao family, featuring an array of luxurious, limited-edition cars. The spectators couldn't help but feel envy. The Zhao family was indeed opulent, distinctly different from the average household. Old Master Zhao approached Shen Feng, casting a supportive glance. "Young man, give it your all. I believe in you," he encouraged, just as he had faith in Shen Feng's ability to heal him of his ailment. Shen Feng merely nodded in acknowledgement, while Meng Ba seethed with jealousy at the old man's attention toward Shen Feng. The race commenced, and Meng Ba was determined to win at all costs to salvage his pride. Under the pretense of a casual glance, he signaled to his friends, who swiftly tampered with Shen Feng's car, ensuring it would falter during the race. Meng Ba's eyes gleamed with malicious glee as he watched Shen Feng's car slow down. Convinced of his imminent victory, however, to his astonishment, Shen Feng began to close the gap, his car accelerating with remarkable skill. Meng Ba's disbelief grew as he struggled to comprehend how Shen Feng could still be gaining on him despite his sabotage. He pressed the accelerator, teeth clenched, racing ahead with all his might. Shen Feng maintained his calm, astonishing everyone by skillfully maneuvering his car on two wheels, a technique only known to seasoned racers. As the finish line drew near, Meng Ba's elation turned to despair as Shen Feng, like a whirlwind, crossed the finish line first. The crowd erupted in cheers, astounded by Shen Feng's exceptional racing abilities, rivaling those of professional drivers. Old Master Zhao rushed toward Shen Feng, his expression filled with awe. He had never anticipated such talent in the youth, affirming his prior judgment that Shen Feng possessed a bright future. Meng Ba's face fell, realizing his plan had backfired. He attempted to slip away unnoticed, only to find the crowd's eyes turning toward him. Stiffening in embarrassment, he glanced back at Shen Feng, attempting to downplay the situation. "You surprised me," he muttered, trying to brush it off. But Old Master Zhao showed no mercy, sternly insisting, "At this point, you must apologize to Mr. Shen for your actions." Meng Ba erupted in protest. "Apologize? Why should I? He's just a poor kid. Sure, he's skilled. But that doesn't change the fact that he sneaked in." He refused to acknowledge his wrongdoing, disdain evident in his gaze toward Shen Feng. Old Master Zhao, his expression stern, clarified, "You are mistaken. He is my esteemed guest and savior, a benefactor to the Zhao family." "What?" Meng Ba's voice rose in disbelief, his eyes wide with incredulity. This ordinary-looking young man was the one who saved Old Master Zhao. He had heard of a skilled young doctor being the hero. Suddenly, it dawned on him that he might have been deceived all along, manipulated into embarrassing himself at this gathering. "You are truly insidious, deceiving me from the start." The crowd regarded him with scorn, bemused by his audacity to blame Shen Feng for his own missteps. Shen Feng, maintaining his composure, remained unfazed, his expression serene. The spectators admired his unflappable demeanor. Throughout the ordeal, he had shown no signs of distress. "Young man, I suggest you apologize to Mr. Shan now, or I will declare that the Zhao family no longer welcomes you in our domain," Old Master Zhao warned. Meng Ba was taken aback, unable to fathom that Old Master Zhao would go to such lengths for Shen Feng, whom he perceived as nothing more than an ordinary youth, while he himself had the backing of the Meng family. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Meng Ba refrained from losing his temper. He clenched his fists and, with a hint of reluctance, uttered a mere apology. His voice was scarcely louder than that of a mosquito. The old gentleman, clearly dissatisfied with this outcome, reiterated his demand for a louder and more heartfelt apology directed at Mr. Shan. Observing Shan Feng's remorseful expression, he added, "It's all my fault. I sincerely hope you can forgive me, Mr. Shan. Had I not been so careless from the outset, time would not have led to such unfortunate circumstances." Witnessing the old gentleman's demeanor, the onlookers instantly recognized the young man's esteemed position within the Zhao family and expressed their respect accordingly. As the crowd swayed toward Shen Feng, Meng Ba felt a surge of anger but managed to contain it. His so-called friends had already vanished, likely sensing the changing tides and leaving him to fend for himself. With no other recourse, Meng Ba begrudgingly offered his apology, to which Shen Feng graciously waved his hand, indicating it was unnecessary. The crowd lavished praise upon Shen Feng, commending his magnanimity and his indifference to the petty antics of others. Although Meng Ba was fuming, he could do little but acquiesce, exiting the Zhao residence with a silent vow to ensure Shen Feng would not escape unscathed if given the opportunity. Initially, this brat had stolen his cousin, but now he had truly become his adversary. The old gentleman, observing Meng Ba's retreating figure, furrowed his brow in concern. Turning to Shen Feng, he softly inquired, "Do you require my assistance in resolving this predicament?" He was well aware of the Meng family's standing in Linen City. Though not as lofty as the Zhao family, they still possessed considerable wealth, making it effortless for them to deal with Shen Feng, who lacked any backing. Shen Feng, however, shook his head, smiling at the old gentleman's concern. "Rest assured, this minor difficulty is one I can handle alone. Please take care of your health and do not worry about me." The old gentleman, noticing the sincerity in Shen Feng's demeanor, sighed inwardly. He had intended to leverage this opportunity to cultivate a favor, hoping that in times of peril, the Zhao family could rely on Shen Feng's strength, but to his dismay, Shen Feng had declined his offer. Chapter 57. The great demon. The individuals present were astute. recognizing that the old gentleman was attempting to curry favor with Shen Feng, each harboring their own agendas. While they were uncertain of Shen Feng's true identity, they gleaned from the old gentleman's demeanor that he must possess significant stature. By the end of the banquet, everyone was exceedingly cordial towards Shen Feng, disregarding his unremarkable attire, a reaction Shen Feng found unsurprising. From the moment he learned of the banquet, he understood that the old gentleman aimed to introduce him to high society. This was all part of the plan. After declining the old gentleman's offer to see him off, Shen Feng embarked on his journey home, only to be interrupted by a notification sound. Ding! An order from Li Macho has arrived. Would you like to accept, Li Macho? Shen Feng pondered. Was she not the notorious demon? After a moment's consideration, he nodded, doubting that this demon could be as malevolent as rumored. Upon arriving before Li Macho, she was taken aback, her eyes widening as she regarded the man before her. Although unsure of the vehicle Shen Feng drove, she felt no fear, instead beginning to scrutinize the war machine with curiosity. How strange! What is this? Why have I never seen anything like it before? Hearing her words, a smile crept onto Shen Feng's lips as he shook his head and replied, Of course, you have never seen it. Shen Feng exited the Santana and approached Li Macho, opening the door for her. She stared at him in astonishment, momentarily lost for words. Shen Feng observed that Li Macho seemed like an ordinary young girl, devoid of any demonic aura. After all, she was a figure that had once shocked the martial world. Could it be that she had yet to succumb to darkness? Intrigued, Shen Feng thought. May I join you? Li Macho asked, her eyes lighting up as she touched Shen Feng's Santana. He nodded, responding nonchalantly, Of course. I can take you anywhere you wish. Li Macho, delighted by his words, glanced around, her eyes filled with uncertainty. I don't even know where I want to go. My dream is simply to roam the world with my sword. Reflecting on the timeline, Shen Feng realized that Li Macho was as innocent as a blank slate, yet to encounter the scoundrel. He had always believed that if she could avoid that wretched man, she might never fall into darkness. Watching her excitement, like a child filled with joy, he couldn't help but sigh within it. This moment, she bore no resemblance to the future demon. He casually inquired, What do you plan to do in the martial world? Li Macho shook her head, admitting she had no plans for the future, only a desperate desire to escape the ancient tomb. As she expressed her uncertainty, Shen Feng devised a plan. Why not advise her to steer clear of that scoundrel? Since you have no particular plans, how about I show you around? Li Macho eagerly agreed. Having spent so long in the ancient tomb without experiencing the outside world, she was thrilled to finally explore this novel environment. Once she settled into the vehicle, Shen Feng suddenly leaned closer, startling Li Macho, who instinctively pushed him away. She retained the shyness of a young girl, fearing he might have ulterior motives. Shen Feng raised an eyebrow at her reaction and inquired, What's wrong? Li Macho shot him an exasperated glare, retorting, Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? Are you trying to take advantage of me? I assure you, I'm not an easy target. Amused by her fierce demeanor, Shen Feng explained, I have no intention of doing anything untoward, and if I wished to, I wouldn't stand a chance against you. His half-joking tone made Li Macho's cheeks flush, yet she remained skeptical. Then what do you want? I don't believe you have no ulterior motives. Li Macho's eyes sparkled with suspicion as she regarded Shen Feng. Her delicate expression ignited Shen Feng's playful spirit. He leaned closer, observing her tense posture. Akin to a startled kitten, finding her reaction amusing, he shook his head and withdrew his hand, assuring her, Rest easy. I merely wish to fasten your seatbelt. As he spoke, he reached across and effortlessly secured her seatbelt. His actions were fluid and unassuming, as if it were all merely a figment of Li Macho's imagination. Watching her blush in embarrassment, Shen Feng smiled and focused intently on driving his Santana. Chapter 58. Trepidation. As they traveled, passers-by wore expressions of trepidation, gazing curiously at the Santana. They had never encountered such a vehicle, nor had they heard of one capable of moving so swiftly. It seemed fit only for deities. They bowed in reverence as Shen Feng drove past. Li Macho, intrigued, turned to Shen Feng and asked, What are they doing? Why are they kneeling before us? We aren't important figures. Shen Feng found her naivety endearing and chuckled softly. Perhaps they mistake us for some grand personage. Li Macho nodded in acceptance, unfazed by the oddity of the situation. They soon arrived at the marketplace, where Shen Feng had previously parked the Santana on the outskirts. Accompanied by Li Macho, he strolled through the bustling market as she excitedly touched this and marveled at that. Observing her lively spirit, Shen Feng truly believed she was just an ordinary girl. This marketplace was where she had formed a bond with the scoundrel, and as he contemplated this, His expression hardened. All girls are angels. But when they encounter scoundrels, they may become fallen angels, ultimately descending into darkness. Shenfeng was determined to protect the innocent Li Macho. He scanned the surroundings, silently hoping the scoundrel would appear soon. For he wished to reveal the true nature of that man to her, ensuring she would see through him and thus complete his task. As nightfall descended, Li Macho, having enjoyed a day of exploration, finally found a moment of tranquility. Her expression shifted to one of contemplation, prompting Shenfeng to inquire, "What troubles you? Why the pensive look?" "This I say like you." Li Macho could not help but laugh as she exclaimed. "This truly feels like a dream. I never imagined I would step out of the ancient tomb. You see, the descendants of our tomb are destined to spend their entire lives within, practicing in solitude." Upon hearing her words, Shenfeng felt a twinge of pity for her. Spending a lifetime in isolation without contact with the outside world would surely drive anyone to madness. He could envision that it was precisely the oppressive nature of her life in the tomb that had transformed Li Macho into a peculiar individual. Today, however, she could relax and forget her troubles. Shenfeng smiled and patted her shoulder, to which Li Macho nodded in agreement. As her gaze fell upon the lanterns floating on the river's surface, her expression lit up with delight. "What are those? They're so beautiful. Are they lotus flowers blooming on the water? But how can they emit light?" Shenfeng could not help but chuckle at her naivety. Having spent so long in the ancient tomb, she had seen little of the world and appeared as innocent as a child. With a smile, he explained, "Those are lotus lanterns. Every year at this time, people come here to release them and make wishes, as it is said that the river will carry their desires to the river deity." "I asked that so?" Li Macho's excitement grew, and she turned to Shenfeng with hopeful eyes. "Could you help me buy a lantern? I would like to make a wish as well." Before Shenfeng could respond, a teasing voice interrupted them. They turned to see a man in a green robe approaching, holding a lotus lantern. "What a coincidence. I happen to have an extra lantern here. I would like to present it to the young lady." This man completely disregarded Shenfeng's presence, his gaze fixated on Li Macho with admiration. Shenfeng inwardly scorned him, deeming him a scoundrel. Li Macho accepted the lantern, her eyes sparkling with joy as she exclaimed, "How beautiful!" She looked up to thank the man, but as she turned to release the lantern, he was not inclined to leave just yet. He stepped forward, clasped his hands, and introduced himself. "My name is Lu Zhanyu. May I inquire about your name, fair lady?" Li Macho frowned slightly. She did not appreciate the man's aggressive gaze, which seemed intent on uncovering her innermost secrets. She offered a perfunctory reply and turned to release the lantern again, only to be pursued once more by the man. Upon hearing his name, Shenfeng suddenly realized this was the very man who had betrayed Li Macho. He had professed his affection for her, only to engage romantically with other women, ultimately driving her away. Witnessing his current demeanor, it was hard to fathom that he would later act so treacherously. When Li Macho saw him reaching for her hand, she reacted instinctively and struck at him. The man was taken aback. He had not expected this seemingly delicate girl to possess such formidable skills, and he was soon sprawled on the ground. Looking quite disheveled, Li Macho couldn't help but burst into laughter, her joy radiating like a pearl. Lu Zhanyuan was momentarily stunned. By the time he regained his senses, he found that Li Macho had already walked away. Frustrated, he attempted to follow her but was intercepted by Shenfeng, who firmly grasped his shoulder. Confused, Lu Zhanyuan turned to see Shenfeng standing beside him, frowning as he coolly asked, "Who are you? And why are you blocking my way?" Shenfeng smirked and replied nonchalantly, "I warn you not to approach that girl. You should know the consequences if you do." His words carried an implicit threat. Lu Zhanyuan glared at Shenfeng in annoyance. The Lu family was influential, and he had never endured such indignity. Who did this man think he was, daring to threaten him? Shenfeng paid no heed to his anger, merely reiterating, "This is a warning. If you dare come near her again, you will regret it." As Li Macho returned, Lu Zhanyuan quickly masked his anger, adopting a forced smile. She glanced at both men, sensing an odd tension between them. Lu Zhanyuan's expression was unsettlingly insincere. Unperturbed, she turned to Shenfeng with a beaming smile, her innocence shining through. "I just released my lantern. I hope my wish comes true." Shenfeng casually inquired, "What is your wish? Do tell. It might come true even faster." Li Macho's eyes lit up as she eagerly responded, "Really? My wish is to become a chivalrous heroine." Lu Zhanyuan promptly interjected, "Of course, that can be achieved. You exude an aura of righteousness. You will undoubtedly become a noble heroine in the martial world." Hearing this, Li Macho's heart swelled with happiness. but Shun Feng furrowed his brow, sensing trouble ahead. If this continued, she would soon be swept away by Lu Zhanyuan's sweet words. At her tender age, she was particularly susceptible to flattery. Shin Feng decided it was time to leave. Let us go. It is getting late, Liu Zhanyuan, irritated, retorted with a feigned smile. May I ask, who might you be to this young lady? It seems she is not particularly familiar with you. He had yet to hear Li Macho mention Shan Feng's name, and they hardly seemed close. Before Shin Feng could respond, Li Macho innocently chimed in, he's my driver. At this, Lu Zhanyuan frowned, struggling to comprehend the term driver, which Shan Feng had previously mentioned in the car.my. Dear lady, I fear you have been misled. This man does not appear to be of good character. I am from the esteemed Lu family. You are welcome to rest at my home. Li Macho was somewhat tempted by his offer, but Shan Feng swiftly intervened, pulling her close and stating firmly, that will not be necessary, since I brought her here. I shall take her back. Upon hearing this, Li Macho's eyes widened in alarm. No. No. She shook her head vigorously. Liu Zhanyuan seized the opportunity to demonstrate his prowess, swiftly attempting to thwart Shan Feng's intentions with a strike aimed at his arm. Being a martial artist, he knew how to disrupt Shin Feng's movement. As the force of the attack approached, Shin Feng furrowed his brow and swiftly dodged, though he was no expert in martial arts. He was, nonetheless, adept in combat. In a swift motion, he executed a shoulder throw, sending Lu Zhanyuan sprawling a considerable distance. Liu Zhanyuan felt as if he had been crushed by a heavy weight, his body feeling foreign to him. Li Macho stood frozen, her eyes wide with disbelief. Had she not witnessed it herself, she would have thought her eyes deceived her. It was astonishing to see someone tossed aside so effortlessly, embarrassed in front of the lady. Lu Zhanyuan's expression darkened as he shouted at Shin Feng, You dare to harm me? I will make you pay for this. My family will not let you off easily. He felt justified in saying this. Having perceived Shin Feng as an eccentric figure, clearly not someone of notable standing in the martial world, Shin Feng disregarded his threats and simply took Li Macho's hand, leading her away. Li Macho was perplexed by his actions, but followed closely behind. What's wrong? You seem angry, she quietly inquired after a moment, sensing his temper had begun to dissipate. Shin Feng's expression softened slightly as he turned to her, resolutely stating, You must not approach him again. Li Macho was still bewildered, countering, Why? He seems like a good person. Why can't I meet him? Shin Feng scoffed derisively. What kind of good person flirts with unfamiliar women? He is a typical rogue, casting a wide net to see who might bite. Looking at your innocent demeanor, I cannot bring myself to shatter your illusions, so I will simply take you to the venue. I am certain this man will not behave honorably. Indeed, when they returned, they found Lu Zhanyuan already flirting with another woman, their demeanor suggesting an intimate familiarity. Li Macho's eyes widened in surprise as she murmured, I was just with that lady to release lanterns. I'm certain they don't know each other at all. He just gave me a lantern. That proves he is not a good person. He seeks to deceive innocent girls like you, Shin Feng replied. Li Macho regarded Shan Feng's serious expression, nodding in vague understanding, yet she resolved in her heart to steer clear of such individuals in the future. Shin Feng observed her expression and realized that his plan had succeeded. He shook his head and said, Now, let me take you to the place you desire. Speak, where do you wish to go? Li Macho appeared somewhat bewildered, uncertain of her destination. At that moment, they heard a shout not far away. Li Macho, filled with urgency, rushed toward the sound, embodying the spirit of a chivalrous warrior. Shin Feng shook his head in resignation. This girl clearly did not require his protection, as she possessed formidable martial skills for self-defense. Upon arrival, they discovered two thieves attempting to rob defenseless women and children under the cover of darkness. Without hesitation, Li Macho dealt with the two ruffians, apologizing to the distressed lady afterward. At last, Li Macho felt a sense of purpose. She turned to Shin Feng and declared, I now know where I must go. Shin Feng looked at her with curiosity, and Li Macho, brimming with excitement, proclaimed, I am now wandering the Jianghu. And in the future, I shall perform countless good deeds, continually helping others. Shin Feng, observing her enthusiasm, recognized that he had successfully guided her toward her goal. Upon returning to the modern world, Shin Feng was astonished to discover that he had mastered Li Macho's signature skill, the Crimson Serpent Palm. This technique, a product of Li Macho's own enlightenment, was a lethal move that had earned her fame in the Jianghu. Shin Feng felt a surge of joy. Possessing her skill would undoubtedly prove advantageous in future confrontations. Just then, Shin Feng received a phone call from Meng Yunshuang. Upon hearing her voice, he sensed something amiss. Could you come pick me up? I need to go to the hospital. Detecting the unease in her tone, Shin Feng inquired, What do you need to go to the hospital for? Meng Yunshuang's voice was laced with frustration. Can't you tell? My voice sounds off. I've caught a cold. Please hurry and take me to the hospital. Without further contemplation, Shen Feng nodded, and when he arrived at the designated spot in his Santana, he was taken aback to find himself at an abandoned factory, a place devoid of any signs of life. How could Meng Yunshuang be here? Shen Feng stepped out of the car, scanning the surroundings, but saw no sign of her. Just as he contemplated returning to his vehicle to leave, he heard footsteps approaching. He spotted a group led by Meng Ba, their expressions menacing, and immediately understood that this was his doing. However, Shen Feng remained unfazed, exuding a calm demeanor that only enraged Meng Ba further. Assuming Shen Feng's composure stemmed from a belief that he was untouchable, Meng Ba's anger intensified, recalling the humiliation he had suffered at Shen Feng's hands previously. A cold sneer escaped Meng Ba's lips as he declared, "Surprised, aren't you? It was I who summoned you here. Not my cousin. Listen closely, you little brat, do not dare to covet my cousin. She is as beautiful as a flower, far beyond the reach of a pauper like you." Shen Feng, unfazed by his taunts, merely smiled and ignored him, which only fueled Meng Ba's fury. Meng Ba's eyes bulged with rage as he glared at Shen Feng, his voice dripping with venom. "You bastard, I will kill you. Brothers, take him down. Break his limbs." As soon as he finished speaking, the group of thugs charged at Shen Feng, their intent to overpower him evident. Yet, Shen Feng remained unperturbed, maintaining his composure. Witnessing this, Meng Ba's irritation grew. He perceived Shen Feng as a hypocrite, longing to tear away the mask of tranquility to reveal his panic. Eye in his eyes, Shen Feng, a mere pauper, had no place in his world, and he eagerly anticipated the sight of this insolent brat being beaten into submission. However, he could never have anticipated that the thugs would not only fail to overpower Shen Feng, but would instead find themselves on the receiving end of a thorough beating. Stunned, Meng Ba's eyes widened in disbelief. What manner of man was this who possessed such strength? The thugs, initially intent on delivering brutal blows to Shen Feng, found their attacks effortlessly evaded, their own force redirected back upon themselves as if engaged in a dance of Tai Si Chai in mere moments. They were left battered and bruised. This is impossible. Meng Ba stumbled back in disbelief, rubbing his eyes to confirm the reality before him. Shen Feng regarded the thugs with disdain, unconcerned by their presence, and stepped over their fallen bodies. Meng Ba trembled, his legs quaking, as he stammered, "What do you want? I warn you, if you dare harm me, you will face the wrath of the Meng family. I am their sole heir, and my parents will ensure you suffer for your actions." When invoking his parents, Meng Ba felt emboldened, believing he had the support of the entire Meng family, unlike this pauper. Shen Feng, however, paid no heed to his threats, casually retorting, "And what of it? Even if it were the king of hell, I would not hesitate." With that, he delivered a punch to Meng Ba's face, sending him crashing to the ground, unconscious. The onlookers held their breath, their eyes wide with shock as they witnessed the extraordinary display of strength from what appeared to be an ordinary man. "Pathetically weak, I hardly exerted 2/3 of my strength," Shen Feng remarked with a hint of disappointment. Shaking his head, yes, he surveyed the pale faces of the crowd, each one attempting to diminish their presence, fearful of drawing Shen Feng's attention. A sardonic smile graced his lips. "If you do not wish to meet your demise, I suggest you leave, now." Some thugs, upon hearing his words, fled in sheer panic, while others hesitated, recalling who their employer was. They exchanged glances, uncertainty clouding their judgment. Shen Feng's smile turned cold as he addressed them, his voice laced with ice. "Are you not planning to leave? Do you wish to experience the force of my fist?" As he mockingly demonstrated, the thugs finally grasped the seriousness of the situation, hastily shaking their heads and fleeing. The once cacophonous surroundings fell silent, leaving only Meng Ba, sprawled on the ground, a pitiful sight that betrayed his usual bravado. Time passed, and eventually, Meng Ba groggily regained consciousness. As he propped himself up and surveyed the area, he was met with the sight of Shen Feng. Fear gripped him, and he instinctively recoiled, stammering, "What are you doing here?" Realizing he was alone, a wave of dread washed over him, and he looked at Shen Feng with eyes searching for answers. "What do you want? I warn you, the Meng family holds significant influence in Linen City. If you dare lay a hand on me, I will ensure you suffer." Even at death's door, he continued to issue threats, but Shen Feng approached him leisurely. The sight of Shen Feng's calm demeanor only intensified Meng Ba's fear, his eyes wide with astonishment as he stammered incoherently, "What do you want? I warn you, for the last time, do not lay a finger on me. I will not let you go." Without a moment's thought, Shun Feng delivered a swift kick to Meng Ba's chest. The sudden pain took the wind out of Meng Ba, causing him to gasp for air, his vision blurring as he struggled to comprehend the situation. He was astonished that this man would dare defy the power of his family, willing to stand against them without fear. In that moment, Meng Ba finally comprehended the true extent of Shun Feng's terrifying strength, and he ceased his defiance, opting instead for a strategy of pleading for mercy. "Spare me. If you let me go, I will give you anything you desire. Money is no object. The Meng family is wealthy. Just please, spare me." The arrogance that had characterized Meng Ba moments ago vanished, replaced by a look of servitude as he gazed at Shun Feng, who remained impassive, his expression still calm. Meng Ba observed Shun Feng's demeanor, his heart lodged firmly in his throat, terrified that Shun Feng might undertake an unanticipated action at any moment. He began to recognize Shun Feng for what he truly was, far more formidable than he had ever envisioned. Uncertain of what other unpredictable actions Shun Feng might take, Meng Ba surmised it would be prudent to plead for mercy. Buying himself time, if he could manage to escape, he vowed to return and eliminate this threat. Shun Feng noted the fleeting glint of malice in Meng Ba's eyes, a cold smile unfurling within him. Did Meng Ba truly believe he could extricate himself so easily this time? A twinge of pity stirred within Shun Feng, mocking Meng Ba's audacity. There was no way he would be allowed to leave here unscathed today. As Meng Ba saw Shun Feng standing still, hesitation flickering in his stance, a wave of furtive delight washed over him. In the face of wealth, even the most steadfast succumb to greed. A wise man would not dare to provoke him further. He thought of his privileged upbringing, feeling a sense of superiority. This impoverished wretch could never hope to compete with someone of his stature, born with a silver spoon. He was leagues above these lesser beings, heights they could never aspire to reach, even over a lifetime of striving. Shun Feng, discerning Meng Ba's shifting thoughts, wasted no time delivering a swift kick. Meng Ba coughed violently, blood spilling forth, disbelief clouding his gaze as he regarded Shun Feng. Convinced the latter had capitulated to greed, he never anticipated another assault. Shun Feng offered no explanations, casting a glance at the nearby artificial lake before delivering a flurry of blows, ultimately discarding Meng Ba by the water's edge. When Meng Ba's family members arrived, they were aghast to discover their once revered heir reduced to a deranged fool. Furious at the sight of his only descendant in such a state, the elder Meng prepared to retaliate against Shun Feng. Fortunately, the elder Zhao, having received word early on, intervened to prevent this escalation. Upon learning of these events, Shun Feng paid a visit to the elder Zhao, initially intending to leverage his own abilities to resolve the matter. Confident he could withstand any assault from the Meng family. However, the elder Zhao, oblivious to Shun Feng's true intentions, expressed admiration for him, leaving Shun Feng feeling somewhat helpless. He silently vowed to repay this kindness in the future. As Shun Feng departed, the steward followed the elder Zhao, puzzled by the latter's apparent favoritism toward the young man. "My lord, why do I sense you hold this youth in such high regard? He appears no different from others of his age," he remarked. The elder Zhao, beaming with pride, lifted his chin and replied, "You fail to understand why judgment is seldom flawed. This young man possesses boundless potential. Though our family may currently hold greater wealth and status, this individual is destined for achievements that will eclipse ours." The steward was taken aback by the elder Zhao's high praise, knowing the elder had weathered many storms and rarely bestowed compliments. Reflecting on this, he glanced once more at Shun Feng, sensing an aura of mystery enveloping him, which sparked a newfound admiration. Just then, an unexpected order from King Zhou arrived. "Do you accept the order?" Shun Feng had just departed the Zhao residence when he received this surprise. King Zhou? The notoriously tyrannical ruler? How intriguing! A flicker of interest danced in Shun Feng's deep-set eyes as he nodded and stepped into another realm. Anyone witnessing this would be astounded by his sudden disappearance. Chapter 63. Financial repercussions. Humph, a bunch of useless fools. I am off to hunt. Prepare my carriage at once. King Zhou glared at his subordinates, his brow furrowed in displeasure. One trembling servant stepped forward, prostrating himself, nearly burying his head in the ground. "Your Majesty, it is already late, and the forest teems with ferocious beasts. It is not an opportune time for hunting. I implore you to reconsider. We will require some time to prepare the horses." Despite his fear, the servant persisted, articulating his concerns. King Zhou merely scoffed, "I care not for your excuses. I shall hunt now. If you cannot comply, I will have your heads." All present knelt, trembling, powerless against the king's notorious wrath, hoping for a flicker of mercy. At that moment, a soft voice drifted in from outside. "Wanna hunt now?" Simple enough. I will take you. King Zhou looked up to see an unusual vehicle approaching, and Shun Feng rolled down the window, flashing a bright smile. The sight of him put the others on high alert, especially the eunuch beside King Zhou, who glared fiercely. How dare you intrude? Seize this man. Shin Feng leisurely scanned the scene, appearing unperturbed. Guards began to encircle him, shining bright lights that disoriented them, leaving them trembling in fear. King Zhou, too, was perplexed, glancing at Shun Gongbao, who had suggested this hunting expedition as a mere pretext for slaughter. What is this contraption? He inquired. Shun Gongbao, equally bewildered, attempted to maintain composure. Fear not, my king. It is merely a special war carriage. Nothing to worry about. Approaching Shin Feng, he aimed to catch him unawares but was met with a blaring horn that startled him. Shun Feng's lips curled into a subtle smile, the expression laced with mockery. Having sensed his surroundings, Shun Feng's vehicle was equipped to alert him of any threats, and this noise provided ample evidence of Shin Gongbao's impending ambush. Unaware of the vehicle's capabilities, Shun Gongbao remained vigilant, emboldened by the lack of immediate harm. What are you waiting for? Charge, he commanded, rallying his men to overwhelm Shun Feng with sheer numbers. The soldiers rushed at Shun Feng's vehicle, pummeling it mercilessly. Shun Feng's expression darkened as he exited without a word. The soldiers, invigorated by his descent, rushed forward intending to assault him, but Shun Feng, seemingly impervious to pain, dispatched them with ease, leaving them groaning in defeat. King Zhou, astonished, gazed at Shin Feng, confusion etched across his features. Who are you? Why have you entered here? Trespassing upon the palace is a capital offense. The king's tone was laced with authority, yet Shun Feng appeared nonchalant, merely stating compensation. The king, taken aback, repeated the demand, incredulous at Shin Feng's audacity. If you do not compensate, none shall leave, Shin Feng asserted, his vehicle a steadfast companion through thick and thin, akin to a brother in his heart. How dare you? Shin Gongbao interjected, unwilling to let Shin Feng dominate the scene. He charged forth, a purple light emanating from his palm. Shin Feng, unfazed, sidestepped the attack. Shun Gongbao, astonished, wondered who this young man truly was. Determined, he launched another strike, but Shun Feng retaliated, delivering a powerful blow. Shin Gongbao, ill-prepared for close combat, hastily seized a soldier as a shield. With a single strike, Shun Feng left the soldier pale and visibly poisoned, a grim testament to his prowess. The soldier collapsed to the ground, convulsing briefly before falling silent. This scene unfolded with startling abruptness, leaving Shen Gongbao with his mouth agape, wide enough to accommodate a duck egg. He could hardly fathom that this seemingly elegant young man could strike with such decisiveness. The soldiers, who had moments ago sought to gain an advantage over Shin Feng, now stood in stunned silence, their eyes betraying a flicker of fear as they discreetly retreated a few steps. Witnessing their trepidation ignited a furious frustration in Shen Gongbao. How could these inept individuals fail to confront such a formidable opponent? His gaze towards Shin Feng was laced with resentment. Did he truly think that Shun Gongbao would be intimidated? He bellowed, charging at Shun Feng once more. Amidst their fierce exchange, King Zhou abruptly commanded, "Cease at once. I shall compensate for any damages." His desire to appease Daji, hoping to procure her favored roasted rabbit meat, made him unwilling to witness their conflict continue. Upon hearing the king's voice, Shun Gongbao begrudgingly halted, casting a venomous glare at Shin Feng, whose indifference to such hostility only fueled Shin Gongbao's ire. The king, observing the tension, turned to Shin Feng, cautiously inquiring, "Is it true that you can fulfill my desire to hunt? If you dare deceive me, I shall see to it that you lose your head." Shin Feng nodded nonchalantly. "Indeed, it is true. Your Majesty, I have come here at the behest of the heavens to provide you with my divine vehicle to fulfill your wishes. You shall soon see its unique capabilities." Intrigued, King Zhou wasted no time and stepped into Shun Feng's Santana. Shen Gongbao, taken aback by the king's imminent action, hurriedly interjected, "Your Majesty, please reconsider. This man's origins are suspect. He may be an assassin seeking to harm you." Shin Feng, raising an eyebrow, replied coolly, "If I intended to harm the king, I would have acted the moment I arrived, rather than taking the long route. You have witnessed my strength. Defeating you here would not have posed a challenge." Shin Gongbao's face shifted between hues of green and purple, his indignation palpable, yet he restrained his outburst in the presence of the king, adopting a facade of loyalty. King Zhou, with a grand gesture, expressed his eagerness, "As long as you can lead me on a hunt, all else is negotiable." With a smirk, Shun Feng assured, "Rest easy, your Majesty. I have prepared this divine vehicle expressly for you. As King Zhou settled into the Santana. Fastening his seatbelt, Shen Feng pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle vanished into the night. Shen Gongbao, astonished, pursued into the darkness, soaring through the air in search of the king, but his efforts were in vain. He resolved to return to the palace to strategize with Daji, pondering the audacity of the man who dared to approach them despite their notoriety. Upon his return to the palace, he was shocked to find King Zhou, who, holding roasted rabbit meat, seemed to radiate excitement. "Your Majesty, where have you been? I searched everywhere for you." King Zhou, brimming with disbelief, exclaimed, "Shen Gongbao, you cannot imagine what I have just experienced. It was truly incredible," furrowing his brow. Shen Gongbao asked, "What did you encounter, Your Majesty?" "It is my fault for not being there. I vow to exact vengeance upon that man at our next meeting." To Shen Gongbao's surprise, King Zhou's expression darkened. "What do you mean? That man is my esteemed guest. Without him, would I have this delectable roasted rabbit meat? I would go to any lengths to please my beloved Daji." Confusion clouded Shen Gongbao's mind as he pondered the king's apparent admiration for the stranger. Feeling a deep sense of injustice, he could not fathom how this individual had earned such favor from the notoriously volatile monarch, a privilege Shen Gongbao himself had not attained. Meanwhile, Shen Feng found himself back in the real world. Noticing that his beloved Santana's speed had doubled, he mused on the king's gluttony, bemused by the late-night quest for roasted rabbit meat. However, his amusement was interrupted by an unfortunate incident. A Rolls-Royce collided with his Santana. Fortunately, the Santana proved robust, while the Rolls-Royce sustained considerable damage. The owner of the luxury car, young and brimming with arrogance, approached, fuming, "You brat! Get out of my way. My car is ruined because of your piece of junk. Do you even know what a Rolls-Royce is worth compared to your car?" With disdain evident in his demeanor, the man glared at Shen Feng, who remained silent, exiting his vehicle. Seeing Shen Feng's calmness only fueled the man's arrogance. Believing Shen Feng was capitulating, "You'll have to pay for this damage. My car is worth more than you could ever earn in a lifetime." Shen Feng remained unfazed, moving to inspect his own vehicle. Relieved to find it unscathed, he raised his gaze to the man, his eyes icy and menacing, embodying a warning. The man, taken aback by Shen Feng's piercing glare, instinctively recoiled, reassessing the situation as he noted Shen Feng's unremarkable appearance, which seemed far removed from his own affluent background. "What are you staring at? Never seen a wealthy person before. I warn you, if you don't fix my car today, you won't be leaving here unscathed." Shen Feng's distaste for such entitled individuals surged within him. The man had rear-ended his car, yet now sought to shift blame. Approaching steadily, he exuded an air of danger that unsettled the man, who felt the need to assert his dominance despite the obvious reversal of roles. As tension thickened, Meng Yunshuang, passing by, noticed the commotion and approached, anxious to understand the situation. The man's eyes lit up at her presence, appreciating her beauty and making lewd comments that earned him Meng Yunshuang's disdain. Shen Feng's cold gaze returned to the man, who now quivered under his scrutiny. With each passing moment, the man's bravado faded, leaving him bewildered by the fear Shen Feng instilled in him. In pursuit of the beautiful smile he so desired, he hurriedly dashed forward, intending to knock Shen Feng to the ground with a single punch. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Shen Feng firmly grasped his fist, retaliating with a resounding slap that echoed in the air. The man stood momentarily stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had never been struck in such a manner before. As he managed to utter a word, the slap came again, leaving him acutely aware of his now swollen face, resembling that of a pig. Embarrassed before the lady, his anger flared, and he exerted all his strength to push Shen Feng away, only to find himself tumbling to the ground in a most ungraceful manner. Laughter echoed around him, igniting his fury and consuming his reason. All he could think of was wanting to obliterate Shen Feng before him. "Damn it, I will kill you," he shouted in rage, charging at Shen Feng. Without even glancing back, Shen Feng delivered a swift kick to his abdomen, leaving the man slumped helplessly on the ground. Meng Yunshuang shook her head in disbelief. To her, Deng Yun's actions were akin to striking a rock with an egg. How could this fool hope to defeat Shen Feng? Chapter 66. A comedic twist. Her gaze filled with pity for the man. Yet when it landed on Deng Yun, he believed the beauty was looking at him, suddenly emboldening him to confront Shen Feng. "How dare you? Do you know who I am? I am the wealthiest heir in Linen City." From the esteemed Deng family, his demeanor mirrored that of Meng Ba, whom Shen Feng had encountered previously, though he appeared even more foolish, relying solely on his family's status. Shin Feng regarded him with calm eyes. Though the veins bulging on his hands betrayed his inner turmoil, Meng Yunshuang felt a twinge of sympathy for Deng Yun. He was oblivious to the impending disaster. She could do nothing to help. Merely offering a silent prayer for him, as the ruckus behind her gradually subsided. She turned to see Deng Yun lying on the ground, battered and motionless, resembling a fish out of water. Stepping forward, she cast a worried glance at Shin Feng, who looked back at her, asking, "What's wrong? Weren't you looking for me? Let us leave." Nodding, Meng Yunshuang followed him closely, completely forgetting about the fallen Deng Yun. Initially, she had feared that Shin Feng might injure him, but with his reassurance, she felt her worries dissipate. Recalling their first encounter, Meng Yunshuang thought about how unreliable he had seemed then, yet through their interactions, she realized his remarkable capabilities. By the way, did you need something when you called for me? She asked with a smile, coming back to her senses. "Oh, it's nothing. I just happened to pass by," she added hurriedly as a thought struck her, catching up to walk alongside him. News had reached her that her distant cousin had been driven mad after a confrontation. Could it possibly relate to Shin Feng? She glanced at him, concern flickering in her eyes. Shin Feng, lowering his gaze, replied calmly, "This has nothing to do with me. I am unaware of the details." Previously, old Master Zhao had intervened to shield him from taking responsibility, and now he merely needed to act as if he were oblivious to it all. Upon hearing this, Meng Yunshuang nodded, her face lighting up with relief. "I know this has nothing to do with you," she said as a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Shin Feng felt a playful urge arise within him. He slowly leaned closer to her, and she could feel his warm breath against her face, causing her heart to race. "What do you think you're doing? Could you step back a bit? You're making it hard for me to breathe." Her expression turned flustered as she realized he was teasing her. Shin Feng chuckled, pinching her cheek playfully. Didn't he expect you to have such an adorable side?" He laughed heartily before striding ahead. Meng Yunshuang blinked in surprise, realizing she had been the subject of his jest. Embarrassed, she stomped her foot but quickly followed after him. With a cheerful smile, she said, "I invited you today to accompany me to an important banquet. You're the only person I could think of to join me. Will you come?" Seeing the hope in her eyes, Shin Feng nodded in agreement. Overjoyed, Meng Yunshuang stood on her toes and planted a quick kiss on his cheek before darting away, watching her retreating figure. Shin Feng shook his head in amusement and turned back to his Santana. Before he could make a move, a new notification pinged on his device. Ding! A request from the little dragon girl. "Do you accept?" Without a moment's hesitation, Shin Feng agreed, and the world around him began to blur. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a desolate wilderness with his beloved Santana. Confused by his surroundings, he drove through the trees until he heard a commotion nearby. Approaching the scene, he was filled with rage at the sight before him. The woman clad in a white dress was standing there, eyes closed and tear-streaked, while a lewd man loomed behind her, attempting to violate her. Without a second thought, Shin Feng drove straight up to them, realizing that this woman must be the fabled little dragon girl. Chapter 67. The crisis of the little dragon girl. Shin Feng flicked on his high beams, blinding the lecherous Yin Jiping, who shielded his eyes and yelled, "What the hell? Why is it so bright?" Shin Feng sneered, "Didn't he expect me to show up here, did you? It seems fate doesn't he wish to grant you your desires." He had not anticipated arriving at the most critical moment for the little dragon girl. The man behind her was the one who would profoundly affect her life. It appeared his task was to resolve this crisis for her. Shin Feng exited the car and charged at Yin Jiping, who had already released the little dragon girl and placed her on the ground. Seeing Shin Feng, he shouted angrily, "How dare you ruin my plans? Just wait until I deal with you." Shin Feng scoffed. So-called righteous characters are nothing but despicable cowards, taking advantage of the vulnerable. How low can you be? Yin Jiping's face twisted with anger and confusion at Shin Feng's words. Although he didn't fully comprehend them, he sensed they were derogatory. Surprised that this man recognized him, he had initially come to visit the little dragon girl but found her paralyzed and unresisting, prompting his vile intentions. This ignited his base desires. And just as he was about to act, a blinding light had struck him, leaving him disoriented. Before he could fully recover, Shin Feng delivered a heavy punch to his face, causing him to stumble. Once his eyes adjusted, he saw a handsome man standing before him and asked, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Recognizing his identity, he realized that if word of his actions got out, it would tarnish his reputation. The thought of being seen in such a compromising situation was unthinkable. Shin Feng, unfazed by his speculation, merely scoffed and lunged forward, landing another punch on the other side of his face. After taking 2 hits, In Jiping finally reacted, preparing to retaliate. If you refuse to answer me, don't blame me for being rude. Shinfeng regarded him, finally speaking to this point. Do you still wish to maintain a facade of righteousness after committing such vile acts? Let me assure you, today you will pay for your misdeeds. In Jiping was no ordinary opponent. He was the most accomplished disciple of the Wudong sect, possessing formidable martial arts skills. With a single leap, he positioned himself behind Shinfeng, demonstrating remarkable agility. However, Shinfeng was not easily vanquished. Before Yin could even reach him, Shinfeng detected his presence and executed a swift shoulder throw, casting him aside. Yin glared at Shinfeng, his brow furrowed in confusion. What kind of technique is this? Why have I never encountered it before? Shinfeng coldly retorted. This is Taekwondo. It's perfectly understandable that you've never seen it. Not everything is as comprehensible as you might wished. Yin absorbed Shinfeng's seemingly nonsensical words. A wave of bewilderment washed over him. He scrutinized Shinfeng's eyes, pondering the origins of this enigmatic martial artist whose prowess he had never heard of. Taekwondo? What sect practices such an unusual art? Shinfeng, unperturbed, glanced at the immobile Xiaolongnu, whose expression remained inscrutable. Yet, it was evident she had narrowly escaped harm moments ago. The sight of the man before him filled Shinfeng with disgust. Xiaolongnu was renowned for her purity, having spent most of her life secluded in a tomb, only to have her innocence tarnished by this lecherous individual. Today, he would rectify this injustice. Under Shinfeng's relentless pressure, In Jiping gradually realized that defeating Shinfeng would require his utmost effort. Gritting his teeth, he observed Shinfeng's demeanor shift to one of seriousness. Shinfeng remarked nonchalantly, "It seems you are finally prepared to take this seriously. Underestimating me may cost you your life." Upon hearing this, In clenched his jaw and charged at Shinfeng, who effortlessly sidestepped the attack. After several exchanges, In remained unable to gain the upper hand. Shinfeng's calm demeanor led him to believe that he was facing a martial arts master, yet he sensed no internal energy emanating from him. Yin's expression grew grave as he fixated on Shinfeng. His voice cold and unwavering, though not be overly confident. There are those whose internal strength far surpasses yours, capable of easily teaching you a lesson. If you leave now, perhaps I will show you mercy. Shinfeng scoffed dismissively. What esteemed sect are you referring to? It is nothing but a farce. Hearing the mockery in Shinfeng's tone, Yin's face darkened, and he warned, "Think carefully. If I strike again, you will have nowhere to hide." Shinfeng shook his head in disdain, but before he could respond, a white figure darted past him. Surprised, he raised an eyebrow, recognizing it as Xiaolongnu. Unbeknownst to him, she had broken free from her restraints and, tears brimming in her eyes, charged towards Yin. Yin's eyes widened in panic upon seeing Xiaolongnu, the goddess he had long revered. Having offended her, he braced himself for death, not anticipating that Shinfeng would intervene. As he grappled with the situation, thoughts of disappointing his master plagued him. Fearful of losing everything, he instinctively lunged at Xiaolongnu with his sword. Caught off guard, Xiaolongnu was wounded in the shoulder, blood seeping into her white garment. Evoking sympathy, Shinfeng's expression darkened as he shot a glare at Yin before moving towards Xiaolongnu. She looked up at him, realizing that his presence had unveiled the truth. If not for him, she might have remained oblivious. Shinfeng assured her, "Do not worry, I shall avenge you, for it is also part of my mission." Upon hearing this, Xiaolongnu felt a fleeting confusion, unable to grasp the meaning of his words. However, Shinfeng provided no time for questions, slowly rising to confront Yin once more. Yin, sensing Shinfeng's approach, furrowed his brow. "Are you truly going to interfere? This matter does not concern you. If you leave now, I will consider it as if this never happened." Internally, Yin was anxious. He knew he lacked the strength to confront Shinfeng and was uncertain how to face him. Without uttering a word, Shinfeng advanced until he stood directly before Yin. Yin tightened his grip on his sword and shouted. He swung it at Shinfeng. However, Shinfeng vanished in an instant, leaving Yin astonished. Shinfeng's voice echoed behind him. "Are you looking for me? Alas, your speed pales in comparison to mine." When Yin turned around, he found Shinfeng standing mere feet away, grinning before delivering a forceful strike to his chest. The ambush was so sudden that Yin had no chance to defend himself. He staggered back, coughing up black blood, realizing that the attack was poisoned. What kind of martial arts is this? Shinfeng pondered briefly. Since rescuing the notoriously macho, he had been too occupied with her exploits to study any secret techniques. The current technique was his own unique creation. "Why would I divulge my secrets to you?" You are merely a dead man walking. Yin's heart raced in terror as he recognized the fear of death in Shen Feng's eyes. He had never imagined he would meet such a grim fate. Turning to flee, he caught a glimmer of mockery in Shen Feng's gaze. When he looked up again, Shen Feng was standing close by. How could this be? He had never sensed such agility in Shen Feng before. How could he move so swiftly? Seeing Yin's panic, Shen Feng shook his head in disappointment. It seemed that Yin was not as formidable as he had claimed. He chuckled at the absurdity of the situation, grateful for the presence of his Santana, which allowed him to match Shen Feng's speed. Previously, Yin had relied on his lightness skill to evade, while Shen Feng had kept pace with him in his car. Now, Shen Feng taunted, "Will you surrender willingly, or shall I make you utterly disoriented?" Yin, filled with trepidation, took a step back. Xia Longnu watched Shen Feng with a complex expression. She was uncertain of his origins, but realized that had he not appeared at that moment, she might have lost her innocence. She silently hoped that Shen Feng would teach Yin a lesson. "What must I do to ensure my release? Remember, I have the entire Wudong behind me if you oppose them. It may prove detrimental. Let us strike a bargain. Consider this an event that never transpired." Shen Feng raised an eyebrow, surprised by Yin's audacity. He regarded him with disdain as he replied, "What if I choose not to?" Yin's eyes widened in shock. He had not anticipated Shen Feng's fearless response to the Wudong's name. Did he have an even stronger backing? As he racked his brain for any possible affiliations Shen Feng might possess, he found none. As Shen Feng approached, Yin instinctively recoiled with fear, sensing Shen Feng's ease and superiority. Suddenly, Shen Feng halted, prompting a sigh of relief from Yin, who thought he might have reconsidered. Xia Longnu, puzzled, assumed Shen Feng was swayed by Yin's words. However, Shen Feng simply advised her, "Turn around. The ensuing scene may be disturbing for a young lady." Xia Longnu glanced at Shen Feng in surprise, noting the seriousness in his demeanor. Realizing he was not deceiving her, an unexpected trust blossomed within her as she complied and turned away. Shen Feng resumed his steps, advancing towards Yin Jiping. Upon hearing Shen Feng's words, Yin Jiping's heart was filled with utter dread. He never anticipated that this individual would disregard any possibility of retreat and attempt to take his life. Observing Shen Feng's bizarre attire, it was evident he was not from the Central Plains. In a state of panic, he called out to the dragon girl, "Sister Fairy, I implore you, save me. If you rescue me today, I assure you that this incident will never be disclosed." The dragon girl, upon hearing his plea, felt a surge of indignation. Could this man truly be attempting to leverage this situation against her? As she contemplated turning away, she recalled Shen Feng's words. After a moment's hesitation, she chose to stand obediently at a distance, turning her back to the unfolding scene. Observing this, Yin Jiping's regret deepened. Had he not entertained malicious thoughts today, he would not be facing such dire straits. His gaze towards Shen Feng revealed a glimmer of desperation as he pleaded, "Spare me, I beg you. I will bow before you." Before he could finish, he fervently demonstrated his loyalty, bowing repeatedly before Shen Feng. Each head bow more fervent than the last until blood appeared on his forehead. Shen Feng merely cast a dispassionate glance in his direction, his pace unyielding. Yin Jiping gritted his teeth, glaring at Shen Feng. Tightening his grip on his sword, desperate, he resolved to fight back, thinking he had trained for years. Surely he could withstand a few exchanges with this man. "I shall fight you," he roared, lunging at Shen Feng with his sword. In a swift motion, Shen Feng executed a sweeping kick, toppling him. Exhausted and vulnerable, Yin Jiping found himself sprawled on the ground, his body forming a large nose. His sword completed a 360-degree spin through the air. Shen Feng extended his arm, effortlessly catching the sword, and slowly approached Deng Yun, the blade glinting ominously in the moonlight. Yin Jiping could only widen his eyes in terror, trembling as he shook his head. Fear drained the color from his face, his lips turning pale. Shen Feng felt not a shred of sympathy. He merely cast a cold glance backward, and in a decisive motion, the world was illuminated by a flash of blood as Yin Jiping's head fell. As silence enveloped the scene, the dragon girl finally turned around, her eyes widening in surprise at the sight before her. Yet, as she looked upon Shen Feng, her expression transformed to one of gratitude. Devoid of fear, she stepped forward, thanking him. "Thank you, young hero, for saving my life. Had it not been for your intervention, I would have surely suffered the indignities from that scoundrel." Chapter 70. A lifetime of care. Shen Feng maintained his composed demeanor as he gazed at the dragon girl, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. Having been engrossed in his mission moments prior, he had not fully appreciated her beauty. Now, under the moonlight, He beheld her exquisite figure and enchanting countenance, reminiscent of a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. She was truly a rare gem among mortals. Reflecting on his earlier actions, Shen Feng suddenly felt that he had been remiss in so hastily dispatching Yin Jiping. Such an exquisite being deserved far more care and reverence. Free from the taint of any foulness, I find myself regretting my haste. Upon hearing this, the dragon girl's heart tightened, her expression shifting to one of wariness, mistakenly believing Shen Feng regretted eliminating the villain. To her surprise, Shen Feng smiled and remarked, I should have desecrated his remains instead. He deftly hurled his sword, which embedded itself in Yin Jiping's chest with seamless precision, as if rehearsed countless times. The dragon girl watched in shock, admiration glimmering in her eyes. Pray tell, noble hero, what is your name? If fate allows, I shall repay your kindness in the future. Noticing the shyness that adorned the dragon girl's face, Shen Feng's lips curled into a mischievous smile. With a playful glint in his gaze, he asked, You wish to repay me? Is that truly so? The dragon girl nodded earnestly. You saved me today, preserving my dignity. I am indebted to you and would gladly serve you. Shen Feng, with a hint of mischief, replied, Then, if you bestow upon me a kiss, we shall consider the debt settled. The dragon girl, taken aback, lifted her gaze to meet his. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she found herself flustered by his teasing. Shen Feng, observing her reaction, burst into laughter, waving his hand dismissively. Very well, let us pretend I was merely dreaming. The dragon girl, revered as a goddess by many, would surely incite envy should word of this exchange spread. Nevertheless, she shyly nodded, rosy hue gracing her ears. Her voice barely above a whisper, she acquiesced, I can do that, but you must close your eyes. Seeing her bashfulness, Shen Feng readily complied, shutting his eyes. Suddenly, he felt a warm sensation press against his cheek, tingling as if igniting sparks within his heart. When he opened his eyes, he found the dragon girl's face ablaze with embarrassment as she fled. Leaving him smiling at her retreat, he shook his head in disbelief, never anticipating that his first encounter with such an ethereal beauty would culminate in a kiss. The dragon girl was a coveted enchantress, and yet he had easily captured her affection. As Shen Feng returned to the realm of reality, he instinctively touched his cheek, still lingering with the warmth of her kiss. Observing his reaction, Xinling gazed at him quizzically and teased. Brother, what has you so flustered? She blinked, a sudden realization dawning upon her, and in a tone rich with intrigue, she inquired, Could it be that your girlfriend has done something untoward to you? Amused by her cleverness, Shen Feng playfully pinched her nose. She wriggled free, rubbing her nose and pouted, Brother, I'm grown now. Why do you still pinch my nose? It will flatten, and then I'll never find a husband. You'll have to take care of me. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Feng nodded, Very well, I shall care for you. Taken aback, Xinling gaped at him in disbelief. Brother, your words could ruin my chances of finding a partner. Her voice was tinged with emotion, and Shen Feng, witnessing her expression, smiled warmly. Why do you revert to childhood, my dear? Mother would often cry. As my sister, it is only right that I support you. Suddenly, Xinling leaped into his embrace, exclaiming, Brother, you must keep your promise. Seeing her clinging to him, Shen Feng chuckled, Rest assured, even when you grow old, I shall care for you for a lifetime. At these words, Xinling felt a surge of emotion, understanding the depth of her brother's affection. No matter what the future held, she would always hold a cherished place in his heart. Chapter 71. Du Man. At that moment, Shen Feng's phone rang unexpectedly, causing him to furrow his brow as he glanced at the unfamiliar number. Curiosity piqued, he initially intended to ignore the call. However, noticing Xinling's eagerness to assist him, he quickly answered the phone. Hello, who is this? As soon as he spoke, a lewd chuckle echoed from the other end. Why, have you forgotten me so quickly? We have a history, you know. Shen Feng was disinterested in the voice's owner and prepared to hang up, but the caller interjected, Now, don't be so hasty to disconnect. I have someone you are very much keen to meet. If you come here obediently, I shall make it happen. Someone he wished to see. He glanced at Xinling, who was practically glued to his side. Eager to eavesdrop, Shen Feng sensed potential danger, deciding to step out onto the balcony to take the call. Seeing his movement, Xinling pouted in annoyance, believing her brother was deliberately excluding her from the conversation. Was it the stunning woman from before calling her brother? Curiosity ignited within her, hoping for a union between them. Speak. Who is there? What do you intend to do? Deng Yun cast a smug glance at the bound Du Man beside him. Grinning as he asked, Do you remember me? The young rascal, previously refusing to compensate me for my car, will now face the consequences. Your fiancé is in my possession, and if you do not come quickly, I shall. A sinister laughter echoed, revealing the presence of numerous men nearby. The thought of Du Man falling into their hands made Shin Feng uneasy, though he believed he and she had severed ties. Her predicament was a direct consequence of his actions. Just tell me the address, he blurted out, prioritizing her rescue above all else. Upon hearing Shin Feng's voice, Du Man emitted a muffled whimper, only to be met with a harsh slap from Deng Yun. In a fit of rage, Nanpei scolded, "Shut your mouth, you little brat. Your man is on his way to fetch you, and I will ensure you meet." Du Man shook her head vigorously, wishing to spare Shin Feng from this dangerous place filled with ill-intentioned individuals. Despite her burgeoning feelings for him, she felt their relationship was over, and she did not want him to risk his safety, not even a little. The call abruptly ended, and Shin Feng, with a lewd grin, reached out to touch Du Man's face, only for her to recoil in disgust. Deng Yun, provoked by her disdain, slapped Du Man again. Her delicate face instantly reddened and swelled, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. Deng Yun laughed triumphantly. "What bravado from a little brat! Soon, I shall send you on your way to join your man. This is your misfortune for choosing to associate with someone as uncouth as him." Recalling the humiliation he suffered at Shin Feng's hands, Deng Yun's hatred intensified. Just a mere brat without connections dared to be so arrogant. Now, he would learn the bitter taste of defeat. It was not long before Shin Feng arrived at an abandoned factory. Surveying the eerie silence surrounding him, without a hint of concern, he turned to the sounds of hurried footsteps behind him, discovering a group led by Deng Yun approaching. "You finally arrived. I've been waiting for you." Deng Yun sneered, snapping his fingers. Du Man was yanked forward by his men, revealing the bruises on her face and the clear imprint of a slap. A flicker of fury crossed Shin Feng's eyes, though he maintained his composure as he contemplated how to deal with Deng Yun. "Don't you understand the consequences of crossing me?" Deng Yun taunted. Delivering another slap to Du Man, she stifled a moan, stubbornly biting her lip, refusing to utter a word of pain, much to Deng Yun's delight. "Your man is so cowardly. He can't even protect you. You would be better off with me as my lover." His hands began to wander over Du Man's body with ill intentions. Chapter 72. The horrific cries. Du Man's beauty was unparalleled, igniting Deng Yun's malicious thoughts. He restrained his impulses, eager to humiliate Shin Feng by tormenting his woman. His gaze held a provocative challenge, but as his hand reached for her chest, Shin Feng's foot sent it flying. The crowd stood in shock, and when they regained their senses, they found Shin Feng effortlessly cradling Du Man's waist, softly assuring her, "Do not worry. As long as I am here, nothing will happen to you." Upon uttering those words, his icy gaze locked onto Deng Yun, a bloodthirsty smile curving his lips. The onlookers felt a chill. Sensing the murderous intent radiating from him, Deng Yun, having been kicked hard, felt as though all his bones had been shattered. His companions helped him up as he bellowed, "What are you waiting for? With so many of us, how can we fail to subdue one man?" This incitement seemed to ignite a spark of courage among the others. Shin Feng, unfazed, shielded Du Man behind him and coldly uttered, "Fools!" This provocation sent the men charging at Shin Feng like wild beasts. His expression remained inscrutable, and none could discern how he struck. When they finally realized what had transpired, Deng Yun found his comrades sprawled on the ground, moaning in pain, while Shin Feng remained untouched. Deng Yun's jaw dropped in disbelief. What manner of man was this, possessing such formidable strength? Ignoring Deng Yun's shock, Shin Feng slowly approached the exit, causing Deng Yun to tremble and involuntarily retreat. "What do you intend to do?" "I am from the Deng family. I am the young master of the Deng clan. If you harm me, be wary of my response." Deng Yun had hoped for revenge against Shin Feng for the humiliation he suffered before a beautiful woman. Yet he never anticipated Shin Feng's overwhelming prowess. "Which hand did you use to touch her?" Shin Feng's voice was frigid, and Deng Yun involuntarily shuddered, his eyes widening in fear. Shin Feng repeated the question, radiating an undeniable pressure. Deng Yun, flustered, raised his left hand, and upon seeing his piggish fingers, Shin Feng elevated his foot and stomped down, eliciting a pained wail akin to a slaughtered pig with a sharp crack. Deng Yun's wrist fractured. Du Man gazed at Shin Feng's imposing figure, feeling a newfound admiration. Reflecting on her past behavior, heat rushed to her face, and regret filled her heart. She looked at Shin Feng with hopeful eyes. Realizing that his willingness to risk everything for her signified his feelings, she had previously failed to cherish him, Yet now she yearned for a future together. After all she had endured, she recognized that he was the one most suited for her. She resolved to speak with him soon, acknowledging that her desire to break off their engagement had been a grave mistake. Now, she truly regretted it, wishing desperately for a chance to be with him again. Ignoring Ding Yun's cries, Shen Feng squatted down, coldly stating, "I warned you to keep your distance. Your affluent upbringing means nothing to me. If you seek death, I shall gladly oblige." Ding Yun shook his head, terror-stricken, realizing Shen Feng's intent to kill him. "Please, spare me. I won't dare to harm anyone close to you again, that I swear. I have done nothing to her." Shen Feng, noting Du Man's reaction, understood the truth in Ding Yun's words. Had he dared to commit any unforgivable act against her, he would currently be facing death. "Are you familiar with Meng Ba?" Upon hearing the name, Ding Yun hesitated but nodded. He had once been close to Meng Ba. But now he had become a madman. He could not possibly associate with someone so deranged. "Do you know how he became mad? Would you care to experience it for yourself?" Ding Yun's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Shen Feng. He had heard that Meng Ba's madness stemmed from a deliberate act of revenge by a group of thugs, but how could that be linked to the man before him? Shen Feng's mocking laughter echoed in the air as he coolly remarked, "Do you think I jest with you? Why should I bear the weight of false accusations?" Shen Feng casually glanced at the small-time thugs he had previously dealt with, all now wearing expressions of terror. Suddenly, he crouched down, and the closest thug trembled, fearing another beating. He pleaded, "Please spare me. I was only following his orders. I swear I won't dare to cross you again." Hearing this, Ding Yun's eyes widened in rage. "You traitorous scoundrel, how dare you betray me?" But the thug continued to protest. "What do you mean by betrayal? I am merely trying to save my own life." Ding Yun's expression darkened considerably. The only reason he managed to summon this group of individuals was due to his wealth, but he never anticipated that this person's strength would be so formidable. Suppressing his resentment, he realized that even if he could not deal with this individual right now, time was on his side. It would be wiser to escape while he still could. As this thought crossed his mind, he looked at the man with pleading eyes, silently imploring, "What must I do for you to spare me? I am willing to offer you any amount of money." It is often said that wealth can bend even the most stubborn wills, yet he could not fathom that this man might not be swayed by riches. With a sardonic glance, Shen Feng replied coolly, "Do you think I am the sort who covets money? Even if you offered me the entire Deng family fortune, I would not spare you." Ding Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't fathom that this man desired his family's assets. He was not the one in control of that wealth. It was his father who held the reins. If his father were to learn of this, what difference would it make if he were dead? "Are you out of your mind? Do you not comprehend the immense power the Deng family wields in Linen City? What sort of person are you to be so ignorant?" Shen Feng regarded him with his usual calm demeanor, yet it sent chills down Ding Yun's spine. He noticed Shen Feng rise from the ground, now wielding an iron rod. Shen Feng approached him slowly, swinging the rod with precision, causing Ding Yun to emit a muffled groan of pain. Overwhelmed by agony, he could hardly articulate his words, merely whimpering towards Shen Feng. Unfazed, Shen Feng struck again, this time causing Ding Yun to spit blood profusely. Observing this, Du Man felt a wave of fear and rushed to intervene. Upon seeing the terror in her eyes, Shen Feng's expression softened as he reassured her, "Do not fear. I will protect you." Such a simple statement bestowed Du Man with immense strength, and she nodded in response. Watching her depart, Ding Yun was flooded with disappointment and fear. What had led to his current predicament? This man, standing unharmed before him, could not be an ordinary figure. He must have unseen forces shielding him. "Who are you? Even if I must die, I wish to know the truth," Ding Yun thought, steeling himself for a final stand. Even if Shen Feng were to leave him battered, he would seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Raising an eyebrow, Shen Feng's eyes glimmered with a hint of mockery as he crouched down, forcing Ding Yun to meet his gaze. Ding Yun trembled at the disdain he glimpsed in Shen Feng's eyes. "You wish to know who I am?" Shen Feng's question sent a shiver through Ding Yun. An ominous sensation settled within him, realizing he might perish here today, beads of sweat forming in his palms. Shen Feng continued nonchalantly, "Listen closely. I am merely an ordinary person, without any backing, yet I possess the means to ensure your demise." As soon as Shen Feng's words fell, he struck again, rendering Ding Yun unconscious, lying there devoid of awareness. Shen Feng, without a single glance back, turned and departed. He approached Du Man, who hastily grasped his hand. Shen Feng, puzzled by her actions, assumed she was frightened, and said softly, "Do not worry, the villains have been dealt with. and you are safe now. Du Man shook her head. Her intent was not to convey that. She had never encountered anyone willing to protect her so fiercely, risking their life for her. Biting her lip, she found herself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by her emotions. Chapter 74. Subservience. I wish to speak with you. Du Man stated. Shen Feng turned, raising an eyebrow, and replied, however, I believe there is little to discuss between us. You sought to dissolve our engagement, and I have obliged. Observing Shan Feng's nonchalant demeanor, seemingly indifferent, Du Man could not help but weep. Tears streaming down her face. Seeing her in distress, Shen Feng felt a surge of anxiety. It was his first experience witnessing a girl cry before him, leaving him flustered. Why are you crying? I have done nothing to provoke you. He stammered, looking around for something to dry her tears. He simply could not comprehend the female mind. One moment she wished to end their engagement, and now she sought a conversation, shedding tears when he refused. Amidst her sobs, Du Man exclaimed, You are a terrible person. I finally see it. You are a truly wicked individual. Shen Feng furrowed his brow in confusion. I have never treated you poorly. In fact, I saved you today. Without my intervention, you might have been harmed. Her tears intensified at his words, and Shen Feng, exasperated, furrowed his brow again. He drove his car closer, rolled down the window, and said, Hop in. I'll take you home. Fearful he might abandon her, Du Man hurriedly entered the vehicle. Shen Feng found her reaction amusing. If her fans were present, they would undoubtedly be disappointed. The once exalted goddess now resembled a helpless child, tears and snot cascading down her face, looking utterly disheveled. After finally delivering her to her doorstep, Du Man hesitated to exit the car. Her eyes, swollen and red like a rabbit's, gazed at Shen Feng with a pitiful expression that stirred sympathy within him. Yet, he felt no lingering affection. Perhaps he never had. He had merely delayed ending the engagement to appease his parents. Now, with their final connection severed, he regarded her coolly and stated, Why aren't you getting out? I believe there is nothing left to discuss between us. Du Man was taken aback by his frigid demeanor. Frustrated, she stomped her foot and left angrily. Shen Feng watched her retreating figure, deep in thought. He still could not grasp her attitude, but he was not inclined to delve deeper. Shaking his head, he prepared to leave, only to collide with Du Yan. This girl had always been obedient to her sister. And although Shen Feng had seen her before, he did not know her well. To his surprise, she stood in front of his car. Shen Feng frowned and rolled down the window, addressing her coolly. What are you doing here? Step aside. I must leave. Du Yan was infuriated by his attitude and replied, How dare you come here? My sister often cries because of you. You are a wicked person. The sisters were indeed cut from the same cloth, and Shen Feng found her amusing. You both speak the same way. You think I wanted to come here? I was merely returning your sister. Du Yan gasped, incredulous. Is that true? My sister willingly went out with you? I refused to believe it. Shen Feng, feeling exasperated, had no desire to engage further, but Du Yan persisted. Do you love my sister? She wishes to rekindle her feelings. Would you consider being with her? Seeing her assertive demeanor, Shen Feng frowned and replied, If you could temper your spoiled attitude, perhaps we could find common ground. Otherwise, I must take my leave. His intention to drive away surprised Du Yan. She had assumed he was a pushover, but he displayed a strong personality. Hemph, I will go home with you, she declared. Shen Feng looked at her, perplexed. Du Yan quickly clarified, Do not misunderstand. I am not doing this for you, but for your sister. We are best friends. Nodding in understanding, Shen Feng replied, Then get in. I was just about to head home to prepare dinner. Du Yan hurriedly climbed into the back seat, watching Shen Feng with curiosity. Unable to restrain herself, she mumbled, My sister is actually a good person. You should consider her. Recalling Du Man's earlier distress, Shen Feng felt a wave of frustration. He abruptly turned the steering wheel, causing Du Yan to nearly lose her balance. She quickly sat back, complaining, Do you know how to drive? You almost crashed. Chapter 75. The banquet. A smile crept across Shen Feng's lips, his eyes glimmering with an inscrutable expression as his hands moved with increasing speed. As the abrupt brakes jolted her, Du Yan found herself disoriented. When she followed Shen Feng home, her hair was in disarray, and her attire bore wrinkles. Just then, Shen Ling returned home and was taken aback by Du Yan's appearance. What happened? Were you robbed? She inquired, her voice laced with concern. Du Yan cast a resentful glance at Shen Feng, and upon noticing her brother, Shen Ling's face lit up. She hurriedly took his arm, shaking her head with a smile. Brother, what a coincidence. You came back with Du Yan. Let me introduce her. She is my dear friend. Shun Feng furrowed his brow, surprised by the depth of friendship between the two girls. Ever since their family's bankruptcy, he had been focused on making money, often neglecting his sister. He hadn't anticipated that Shun Ling would grow so close to Du Yan, becoming inseparable confidants. Observing Du Yan's disgruntled expression, he felt a sense of relief. She seemed to possess a kind heart. With a smile, he playfully pinched Shin Ling's nose and said, "Since you're both back, I'll prepare dinner for you." However, as soon as he finished speaking, he froze. Shin Ling looked at him, puzzled, and asked, "What's wrong?" Shin Feng, feeling helpless, realized the timing of an incoming order was unfortunate. He took a deep breath and said to Du Yan, "I just remembered I haven't bought groceries yet. I'll go shopping first." He thought perhaps he could complete his task while purchasing the ingredients. Shin Ling looked confused by his hurried departure, but Du Yan reassured her, "Maybe your brother really has something urgent, don't take it to heart. I can help you cook." Seeing her eagerness, Shin Ling couldn't help but smile, her heart feeling lighter. She glanced in the direction Shin Feng had gone, sensing that her brother was hiding many things from her. Meanwhile, Shin Feng entered another realm, this time with an order from Baigan. Realizing that Baigan would soon be betrayed by Deji, Shin Feng understood his mission was to help Baigan escape. Without hesitation, he drove to Baigan's residence, where everything seemed calm as Baigan prepared to attend a banquet. Upon seeing Shin Feng burst into his home, Baigan widened his eyes in confusion. Fortunately, as a prime minister, he had seen much and quickly composed himself, glaring at Shin Feng. "Who are you to intrude upon my home? This is utterly audacious." In Baigan's eyes, only beings like Deji possessed such arrogance. And he concluded that Shin Feng must be one of her accomplices, sent to destroy his estate. Noticing Baigan's wariness, Shin Feng sighed in exasperation and calmly replied, "You misunderstand. I am here to invite you to collaborate on a small matter. I come with a task." Instead of relaxing, Baigan's demeanor grew more guarded. With a frosty expression, he asked, "What task has that which Deji sent you to accomplish? Does she wish for my death?" "Not at all," Shin Feng replied, momentarily taken aback by the awkwardness of his tone. Clearing his throat, he resumed a more normal cadence. "I am not affiliated with Deji." Baigan's eyes narrowed with skepticism. "Then who are you? Why have you entered my home in such a peculiar manner?" He glanced mournfully at his door, realizing the damage Shin Feng had caused. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Shin Feng coughed lightly, explaining that he had not intended to barge in so abruptly. However, his vehicle remained unscathed, while Baigan's residence lay in disarray, giving rise to the notion that he meant harm. "I am a messenger from the heavens, sent to rescue you. You know of Nu Hua, do you not? I am her envoy." Shin Feng thought to himself that the only being Baigan would trust would be a divine entity. Hence he casually invoked a deity. Baigan regarded him with a mix of belief and skepticism. "Why would you come to save me? I am perfectly fine." He mused that if not for Shan Feng's sudden appearance, he would have faced no trouble at all. Shin Feng replied nonchalantly, "Are you not headed to the banquet? Let me warn you about what will transpire. Deji will fabricate reasons to extract your heart and liver. And then you will be left with no escape. It is better to leave with me now. I can take you to safety." Upon hearing this, Baigan fell silent. Shin Feng, mistaking his stillness for fear, reassured him, "Do not be afraid. If you come with me, I will ensure your safety and prevent anyone from harming you." However, Baigan shook his head. "I serve the court with unwavering loyalty, never expecting such a fate. The king I have assisted wholeheartedly would not be swayed by a demon's words to take my life. If that is the case, I would accept my fate." Shin Feng frowned, astonished by Baigan's stubbornness. He urged, "If you come with me now, there is still time to avert this disaster. I can stop it." Yet, Baigan persisted, "No, I will not leave. I shall remain here, and shortly, I will attend the court. I refuse to believe that the king I have loyally served would truly wish for my demise." Shin Feng, feeling exasperated, shook his head. "Very well, I will accompany you. If anyone seeks to end your life, I shall protect you." Baigan looked at Shin Feng with a complex expression, secretly hoping no intervention would be necessary. Upon arriving at the banquet, Deji indeed feigned heart pain, causing Baigan's heart to skip a beat. She cast a wicked glance at him and sweetly proposed, "My king, I have heard of a remedy for heartache. Consuming the seven-hearted heart will surely cure my affliction." Overwhelmed by the sight of his beloved in distress, the king was willing to offer anything. "Who has the seven-hearted heart? Bring it forth." Hearing this, Baigan felt despondent, realizing that the king had been so blinded by beauty that he overlooked the loyalty of his most devoted ministers. The other ministers trembled, kneeling in fear, while Baigan stepped forward, asserting, "My king, I have never heard of such a remedy. it is likely a deceit, and whoever has whispered this wickedness into your ears has sullied your judgment. De Ji, feigning fragility, nestled against the king, lamenting, "My king, I fear I may not last much longer." The king, heartbroken, paid no heed to Baigon's plea, commanding, "Find me the seven-hearted heart, or I shall have your head." At that moment, Shun Gongbao interjected, declaring, "Your Majesty, I have foreseen that the seven-hearted heart lies within Baigon's chest. If it is not extracted, the lady will surely perish." His feigned loyalty only deepened Baigon's anger and disappointment. Realizing that the one he had sought to support had turned against him, Baigon earnestly pleaded, "My king, I am but a mortal. Without my heart, I shall not survive." Yet De Ji shook her head, her face pale as she gazed at the king with soft eyes. "My king, I cannot remain by your side any longer." The king, filled with sorrow, embraced De Ji tightly. Shun Gongbao seized the moment, urging, "It is said that Baigon possesses the seven-hearted heart. Let us confirm this tale." Baigon's expression darkened, but before he could protest, the king commanded his guards to retrieve Baigon's heart. Baigon knelt in despair, unable to fathom that his unwavering loyalty had led to such a grim outcome. At that moment, they heard the sound of an engine starting, and the crowd turned in astonishment to see a Santana breaking through a wall of flesh. Emerging from the fray, Baigon shook his head in resignation, realizing that he ultimately had to rely on the strength of others to save himself. When Shun Gongbao saw the car, his eyes widened in surprise. Was this not the person who had previously snatched the king from his grasp? He had not anticipated that this individual would return. The last encounter had been too strange, and he could not find any answers from the king. It seemed he could only approach this man for clarification. Chapter 77. Old grudges, how dare you return here? It is just in time for us to settle the account of your previous abduction of the king. Shin Gongbao remarked maliciously, eyeing Shun Feng with an evil glint in his eyes. Unfazed, Shun Feng slowly approached Baigon, glancing at him and feeling relieved to see he was unharmed. He then raised his gaze to look at King Zhou. "It appears that Shun Gongbao harbors a profound misunderstanding of my loyalty. I have aided the king considerably." Upon hearing this, King Zhou's gaze shifted to Shun Gongbao, and he spoke with displeasure. "Shun Gongbao, this man is my benefactor. You must not treat him so. But your majesty, this man's origins are dubious, and I fear he may pose a threat to you." Shin Gongbao interjected, his heart racing. This fellow was exceedingly enigmatic, and the king's fortune depended on him. If he successfully assisted the king, becoming divine would be within reach. As he thought this, his eyes pleaded with the king, urging him not to be blinded by this scoundrel. "I am utterly devoted to your majesty. There is no one more loyal than I." Baigon scoffed at this, his gaze filled with derision for Shun Gongbao. Shin Feng leisurely remarked, "Your majesty, I previously revealed my unique secret to you. Does that not demonstrate my loyalty?" Hearing this, King Zhou fell into a state of confusion. He glanced around, unsure how to proceed. As each person claimed their loyalty, Daji noticed the tension and furrowed her attractive brows, smiling sweetly at King Zhou. She nestled against him, softly saying, "Your majesty, I believe Shin Gongbao is truly devoted to you. Who in the court could be more loyal than he?" At her words, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Shin Gongbao's eyes. Shin Feng, unfazed, replied, "If your majesty doubts my loyalty, you may put me to the test." Seizing the moment, Shin Gongbao eagerly interjected, "Since you profess such unwavering loyalty, go and retrieve a phoenix egg." He gazed at Shin Feng with a smug look, for the phoenix egg was a mythical object, nearly impossible to procure. To his astonishment, King Zhou promptly nodded in agreement, for Shin Feng was already prepared. As Shin Feng pressed the key to his car, a Santana appeared before them. Shin Gongbao frowned at the sight. Perplexed by this vehicle, however, King Zhou's eyes sparkled with excitement as he recalled the wonders of the Santana, unable to contain his awe. Even the beautiful Daji was momentarily distracted, her curiosity piqued by this stranger's capabilities. She had never anticipated that the king would express such trust in an unknown individual, and her doubts about Shin Feng deepened. As Shin Feng settled into the car, everyone waited patiently. Shin Gongbao secretly anticipated the incense to burn out. But today's target was not Shin Feng, it was Baigon. Daji shared this thought, glancing at Baigon with resolute intent. This old man was obstructing her seduction of King Zhou and deserved to perish. A cold smile crept across her lips. Baigon felt despondent at the mention of the phoenix egg, knowing it was merely a fabrication of Shin Gongbao. Yet he was surprised that Shin Feng had easily acquiesced. Having seen through the ruse, he had long abandoned hope. Shin Feng glanced at the time, calculating that if he retrieved the phoenix egg and safely delivered by Gon, he would still have time to prepare dinner. He recalled the little girl, Shin Ling, and felt a pang of concern for her. He had been away for too long, and she must have been worried. It was best to resolve matters swiftly. As the incense burned down, a smile crept onto Shun Gongbao's face, while King Zhou's expression soured with disappointment. He had once thought Shin Feng a promising ally, but now he seemed unremarkable. Though King Zhou was unaware that the phoenix egg was a mere figment of Shin Gongbao's imagination, he felt let down as Shin Feng failed to deliver. Since the time is up, your majesty should attend to the queen's ailment and retrieve the seven-hearted exquisite heart from this scoundrel, Shun Gongbao urged hastily. Chapter 78. Presented by Gon scoffed. The incense has not yet burned out. Why the rush, Duke? At by Gon's words, Shin Gongbao's face flushed with rage. This old man believed he was untouchable, growing increasingly brazen. Today would be his last. Shun Gongbao thought to himself, his eyes gleaming with determination. I am eager to see if your savior can still arrive in time, he sneered, turning to glare at the entrance of the hall. He was convinced that Shun Feng would not arrive as promised. Yet unexpectedly, Shun Feng's vehicle slowly appeared before them. Shin Feng rolled down the window, revealing a strikingly handsome face, and smiled at Shun Gongbao. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Duke. Shun Gongbao was taken aback. Rushing forward, how could you arrive so early? He turned to King Zhou and continued, since you are here, present the phoenix egg quickly. It is a treasure that will greatly benefit the king's health and cultivation. An opportunity that comes once in a millennium. Feeling triumphant, he thought, even if this fellow had returned, he could never find the phoenix egg. He looked at Shin Feng with a challenging glare. Is this what you speak of? Shin Feng tossed a golden egg into the air. Shin Gongbao's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never seen a phoenix, but had heard it was golden and the size of an ostrich egg. How is this? I have returned the phoenix egg. Now, Duke, should you not fulfill your promise regarding the seven-hearted exquisite heart to cure the queen's ailment? Shin Feng's smile was infectious, dazzling, drawing Daji's attention. She gazed at him, captivated, and found herself unconsciously echoing his words. You were right all along. Upon hearing Daji's words, Shun Gongbao turned to her in disbelief, his eyes filled with rage. As Daji realized what she had said, she looked at Shun Feng in astonishment, covering her mouth in utter disbelief. How had she been drawn into this man's line of thought? Her gaze towards Shin Feng was filled with suspicion, yet he appeared so unperturbed that it swayed her heart towards him. Even Bai Gon, standing nearby, was astonished by Shin Feng's actions. He had not expected this young man to keep his word and truly return with the phoenix egg. Yet, how had he found it? In his understanding, the phoenix egg was merely an ancient legend. They could never have guessed that Shin Feng had simply returned to the real world to find an ordinary golden egg to smash. Shin Gongbao's expression darkened as he snatched the egg from Shun Feng's hands, incredulous. However, fate had other plans. He fumbled the golden egg, causing it to crack and spill its contents on the ground. Shin Feng sighed regretfully, what a pity. This perfectly good phoenix egg has been ruined due to the Duke's blunder. Most tragically, the remedy the Queen sought is now lost. King Zhou's fury ignited as he pointed an accusing finger at Shun Gongbao, shouting, Duke, what is your intention? I wish to ask, does my beloved consort have any ties to you that would lead you to place her in danger? King Zhou was utterly disillusioned with Shun Gongbao. His gaze icy. Shun Gongbao, alarmed, quickly fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing and pleading, Your Majesty, please grant me another chance. I was merely... He struggled to articulate his thoughts, having intended to test Shun Feng's claim regarding the phoenix egg, but had not anticipated the consequences of his actions. Shun Feng regarded him with a cold gaze, having long surmised that Shun Gongbao would not relent so easily. An ostrich egg had been inserted into the shell of the golden egg, rendering him irredeemable, even if he were to leap into the Yellow River. King Zhou looked at Shun Gongbao, disappointment evident in his eyes, and said directly, You may leave now. Unless summoned by me, do not enter the palace again. On the side, Daji felt a sense of urgency. After all, she and Shun Gongbao were allies, and she could not fathom the sudden turn of events. King Zhou was furious, unable to utter a word, forced to watch as Shin Gongbao departed. Her gaze turned to Shin Feng, who was observing her intently, causing Daji to lower her head in embarrassment, as if he had unraveled all her secrets. Chapter 79. Fulfillment, my king. It is truly unfortunate. I wonder if the Empress's health has improved. He cast a seemingly playful glance at Daji, who felt uncomfortable under his scrutiny, her expression becoming strained. King Zhou recalled the matter and quickly turned to Daji, asking with concern, "My beloved, how do you feel now?" He had nearly forgotten about Daji, preoccupied with Shun Feng, whose ability to procure the phoenix egg was indicative of his extraordinary talents. King Zhou contemplated promoting Shin Feng as the new national advisor. Daji shook her head, gazing at King Zhou as she delicately replied, "In response to the king, I feel much better now, perhaps due to the joy of witnessing the phoenix egg." King Zhou laughed heartily, his eyes filled with admiration for Shin Feng. "All thanks to your retrieval of the phoenix egg, I shall grant you any reward you desire." While others might feel overwhelmed by such favor, Shin Feng merely smiled wryly. He could not claim any material possessions from this world. They were but external trappings to him. Stepping forward, he stated, "I wish for you to release him. He is no longer suited for court." He gestured towards Bai Jian. Bai Gon was astonished that this young man would go to such lengths for his sake. The opportunity for a meteoric rise lay before him, yet he chose to prioritize his own freedom. Without hesitation, King Zhou nodded in agreement. "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. The old chancellor is indeed no longer fit to continue in his role." Bai Gon naturally acquiesced, having narrowly escaped death and understanding the perilous depths of the palace. He had no intention of wading through such murky waters again. Although Daji harbored intentions to harm Bai Gon, with him withdrawing from the court, her motives became moot. Shun Feng's actions preserved harmony on both sides, prompting Daji to regard him with contemplative admiration. Upon returning to the real world, Shun Feng was astonished to find new connections forming in his mind. He realized that by assisting others, he had gained their networks. He had not anticipated that Bai Gon was acquainted with so many influential figures. Had he not met an early demise, he too could have become a significant personage. Upon arriving home, Shun Feng intended to cook for the two young girls, only to find two little kittens in the house. Xin Ling, with a pitiful expression, exclaimed, "Brother, you're finally back. I missed you so much." She lunged to embrace him, but he gently halted her with his hand on her forehead. With a bemused smile, he inquired, "What has happened? Why do you appear this way?" Had he not recognized her voice, he might have thought her an unwelcome visitor. "You should ask her," Xin Ling pouted, pointing to Du Yin, who offered a bashful smile in response. Xin Feng's confusion deepened. Du Yin touched her nose and explained, "It's nothing serious. We just nearly blew up the kitchen." Upon hearing this, Shun Feng rushed to the kitchen, only to discover a chaotic scene. Frowning, he turned solemnly to the two girls. "The kitchen is a dangerous place. You both should refrain from entering it in the future." He genuinely worried that if he were ever late returning, these girls might inadvertently cause a disaster. As he spoke, he donned an apron and began tidying up the kitchen. Shun Ling had intended to assist but was gently dissuaded by Shin Feng, who kindly said, "You girls should rest. I can manage this." As he began his household chores, his movements were deft and his demeanor focused. Such a man would be deemed a perfect homemaker anywhere. Du Yin momentarily found herself in a daze, pondering how Shin Feng did not align with her sister's negative portrayal of him. Why, then, did she not like him? While Du Yin was lost in thought, Shin Feng swiftly prepared the meal. Looking at the spread before her, Du Yin was astonished. Had she not been present, she would have assumed he ordered takeout from a five-star hotel. "Did you make all this? Let me try." Du Yin eagerly picked up her chopsticks. Observing her excitement, Shin Feng shook his head in exasperation. This girl, though seemingly mature, was still very much a child at heart, much like his sister. He cast a fond glance at Xin Ling, who was delightedly exclaiming how wonderful it was to have a brother, as she hardly needed to learn to cook anymore. Chapter 80. Tolerant Shun Feng stated earnestly, "You need not do these chores. You are my sister. I wish to raise you as a little princess. No matter what happens in the future, you should simply stay behind me." Seeing Shin Feng's sudden seriousness, Du Yin found him unexpectedly charming, her perception of him shifting. Such words would touch any young girl's heart. Indeed, Xin Ling nodded with teary eyes, and Du Yin found herself increasingly sympathetic toward Shin Feng, reflecting on how only a man like him could tolerate her bad temper. Perhaps, through her efforts, she could help them recognize each other as virtues. As this thought crossed her mind, a smile graced her face. Meanwhile, Shin Feng observed her, shaking his head slightly. Her thoughts were all too transparent to him. After the meal, Shin Feng prepared to escort Du Yin home. However, she lingered at the doorstep, hesitating as if wanting to say something. Noticing her struggle, he bluntly asked, "What do you wish to tell me? Speak quickly. I am listening." Upon hearing this, Du Yin met his calm gaze, devoid of impatience, and exhaled with relief before slowly saying, "You are a good man." Regardless of circumstances, You must treat my sister well. Shin Feng frowned slightly, replying, I have already annulled my engagement with your sister. Surely, you are aware of this? Du Yan's eyes widened in surprise at his words. You mean you didn't know? Has your sister kept this from you? Shin Feng remarked casually, only to be interrupted by a cool voice nearby. I did not mean to keep it from her. I simply have not had the chance to tell her. Turning to see Du Man's delicate face, Shin Feng said, Well, your sister has returned home, and my task is complete. As he turned to leave, Du Man hurriedly followed, grabbing his sleeve. Why are you in such a hurry to go? Won't you come in for a drink? Do you not want to see me? Shin Feng found her sudden change in demeanor puzzling. Why had she shifted from indifference to eagerness? As he scrutinized her, Du Man blushed and insisted, Why do you look at me like that? Is there something wrong? I'm merely watching you return my sister. Upon hearing this, Shin Feng nodded nonchalantly. Rest assured, I harbor no misunderstandings. I must take my leave now. Seeing his obliviousness, Du Man stamped her foot in frustration. Pouting fine, go ahead. After you leave, do not come back. Turning to regard her with a bemused expression, Shin Feng asked, What are you angry about? I am returning your sister home. I likely won't be back at tea this. Du Yin felt increasingly anxious. How could he not comprehend her words? She was clearly speaking in reverse. Observing them, Du Yin sensed a peculiar atmosphere enveloping the pair, leaving her at a loss for words. However, she indeed discerned her sister's attitude. Deep down, her sister still harbored a quiet affection for Shin Feng. Her eyes twinkled with excitement as a delightful thought crossed her mind. Perhaps her wish could indeed come true. She hurriedly approached Shin Feng, grasping his arm and playfully pleading, Brother-in-law, would you mind coming in for a moment? There's no one home. Anyway, without waiting for a response, she pulled him into the house. Witnessing their sudden change in demeanor, Shin Feng was utterly perplexed. Previously, the sisters had regarded him with disdain, yet now they seemed entirely transformed. Reluctantly, Shin Feng followed them inside and glanced around. The sisters resided in a considerably nicer place than his own. As he finally stepped into the room, Du Man let out a breath of relief, a flicker of joy appearing in her heart. Even she could not fathom the source of this unexpected emotion. Once she regained her composure, she joined Shin Feng inside. Please, have a seat. I'll pour you some tea. When Du Man caught Shin Feng's gaze, a wave of panic washed over her, prompting her to hastily add, Don't misunderstand. I'm merely thanking you for escorting my sister home. Chapter 81. Brewing tea. As Shin Feng listened to her repeated explanations, his confusion deepened, and he instinctively replied, I wasn't overthinking it. There's no need for you to explain so much. Du Man's face flushed with embarrassment as she shot him an annoyed glare before serving him tea. Upon tasting it, Shin Feng spat it out. Noticing Du Man's stifling laughter behind her hand. What did you put in this tea? It tastes terrible. Du Yin hurried over, lifting the cup to scrutinize her sister. Du Man, feeling awkward under their combined gaze, feigned nonchalance and remarked, Oh, it's nothing. I just added a bit too much salt. Du Yin shook her head in exasperation at her sister's antics and turned to Shin Feng, saying gently, Big brother, please wait a moment. I'll brew some proper tea for you. With that, she dashed off before Shin Feng could protest, as he was already contemplating leaving a tea that moment. The doorbell rang unexpectedly, and Shin Feng exchanged a glance with Du Man, both filled with uncertainty. Who could it be at this hour? Before Shin Feng could answer the door, someone entered uninvited. Upon seeing Shin Feng, the intruder wore a look of disdain. Why won't you accept me? I see you have someone behind your back. Du Man frowned and coldly retorted, Enough. I've told you countless times that I want nothing to do with you. She wished to shield Shin Feng from knowing the identity of this man, and the thought of him persistently pursuing her filled her with revulsion. Shin Feng scrutinized the atmosphere between them, perceiving the man's demeanor as somewhat roguelike. How could Du Man be acquainted with such a person? Sensing Shin Feng's doubtful gaze, Du Man quickly clarified, Don't misunderstand. I don't know this person at all. He barged in uninvited. The rogue, visibly displeased by her attempts to distance herself, protested, What are you saying? Haven't I treated you well enough? Recognizing Du Man's discomfort, Shin Feng felt compelled to intervene, stepping in front of the rogue. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, he towered over him. The rogue defiantly craned his neck, feigning composure before declaring, Who do you think you are? I warn you, this doesn't concern you. Leave now, and I might let you go. Otherwise, I won't be so courteous. Du Man's voice cut through from behind, dripping with disdain. Zhang San, I've told you many times that we are incompatible. I have someone I like. He is my boyfriend. As she spoke, She wrapped her arms around Shen Feng, who stiffened momentarily but sensed her hope and did not resist. Du Yin emerged just in time to witness this scene, hiding in the corner as she observed. Her sister certainly had feelings for Shen Feng, just as she had imagined. She glared at Zhang San, who had been persistently bothering them since their last encounter, exasperated by his audacity to show up again. Shen Feng, regarding him coolly, warned, "If you value your life, you should leave now. Otherwise, you will come to know my strength." With a swift motion, Shen Feng smashed his fist onto the nearby table, causing it to collapse with a thunderous crash. The rogue's eyes widened in shock. Even Du Man looked on in astonishment. Having never realized Shen Feng possessed such formidable prowess, die or leave? The rogue trembled, but he stubbornly shouted at Du Man, "I love you, Du Man. I will love you for eternity. Marry me." This guy is clearly insincere. "I will treat you well." Unable to contain herself, Du Yin rushed out from her hiding spot, scolding the rogue, "Who do you think you are? My sister doesn't even know you. Following her home last time was bad enough. Now you dare to make a scene." She feared Shen Feng might misconstrue the situation, insisting that her sister didn't know the rogue at all. Shen Feng's displeasure grew as he regarded the rogue. Realizing he was a lecher, he advanced slowly, making the rogue tremble involuntarily. The rogue gulped nervously, yet clung to his last semblance of defiance. "You can't do anything to me. I have people backing me. If you dare touch me, they won't let you off easily." Chapter 82. The thorny rose. Upon hearing this, Shen Feng raised an eyebrow and approached the rogue. Sensing the weight of Shen Feng's presence, the rogue attempted to flee, but it was too late. Shen Feng seized his shoulder, employing a technique that rendered him immobile. The rogue struggled to push Shen Feng away, only to realize his efforts were futile against Shen Feng's unyielding strength. Panic washed over him as he comprehended the gravity of his mistake. "Speak. Who sent you?" Shen Feng pressed, intrigued by the mention of the rogue's backer. The rogue gritted his teeth, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Revealing the identity of his employer could lead to dire consequences for him. He turned to Shen Feng and shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting? I'm simply pursuing the woman I love." He turned to Du Man, stating, "You profess to love her, yet I see no sign of affection in her eyes. What are your true intentions?" Shen Feng tightened his grip, eliciting a cry of pain from the rogue as he realized his wrist felt as if it had been dislocated. In truth, Shen Feng had merely employed his exceptional medical skills to temporarily numb the rogue's sensation, leaving him bewildered. Seeing the rogue's panic, Shen Feng smirked, "I'll ask you one last time. Who sent you? If you fail to answer..." A dagger appeared in Shen Feng's hand, which he slowly brought closer to the rogue's face, causing sheer terror to flood the rogue's eyes. Unfazed, Shen Feng continued, "Will you keep silent? Do you wish for me to incapacitate you? I'll slice your flesh piece by piece and feed it to the dogs. Nothing will go to waste." Shen Feng's words dripped with a chilling intent. And the rogue, unable to withstand his fear any longer, stammered, "I'll tell you. It's Du Qiu." Both Du Yin and Du Man stood frozen, unable to believe their ears. "Impossible!" they exclaimed in disbelief. The rogue hurriedly insisted, "It is true. She is the one who orchestrated all of this. She wanted me to win Du Man's affections, but when that didn't work, I had no choice but to persist. She even offered me a substantial sum of money." Fearing that the little rogue might not believe him, Du Man hurriedly explained. Du Man and Du Yin exchanged glances, both astonished by their aunt's unexpected behavior towards them. Taking a deep breath, Du Man stepped outside and locked eyes with the little rogue, calmly stating, "This matter must remain a secret. Consider it forgotten. From now on, do not set foot in this place again, or I shall not spare you." A fleeting glint of ruthlessness flickered in Du Man's eyes, causing the little rogue to nod hastily, reflecting on how a seemingly beautiful woman could possess such a hidden fierceness. He muttered to himself, "Indeed, a rose with thorns," as Shen Feng stomped his foot. The little rogue quickly bowed, pleading, I'm sorry, I misspoke. I won't dare again." Observing his pathetic demeanor, both Du Man and Du Yin wore expressions of disdain, waving him away as he fled in a panic. Du Man turned to Shen Feng, whose face expressed gratitude, and said, "Regardless of everything, I must thank you today." Shen Feng, seemingly indifferent, raised his hand to check the time and replied, "It's getting late. My sister is still at home. I must take my leave." Du Man felt a pang of disappointment, sensing Shen Feng's aloofness. Had she foreseen this outcome, she would never have made things difficult for him. Regret washed over her as she reflected on her past actions. Yet she remained at a loss for how to address the matter with Shen Feng, resorting instead to impulsive gestures to capture his attention. Just as Shinfeng returned from his vacation, he received a new order. Upon seeing the name in the order, he raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Dongfang Bubi? A figure suddenly materialized in his mind. Perhaps he could witness the true nature of this formidable person in the martial world. Accepting the order, the world around him gradually blurred, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a desolate area, surrounded by a palpable scent of blood. Shinfeng frowned, uncertain of what had transpired. But it was evident that a fierce battle had occurred here. As he contemplated the scene, his vehicle's lights flickered on. Suddenly, he noticed a figure huddled in the corner, trembling. Shinfeng hurriedly turned his gaze, and as the figure slowly raised its head, he felt a jolt of recognition. This was precisely the person he had sought to find. Chapter 83. The leader Shinfeng cautiously approached the shadowy figure, only to find that the person remained on high alert, glaring at him like a frightened animal. A swirl of emotions surged within Shinfeng, and he struggled to find the right words. He gently reassured, "Rest assured, I mean you no harm. I am here to save you. If you come with me, we can escape this place." Dongfang Bubi lifted his head, coldly demanding, "Who are you? Why should I trust you? Are you another so-called righteous person attempting to eliminate me?" As he spoke, Dongfang Bubi straightened himself. Despite his injuries, his presence remained imposing. Upon meeting Shinfeng's gaze, he sensed an overwhelming pressure, yet Shinfeng, unperturbed, replied with calm assurance, "You need not worry. I am here to rescue you." Observing the surrounding carnage, Shinfeng noted the many bodies strewn about, indicating that Dongfang Bubi had indeed clashed with these righteous individuals. With skepticism, Dongfang Bubi scrutinized Shinfeng, his beautiful phoenix-like eyes filled with wariness as he questioned, "How can I trust you? Righteous people are cunning, but they cannot escape my keen eyes." He assessed Shinfeng, puzzled that he had never encountered someone dressed in such a manner before. Shinfeng, bemused, inquired, "What must I do for you to believe me?" Before Dongfang Bubi could respond, a commotion echoed from the distance, causing Shinfeng's brow to furrow, while Dongfang Bubi's expression turned grave. Gritting his teeth, he contemplated a desperate stand. These righteous individuals were indeed despicable, attempting to ambush him while he was vulnerable. However, their calculations were flawed. Shinfeng, noticing his weakened state, cautioned, "If you do not leave with me now, the consequences may be beyond your ability to bear. There are too many of them. Even a single spit from each could drown you." With a chilling gaze, Dongfang Bubi glared at Shinfeng. The latter, scratching his nose, clarified, "What I mean is, their numbers are overwhelming. As a solitary individual, you cannot contend with them. It would be wiser to accompany me." Unconsciously, Shinfeng pressed his car key, causing the Santana to beep. Dongfang Bubi regarded him with uncertainty but ultimately nodded, joining Shinfeng in the vehicle. Just as they settled in, a throng of figures emerged from the depths of the woods, dark and menacing. Feeling the tension rise, Dongfang Bubi's body stiffened, and as the realization struck that he might perish today, a glint of hatred flashed in his eyes. Should the opportunity arise, he vowed to annihilate these so-called righteous people. A smile crept onto Shinfeng's lips as he heard Dongfang Bubi's awkward voice. "Although I do not know who you are, it seems we may both meet our end here today. These righteous individuals, under the guise of justice, are truly deceitful and treacherous." Shinfeng raised an eyebrow, retorting, "Not necessarily." With that, he floored the accelerator, causing the Santana to surge forward like an arrow released from a bow. Dongfang Bubi felt himself propelled backward, clutching the seatbelt as his knuckles turned pale. Shinfeng discreetly studied him, realizing that Dongfang Bubi was indeed as rumored, an androgynous figure in the martial world. A blend of both genders. Those righteous individuals, believing today to be Dongfang Bubi's weakest moment, intended to eliminate him but had not anticipated his escape. They pursued the trail of blood, discovering the bodies of their comrades nearby and a peculiar war vehicle parked not far off. Cautiously approaching, they speculated on Dongfang Bubi's schemes. However, before they could reach the Santana, a blinding white light illuminated the area, rendering them momentarily blind. When their vision cleared, the Santana had vanished. Stunned, the righteous individuals exchanged bewildered glances. Not expecting such a powerful vehicle, though unsure, they pressed on, exchanging glances as they resumed their pursuit with agility. Shinfeng, glancing in the rearview mirror, wore a sardonic smile, bemused by their naive belief that they could catch up to his Santana, which now rivaled a Jaguar in speed. Dongfang Bubi, increasingly astonished, turned to Shinfeng with a complex expression, coldly questioning, "Who exactly are you? How could you possess such a miraculous contraption?" Shinfeng replied nonchalantly, You need not concern yourself with who I am. What matters is that I mean you no harm, I am merely aiding you. We are now tied together. Our escape benefits us both. Hearing this, Dongfang Bubi felt conflicted. Having navigated the martial world for years, he had never encountered such an odd situation. Finally, he replied, "Rest assured, I, Dongfang Bubi, am clear about my loyalties. Should you save me today, I shall repay you in due time." Assessing Shinfeng, he noted the young man's apparent youthfulness and silently considered that if Shinfeng proved useful in the future, he would be willing to sacrifice his followers for him. Chapter 84. The shield silently pondered in his heart, uncertain of what the reward might be this time. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Dongfang Bubi's groin area. Could it be that he was to be bestowed with the sunflower scripture? He recalled that the secret to mastering the scripture required one to first undergo castration. The very thought sent a chill down his spine. Noticing the peculiar expression on Shinfeng's face, Dongfang Bubi curiously inquired, "What is the matter?" Shinfeng shook his head repeatedly, returning to his Santana and driving back to reality. Upon his return, he realized he had not received the sunflower scripture, which brought a sigh of relief. However, he soon wondered what he had actually obtained. As he contemplated this, he suddenly noticed that his beloved car seemed to have undergone some transformation. Excitedly, he settled back inside, observing that the vehicle's speed had significantly increased. Shinfeng considered that perhaps he had gained some insight. The sunflower scripture was not suitable for him, as he had helped Dongfang Bubi escape the pursuit of martial artists. Thus, the system recognized his task completion and had specially enhanced his Santana. With this thought, an urge to race surged within him, prompting a visit to a nearby racetrack, where he fortuitously encountered Meng Yunshuang. Her face lit up with surprise upon seeing him. "What are you doing here? Missing me?" Shinfeng was taken aback, never expecting the usually composed Meng Yunshuang to say such a thing. However, noticing her deliberate intimacy while holding his hand, he glanced at the handsome man standing nearby and realized that she was using him as a shield. Feeling a sudden urge, Shinfeng reached out to caress her smooth face, causing Meng Yunshuang to lower her head shyly. To any onlookers, it appeared as if they were an affectionate couple. The man beside Meng Yunshuang's expression grew increasingly sour. He had been eyeing her for some time and had hoped to strike up a conversation, but now found himself interrupted by Shinfeng. Casting a derisive glance at Shinfeng, the man felt reassured upon noticing that his vehicle was merely a Santana. Just a poor boy trying to steal his girl. He mused, clearly seeking trouble. Unbeknownst to him, Meng Yunshuang leaned in closer to Shinfeng, whispering, "Please help me this time. I don't like that guy. He has been pestering me. Given our history, I trust you'll assist me." Shinfeng nodded. "Of course, I am always eager to help." He then wrapped his arm around her slender waist, causing her to tense up noticeably. Chapter 85. Breaking off relations, she glanced at Shinfeng, noticing the innocent expression on his face, which left her frustrated. He was clearly taking advantage of her. Yet, she found herself unable to say anything. If she pushed him away now, it would surely raise suspicions. Shinfeng grew bolder, lifting her chin and kissing her cheek, feigning gentleness. "Sorry for keeping you waiting, darling. Had I known you were here, I would have come sooner." To his words, the man's face turned a shade of purple. He coughed, and only then did Shinfeng and Meng Yunshuang seem to notice him still standing there. Their expressions were peculiar, intensifying the discomfort in Chen Zhong's heart. He forced a smile, addressing Meng Yunshuang. "Who is he, your friend?" Without hesitation, Meng Yunshuang replied, "He is not my friend. He is my boyfriend." Seeing Meng Yunshuang treat Shinfeng tenderly ignited a spark of jealousy within Chen Zhong. "Oh, he is your boyfriend? What a pleasure," he said, extending his hand for a handshake. Shinfeng merely gave him a fleeting glance, leaving Chen Zhong's hand hovering awkwardly in the air. Embarrassed, he withdrew it, chuckling. "It seems your boyfriend doesn't like me much." Shinfeng replied coolly, "No, you misunderstand." Chen Zhong raised an eyebrow, intrigued, seemingly awaiting further clarification. Shinfeng added, "I find you quite detestable." Chen Zhong's expression soured instantly, taken aback by Shinfeng's blatant disregard for his dignity. He had intended to maintain an elegant demeanor in front of Meng Yunshuang, but it appeared increasingly difficult. Turning to Meng Yunshuang, he remarked, "It seems our friendship is making your boyfriend uncomfortable." He spoke deliberately, winking at Meng Yunshuang, who frowned in discontent. "Your friendship indeed bothers me, so darling, would you be willing to sever ties with him for my sake?" Although Meng Yunshuang felt stiff and awkward due to Shinfeng's flirtations, she turned to Chen Zhong and declared, "You've misunderstood us. We are merely strangers and not friends at all." Shinfeng nodded in understanding, smiling. "So that is how it is. I'm relieved." Seeing their synchronized banter, Chen Zhong felt insulted. He could not fathom why Meng Yunchuang would choose someone like Xin Feng over an impressive man like himself. He turned to Meng Yunchuang, suggesting, "How about a race between me and your boyfriend? I consider myself somewhat of a professional." His implication was that racing against him would be a privilege for Xin Feng. Meng Yunchuang's expression darkened upon hearing this, but as she prepared to retort, Xin Feng took her hand, reassuringly saying, "Don't worry, my dear. I'm quite the undefeated champion in our area." Winking at her, Meng Yunchuang recalled Xin Feng's superior racing skills, which even made her cousin concede. Filled with confidence, she smiled, "I know you're the best." She quickly pecked him on the cheek, and Xin Feng's smile broadened, pointing to his lips. Meng Yunchuang flushed, caught off guard by his teasing. However, Xin Feng continued unabated, while Chen Zhong observed them from the side. Meng Yunchuang, feeling pressured, swiftly kissed Xin Feng on the lips. Xin Feng, savoring the moment, licked his lips afterward, playfully pinching her cheek, whispering, "Darling, wait for me. A mere kiss won't be enough to satisfy me." Chen Zhong's face darkened, and he promptly walked toward the racetrack. Observing his departure, Xin Feng merely chuckled coldly, unconcerned. Chen Zhong was confident in his racing abilities. Having nearly become a professional racer himself, he believed no one at the track could rival him and was eager to see how Xin Feng would falter under his prowess, as the two prepared to race. Spectators gathered, eager to witness the showdown, knowing that Chen Zhong was the reigning champion, undefeated by anyone. They looked at Xin Feng, who was driving a Santana, and murmured among themselves, "Is he out of his mind? Why provoke Chen Zhong? I believe he is bound to lose this time. Chen Zhong has never been defeated. I share the same sentiment. Let us witness how Chen Zhong will effortlessly overpower this young man." None among the spectators recognized Xin Feng, yet they were all familiar with Chen Zhong. Ever since Chen Zhong graced this racetrack, he had never tasted defeat. A volunteer stepped forward to officiate, and at his command, the two cars surged forth like arrows released from a bow, astonishingly swift. The crowd watched in rapt attention, their minds racing with curiosity about Xin Feng's remarkable racing prowess. Initially, it seemed impossible for anyone to keep pace with Chen Zhong. Yet to their surprise, Xin Feng remained unfazed, maintaining a level footing with Chen Zhong. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. How could this man match Chen Zhong's speed? They struggled to discern the nuances of their driving techniques. Yet they could clearly see both competitors moving at breakneck speeds. Any misstep could spell disaster, and one young man, overwhelmed by the tension, cried out in astonishment. Meng Yunchuang could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "Enough of the chatter. My boyfriend is incredibly talented and will undoubtedly defeat Chen Zhong." Upon hearing her words, the crowd's expressions turned grave as they fixated intently on the two racing cars. Fearing they might miss a single thrilling moment, doubt filled their minds. Could Xin Feng truly triumph over Chen Zhong? If that were the case, it would be a historic moment, for none had ever witnessed Chen Zhong's downfall. Since his rise as the champion of this racetrack, he had carried himself with an air of arrogance. Chen Zhong himself felt the pressure. He had not anticipated Xin Feng's prowess, as Meng Yunchuang had indicated. Despite exerting every ounce of his effort, he found himself unable to surpass Xin Feng. In contrast, Xin Feng appeared composed and in control, yet toying with the possibility of surpassing him at any moment. This thought fueled Chen Zhong's resentment. Was this man intent on stripping him of his title? Having already stolen his girlfriend, now he dared to challenge him on the racetrack. As Chen Zhong's moves grew increasingly aggressive, he executed a sharp turn right in front of Xin Feng. Xin Feng, aware of Chen Zhong's cunning, realized that direct confrontation would yield no victory. Thus, he resorted to less honorable tactics. However, he was mistaken if he believed such methods would secure him the win. A cold smile crept across Xin Feng's lips as he noted Chen Zhong's S-shaped maneuvers, effectively blocking any chance for an overtaking maneuver. The crowd felt a tinge of disappointment. They had hoped Xin Feng could overcome Chen Zhong, yet it now seemed an insurmountable task. They returned to their seats, dejected. Their heads hung low. "I told you so." "It was never possible," one man remarked, a devoted admirer of Chen Zhong, his voice rising in triumph. Meng Yunchuang shot him a fierce glare, causing him to retreat sheepishly. She turned her gaze back to the race, her heart filled with hope, trusting that Xin Feng would not let her down. Though her primary concern remained his safety, it was evident to all that Chen Zhong was resorting to underhanded tactics, and a miscalculation could lead to catastrophic consequences. Chapter 87. Victory and defeat. Anxiety coursed through Meng Yunchuang as she watched Xin Feng. Her palms damp with sweat. She could not fathom his current condition, and her brow furrowed with worry. Had she not suggested that he accept the challenge, this predicament might have been avoided. Many in the crowd, convinced that the male protagonist was destined to lose, lost interest and returned to their seats, having witnessed Chen Zhong's relentless domination time and again. However, a cold smirk appeared on Shun Feng's lips as he utilized a raised platform to leap over Chen Zhong's car. Chen Zhong had naively hoped that Shin Feng could not surpass him, but to his astonishment, Shin Feng soared over his vehicle, a spectacle captured by several onlookers who gasped in awe. Goodness, he can fly. His car is astonishing. I must get a Santana. Many flocked around, their eyes wide as they beheld Shin Feng pulling ahead of Chen Zhong by a substantial margin. Their mouths gaped in disbelief, unable to articulate their astonishment at Shin Feng's extraordinary skill as he left Chen Zhong in the dust. When Shin Feng crossed the finish line, the crowd remained speechless, still struggling to comprehend the surreal experience they had just witnessed. Chen Zhong exited his car, fuming, and confronted Shin Feng, shouting, "You cheated!" Shin Feng raised an eyebrow and replied, "Cheated? Where's the evidence? Speak carefully. One can indulge in a meal but must refrain from reckless words." Chen Zhong hesitated. Aware of the implications, as a semi-professional racer himself, he understood the stakes. He had intended to provoke a mistake from Shin Feng but had not anticipated his audacious leap. Realizing the scrutiny of the onlookers, Chen Zhong recognized that further confrontation would invite ridicule. He shot Shin Feng a menacing glare before turning to leave. "Wait," Meng Yunshuang called out, "if you made a claim, you must concede defeat. Everyone knows who the true king of the racetrack is now." The crowd instinctively looked at Shin Feng, some reveling in Chen Zhong's downfall. Ever since Chen Zhong's rise to fame, he had strutted around with an air of superiority, and witnessing his humiliation brought a sense of relief to many. Chen Zhong's face shifted through shades of anger and embarrassment as Meng Yunshuang continued. "Isn't that how it is? I thought you were prepared to lose when you challenged him." Regret flooded Chen Zhong's mind. Had he known this outcome awaited him, he would never have faced Shin Feng. The latter's prowess was unexpectedly formidable, rivaling that of professional racers. A flicker of determination crossed Chen Zhong's eyes as he scrutinized Shin Feng, asking, "You aren't a professional racer, are you? If so, it would explain my defeat. After all, it is remarkable for an amateur to reach such heights." Shin Feng shook his head, responding nonchalantly, "No, you are mistaken that I am merely an enthusiast who indulges in racing during my leisure time." The crowd gasped at his admission, casting scornful glances at Chen Zhong, who had previously boasted of nearly becoming a professional himself, only to be defeated by an amateur. Unwilling to accept defeat, Chen Zhong suggested, "I know several professional racers. How about a match with them if you're interested?" A glint of malice flickered in his eyes. His acquaintances were top-tier competitors, and a victory over them would restore his lost honor. Meng Yunshuang interrupted, her voice laced with impatience. "Please, you initiated this race, and now you have lost. Why should we entertain another challenge? Are you attempting to evade accountability?" Frustration coursed through Chen Zhong as he realized Meng Yunshuang's unwillingness to support him. As a wealthy heir, accustomed to luxury, he could not comprehend why she would align herself with someone driving a Santana. Chapter 88. The fall jealousy consumed Chen Zhong as he pondered what qualities this seemingly ordinary young man possessed that captivated Meng Yunshuang. Turning to Shin Feng, he adopted a provocative stance, disregarding the opinions of others. His only desire was to humiliate Shin Feng. Shin Feng regarded him coolly, nodding, "Very well, summon your friends, I am eager for a challenge." Having not yet satisfied his competitive spirit, Shin Feng yearned for opponents worthy of his enhanced Santana, which had undergone significant modifications. Chen Zhong's inadequate racing skills had left him wanting for a true contest. Chen Zhong was momentarily overtaken by an exhilarating joy, astonished by Shen Feng's apparent naivety. It seemed he was overly confident. As he readily acquiesced to Chen's request, "In a hurry," Chen called a friend. But the response was rather dismissive. Chen gritted his teeth. Under normal circumstances, he would never demean himself by pleading with others. At this moment, all he desired was for Shen Feng to fail, to see a crack in his unflappable demeanor, thereby prompting Meng Yunshuang to reconsider her feelings. After hanging up, Chen approached Shin Feng, feigning regret as he said, "If you wish to withdraw now, it is still an option. After all, my friend is quite formidable." His friend was a professional competitor, boasting numerous accolades, and even Chen himself was no match for him. It was no wonder his friend carried such an air of arrogance. Shin Feng merely smiled faintly in response, saying, "Your friend has piqued my curiosity. I eagerly anticipate the upcoming competition." Chen Zhong snorted coldly at Shin Feng's words, recognizing the fearlessness of youth. He hoped Shin Feng would maintain this bravado, as it would soon reveal the true prowess of his friend. Moments later, Wang Hai arrived in a luxury car at the designated location. Upon seeing Shin Feng, he displayed an expression of derision, sidling up to Chen Zhong and loudly declaring, "Is this the one you spoke of? He hardly seems impressive. I cannot fathom why you would lose to someone like him." Chen Zhong's expression darkened, and he forced a smile, retorting, "It's not that I lack the desire to win, nor is he exceptionally skilled. Who do you think will ultimately prevail?" Wang Hai erupted into laughter, confidently asserting, "Need you even ask? Obviously, it will be me." Wang Hai, without a hint of mercy, taunted Shin Feng, "Young man, don't think I'm bullying you. After all, I am an international champion." Shen Feng's smile only broadened, while Meng Yunshuang beside him appeared somewhat exasperated. It was evident that Shen Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Unlike an ordinary person who might hesitate upon learning of Wang Hai's championship status, Shin Feng seemed invigorated by the challenge, defying conventional expectations. Shin Feng stepped closer, his height giving him a natural advantage, forcing Wang Hai to look up at him, feeling an innate pressure he had never encountered before. Wang Hai furrowed his brow, mentally assessing who Shin Feng could possibly be to exhibit such audacity. Shin Feng smiled, stating, "If that is the case, let's prepare swiftly. I am increasingly eager for our match." At this remark, Qian Zhong's eyes glinted with disdainful ridicule. This fellow was oblivious to the true prowess of his friend, believing he had merely been fortunate in their previous encounter. Qian Zhong was keenly aware that he was no match for Wang Hai, and he secretly hoped for Shen Feng's swift downfall, as losing to Wang Hai would allow Meng Yunshuang to see Shin Feng for who he truly was. Turning his gaze to Meng Yunshuang, Qian Zhong's eyes briefly flickered with greed as he beheld her radiant face. Uncomfortable under his intense scrutiny, she frowned in distaste and turned away. Qian Zhong, feeling slighted, thought to himself that this woman would eventually come to beg for his favor. As the crowd began to gather, they expressed their curiosity upon hearing Wang Hai's name, with some even displaying admiration, excitedly proclaiming, "I hear he is incredibly skilled, known as the god of racing. No one has ever bested him. He is simply unbeatable." The remarks only intensified the crowd's fascination with Wang Hai's reputation, compelling them to remain in place, eager to witness his prowess firsthand. Qian Zhong's eyes sparkled with pride, as he envisioned the imminent moment when Shen Feng's calm facade would be shattered. As the competition commenced, both competitors took their positions, akin to arrows released from a bow, racing forth amidst a cloud of dust. The spectators watched intently, not wanting to miss a moment of the unfolding spectacle. At this juncture, Meng Yunshuang had relinquished her hopes for Shen Feng's victory. Her primary concern was his safety, silently praying for him as she observed from a distance. Meanwhile, Qian Zhong could not contain his exuberance, vocally cheering for Wang Hai. Despite his certainty that Wang Hai would triumph, Qian Zhong yearned to witness a flicker of shock on Shin Feng's face, to dismantle his ever-composed demeanor piece by piece. As Qian Zhong's enthusiasm infected those around him, Meng Yunshuang shot them a fierce glare, demanding silence. "Can't you all just watch the race quietly?" Qian Zhong's expression soured at her words, and he retorted defiantly, "If you're so confident in him, why should we concern ourselves with it? You ought to support him wholeheartedly." "Even so, I do not wish to hear your incessant prattle," Meng Yunshuang coldly replied. Qian Zhong's anger flared as he recalled her earlier behavior towards Shin Feng. Feeling a surge of indignation, he fixated on the race, convinced Shin Feng was destined to fail. If Meng Yunshuang held such faith in him, he was eager to see their expressions when reality struck. Wang Hai dismissed Shin Feng outright, executing a sharp turn that put significant distance between them. Observing Shin Feng lagging behind, Wang Hai's smugness grew as he taunted, "I thought you were formidable. Turns out you are nothing special." Shin Feng remained unfazed, focused solely on steering his vehicle. Wang Hai, witnessing Shen Feng's nonchalance, scoffed, convinced that such a demeanor could never secure victory against him. Assessing the obstacles on the track, he intentionally positioned his car to obstruct the path, creating an insurmountable challenge for Shin Feng. The spectators gasped, realizing the cunning nature of Wang Hai's tactics, fearing for Shen Feng's prospects. Meng Yunshuang could not contain her frustration, exclaiming, "What a despicable coward! And he dares call himself a champion." One must not underestimate cunning strategies. "Victory belongs to those who endure," Qian Zhong remarked nonchalantly. Meng Yunshuang shot him a furious glare, her patience wearing thin, while Qian Zhong feigned innocence, winking at her, only to be met with her disapproval. As Wang Hai approached the finish line, his confidence swelled, believing he was about to humiliate Shin Feng. Qian Zhong's elaborate efforts to summon him had turned out to be a mere fade, as he now regarded Qin with increased contempt. However, a sudden surge of wind rushed past him, and to his disbelief, He saw Shen Feng dart towards the finish line like a bolt of lightning. When Shen Feng crossed the finish line, the arena fell silent. Even the faintest sound of a falling pin could be heard. Wang Hai's jaw dropped in astonishment, while Shen Feng merely smiled serenely. Turning his car around, Wang Hai, in disbelief, leapt from his vehicle, confronting Shen Feng. What trickery have you employed? How is your speed even possible? He suspected Shen Feng's vehicle had been tampered with. Shen Feng, maintaining his composure, addressed Qin Zhong, if you doubt me, feel free to inspect the vehicle. Just as Wang Hai was about to do so, Shen Feng interrupted, I do not trust you. It would be best to have a professional conduct the examination. Though reluctant, Qin Zhong begrudgingly agreed. Wang Hai's face darkened, feeling increasingly uncomfortable under the scrutinizing gazes of onlookers. In a moment of unobserved ire, he glared at Qin Zhong, who felt unjustly accused. Meanwhile, Shen Feng stood calmly. Just as he had anticipated. After the inspection, no faults were found in the vehicle. Chapter 90. The ferry descends. His vehicle had been transformed with cutting-edge technology. How could these individuals easily discern its unique qualities? Many marveled aloud. Heavens, am I mistaken? The performance of the Santana is truly remarkable. With a Santana, one could defeat an international champion. What a worthy investment. I must acquire one myself. The cacophony of voices filtered into Wang Hai's ears. Darkening his expression further, he let out a cold snort and turned to leave. This defeat felt akin to a stinging slap to his face, and he vowed never to set foot in this racing arena again. When Qin Zhong witnessed Wang Hai's departure, anxiety surged within him, compelling him to intervene, but he was halted by Meng Yunshuang. With a sweet smile, she remarked, if I'm not mistaken, it is now your turn to apologize. Is it not? Wasn't he that what you claimed before? Qin Zhong's countenance turned a deep shade of embarrassment upon hearing Meng Yunshuang's words. He forced a smile and rubbed the back of his head. The words of apology lodged uncomfortably in his throat. Glancing at Shen Feng, he found him still calm, which unsettled Qin Zhong further. Did this man truly believe he was superior in every way? Under the gaze of so many onlookers, if he couldn't muster the courage to apologize to Shen Feng, they would surely talk behind his back. Taking a deep breath, Qin Zhong approached, uttered a hasty I'm sorry, and spun on his heel to leave. Meng Yunshuang was somewhat displeased with his demeanor. She had intended to humiliate Qin Zhong for his disdain toward Shen Feng, yet now he had brushed it aside so easily. Just as she prepared to follow him, Shen Feng grasped her hand. It's all right. Don't pursue him. I have matters to attend to, he said with a gentle smile. Shen Feng had initially intended to test the prowess of his upgraded Santana, and now that even international champions were no match for him, he felt elated and had little concern for Qin Zhong. As he turned to depart, a new order pinged in. Ding, do you accept Daji's order? Thoughts of the enchanting seductress he had encountered previously flitted through his mind, and without hesitation, he accepted. The world before him began to blur, and when he next opened his eyes, he found himself face to face with Daji and King Zhou. Their expressions shifted to astonishment upon his sudden appearance. You? How did you get here? King Zhou exclaimed, his joy palpable as he hurried towards Shen Feng. After their previous encounters, he had grown increasingly appreciative of Shen Feng's abilities, eager to see what else he could demonstrate. Shen Feng merely smiled, addressing Daji gently. I sensed that the princess wished to venture out, so I came to escort you. He gestured toward his beloved Santana. King Zhou's eyes widened in amazement at the sight of the vehicle. Having witnessed Shen Feng's prowess, his curiosity only deepened. Meanwhile, Daji scrutinized Shen Feng with intrigue, wondering how she had never heard of such a figure. Shen Feng approached Daji, locking his gaze onto hers. His directness momentarily irked King Zhou, who was about to reprimand Shen Feng when the latter's laughter caught him off guard. What are you laughing at? King Zhou inquired, perplexed. Shen Feng replied nonchalantly, I realize that the princess has grown even more beautiful. The first 2 times I laid eyes on her, I found her stunning, and now I am convinced she is a celestial being descended to earth. Daji was taken aback by his words and, upon seeing his tranquil expression, let out a sigh of relief. She had feared he had uncovered her true identity as a celestial attendant of Nuwa. Your Majesty, this fellow is quite rude. You must defend my honor, Daji pouted, seizing the moment to charm King Zhou, hoping he would take action against Shen Feng. After the previous incident with Shan Gongbao, who had been furious with her for a long time, Daji understood that if she did not retaliate on his behalf, he would be less inclined to assist her wholeheartedly. Presenting Shen Feng's head to Shan Gongbao would surely delight him. However, King Zhou waved his hand dismissively, placing a reassuring hand on Daji's shoulder. My dear, you misinterpret his words. I perceive this young man as paying you a compliment. Do you not appreciate such flattery? If that is the case, should I also expect to face your ire next time? Daji was inwardly astonished, realizing the high regard in which this man was held by King Zhou. Chapter 91. To the fullest her thoughts swiftly gathered, and with a coy smile, she replied, Your Majesty, how could I express anger over mere words? You jest, truly, you flatter me excessively. Seeing Daji's smile caused King Zhou to be utterly enraptured. Shenfeng cleared his throat at an opportune moment, shaking King Zhou from his reverie. You mentioned that you sensed the princess had a need to be here, correct? Shenfeng nodded, affirming, Indeed, it is a matter of importance. King Zhou's eyes gleamed with interest as he quickened his pace to stand before Shenfeng. You are correct, it is indeed so. The princess wishes to travel, yet there are no appealing sights nearby, hence her desire to venture further afield. Upon hearing this, Shenfeng simply smiled, Your Majesty, you have indeed sought the right person. Entrust this to me, I assure you, it will be well handled. King Zhou nodded, turning to Daji with a smile, I shall leave the princess in your capable hands, trusting you will ensure she has an enjoyable time. Daji was momentarily stunned, having not anticipated Shenfeng would win King Zhou over so swiftly. As she opened her mouth to speak, Shenfeng interrupted, bowing with a smile. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will ensure the princess enjoys herself immensely. King Zhou watched with satisfaction as Daji climbed into Shenfeng's vehicle. Once inside, her demeanor shifted. Her expression hardened as she glared at Shenfeng, teeth clenched. What are your true intentions? Speak plainly. What do you seek to achieve? Daji had initially intended to exploit this outing to undermine King Zhou's subjects, but Shenfeng had thwarted her plans, leaving her visibly displeased. Shenfeng, however, smiled. Princess, it would serve you better to maintain a pleasant demeanor. Otherwise, the king may become suspicious. What do you think he might inquire of me? Daji had always presented herself as gentle and amiable before King Zhou. If he were to witness her true nature, he would surely become infuriated. Rulers detest being deceived, and even though Daji was exceptionally beautiful, any man would feel a sense of anger upon realizing he had been duped. Upon hearing Shenfeng's words, Daji glanced back and noticed King Zhou watching them with a puzzled expression from a distance. She promptly composed herself and beamed at him. King Zhou smiled and waved in return, while Daji puffed her cheeks in annoyance. Appearing unexpectedly adorable, Shenfeng couldn't help but chuckle. In response, Daji shot him a fierce glare, hissing, What are you really up to? Are you friend or foe? Speak clearly now. Shenfeng remained silent, leisurely walking across the vast expanse of land. Daji, filled with curiosity, was about to speak when she suddenly rolled down the window, allowing a gust of wind to rush in, tousling her hair. She looked around in surprise, and Shenfeng's voice floated in lightly. Princess, I believe your temper is a bit too fiery. Perhaps a breath of fresh air would do you good. Upon hearing his words, Daji's anger flared anew, but when she turned to see Shenfeng's cheerful demeanor, her ire began to dissipate. She glanced at the scenic surroundings, realizing how beautiful they were, and wondered why she had never noticed them while soaring through the clouds before. Gradually, her frustration faded, replaced by a genuine appreciation for the environment around her. Upon witnessing Daji's transformation, Shenfeng couldn't help but smile. Just then, Daji spotted a group of hunters pursuing foxes. A glint of bloodlust flickered in her eyes as she realized they dared to harm her kin. With a furious shout, she leaped from the vehicle, prompting Shenfeng to slam on the brakes. Turning back, he saw Daji had transformed into a nine-tailed fox spirit, terrorizing the hunters. Bad news, it's a fox spirit. Who would have thought one would appear here? Run for your lives. The hunters, horrified, dropped their easy prey and fled in panic. Daji had firmly resolved not to let these individuals escape her wrath. With a graceful leap, she positioned herself directly in front of the hunters, obstructing their path. Terrified, they scattered in all directions, wailing for their mothers, realizing all too late that they were no match for the fox demon. Daji sneered, Useless humans, daring to harm my kin with such meager skills. They must truly wish for death. She licked her lips, her demeanor sending chills down the spines of the hunters, who feared they would soon become her meal. Please spare me. I have an elderly parent and young children to care for. I promise never to hunt foxes again. Regret flooded their hearts. They had initially sought the exquisite pelts of the foxes to sell for a handsome profit, never anticipating the sudden emergence of a fox demon. Chapter 92. Enraged Daji licked her claws, leisurely observing the hunters begging for mercy, her eyes glinting with a predatory gleam that it had been ages since she had tasted human flesh. And this was the perfect opportunity to indulge. Previously, she had planned to feast on a heart, but that plan was thwarted. Now, she intended to unleash her pent-up frustration upon these hunters. Just as she was about to strike, a slender figure appeared before her. Daji, filled with malice, coldly commanded, "Step aside." Shun Feng regarded the trembling hunters and replied calmly, "They are merely ordinary folk. You cannot harm them. Your millennium of cultivation is no trivial matter. If you commit murder now, you may invite divine retribution. It has nothing to do with you. They dared to hunt my kin. I will teach them the might of a fox." Shun Feng glanced at the feeble foxes. While they had once been the weak, their expressions now brimmed with arrogance in Daji's presence. They were mistaken, yet Daji could not be allowed to harm them. When Shun Feng resolutely stood in her way, blocking her path to the hunters, Daji's fury erupted. Without hesitation, she extended her claws toward Shun Feng, roaring, "Foolish creature, if you wish to die for them, I shall grant your wish." The hunters, witnessing this scene, were bewildered by Shun Feng's sudden appearance and his willingness to shield them from the fox demon. They shut their eyes, fearing the sight of impending bloodshed. However, when they opened their eyes, they found Shun Feng had delivered a powerful blow to the fox demon, leaving her in shock. "How is this possible? How could you withstand my lethal strike?" Daji, towering like a building, regarded Shun Feng, who seemed like an insignificant ant, and struggled to comprehend how he could withstand her might. Intrigued and wary, she scrutinized him with new eyes. Shun Feng paid her no heed, merely frowning as he said, "Your temper is rather poor, as I mentioned. You cannot touch these men." Daji's bloodthirstiness surpassed even that of King Zhou, a pity for her exquisite appearance. She retorted coldly, "They hunted my kin first. I am merely retaliating. They are the weak now, and I am justified in avenging my kind." Upon hearing her words, Shun Feng turned to the hunters, who were pale with fear. Terrified that Shun Feng might relent, they hurriedly prostrated themselves at his feet, pleading, "Hero, please save us. We know we were wrong. We will never hunt foxes again, regardless of their worth." Shun Feng nodded, addressing Daji, "They have sworn. It would be better to let them go." Daji would not be swayed. Infuriated by Shun Feng's apparent intent to protect the hunters, she swiped at him once more, but he deftly maneuvered behind her. Mounting her back, Daji's rage intensified, her 9 tails fanning out like a peacock's display. "You scoundrel, get off me, or I shall kill you." Daji shook her body violently, attempting to dislodge Shun Feng, who lay comfortably atop her. Remarking, "Your fur is so soft, like wool. You insolent fool, I am a fox, believe me, I could devour you in an instant." Daji felt her patience waning as Shun Feng's audacity tested her limits. She finally revealed her intentions. "Do not think you can threaten me by manipulating King Zhou. Should you die, he will still be under my control." Shun Feng raised an eyebrow, suppressing a laugh. "So that was your plan from the start? I wondered why you accompanied me so willingly." Daji, infuriated, jumped about, trying to shake him off, but Shun Feng remained unfazed, unfurling a tranquil smile as he remarked, "The sun is pleasant, and the breeze is just right for a nap." With that, he closed his eyes, inciting Daji's fury further as she shouted in vain. Chapter 93. "A beauty in embrace, it seems I must defeat you," Daji declared coldly, her mesmerizing gaze flashing with a chilling light. Shun Feng remained unflappable, merely casting her a sidelong glance, igniting Daji's ire. She transformed into an alluring beauty, her hands glowing with violet energy, and charged at him. Yet, before she knew it, Shun Feng had executed a swift throw. Catching her in his arms, Daji paused, momentarily stunned, before her anger flared anew. "How dare you?" Shun Feng taunted. "What will you do about it?" He tightened his grip around her, and a hint of crimson crept onto her cheeks as she shook her head. Quickly returning to her furious demeanor, her eyes filled with bloodlust. Never before had anyone dared to treat her so lightly. Shun Feng was the first and would be the last. Enraged, she launched a series of lethal strikes, each more vicious than the last. Shun Feng deftly evaded her attacks, then boldly caressed her delicate face. Daji, overwhelmed by indignation, lashed out mindlessly, resembling an ordinary woman confronting a man. The hunters watched in disbelief. This seemingly frail man possessed formidable strength, leaving them in awe. Shun Feng faced Daji's relentless onslaught with calm composure, raising an eyebrow as he effortlessly pulled her back into his embrace, on the solid expanse of his chest. Daji stiffened, seething, "You lecher! I shall kill you." Surprisingly, Shun Feng responded with a wicked grin. "I merely caught you as you stumbled. How could you accuse me so?" His mastery of deceit was impressive, delivering his lies with unwavering confidence. Daji stomped her foot, playfully scolding, "Once I report back to the king, let us see if he will trust you as he once did." In that moment, Daji completely forgot her status as a high-ranking nine-tailed fox demon. Having lived for over 1,000 years with immense power, her behavior now mirrored that of an ordinary mortal. Shinfeng stood unperturbed by her threats, his expression teasingly defiant. Daji, filled with rage, stormed away, neglecting the hunters who had provoked her ire. The foxes, once under her protection, watched helplessly as their savior departed, their hearts racing with anxiety as they wished to follow. With a mere glance, Shinfeng stilled their movements, leaving them rooted in place. Once the formidable nine-tailed fox had retreated, the hunters breathed a sigh of relief. They hurried to Shinfeng, expressing their gratitude fervently. "Thank you, hero. We shall never forget your kindness. Should you require our assistance in the future, we will serve you loyally." Shinfeng waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for such formalities. My intervention was merely a matter of goodwill, primarily for the sake of my own mission." Hearing this, the hunters exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of the nature of Shinfeng's mission. Shinfeng paid them no heed, merely stating that this matter had nothing to do with them, urging them to return home swiftly to spare their families from worry. The hunters glanced at the frail foxes, their minds racing, yet Shinfeng's warning echoed from afar. "Should you contemplate harming these foxes, consider the formidable prowess of the Millennium Fox Spirit. If you dare to capture her kin, she will not take it lightly." The hunters instantly quelled their thoughts, recalling the terrifying fox spirit they had just encountered. Her mastery of magic was profound, far beyond their capabilities. The mere thought of her wrath if she learned of their intentions sent shivers down their spines. Realizing this, they quickly abandoned their previous designs, offering Shinfeng sheepish smiles, not daring to utter more. The little foxes looked at Shinfeng with surprise, initially believing he had driven off Daji to assist the hunters. But it appeared otherwise. Despite their lingering doubts, they hastily fled the scene. Shinfeng returned to his Santana, only to find Daji waiting there. Upon seeing him, Daji awkwardly averted her gaze. Curious, Shinfeng observed her. He had assumed she would be furious and had already returned to King Zhou, yet she lingered to await him. Noticing Shinfeng's continued gaze, Daji feigned annoyance, saying, "What are you staring at? Have you never seen a beauty before? Why are you still here? I need to return to the imperial city. Won't you take me?" Although Shinfeng could not fathom the sudden shift in Daji's demeanor, he opened the car door for her to enter. Having witnessed everything, Daji had thought Shinfeng was aiding the hunters in their quest to hunt her kin, only to realize he had instead defended them, though she remained uncertain of his intentions. This act undeniably left a favorable impression in her heart, softening her attitude towards him. Shinfeng successfully returned Daji to the palace, re-entering the realm of reality. Though he was unsure of what awaited him upon his next visit, he felt no trepidation, confident in his ability to overcome any obstacles. Just then, his phone rang, and upon glancing down, he saw it was his sister, Xinling. He promptly answered, and her cheerful voice rang through. "Brother, where are you? I want you to accompany me to a class reunion. Can you come with me?" Shinfeng readily agreed, feeling it was his duty to support his sister, and quickly went to pick her up. They soon arrived at the venue for Xinling's gathering. "Why have I never heard of this reunion before?" Shinfeng casually inquired as they walked side by side after parking the car. "I'm not quite sure. It seems they just recently decided to gather everyone." "Everyone wanted to meet up," Xinling replied, her voice tinged with a hint of embarrassment. "You know my situation, brother. Everyone getting together is just a display of boasting. I have neither money nor a boyfriend to showcase, so I doubt it will matter to you." Shinfeng couldn't help but ruffle her hair gently, assuring her, "Silly girl, how could I possibly look down upon you? Rest assured, I will ensure you shine at this banquet." Hearing his words, Xinling simply smiled and nodded. As they entered, a sharp voice pierced the air. "Ah, is that the class beauty? Finally, she has arrived. We've been waiting." Shinfeng turned to see a woman with a sharp face and gaudy attire, resembling an internet celebrity. Though her heavy makeup appeared rather vulgar, he frowned, dismayed by the lack of taste displayed by his sister's classmates. "Who are you?" Xinling blinked, unable to place the woman. The woman huffed dismissively, "I'm Wang Li." Realization struck Xinling. Wang Li must have undergone cosmetic surgery, making her unrecognizable. Wang Li's remark drew the attention of many nearby, including a flamboyantly dressed man who approached them. Upon seeing Shinfeng, he scrutinized him, and upon noting his ordinary attire, sneered, "Is this really the class beauty's taste? I expected someone more impressive, but he's just average." Feng Shi had previously pursued Xinling, only to be rejected, which left him simmering with resentment, eager for an opportunity to mock her. Now, seeing Xinling with such an unremarkable companion, he felt a swell of triumph. Xinfeng frowned at his words, prompting Xinling to hurriedly interject, "Feng Shi, what nonsense are you spouting?" Yet, to onlookers, the exchange appeared peculiar, their expressions shifting to one of disdain as they regarded Xinfeng. Sensing the change in mood, Xinfeng calmly stated, "It's a pleasure to meet you all." Feng Shi snorted derisively, his eyes gleaming mischievously as he retorted, "If you're so pleased, why not treat us today? Let us celebrate, after all, it's been ages since we gathered." Xinling frowned, "Why should we foot the bill? Who organized the reunion? They should be responsible." Feng Shi, seeing her reaction, felt a surge of satisfaction. It seemed Xinling's current situation was quite dire, unable to even cover the cost of a meal with her classmates. He feigned regret, saying, "Why the rush? I was merely testing if your boyfriend is willing to spend on you. I once would have spent lavishly for you." Upon hearing this, Xinfeng cast him a scrutinizing glance, silently vowing that if his sister's partner were such a man, he would certainly advise her to reconsider. Feng Shi was utterly loathsome, masquerading as someone concerned for her, when in truth, he was merely making things difficult for her brother. Just as Xinling was about to reprimand him, Xinfeng interjected with a smile. "Since the classmates are so eager to celebrate, I shall indulge you. Order whatever you desire." Feng Shi smirked inwardly, knowing this restaurant was the most prestigious in the city, with a meal likely costing several thousand. He relished the thought of watching Xinfeng potentially bankrupt himself. He ostentatiously picked up the menu, announcing, "Everyone, this meal is on Xinling's boyfriend, so let us not hold back in our ordering to celebrate their union." The group eagerly gathered around, excitedly placing their orders. Xinling, however, grew anxious. The restaurant's reputation suggested a hefty bill, and her expression revealed her concern, which Xinfeng keenly observed. He discreetly grasped her hand, winking at her. Leaving her momentarily bewildered by his intentions, as the group ordered a staggering 60 dishes, Xinling's eyes widened in disbelief. 60 dishes? That's far too many. There are only a few of us, and we can't possibly finish that. Feng Shi scoffed. "Why can't we? 60 dishes are nothing. After all, you are our class goddess. Seeing you with a boyfriend is a bitter pill for us to swallow. You ought to treat us to make up for our disappointment." Feng Shi chuckled internally, anticipating the exorbitant bill, wondering if this pretender could truly afford it. Xinfeng regarded him with a cold glare, recognizing the glimmer of greed in his eyes, if his suspicions were correct. This restaurant belonged to the Zhao family, making it impossible for Feng Shi to escape without consequence. The others eagerly awaited the arrival of their dishes, their eyes lighting up at the sight of the lavish spread before them. They calculated the cost in their minds, estimating it would reach upwards of 120,000 yuan, all while questioning whether this man could truly afford such an extravagant meal. However, at present, they are not concerned with such matters. Their sole focus is on indulging in their meal, as they devour their food with abandon. Xinfeng watches them with a smile, while Xinling raises an eyebrow in disdain. Had she known her classmates would behave in such a manner, she would have preferred to skip the reunion altogether. Wang Li can't help but sneer. During their school days, she felt envious of Xinling for her beauty, as the boys in class would constantly fawn over her. Now, seeing her with such a shabby fellow, she questions if he can even afford the extravagant meal costing tens of thousands. Turning away, she adjusts her attire to reveal more skin, deliberately casting glances at Feng Shi, who, consumed by desire, exchanges flirtatious looks with her. Witnessing this cringeworthy scene, Xinling cannot help but apologize softly to Xinfeng, expressing regret for bringing him to witness such a chaotic gathering. Xinfeng reassures her, saying, "Silly girl, this meal serves as a lesson. These people are only superficially friendly. If Feng Shi had no money, they wouldn't be so eager to please him, would they?" Xinling nods, yet her disdain for the group grows. Pondering how to manage the bill of over 100,000 after this meal, she sighs, her delicate brows knitting together, prompting Xinfeng to gently smooth her furrowed brow, advising her to focus on enjoying her meal rather than fretting over the costs. Reluctantly, Xinling lowers her head and resumes eating, though her mind wanders, burdened by thoughts of how to settle the bill. Meanwhile, Xinfeng remains silent, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as he coldly observes the gluttonous diners. Knowing soon enough they will face consequences for their actions. After the feast, Feng Shi turns to Xinfeng and declares, "Well, we've all eaten quite enough. It's time for you to settle the bill." Xinling's anger flares. This guy seems to view her brother as an easy target for mockery, truly believing they are fools. Calmly, Shinfeng calls over a waiter, who hands the menu directly to Feng Shi. Feng Shi's smile widens as he insists the meal should be paid for by Shinfeng, directing the bill to him. The waiter, taken aback, responds, "But you all dined here. Why should he pay?" Feng Shi, momentarily confused, insists, "We agreed he would cover the bill. I think there has been a misunderstanding." Xinling interjects coldly, "You all consumed the food. Why should we pay? It's clearly your responsibility. Do you think we're gullible?" Shinfeng adds, "I already stated you could order whatever you liked, since you were covering the expenses. At this revelation, Feng Shi suddenly realizes Shinfeng's earlier acquiescence was a deliberate ploy to mock him. Anger rises among the group as they point at Shinfeng, shouting, "You dare to play tricks on us? Do you believe we want to retaliate?" Shinfeng's gaze darkens, his stillness emanating a chilling aura. Feng Shi, sensing the danger, gulps nervously, aware that he may have provoked someone formidable. However, he is more concerned about the wrath of his own formidable mother if she discovers his troubles, in a fit of rage. He overturns the table, confronting Shinfeng, threatening, "If you don't pay this bill, I'll ensure you regret it." Without a flicker of emotion, Shinfeng effortlessly knocks Feng Shi to the ground, leaving him unable to rise. Observers, fearing a scene in the Zhao family's renowned establishment, rush to summon the manager. They anticipate dire consequences for Shinfeng, but when the manager arrives and recognizes him, he immediately adopts a subservient demeanor. Bowing and expressing respect, "I didn't realize it was you, Mr. Shen. You should have mentioned your presence. We would have prepared a VIP room for you." The waiter, bewildered, glances at Shinfeng, having no prior knowledge of his esteemed status. The manager, wiping sweat from his brow, recalls the elder Zhao's explicit instructions to treat Mr. Shen with the utmost respect in any Zhao establishment. Realizing his oversight, he becomes anxious at the thought of incurring the elder's displeasure. Shinfeng dismisses the manager's flustered apologies, noting, "I came here for a meal, but it seems the experience has been rather tumultuous." The manager's gaze shifts to the still prostrate Feng Shi, and he quickly comprehends the situation. As a savvy individual, he instructs the nearby staff, "Handle this matter promptly. We must not inconvenience Mr. Shen." Those who previously looked down on Shinfeng now stand dumbfounded, unable to fathom why a seemingly unimpressive young man would receive such treatment from a prominent family. They had believed rumors of Xinling's family falling into poverty, but the reality is much different. Feng Shi, who anticipated the Zhao family would punish Shinfeng, is taken aback by the manager's deference. Confused and fearful of further provoking Shinfeng's wrath, he remains motionless on the floor. Xinling, equally surprised, is unaware of her brother's connection to the Zhao family, but she senses the gravity of the situation as others' attitudes toward the Zhao family shift. It becomes evident that the Zhao family holds more power than she had previously imagined. Yet, she wonders why such a prestigious family would show such deference to her brother. The manager shoots a glare at Feng Shi, frustrated by his disrespect toward Shinfeng, knowing full well that any slight against him is a slight against the Zhao family. He turns to the waiter, demanding, "What transpired here?" After hearing the explanation, he coldly addresses the still-lying Feng Shi, "If you don't wake up now, I have methods to ensure you do." Upon hearing this, Feng Shi hastily feigns awakening, bewildered and confused. "What happened? Why am I on the floor?" His act of ignorance fails to convince anyone. The manager instructs him, "Sir, please settle the bill," as the waiter presents the exorbitant bill. Feng Shi breaks into a cold sweat, realizing he cannot possibly afford such a sum. Regret floods his mind as he realizes the gravity of provoking Shinfeng, whose background is far more formidable than he anticipated. Shinfeng casually glances at him, causing the manager to sweat profusely. He signals several staff members to restrain Feng Shi, stating, "You understand our family's rules. Attempting to dine and dash will result in dire consequences." Hearing this, Feng Shi hastily regains his composure, "But I don't have any money. Please wait while I call my wife." Wang Li's eyes widen in disbelief. "What? You have a wife? You scoundrel. How can you flirt with me while being married? I'll tear your mouth apart." In school, Wang Li had never garnered attention and felt envious of Xinling, who effortlessly captivated everyone's gaze. Now, after her transformation, she finds Xinling still indifferent to her. Leaving her to lash out at Feng Shi, who she knows once admired Xinling, oblivious to his marital status, at present, Zhou Shi found himself unable to dwell on many matters. He hastily dialed his home to reach his formidable mother. Through the phone, others could distinctly hear the woman's furious roar. "You useless wretch! How dare you go out and fool around behind my back, accumulating a mountain of debts? You'd best not return, or I swear I shall beat you to death." The line went dead abruptly, leaving Zhou Shi in a state of panic as the busy signal echoed in his ears. He had not anticipated that his own mother would be so utterly oblivious to the circumstances. If he failed to settle his debts promptly, he would likely find himself trapped within the confines of the hotel. Faced with the predatory gaze of the manager, he stammered, "I have a plan. Trust me, I can repay the money." The atmosphere shifted dramatically. The once self-satisfied figures now resembled a pack of defeated dogs, groveling on the floor, while Shen Feng, whom they had previously scorned, leisurely sipped tea in his chair, surrounded by a group eager to curry favor with him. A blend of emotions swirled within the hearts of these individuals as they recalled their earlier disdainful demeanor towards Shen Feng. Fearing his resentment, each of them sought to diminish their presence, as if nothing had transpired. However, their careful calculations faltered. Zhou Shi, in desperation, turned his gaze upon them, declaring, they also enjoyed a lavish meal. Why should they not contribute to the payment? He reasoned that with many pooling their resources, they might collectively manage the expenses. Upon hearing his words, the group erupted in discontent. "Zhou Shi, what nonsense is this? You invited us to this meal. How can you now expect us to foot the bill?" Xin Ling, observing the chaotic scene, furrowed her brow in disbelief at how dramatically things had changed since their last encounter. Noticing her evident dismay, Shen Feng remarked, "If you do not wish to witness this farce, we may leave now." Xin Ling nodded, eager to escape the absurdity unfolding before them. As they began to depart, Zhou Shi rushed forward, kneeling at Shen Feng's feet, pleading, "I was wrong. I will never do it again. Please spare me." Having just engaged in a scuffle with the others, Zhou Shi's face bore the marks of his defeat, resembling a swollen pig's head, entirely devoid of his earlier composure. Shen Feng, seemingly indifferent to his plight, gave him a dismissive kick. Wang Li, observing, adjusted her attire to reveal her ample cleavage, advancing towards Shen Feng with flirtatious intentions. In a moment of feigned clumsiness, she pretended to twist her ankle, aiming to fall into Shen Feng's embrace. Yet, he deftly sidestepped her, causing her to tumble unceremoniously to the ground. Rising in indignation, she pointed an accusatory finger at Shen Feng, but upon meeting his icy gaze, she faltered, her tone shifting to playful reproach. "You are so mean. Why didn't you catch me?" The onlookers exchanged uneasy glances, feeling the tension rise. Shen Feng raised an eyebrow, his expression one of clear disapproval. Xin Ling instinctively positioned herself protectively in front of him, her eyes warning Wang Li, "What are you doing? Are you trying to provoke trouble?" In her heart, she believed her brother deserved better than to be sullied by someone like Wang Li. Embarrassed, Wang Li fidgeted but could not resist throwing another flirtatious glance at Shen Feng. Her intentions unmistakable. The crowd's expressions turned perplexed. Was she really attempting to flirt with Shen Feng in front of Xin Ling? It seemed utterly shameless. Xin Ling shot Wang Li a disdainful glare, her judgment of the woman's character firmly established. Shen Feng's demeanor grew increasingly cold as he cast a disapproving look at the manager, who felt a wave of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. In a panic, he signaled to the nearby staff, who rushed to separate Wang Li from Shen Feng. Despite her struggles and protests, she was swiftly escorted out, threatening to lodge a complaint against the establishment. Observing Wang Li's humiliating exit, the other women, previously harboring ulterior motives, finally quelled their impulses, casting wary glances at Shen Feng. After settling the commotion, Shen Feng departed without a backward glance, leaving the manager anxious, uncertain whether Shen Feng might report him to his superior. Realizing his oversight, the manager warned his staff to alert him immediately should this enigmatic young man appear again. The staff exchanged astonished looks. The manager, seasoned in his position, had never felt the need to curry favor with anyone of high rank in such a manner, leaving them to ponder the true identity of this mysterious youth. As they contemplated the gravity of their previous misjudgments, they resolved to adjust their attitudes, showing the utmost respect should he return. Walking along the road, Xin Ling turned back, confusion evident on her face, as she questioned Shen Feng about the respect he commanded. Sensing her curiosity, he observed the subtle shifts in her expression. Ultimately, she mustered the courage to voice her concerns. "Brother, why do they treat you with such deference? When did you become associated with the Zhao family? Why was I unaware of this connection? What else are you hiding from me?" Xin Ling pondered this revelation, realizing she had been oblivious to her brother's dealings with such influential figures. Unsure whether this was a blessing or a curse, worry etched across her features, Shen Feng ruffled her hair reassuringly, saying, "You silly girl, what are you worrying about? Rest assured, I have neither stolen nor cheated. My work is entirely legitimate." My connection to the Zhao family merely stems from a single favor I did for old Zhao. He chose to express his gratitude, and I cannot help that." Hearing his words eased Shen Ling's anxiety, though she implored him, "Brother, in the future, should anything arise, please inform me. Do not keep me in the dark as you did this time." Shen Feng readily agreed, silently contemplating that revealing the truth might only deepen her worries. The siblings walked side by side, originally intending for Shen Feng to escort Shen Ling home. However, midway, he unexpectedly received a new order. Pausing, Shen Ling turned back, puzzled. "Brother, what's wrong?" Shen Feng replied with a smile. "I just remembered I left something at the hotel. You should return home without me." "What did you leave?" she inquired, but he had already dashed away. Watching his retreating figure, Shen Ling scratched her head in confusion. She had no idea what he had forgotten, having noticed nothing unusual during their time at the hotel. Still, she continued her journey homeward. Shen Feng accepted the order and returned to the era of the Three Kingdoms, finding himself once again before Cao Cao. Upon seeing Shen Feng, Cao Cao expressed surprise. "You again? How did you come to be here?" Shen Feng was not taken aback to see Bian Ke kneeling at Cao Cao's feet. Frowning, he realized that despite saving one physician, Cao Cao was determined to challenge another. "Apologies, but this time he is my assignment," Shen Feng stated, meeting Cao Cao's gaze without flinching. Having witnessed Shen Feng's abilities, Cao Cao regarded him with a mixture of respect and irritation. "You are being rather excessive, repeatedly snatching my people right from under my nose," he warned, his tone low and menacing. Unperturbed, Shen Feng maintained his composure, replying, "I truly wish to avoid conflict with you, but the situation is critical, and I must act accordingly." Cao Cao gritted his teeth, declaring, "You shall not succeed." Having previously underestimated Shen Feng, he was resolved not to let it happen again. Shen Feng held his ground, their eyes locked in a silent battle of wills. Bian Ke, witnessing this exchange, could not help but be astonished. Cao Cao was a formidable figure, feared by many who dared not meet his gaze. Yet this young man stood before him, unyielding and serene, seemingly unafraid of the consequences. Bian Ke pondered the identity of this audacious youth. As the commotion drew the attention of soldiers outside, they rushed in, astonished to find Shen Feng and his vehicle within Cao Cao's chamber. Their surprise grew. They had not seen Shen Feng enter from outside, and his sudden appearance left them bewildered, especially after their previous futile attempts to catch him. Shen Feng glanced around at the soldiers encircling him, their expressions unwavering. Bian Ke, merely a physician, was utterly unaccustomed to such an intimidating scene. He trembled in fear, kneeling weakly to the side, unable to restrain his quivering voice as he pleaded, "Spare me, spare me, I know nothing. I have done nothing." Upon hearing this, Shen Feng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, surprised that the legendary healer of history was such a coward. Bian Ke, having devoted his life to healing, had never engaged in battle and had only encountered the blood of the ill, not the terror of being surrounded by so many armed men. Overwhelmed by fear, he felt utterly helpless. Cao Cao, observing Bian Ke's pitiful state, let out a cold snort. Meanwhile, the soldiers remained vigilant, their eyes fixed on Shen Feng. He patted Bian Ke's shoulder reassuringly, saying, "Do not worry. I will ensure your safety. They shall not lay a finger on you." Bian Ke was taken aback, astonished that this person would speak to him. Could it be that the task he mentioned referred to him? Cold sweat trickled down Bian Ke's brow as he sensed Cao Cao's piercing gaze upon him, as if it could penetrate his very thoughts. Trembling, he reflected on his long life as a physician, never anticipating such a grim fate. They say saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda, yet he had saved countless lives. Was he truly destined to die without a grave? Bian Ke's thoughts were filled with despair when Cao Cao withdrew his gaze and coldly addressed Shen Feng. "Are you so confident that you can lead him away unharmed?" Shen Feng nodded, asserting it is not merely confidence. "I am determined to take him. Surely you understand that failure to fulfill my mission would not bode well for me." At this, Cao Cao tightened his grip on his sword, a chilling smile forming on his lips. "Even if I could not deal with you before, the situation is different now." He commanded his soldiers to form a tight perimeter around Shen Feng. Observing their tense demeanor, Shen Feng merely smiled faintly, dismissing them at Cao Cao's command. The soldiers charged at Shen Feng with their swords drawn. With a graceful leap, Shen Feng soared into the air, evading their strikes as effortlessly as a swallow, rendering them powerless against him. Seeing his soldiers sprawled on the ground, wailing in defeat, Cao Cao was taken aback. How could this man possess such formidable strength? Who was he truly? Shen Feng, however, remained silent, gesturing toward Bian Ke with a smile. You need not concern yourself with my identity. My mission is to protect him. Whether you allow me to take him is entirely up to you. Cao Cao, incensed by Shen Feng's demeanor, bellowed, You shall not take him. With that, he drew his sword, aiming a strike at Shen Feng. Shen Feng shook his head, recognizing that while Cao Cao was indeed a brilliant strategist, he could not match Shen Feng's martial prowess. Having completed numerous missions, Shen Feng had long since become a master of the martial arts. Cao Cao swung his sword, only to find his wrist intercepted by Shen Feng's hand. Shocked, he felt a numbing sensation in his grip, causing him to release his weapon. Astonished, he stared at Shen Feng in disbelief. After years of military service and countless battles, how could he feel so inept against this man? His eyes narrowed with suspicion as Shen Feng regarded him with a friendly smile, reminiscent of a smiling tiger. Bien Ke, sensing Cao Cao's fury, recoiled in terror, curling into a corner to minimize his presence. He engaged in self-delusion, convincing himself that the chaos outside had nothing to do with him. Observing Bien Ke's demeanor, Shen Feng furrowed his brow in confusion at the stark contrast between the historical healer and the reality before him. As Shen Feng deftly dodged another of Cao Cao's attacks, the latter's eyes flashed with surprise, quickly morphing into anger. Striking at Shen Feng repeatedly, he vented his fury, while Shen Feng sighed, saying, Why can you not cease this? You cannot harm me, oh not waste your breath. How do you know you cannot harm me? Cao Cao roared, launching a punch at Shen Feng, only for it to miss as Shen Feng executed a backflip. Frustrated by Shen Feng's agility, Cao Cao gritted his teeth. Shen Feng, observing the man's futile efforts, realized that Cao Cao's murderous intent was rising. If Shen Feng were to escape with Bien Ke, it would spell disaster for Cao Cao. With each attack, Cao Cao grew more ruthless. Shen Feng discerned his thoughts but chose not to intervene. His sole objective was to escort the healer to safety and preserve his life. Contemplating Bien Ke's fate, Shen Feng resolved to rescue both healers and reflect on the stark disparity between them. While the previous healer had experienced fear, he had not succumbed to such despair. Cao Cao poured every ounce of strength into his assaults, yet he only succeeded in exhausting himself. Eventually, he collapsed, panting heavily, staring at Shen Feng with an expression of utter defeat. Shen Feng, amused, remarked, You seem fatigued. Take a moment to gather your breath. Rest assured, I am not going anywhere. I in the face of Shen Feng's innocuous smile. Cao Cao's anger surged. Who are you? Why do you persist in obstructing me? Shen Feng shook his head in bewilderment. I am not here to thwart you. I am here to save a life. His gaze fell upon Bien Ke, determination gleaming in his eyes. Today, he would ensure the healer's escape. As he glanced at his vehicle, a Santana, it responded with a sound, further fueling the soldiers' fear. They had never encountered such a peculiar contraption and could only wonder what it would do next. Shen Feng charged toward Bien Ke, seizing him and thrusting him into the vehicle. Bien Ke, momentarily stunned, barely comprehended what was happening as he found himself inside the Santana. Cao Cao, witnessing this, erupted in rage. Bellowing, You fools! What are you waiting for? Get them off that bizarre contraption. The soldiers, as if driven mad, brandished their weapons and attacked the Santana. Shen Feng, though aware of the vehicle's resilience, felt a surge of anger. This vehicle had been his steadfast companion, and he could not stand idly by as these fools assaulted it. Without hesitation, he struck out, incapacitating the soldiers with swift blows, as his men lay scattered. Unconscious on the ground, Cao Cao's fury reached a boiling point. This is intolerable. I shall kill you. Feeling recovered, Cao Cao summoned his internal strength and charged at Shen Feng. With a decisive strike, Shen Feng sent Cao Cao crashing to the ground, his frail body succumbing to unconsciousness. Observing the fallen soldiers, Shen Feng innocently remarked, This is not my fault. You brought this upon yourselves. Re-entering the Santana, Shen Feng found Bien Ke wide-eyed with fear, anxiously surveying his surroundings. Upon Shen Feng's arrival, Bien Ke nervously stammered, Do not kill me. I know nothing. Please, spare me. Shen Feng sighed in exasperation, bewildered by the physician's foolishness. How can a renowned healer be such a simpleton? I am here to save you. Bien Ke blinked, seemingly weighing the validity of Shen Feng's words. Frustrated, Shen Feng continued, But how do we escape? We are surrounded by his men. It seems impossible to break free. Shen Feng smiled at him and said, Not necessarily. The weather outside is sweltering, and the soldiers are listless at their posts, already drenched in sweat. The distant view only adds to the unease. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past them. They could only discern a cloud of dust rising in the distance. Obscuring whatever it was, Bien-K, pale with fear, clutched the safety belt tightly, terrified of falling from this peculiar war vehicle. What is this? How can it move so swiftly? He had never heard of such a thing. Upon arriving at their destination, Bien-K hurriedly jumped down, and Shin Feng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It seemed Bien-K was not in the best of health. He had succumbed to motion sickness. Bien-K looked around, astonished to find himself outside Cao Cao's main camp, and joyfully exclaimed to Shin Feng, "Wonderful! I am saved." Shin Feng touched his forehead, questioning whether he had truly rescued the right person. This clumsy doctor turned out to be Bien Quebec. Where do you intend to go now? Shin Feng casually inquired. He frowned slightly, considering that there was a simple solution for Bien-K, although he was uncertain if he had family to consider. If not, he could easily relocate him. Bien-K, with a furrowed brow, replied, "I do not know where to go. I only hope to live peacefully." Today, Bien-K felt so close to death that his desire to live intensified, leaving no room for other thoughts. Observing Bien-K's pallor, Shin Feng realized he should arrange for the two doctors to return to the real world together. He was astonished to find that his medical skills had significantly improved, and all the names of traditional Chinese medicines were vividly etched in his mind, suggesting he had inherited Bien-K's medical prowess. The combined expertise of the two doctors would undoubtedly resolve various ailments. Upon returning home, Shin Feng was surprised to find two unexpected guests in his house. He frowned at the sisters before him and asked, "What brings you here?" Du Man, hearing his words, frowned in dissatisfaction and said, "From your expression, it seems you aren't particularly pleased to see us." Shin Feng nodded, stating, "You are correct. Since we have dissolved our engagement, I hope we can avoid entangling ourselves further." Du Man, incensed by his words, retorted, "What do you mean by that?" Just as the tension between them escalated, Shin Ling timely intervened, saying to Shin Feng, "Big brother, you're back. Please cook for us. We're all quite hungry." The three young girls were utterly clueless about cooking and gazed at Shin Feng with pleading eyes. Seeing their expressions, Shin Feng couldn't help but smirk. "If you're hungry, why not go out to eat? Why wait for my return? Going out to eat is a splendid idea. Why didn't I think of it?" Du Man exclaimed. She turned to the other two girls and proposed, "How about I treat you to a meal?" Shin Ling glanced at Shin Feng, recalling the awkward situation from their last outing. She wondered if he would join them again this time. Shin Feng regarded Du Man with curiosity, unsure of her intentions. Du Man's eyes sparkled with challenge as she asked, "What, are you afraid to join me?" Shin Feng certainly wasn't afraid of dining with her. He decisively stepped out of the house, causing a fleeting smile to flicker across Du Man's face. Although Du Yin was puzzled by the shift in their relationship, she couldn't help but chuckle at their antics. The four soon arrived at a well-known local restaurant, just as Du Man's smile froze upon spotting something. The others followed her gaze and noticed a seductive woman approaching them, linked to a lecherous older man who greeted them with a wave. Although they were unfamiliar with her, her demeanor warned them of her significance. "Isn't this little Du?" the woman exclaimed, her laughter concealing a sense of triumph. The older man's gaze was lascivious as he scrutinized the young girls, a smug smile playing on his lips. Shin Feng felt a wave of displeasure. How could his sister be sullied by such a character? He promptly interrupted the man's leering. The older man, taken aback, glared at Shin Feng. Seeing Shin Feng's handsome features, he mistook him for an insignificant young man and sneered, "You brat, mind your own business. I won't let you off easily." He contemplated spreading word among his influential acquaintances to ensure Shin Feng would never find work again. Shin Feng, infuriated yet amused, responded, "Oh, really? What makes you think you can threaten me?" Without hesitation, the older man declared, "I won't allow you to find any work again. Let's see how you navigate this industry without connections." Shin Feng shook his head, slowly rising to confront the older man. The noticeable height difference instilled a sense of intimidation in the man, causing him to swallow nervously. The woman beside him bristled with anger, perplexed by the older man's predicament. "Director's son," she said sweetly, "I know you enjoy nurturing young talents. He meant no harm. You shouldn't take it to heart." She playfully winked at Shin Feng, but Sun merely huffed, offended. "This brat is asking for trouble. I'll make him regret it." The woman clung to his arm, soothing him until his anger subsided, though he still regarded Shin Feng with disdain. Turning to Shin Feng, she wore a smug expression, believing he would appreciate her favor. To her surprise, Shin Feng merely chuckled coldly. "What does that mean? Are you looking down on me? I am someone of significance in this field. I won't tolerate your disrespect." Indeed, as a director, his ability to manipulate situations was unimpressive. Shin Feng grinned, while the woman, momentarily stunned, realized her plan to recruit Shin Feng from Du Man's side had backfired. She decided to watch from the sidelines, eager to witness Shun Feng's humiliation. However, Shun Feng's calm demeanor belied his awareness of her intentions. Meanwhile, Director Sun, in a fit of rage, hurled a wine bottle at Shun Feng's head. Shin Feng effortlessly caught his arm, causing Sun's face to turn pale with anger. "Let go of me, you brat. If you don't release me, I'll make you pay." Shin Feng scoffed. "You think you can intimidate me?" Sun struggled fiercely, trying to free his arm from Shun Feng's grip, but it felt as if a mysterious force held him in place. He silently marveled at Shin Feng's strength, questioning his true identity. "Brat, I have powerful connections. If you dare to cross me, you won't escape unscathed." My backer is the Meng family. Over the years, the Meng family had invested significantly in Sun, supporting his film career and helping him rise to prominence. "Is it the Meng family of linen? The one whose son has recently turned into a fool?" Shin Feng inquired, a mischievous smile on his face. Sun, brimming with pride, confirmed, "Yes. I wonder who that scoundrel is who turned the young master into that state. If I find him, I won't let him off." Shin Feng chuckled and replied, "That would be me." Sun's words faltered as he stared wide at Shin Feng. "You little fool. Is it really you?" His earlier assumptions had been misguided, and now the truth struck him like a bolt from the blue. Director Sun believed that the Meng family had privately dealt with the perpetrator, yet he was taken aback to find a reckless individual voluntarily confessing. Chapter 103. The Meeting. The Meng family held considerable power and influence, and offending them was akin to courting disaster. Sun's mind raced with concern. He regarded Shun Feng with an expression akin to viewing a madman. Perplexed by his willingness to admit guilt, the woman beside him, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, laughed derisively, proclaiming that she had expected a man close to Du Man to be exceptional, only to discover he was merely a braggart. Her face was a mask of derision, and she mocked both Shin Feng and Du Man, whose face turned pale with anger. This man was her adversary, and misfortune always seemed to follow their encounters. Unable to tolerate the mockery directed at Shin Feng, Du Man retorted fiercely, questioning the woman's worth and asserting her seniority over her. She had shown no respect, and rumors of her disrespect would surely undermine her carefully constructed faade. The woman, undeterred, shot back, revealing that she had orchestrated everything and was now set to continue in Director Sun's latest project. A role initially intended for Du Man, her smugness was palpable. She had hoped to witness Du Man's distress, yet instead, Du Man sighed in relief. She had long heard of Director Sun's notorious reputation and had planned to decline the role. Now fortuitously freed from her dilemma, the woman blinked in confusion, unable to grasp why Du Man appeared unbothered by her triumph. Director Sun's gaze fell upon Shin Feng, filled with suspicion and wariness. Shin Feng was an enemy of the Meng family, which made him an adversary to Sun as well. He considered informing the Meng family of Shun Feng's presence, hoping to curry favor and smooth his own path. But the woman beside him clung to him, pleading for support against Shun Feng. Director Sun, caught off guard by her advances, suddenly remembered his prior commitments and excused himself. The woman, incredulous, protested that they had a meeting to discuss the new project. Yet, Sun was eager to distance himself and alert the Meng family, dismissing her concerns. Shin Feng, having seen through the charade, smirked and remarked that the Meng family was already aware of the situation. Under the watchful eye of the venerable Zhao, the Meng family would not dare act against him. Disappointment washed over Director Sunday. He had hoped to leverage this situation, but it seemed futile now. Shin Feng approached him, and Sun recoiled, startled by the intensity of Shun Feng's gaze. "What do you want?" Sun stammered. Shin Feng smiled enigmatically, expressing his desire for a conversation. Sun vehemently shook his head, insisting there was nothing to discuss. But Shin Feng was not so easily dismissed. He grasped Sun's shoulder, rendering him immobile. Sun felt a wave of dread wash over him as he recognized the predatory glint in Shun Feng's eyes. Around them, onlookers regarded Sun as a fool, bewildered by his terror at a mere touch. Even the woman beside him looked down on him, surprised by his cowardice. Chapter 104. Fear. Sun's inner thoughts were turbulent. He had no intention of currying favor with this man if it were not for the film. Shin Feng merely chuckled, reiterating that he wished to have a word. The weight of Shun Feng's words deepened Sun's trepidation, yet he found himself powerless to resist as Shin Feng dragged him aside. In a cold tone, Shin Feng reassured him that he meant no harm, but he intended to set some boundaries. He warned Sun to steer clear of the girls and threatened dire consequences should he entertain any improper thoughts. With a swift motion, Shin Feng shattered a nearby mirror, leaving Sun trembling in fear. Seeing Shin Feng unscathed only intensified Sun's dread, and he hurriedly promised to comply. Shin Feng, amused by Sun's desperation, had no intention of releasing him just yet. Sun, uncertain of Shen Feng's true intentions, cast a pleading gaze, hoping for mercy. Had he known Shen Feng's connection to the Ming family, he would have avoided entangling himself with him altogether. Shen Feng, observing Sun's distress, maintained his enigmatic smile, assuring him that he merely wished to discuss a few matters further. Meanwhile, outside, the women waiting began to grow anxious, uncertain of what transpired in the shadows. Du Man anxiously scanned the area, hoping for Shen Feng's return, while the woman who had anticipated flaunting her new role now wore a frown. Realizing her plans might be thwarted, she probed Du Man, inquiring about her connection to Shen Feng, who seemed to know him well. Du Man rolled her eyes dismissively, asserting it was none of the woman's business. The woman, feeling insulted, retorted that popularity was fleeting, and should she land the role, Du Man would soon be eclipsed. Du Man remained unfazed, dismissing her as a dreamer. The tension was palpable, but the woman fell silent under a fierce glare from a younger girl nearby. Recalling the fear she felt at the young man's commanding presence, the Ming family was a formidable force in Lin'an, but Shen Feng had treated them as mere mortals. What manner of man was he? The woman pondered, her thoughts racing. Du Man, observing her unease, merely scoffed, continuing to search for Shen Feng. Meanwhile, Shen Ling mused on the unfolding drama, sensing the woman's concern for her brother, uncertain if they would reconcile. She had heard tales of Shen Feng's prowess and connections, knowing he was not to be underestimated. Reassuring Du Man, she declared, "Fear not, my brother is formidable. He will be just fine." As her words faded, Shen Feng reappeared, with the beleaguered director's son trailing behind him, his expression one of profound distress, prompting surprise from Du Man. In the industry, Director Sun has always appeared haughty in demeanor, yet he had never exhibited such a countenance before. One could not help but wonder what kind of ordeal Shen Feng had subjected him to. Observing Shen Feng further, she felt relieved when she noticed his nonchalant demeanor, a revelation that did not escape Du Yan's keen eyes. Unable to suppress a smile, Du Yan surmised that her sister had indeed developed feelings for Shen Feng. However, this was a positive development. After her scrutiny, it was clear that Shen Feng was a person worthy of trust. Although Shen Feng remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the minds of the three young women, he could not help but notice their unwavering gazes upon him. "What are you all staring at? Aren't you hungry? Let's order," he urged. The trio nodded in agreement, appearing as if nothing were amiss as they picked up the menus. Meanwhile, Director Sun hastily dragged the woman away, eager to avoid drawing Shen Feng's attention again. Chapter 105. Rapid advancement in medical skills. Seeing the two individuals scurry away with their tails between their legs, Du Man couldn't help but chuckle, her originally vibrant visage becoming even more alluring. Shen Feng found himself momentarily entranced. When Du Man caught his gaze, she lowered her head shyly and playfully chided. "What are you staring at? Have you never seen a beauty before?" Shen Feng averted his eyes and replied coldly. "You don't resemble a beauty. You look like a fierce flower." At this remark, Du Man felt a surge of indignation and began to bicker with Shen Feng, while Du Yan and Shen Ling exchanged resigned glances, amused by the antics of these two sparring partners. Just then, Shen Feng received a phone call, and upon glancing at the caller ID, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. The three women nearby cast curious looks in his direction as he answered the call, only to be greeted by the obsequious voice of Old Master Zhao. "Hey there, young man. Are you free lately? I'd like you to come over to our home. I have something I wish to discuss with you." Shen Feng replied nonchalantly, "Old man, you must have others around you." Instantly, Old Master Zhao was caught off guard, his embarrassment evident as he chuckled awkwardly and cleared his throat, while those nearby raised their eyebrows, observing the old man's unusual demeanor. This old fellow had been Shen Feng's partner for decades, and it was rare to witness such a display from him. The Zhao family held considerable influence in Lin'an City, capable of shaking the very ground with their presence, yet here was Old Master Zhao, fawning over a relatively obscure young man. "Young man, you truly are impressive. I do have someone by my side, and the reason for summoning you is due to this old friend's ailment. I hope you can take a look." Realizing that Old Master Zhao had a serious matter at hand, Shen Feng understood that the ailment compelling such personal outreach must be of considerable complexity. Eager to test the medical skills he had acquired from BNK, he readily agreed. Upon hearing Shen Feng's acceptance, Old Master Zhao was overjoyed, hanging up the phone while continuing to sing Shen Feng's praises to those around him. "I tell you, old Zhang, you have no idea how extraordinary this young man's medical skills are. Last time, he cured me of cancer." Listening to Old Master Zhao's fervent commendations, those present grew increasingly curious about Shen Feng. having never encountered such miraculous medical prowess. Meanwhile, Zhao Tian, upon hearing this, scoffed derisively, eager to witness the young man so exalted by old Master Zhao. Their grandfather was typically stern, often chastising them mercilessly. They had never witnessed him place such importance on anyone. When their grandfather had battled cancer, they were abroad and had not returned in time. By the time they arrived, he had astonishingly declared his recovery. Initially believing it to be a cruel joke, they later learned the truth but remained skeptical of Shenfeng, suspecting he might be a charlatan seeking to swindle their grandfather. Old Jiang shared similar doubts. Having lived a considerable part of his life, he had never encountered such remarkable medical skills. Even modern medicine had failed to remedy his condition. Could there truly be someone so proficient? After disconnecting the call, the three women turned their eyes toward him. Shenling inquired, "Brother, who called just now?" Shenfeng smiled gently, ruffling her hair. "You needn't pry so much. Let's eat quickly. I have matters to attend to after our meal." Hearing this, Shenling pouted in dissatisfaction, and Shenfeng playfully remarked, still sulking, "Are we?" Your lips could hang a lantern. Noticing the amusement in Du Yin and Du Man's eyes, Shenling shot a shy glare at her brother, who never granted her any face in front of others. As promised, Shenfeng arrived at old Master Zhao's residence. Upon entering, he found 4 individuals seated on the couch. At the sound of his footsteps, they all turned to look at him. Shenfeng merely raised an eyebrow. Maintaining an air of calmness, his steps steady. Old Jiang noticed a fleeting surprise in Shenfeng's expression, realizing the young man exuded an admirable confidence. Old Master Zhao approached with warmth, enthusiastically introducing Shenfeng. "This is the Shen I mentioned earlier. His medical expertise is unparalleled. Any ailment can be cured under his care." Zhao Tian's brows furrowed at his grandfather's fervent praise, and he coldly remarked, "Is that so? I must say I'm looking forward to it. Old Jiang's condition may be somewhat complex. I've heard that melanomas are far more challenging than one might imagine. They are the kings among cancers." Chapter 106. Medicinal Ingredients. Stepping forward, Shenfeng regarded Old Jiang but remained silent. Yet Old Jiang inexplicably felt a sense of reassurance in Shenfeng's gaze. "Extend your hand for me to examine," Shenfeng instructed. Although Old Jiang felt puzzled, he complied and presented his wrist. As Shenfeng's hand touched his skin, Zhao Tian scoffed further, dismissing Shenfeng as a mere charlatan. What could one discern from a pulse? Did he truly believe he was an ancient imperial physician? Previously, they had been abroad and could not return in time, but they had gathered a general understanding of the situation. "If you truly saved grandfather, we must express our gratitude." Old Master Zhao shot a disapproving glare at Zhao Tian, who remained unfazed, dismissively rubbing his nose while regarding Shenfeng with a challenging stare. Could this seemingly youthful lad truly be the one their grandfather spoke of? Shenfeng ignored Zhao Tian's provocations and raised his head to address Old Jiang, gradually articulating, "Rest assured, I possess numerous methods for treating such conditions." At these words, a glimmer of surprise appeared in Old Jiang's eyes. He eagerly grasped Shenfeng's hand, exclaiming, "Is that true? If you can cure me, I assure you, financial matters will be of no concern. I can certainly accommodate you." In contrast to the Zhao family, the Jiang family had been merchants for generations, enjoying considerable wealth. Despite their affluence, the rare affliction brought them immense suffering. Old Jiang had remained silent due to the extensive pigmentation in his mouth, which was large and severely infected. After seeking medical help for an extended period, he had grown despondent, awaiting death. However, during a visit to old Master Zhao, he inadvertently mentioned his condition, which led to a recommendation for Shenfeng. Observing Shenfeng's confidence, Old Jiang felt a renewed sense of hope. Zhao Tian, hearing this, scoffed, "I must forewarn you. If you are deceiving us, I have ways to make you pay. The Zhao family possesses power and influence, and though we may not be as wealthy as the Jiang family, our standing remains unassailable. If you deceive the Jiang family, you deceive our grandfather, and the Zhao family will not spare you." Shenfeng regarded Zhao Tian calmly, stating, "Rest assured, I am a man of my word." Zhao Tian felt a chill run down his spine under Shenfeng's gaze, his heart racing as he internally mused. Old Master Zhao, witnessing this exchange, angrily chastised Zhao Tian, "You little rascal, what business do you have here? Go away and don't hinder the doctor from treating your grandfather." Turning to Old Jiang, Shenfeng said, "Old sir, your condition is deteriorating rapidly due to the pigment migration, so I must perform surgery promptly. Fear not, it is merely a minor procedure and will not cause you excessive discomfort." Old Jiang nodded vigorously, desperate to rid himself of the torment inflicted by the pigmentation. He had consulted numerous hospitals, and every physician had shaken their heads, declaring his condition untreatable. Yet this young man had assured him of a cure, filling old Zhang's heart with joy. Zhao Tian, under the strict supervision of his grandfather, dared not act too recklessly. Upon hearing Shen Feng's words, he merely snorted dismissively, unconvinced that Shen Feng could truly heal the illness plaguing old Master Jiang. In a hurry, old Master Zhao arranged for the operating room to be prepared, and Shen Feng wheeled old Master Jiang inside for surgery. As the surgical lights illuminated, Zhao Tian turned to his grandfather and remarked, "Grandfather, I believe that young man is merely deceiving you elderly folks. Why do you keep falling for it? You insolent brat, what do you know?" Old Master Zhao retorted. "Not long ago, I was nearly at death's door due to cancer, and it was thanks to Mr. Shen's remarkable medical skills that I regained my health. Yet here you are, casting aspersions on my savior." Upon seeing Zhao Tian, old Master Zhao felt a mix of disappointment and frustration. Despite being of similar age, Zhao Tian seemed worlds apart from Shen Feng. It was evident that Shen Feng possessed boundless potential, leaving old Master Zhao to wonder if entrusting the Zhao family to Zhao Tian would lead them into decline. Faced with his grandfather's piercing gaze, Zhao Tian dared not speak further and awaited outside in silence. Shen Feng, calm and collected, presented a bowl of dark herbal concoction to old Master Jiang. The moment the elder caught a whiff of the potent herbal aroma, he winced and inquired, "What on earth is this?" "It smells dreadful," Shen Feng replied nonchalantly. "Old Master, this is the medicinal soup I have prepared for you. Please drink it. It will greatly assist in the forthcoming surgery." Shen Feng's serene demeanor and composed manner instilled confidence in all who observed him. Old Master Jiang, with a determined expression, lifted the bowl and drank it down in one go, while Shen Feng merely cast a fleeting glance at him. After consuming the concoction, old Master Jiang felt drowsy, prompting Shen Feng to commence his procedure. He gently encouraged the elder to open his mouth, and upon witnessing the grim state inside, Shen Feng frowned. Hastening his movements, he skillfully removed the outermost layer and applied a special ointment he had concocted. Following that, he used silver needles to seal various acupuncture points, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead as he worked diligently. Once Shen Feng concluded his actions and exited the operating room, night had already fallen. The anxious onlookers quickly surrounded him. Old Master Zhao, filled with concern, asked, "Mr. Shen, how is old Jiang? Is he all right?" Shen Feng nodded, assuring him he is fine. Once the effects of the anesthesia wear off, he will awaken shortly. Hearing this, old Master Zhao exhaled in relief, his gaze filled with admiration for Shen Feng. "Indeed, Mr. Shen, you are remarkable. I knew there was no ailment you could not cure." However, Zhao Tian, ever the spoil sport, interjected, "But we have yet to see if Uncle Jiang has truly awakened. How can we take the word of an outsider as definitive?" Old Master Zhao turned to Zhao Tian, irritation etching his features. "You insolent brat. How many times must I tell you? If you do not wish to stay here, then return to America." Zhao Tian's resentment towards Shen Feng intensified. If it weren't for this individual, his grandfather would not be so enraged with him. He glanced at Shen Feng, his voice icy. "If you truly possess the ability, then expedite Uncle Jiang's recovery. I will apologize for my earlier behavior and pledge to repay you in any way possible. Should you fail, I will see you imprisoned." Suddenly, a frail voice interrupted their exchange. "What is all this commotion?" Turning, they beheld old Master Jiang, looking bewildered as he emerged, yawning leisurely. Old Master Zhao rushed forward, anxious to inquire, "Old Jiang, how do you feel? Is your health significantly better?" Old Master Jiang replied, "I merely felt as though I was dreaming. I feel utterly refreshed." As he spoke, old Master Zhao discreetly examined his mouth and was astonished to discover the absence of the dark pigmentation. "Old Jiang, your illness has vanished. Look, the discoloration is completely gone." At this revelation, old Master Jiang's jaw dropped in astonishment, while those present noted the transformation in his mouth, now devoid of the previously ominous hue. Shen Feng approached them, stating, "Old Master, you are somewhat weak and require a period of rest. With the removal of the dark pigmentation, your oral health will gradually return to normal. Rest assured, you are no different from a healthy person now." A servant hurriedly presented a mirror to old Master Jiang, who, upon seeing his reflection, was overwhelmed with emotion. Grasping Shen Feng's hand, he expressed heartfelt gratitude. "Young man, I owe you a debt of gratitude." Having been given a grim prognosis by doctors, who predicted he would not survive beyond a month, he had never anticipated being saved at the last moment by such an unassuming individual. Old Master Zhao, brimming with pride, proclaimed, "Did I not tell you? This young man is indeed capable of delivering the greatest surprises. He was the one who healed me. Zhao Tian stood in stunned silence, his mouth agape in disbelief. The realization dawned upon him that Shun Feng truly possessed extraordinary medical skills. Regretful of his earlier words, Zhao Tian approached Shun Feng, bowing earnestly. "I apologize, Mr. Zhao. I will honor my previous commitment and serve you faithfully from this day forth." Shun Feng had not only cured his grandfather but also healed the family friend. Old Master Jiang. This act of kindness extended beyond the Zhao family. It was a boon for the Jiang family as well. Old Master Jiang added, "From now on, you shall also be a benefactor of the Jiang family. Should you desire anything, do not hesitate to ask. Our family possesses vast holdings in Linen City, encompassing nearly half of the area. At this declaration, Shun Feng was taken aback. He had assumed the Jiang family held a status similar to that of the Zhao family. Unaware of their considerable wealth, as Shun Feng prepared to depart, Old Master Jiang insisted on gifting him numerous properties. Ultimately yielding to the elder's fervor, Shun Feng accepted 2 properties, both situated in the most affluent part of Linen City. As Shun Feng pondered how to broach this extraordinary news with Shen Ling, an order notification suddenly chimed in his ear. "Hello, you have a new order. Please check it." Upon opening the order, he recognized it as Zhang Fei's request. Contemplating briefly, he accepted the order, and the world around him gradually blurred. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a desolate wilderness. At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves approached. Turning, Shun Feng saw a bearded man, resembling a gorilla, riding towards him at full speed. Observing Shun Feng in a peculiar war chariot, Zhang Fei's eyes lit up with recognition. He promptly dismounted and approached Shun Feng respectfully. "You must be the benefactor spoken of by my second brother. May I ask what brings you here?" Upon hearing this, Shun Feng scrutinized Zhang Fei, who he had initially perceived as a mere brawny brute. To his surprise, Zhang Fei swiftly grasped his purpose. Shun Feng nodded in affirmation, saying, "Indeed, I am here to assist you." Zhang Fei's face flushed with guilt. "Alas, we have fallen into Cao Cao's trap, and they are now pursuing us. I wonder if you have any strategies to help us escape this predicament?" They were but 4 in number, and there was ample room in Shen Feng's vehicle. "That is no challenge," Shen Feng replied casually. "I merely received your order. You are my task. Wherever you wish to go, I shall assist you." At Shen Feng's words, Zhang Fei's face brightened. "Is that truly possible?" Just as Shun Feng was about to affirm, a sharp sound sliced through the air, narrowly missing his ear. Shun Feng's expression darkened, prompting Zhang Fei to exclaim, "Benefactor, we have burdened you. The enemy is upon us. We must flee at once." Shun Feng, however, coldly retorted, "Escaping is not so simple. If I do not avenge myself, I would be remiss." Before Zhang Fei could comprehend his words, Shun Feng charged towards the enemy, outnumbered by hundreds. Zhang Fei's heart raced with anxiety, fearing for Shun Feng's safety, as he had believed he had encountered the savior described by his brother. At present, it seems that their fate has plunged into the depths of despair, and the expressions of the few soldiers nearby reveal a hint of terror. "General, what should we do? Should we take the opportunity to escape?" The sight of Shun Feng's reckless actions left those few individuals despondent. They had initially planned to flee, yet found themselves caught in such a predicament. Zhang Fei, however, calmly remarked, "What is the hurry? Our benefactor is in danger. How can we abandon him? If it comes to it, we will fight alongside him." His gaze fell upon Shen Feng, and to his astonishment, he realized that the sharp swords posed no threat to Shen Feng at all. In fact, an invisible force of true energy surrounded Shen Feng, making it appear as if he single-handedly repelled all those blades. Seeing Shun Feng's demeanor, the enemy soldiers were at a loss, wiping the cold sweat from their foreheads as they muttered, "Why panic? With so many of us, can we really be thwarted by just one person? If necessary, we can all charge together." At this command, the enemy surged forward like a flood released from a dam. Just as Zhang Fei was about to make a move, he witnessed Shen Feng suddenly soar into the air, delivering a powerful kick to the nearest enemy soldier, sending him flying 10 meters away. There was a moment of silence as onlookers struggled to comprehend what they had just seen. Seizing the opportunity while they were momentarily stunned, Shen Feng swept his leg, knocking down a line of soldiers. The soldiers roared in fury, raising their weapons to strike at Shen Feng. Yet, he appeared to possess boundless strength, effortlessly lifting 2 adversaries and flinging them aside as if they were mere garments. The soldiers barely managed to approach Shen Feng before being sent sprawling. Zhang Fei and his 3 subordinates stood agape, rubbing their eyes to confirm they were not mistaken. If his second brother were present, he too would be utterly astonished. A man of great prowess, Yet he would still pale in comparison to Shen Feng's might. Is this real, General? Am I seeing things? Zhang Fei pondered, unable to believe his eyes. And he nodded in disbelief, convinced he must be dreaming. However, the reality before them was undeniable. They could only watch helplessly as Shen Feng dispatched the soldiers, leaving a pile of moaning figures on the ground. Shen Feng glanced at the remaining foes, who, in fear, took a step back. Observing them, he calmly uttered, "If you wish to live, you should leave now." Those soldiers, upon witnessing the agony of their fallen comrades, gritted their teeth and rushed to drag them away. As they fled in disarray, a fleeting glimmer of satisfaction crossed Shen Feng's eyes. He returned to Zhang Fei's side as if nothing had transpired. Zhang Fei, filled with reverence, exclaimed, "Sir, you are truly remarkable. Please allow me to pay my respects." He had never before encountered someone so formidable, capable of single-handedly battling 100 men. Should the soldiers have attacked together, they could have overwhelmed him with sheer numbers. But Shen Feng surpassed all expectations, effortlessly incapacitating them. He clapped his hands and looked at Zhang Fei, stating, "Where are you headed? Allow me to escort you." Zhang Fei quickly provided a destination, and Shen Feng waved his hand, saying, "Get in, I will take you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Fei's men did not hesitate and boarded the vehicle. Once inside, Zhang Fei felt somewhat out of place, having never experienced such an impressive war chariot. He had heard from his second brother that this vehicle could travel thousands of miles in a day, far surpassing even the swiftest steeds. As he gazed at Shen Feng, he could not help but sigh. "May I inquire where you acquired such a marvel?" Shen Feng, recalling Tang Song, playfully replied, "I hail from the east, from the Tang dynasty, on a quest to the west for scriptures." Zhang Fei was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Shen Feng. Shen Feng laughed heartily as he fastened their seatbelts. Zhang Fei, still recovering from the shock, attempted to speak, but a gust of wind rushed in, swallowing his words. Zhang Fei and his companions clutched their seatbelts nervously, their eyes wide with fear as Shen Feng accelerated with astonishing speed. A sensation they had never experienced before. When they arrived at their destination, Zhang Fei was still grappling with his earlier astonishment, gazing at Shen Feng in disbelief. Their hair was disheveled from the wind, and Zhang Fei, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, sheepishly smiled at Shen Feng, saying, "I apologize for my earlier demeanor. We have never encountered such an impressive vehicle. May I ask if it has a name?" Shen Feng casually replied, "It is called an automobile, specifically a Santana. Oh, I see." Zhang Fei nodded, pretending to understand, though he was still puzzled. Shen Feng raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Do you recognize this vehicle?" Zhang Fei, scratching the back of his head, confessed, "I do not." Shen Feng could not help but chuckle, leaving Zhang Fei bewildered, unsure of the reason for Shen Feng's amusement. As they reached their destination, Shen Feng received a notification that he had successfully delivered his passengers. He calmly stated, "It is time to part ways." Zhang Fei, realizing this, hurriedly disembarked, expressing his gratitude, "Thank you for saving my life. Kind sir, if you return, I shall prepare a banquet to honor you." Observing Shen Feng's demeanor, he recognized that such a person was indifferent to wealth and fame, and thus resolved to express his gratitude in some manner. Shen Feng waved his hand dismissively as he drove away, vanishing from Zhang Fei's world. Upon returning to reality, Shen Feng unexpectedly received a call from Meng Yunshuang. "Dio, you remember what you promised me last time?" she playfully inquired. Shen Feng blinked, looking confused. After a pause, Meng Yunshuang sighed, "You haven't forgotten, have you?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, Shen Feng replied, "I've been quite busy lately." "What do you need?" Meng Yunshuang, not one to be overly persistent, composed herself and said earnestly, "You mentioned accompanying me to an event. It would be quite awkward for me to attend alone, so I was hoping you could be my date." Shen Feng nodded in agreement. Attending an event was not a significant matter. Meng Yunshuang provided a location, and Shen Feng drove to pick her up. Upon seeing him, Meng Yunshuang's face lit up with joy, almost rushing into his embrace. Observing Shen Feng's attire, she remarked with a hint of regret, "Why have I never seen you in a suit? You must look quite dashing. Let's take this opportunity to buy you some clothes." Before Shen Feng could respond, she had already dragged him to the city's most renowned suit store. As they entered, they encountered someone Meng Yunshuang dreaded, her cousin. Their relationship had always been strained, and upon seeing Meng Yunshuang with a seemingly impoverished companion, her cousin sneered, "I could smell the scent of poverty as soon as I stepped outside. But how did you end up with someone like this? I wonder if uncle knows about your choice in boyfriend." Meng Yunshuang frowned, displeased, and coldly replied, "That's none of your concern, dear cousin. You should focus on your own affairs." I heard you faced quite a scolding from Uncle after your last investment failure. Hearing this, Ming Ro retorted, "What does that have to do with you? You should mind your own business." Meng Yunshuang calmly stated, "Likewise, you should refrain from meddling in my affairs. Otherwise, there may be consequences." At her words, Meng Ro stomped her foot in frustration and turned away, only to see her own partner. She leaned against him, sweetly saying, "Darling, you are the best, unlike my cousin. She's always been a headache, and now she's with a pauper, dragging down the prestige of this store." Qin Bing furrowed his brow at her remark, glancing over with displeasure. But upon seeing Meng Yunshuang, his expression brightened. The woman beside him was attractive, yet she did not compare to Meng Yunshuang, who was truly a rare beauty. Her flawless fair skin and striking features ignited a sense of possessiveness within him. Meng Yunshuang felt uncomfortable under his gaze and shifted her body slightly. Noticing this, Shinfeng discreetly stepped in front of her to shield her. Grateful, Meng Yunshuang cast a glance of appreciation at Shinfeng, which only served to infuriate the man further. With a cold stare directed at Shinfeng, he disdainfully inquired, "Who are you? And how did you come to be here?" "As far as I know, this establishment caters exclusively to their most esteemed clientele. I doubt you, a mere pauper, are aware of such decorum." Suddenly, a thought struck Shinfeng. Perhaps this man was under the employ of old Master Jiang. As this realization dawned upon him, his gaze toward Qin Bing deepened. However, Qin Bing was blinded by his own arrogance, completely oblivious to Shun Feng's expression. He coldly summoned a waiter, commanding, "Remove this man from my sight. I do not wish to see him here again, as I too am one of your most valued patrons. Is it not your duty to ensure customer satisfaction?" Upon hearing this, the waiter glanced at Shinfeng. Momentarily stunned at a recollection from earlier that morning surfaced in his mind. The manager had mentioned a man who bore a striking resemblance to Shinfeng. After a brief pause, he replied, "Please wait a moment. I will fetch the manager." Qin Bing's expression grew more smug, believing his words had taken effect. The waiter, fearing he might lose his job, went to summon the manager on Qin Bing's behalf. With a hint of arrogance, Qin Bing raised an eyebrow, casting a condescending look at Shinfeng. Meanwhile, Meng Ro pressed herself closer to Meng Yunshuang, her eyes filled with contempt. This cousin had always looked down on her, and now, at last, she could turn the tables, all because Meng Yunshuang had chosen such an unsavory companion. Meng Yunshuang's gaze toward Shinfeng was filled with concern. She tugged at his sleeve, offering a somewhat apologetic smile. She had never been aware of the store's policies. She had only heard of its reputation and brought Shinfeng along, not anticipating the encounter with such loathsome individuals. Shinfeng shook his head, signaling for her not to worry, assuring her that he had his ways. Seeing Shun Feng's demeanor, Meng Yunshuang felt a sudden sense of reassurance. Having spent so much time by his side, she knew he would find a way to handle the situation. The manager hurriedly approached, sweat beading on his forehead. Observing the scene, Qin Bing raised an arrogant eyebrow. Before the manager could speak, he pointed at Shinfeng, declaring, "This man is a blight upon this establishment. I demand he be removed at once." Meng Ro gleefully anticipated the spectacle, envisioning Meng Yunshuang in utter disgrace, forever unable to hold her head high before her. It was common knowledge that this store was favored by the elite. Known for its innovative styles and exorbitant prices, unaffordable to the average affluent family. Qin Bing, having frequented the store several times, considered himself a VIP customer, confident that the manager would side with him. The manager hesitated, and upon catching a glimpse of Shun Feng's icy demeanor, panic set in. This was a man he could not afford to offend. He rushed to Shinfeng, bowing and apologizing. "Mr. Shun, please forgive our lack of proper greeting. We are honored by your presence." Shinfeng replied coolly, "No need for that. Simply extend my regards to Mr. Jiang." The manager nodded vigorously, secretly observing Shun Feng's expression, relieved to find no trace of anger. He then turned his ire upon Qin Bing, realizing that this fool had nearly caused him to offend Shinfeng. It was common knowledge that Shinfeng was a benefactor to both the Jiang and Zhao families. Revered as a guest of honor, his status was such that offending him was unthinkable. The manager's reaction left both Qin Bing and Meng Ro stunned, their disbelief palpable. Meng Ro laughed derisively, questioning, "Surely, manager, you must be mistaken. We are the true VIP clients here. Look at his ragged attire. He has never purchased anything from this store." This, Qin Bing's smugness returned, convinced that the manager had confused identities. However, the manager's expression grew cold as he snapped back. "You two should leave at once. We have no garments suitable for you, and the Jiang family will no longer welcome you." "What?" Meng Ro exclaimed incredulously. "Are you out of your mind? We are regular patrons here." Call your superior. We demand to speak with them. How dare you offend us? As she shouted like a shrew, the manager's face hardened. After years of managing the Jiang family's store, he had become adept at handling unruly customers. And he would not tolerate a woman daring to challenge him. He signaled discreetly, and soon a group of imposing men appeared before them, causing Ming Rou to cease her outburst, her expression turning to one of terror as she cowered behind Qin Bing. Qin Bing's face paled upon seeing the men, and he stammered, "We are your esteemed guests. You must be mistaken." The men replied, "We are not mistaken. You are both barred from purchasing anything from our store, and all Jiang family establishments will refuse to serve you from now on." The Jiang family was the wealthiest in Linen City, and many aspired to associate with them. Now, however, Qin Bing had unwittingly offended them, and his complexion turned ashen. Yet, he glared at Shen Feng, consumed with resentment. How could this shabby-dressed pauper enjoy better treatment than him? Why was he allowed to shop here while he was being dismissed? If it weren't for Shen Feng, he wouldn't have found himself in this predicament. Meng Yunshuang, though bewildered by the unfolding drama, felt anger rise within her at Qin Bing's words. "What nonsense are you spouting? We did not provoke you at all. You were the first to complain." Feeling warmth in his heart as Meng Yunshuang unconsciously shielded her behind him, Shen Feng placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. When she turned to see his smiling face, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she hurriedly averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Ming Rou, witnessing this scene, felt her anger intensify. She screeched, "Yes, it's all because of them. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't be causing trouble, sir. You must believe us. We are regular customers here, not like that pauper." The manager, fearing for his own future, was incredulous at their audacity, unable to look at Shen Feng's darkening expression. He could almost slap himself for allowing the situation to escalate. He quickly interjected, "I apologize, Mr. Shen. I will have them removed immediately." However, a cold smile crept across Shen Feng's lips as he declared, "No need. I will let them leave on their own." At Shen Feng's brazen words, Qin Bing felt a surge of anger. He pointed at Shen Feng and shouted, "Who do you think you are to order me out? Do you believe I want to make your life miserable here?" Shen Feng's expression turned frigid, causing Qin Bing to shiver involuntarily. He was uncertain why he felt such fear, yet he found himself unable to tear his gaze away from Shen Feng. Slowly, Shen Feng approached Qin Bing, who swallowed hard. Meng Rou felt trepidation as she sensed the oppressive aura emanating from Shen Feng, making it difficult for her to meet his gaze. How could this man exude such a terrifying presence? She had only ever witnessed such authority in her father, yet even then, it was different from what she felt now, leaving her perplexed. "Since you refuse to leave voluntarily, I shall assist you in departing." Qin Bing's eyes widened, but before he could respond, Shen Feng seized him and flung him out of the store. Qin Bing cried out in pain. Meng Rou could only remain silent, her words caught in her throat. When Shen Feng's gaze fell upon her, her complexion drained of color, and she stammered, "Please don't hit me. I'll leave on my own." She hurriedly tumbled out of the store, observing Meng Rou's predicament. Meng Yunshuang felt no pity. She believed it was her own doing. If she had not acted so foolishly, she would not have found herself in such a situation. Regardless, Meng Yunshuang thought, none of this concerned her. And her expression reflected nothing but derision. A multitude of people had gathered outside, chattering amongst themselves as they beheld the disheveled appearances of Meng Rou and Qin Bing. Both wore ashen expressions, but found themselves at a loss for words in the presence of Shen Feng, their only hope lying in Qin Bing's mercy. Just moments prior, the once arrogant Qin Bing felt a surge of dread upon meeting Shen Feng's gaze, recalling how he had been effortlessly lifted and thrown aside by this man. Now, he felt as though his bones were shattered, his eyes wide with fear as he pondered the identity of the one who had so easily reduced him to this pitiful state. The manager, witnessing Shen Feng's demeanor, appeared unfazed, respectfully trailing behind him. As Shen Feng clapped his hands, the manager promptly presented a handkerchief. After wiping his hands, Shen Feng surveyed his surroundings and inquired, "Which of your store's finest garments shall I try on?" Meng Yunshuang, filled with curiosity, asked, "How do you know this store? I've never heard you mention it before." Shen Feng, with a mysterious smile, replied, "There are many things about me that you don't know yet. Be patient. I shall reveal them to you one by one when the time is right. This. Meng Yunshuang felt her cheeks flush as Shen Feng playfully winked at her, prompting her to pout. "You mischievous rascal, I shall ignore you now." Feigning innocence, Shen Feng raised his hands, saying, "What have I done to deserve such a title? Are you not going to share your secrets with me?" Stumped, Meng Yunshuang could only glare at him, resolving to distance herself from this incorrigible character. Ultimately, Shun Feng selected a suit, and upon donning it, Meng Yunshuang's eyes sparkled with admiration. Shin Feng, noticing her reaction, teased, "Do you find yourself falling for me in this suit? If so, I shall wear it every day." Meng Yunshuang, averting her gaze, agreed, having initially thought Shun Feng to be a cold, aloof executive. It seemed he was, in fact, as irreverent as ever, as they approached the payment counter. Meng Yunshuang eagerly reached for her wallet, only to be halted by Shin Feng's gentle protest, "I could never spend a woman's money." Presenting a black card, he surprised Meng Yunshuang, who had assumed he was merely a struggling youth. Now, she realized he harbored many secrets she had yet to uncover. The manager, observing Shan Feng's black card, felt a tumult of emotions within him. This man was far from the impoverished individual he had imagined. His demeanor grew increasingly reverent. One might mistakenly assume Shin Feng was his true superior. Accompanying Meng Yunshuang to a gala, Shun Feng's presence indeed drew the attention of numerous high society individuals. Many were unfamiliar with him, but upon seeing his exquisite suit, valued at over $1 million, they became increasingly curious about his identity and wealth. As several approached to engage him in conversation, Shun Feng skillfully deflected their advances. Deepening their intrigue, after the soiree, he escorted Meng Yunshuang home. While seated in his Santana, she reflected on their first encounter, unable to suppress her laughter, which piqued Shan Feng's curiosity. "I genuinely thought you were a taxi driver. Now it seems you possess more wealth than I do." Seeing her unable to contain her amusement, Shin Feng shook his head in mock resignation, but affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "We arrived. Hurry inside." Water Ruo ceased her laughter, obediently exiting the vehicle, and cheerfully told Shin Feng, "You should return home soon. Today was delightful, and I hope to learn more about you." With that, she dashed inside, as if to conceal something. As Shin Feng watched her retreating figure, he received a new order notification. Ding! An order from Ren Ying. "Would you like to accept?" Without hesitation, he accepted, and the world around him began to swirl mysteriously. When he reappeared, he found himself surrounded by a group of assassins, and upon turning, he indeed saw Ren Ying, her expression one of confusion as she wondered how he had appeared before her. Ignoring the assassins, Shin Feng approached Ren Ying, introducing himself. "Hello, are you Ren Ying? You are my mission, and I assure you, I will protect you from the threats you face." Before she could react, he swiftly ushered her into the Santana. The assassins, enraged, lunged at him, cursing his audacity to interfere. With a calm demeanor, Shun Feng merely smiled and stated, "What did you just say? You will pay the price for your insolence." In a swift motion, he struck down the nearest attacker, leaving the others astonished as they assessed Shun Feng's evident prowess. Ren Ying, seated in the vehicle, watched in disbelief as the scene unfolded. One moment, she was a victim fleeing betrayal, and the next, a stranger had emerged to confront her pursuers. Addressing the first assailant to speak, Shun Feng expressed disdain. "You think you can sneak attack me? You must be tired of living." He swiftly incapacitated the man, leaving him writhing in pain on the ground, which stunned the remaining assassins. They exchanged uncertain glances, contemplating their next move. "Shall we continue? We outnumber him," one shouted, rallying the group. Their newfound confidence spurred them into action. Charging at Shin Feng, Ren Ying, anxious, warned, "Be careful. Their blades are poisoned. A single scratch could be fatal." Shin Feng turned to her with a reassuring smile. "Don't worry. They cannot harm me." His confidence only angered the attackers further. As they closed in, Shun Feng expertly maneuvered through their ranks, his speed bewildering them. Seizing the moment of hesitation, he launched a silver needle that struck each of them at their pressure points, rendering them motionless. After ensuring their incapacitation, Shun Feng turned to Ren Ying, who met his gaze with a mix of tension and gratitude. "But who are you? I don't believe I know you." Ren Ying's wariness was palpable, her eyes scrutinizing him, as if seeking answers. She concealed her hand behind her back, and with a mere glance, Shun Feng discerned that she must be holding a dagger or something similar. With a resigned shake of his head, he looked at her incredulous expression and wondered, "Do I truly appear to be a villain? I am genuinely here to rescue you. You are my mission, and I will escort you to safety." Upon hearing this, Ren Ying cast a skeptical glance at him. Before she could respond, a series of footsteps echoed from a distance. Her expression instantly turned serious as she swiftly tossed a line at Shin Feng. "I am afraid I may be a burden to you this time." Unperturbed, Shin Feng gazed into the distance and calmly reassured her, "Fear not. No matter the number of adversaries, I can ensure your safe passage." He gestured towards his Santana, asserting, "With this trusty steed, we can traverse any corner of the world you desire." Ren Yingying merely glanced at the peculiar vehicle, an oddity she had never encountered before, but time was of the essence, leaving her no room for curiosity. As Dongfang Bubi led her followers closer. A wild grin spread across her face upon spotting Ren Yingying. Ha ha ha, escaping one to be so simple. Ren Yingying's countenance darkened at the words, and she coolly retorted, "Oh, really?" Shinfeng, overhearing their exchange, inferred that this marked the beginning of Dongfang Bubi's quest for supremacy. Only by capturing Ren Yingying could she unify her followers completely. He observed the adoring expressions of the followers beside her, gazing at Dongfang Bubi as if she were a deity. Upon noticing Shinfeng, Dongfang Bubi's previously audacious grin faltered slightly in disbelief. She inquired, "What brings you here?" Ren Yingying, upon hearing her words, instinctively turned to Shinfeng, her eyes filled with wariness, suspecting a prior acquaintance between the two that might lead to a joint effort against her. Shinfeng, with an air of indifference, pointed at Ren Yingying and declared, "She is my mission. My goal is to take her away." Dongfang Bubi's emotions were complex upon hearing this. Last time, she had narrowly escaped annihilation at the hands of those righteous followers, saved only by Shinfeng's timely intervention, which he had expressed gratitude for and wished to repay. Yet now, she found him aiding her adversary. Gazing at Ren Yingying, she realized this was a rare opportunity. Capturing her would allow her to seize dominance. However, Shinfeng's unpredictable prowess left her uncertain of how to proceed. Some of her followers, brimming with indignation, remarked, "Who is this man? Let us not waste words. We can simply behead him. Such insolence has yet to be tolerated." Silence fell as Dongfang Bubi, expecting to be pleased, instead chastised them sharply. She turned to Shinfeng and slowly asked, "What if I refuse?" Shinfeng smiled nonchalantly and replied, "If you refuse, I have my ways." He patted his santana, reminding her, "You've witnessed its power before. Would you like to see it again? Even collectively, your numbers would not suffice as an adversary." Dongfang Bubi's gaze shifted to the santana, her expression transforming to one of respect. She was uncertain of its origins, but she had been awestruck by its might previously. Never had she encountered such a formidable vehicle. Possessing it would render her capable of ruling the entire Central Plains. Seeing Dongfang Bubi's apprehension towards Shinfeng, Ren Yingying regarded him with surprise. She had initially believed that he and Dongfang Bubi were old acquaintances scheming to detain her as leverage against her father. However, it seemed otherwise. Could it be that Shinfeng genuinely intended to help her escape? Yet, what connection did they share that would compel him to risk confrontation with Dongfang Bubi? The entire martial world was aware of Dongfang Bubi's malevolent techniques and her ascendant power, even surpassing her father. After a moment of contemplation, Dongfang Bubi recognized that she could not contend with Shinfeng. Moreover, he was her savior, and she had vowed to repay him. Thus, she could honor that debt and sever ties thereafter. Nodding, she conceded, "Very well, you may take her. Should we cross paths again, we shall be enemies." Shinfeng nodded in agreement, and as Ren Yingying climbed into the santana, she felt an overwhelming sense of disorientation. Her complex emotions reflected in her gaze as she turned towards him. Chapter 115. The evolution of talent. Ren Yingying bit her lip and asked, "What is your relationship with Dongfang Bubi?" Shinfeng replied casually, "I saved her life once. It's that simple. Do you have any further questions? Speak freely. If I know the answer, I will clarify for you." With the principle of serving beautiful women in mind, Shinfeng smiled as he posed the question, unaware that his smile elicited a different interpretation in Ren Yingying's eyes. She instinctively flushed and lowered her head, speechless. Noticing her silence, Shinfeng inquired, "What is the matter? You had so many questions earlier. Now you're mute. By the way, where are you headed? Allow me to accompany you." His offer reminded her, and she quickly provided a location. Shinfeng, equipped with a map of this world, swiftly transported her to her destination. Concerned for her father, Ren Yingying hurriedly bid him farewell without uttering a word. Shinfeng merely shook his head at her retreating figure. Returning to the reality of the world, upon disembarking from the santana, Shinfeng suddenly found his mind flooded with an array of musical scores. For a fleeting moment, he felt perplexed, but soon recognized Ren Yingying's remarkable intellect. Regardless of the music, it seemed to come alive under her fingers, producing melodies that were undeniably enchanting. Without a doubt, he had acquired her prodigious musical talent. He pondered what purpose this gift would serve in his hands. Lost in thought, a sudden tap on his shoulder startled him. Turning around, he discovered Shui Rou, who greeted him with a radiant smile. "What brings you here?" Upon seeing Shui Rou, Shinfeng's gaze turned somewhat mischievous as he appraised her. She felt a bit flustered under his scrutiny and playfully scolded. "What are you staring at? Have you never seen such a beautiful woman before?" Shenfeng nodded in feigned agreement. "I have indeed never encountered such a flower-like beauty. Perhaps it wouldn't be a bad idea to return home and find a wife like you." Taken aback by his flirtatious remark, Shui Ro's cheeks flushed crimson. Shenfeng's laughter echoed as he observed her reaction. She then asked, "Do you have some free time? I would like to invite you to a concert. But don't misunderstand, this is merely a side note. I hope you can pay your rent on time in the future." Seeing her flustered demeanor, Shenfeng was taken aback. He had never seen her in such a youthful light. Uncertain of her thoughts, he nonetheless relished the situation, enjoying her company regardless of the circumstances. Upon agreeing to her invitation, Shui Ro's face brightened, her beauty becoming even more alluring. Seeing her happiness brought an inexplicable joy to Shenfeng. He patted her head and said, "Just tell me the time and place, and I shall be there." Shui Ro eagerly pulled him into his car, insisting, "Right now." Shenfeng shook his head at her impatience but complied with her directions. Upon arriving at their destination, he regained his focus only to find Shui Ro entangled with an unfamiliar man. Frowning, he approached quickly, wrapping his arms around her and casting a challenging glance at the intruder. The man's smile faltered momentarily but quickly returned as he asked Shui Ro, "Who is this? Is he your friend?" Shenfeng interjected, "With the intimacy we share, can't you discern our relationship?" He leaned in and kissed Shui Ro, who, though shy, surprisingly did not resist. The intruder's expression darkened, and he forced a smile, stating, "I invited her to the concert, not expecting you would bring your boyfriend along." Shenfeng met his gaze, cold light flickering in his eyes. "Shouldn't he want to attend such an event with their boyfriend? If not, then what is your true intention? You misunderstand. We both have some musical talent, and I merely wish to invite her out for a friendly exchange." Faced with Shenfeng's words, the individual remained unperturbed. Delivering a well-crafted response, Shenfeng observed Zhou Qing merely smiled faintly, remarking, "What a coincidence. I too possess some knowledge of music." Upon hearing this, Shui Ro lifted her head in surprise, having never known Shenfeng to mention such a thing. However, upon reflection, she realized that their acquaintance was still relatively new, and it was reasonable that she lacked understanding of his interests. Zhou Qing noticed Shui Ro's reaction, which gradually brightened his mood. He perceived Shenfeng as simply putting on a facade. Zhou Qing let out a silent sneer, contemplating how he would soon diminish Shenfeng's standing in Shui Ro's eyes. Shenfeng, seemingly oblivious, accompanied Zhou Qing and Shui Ro into the bustling venue, which was teeming with attendees, clearly indicative of the concert's immense popularity. Zhou Qing proceeded to explain that this concert was the final performance of the renowned maestro Ling Ling, prompting his devoted fans to come and pay tribute. The tickets were exceedingly rare and coveted. As Zhou Qing spoke, Shenfeng discerned his subtle display of wealth, yet remained unfazed, merely observing Zhou Qing's face redden with embarrassment. Shenfeng averted his gaze and remarked, "I see, that explains the crowd." Shui Ro kept her head down, fully aware of Zhou Qing's character. Had it not been for her family's insistence, she would have never consented to meet him. His discreet show of affluence was utterly distasteful to her. As their values were wholly incompatible, Zhou Qing, slightly disheartened by Shui Ro's lack of reaction, resolved to intensify his efforts, while Shenfeng merely scoffed at his demeanor. The concert soon commenced as the lights dimmed. Ling Ling began to play, and the audience was transported into a realm of exquisite beauty, their eyes shut in rapt attention to the flowing melodies. Zhou Qing occasionally critiqued the music's quality, prompting Shenfeng to smirk, recognizing Zhou Qing's desperate bid for validation. If he thought Shenfeng would regard him with newfound respect, he was sorely mistaken. Shenfeng chose not to engage him, instead immersing himself in the music, while Shui Ro, growing weary of Zhou Qing's incessant chatter, occasionally responded out of obligation. When Zhou Qing noticed Shui Ro's response, his eyes sparkled with a hint of challenge. He believed he and Shui Ro were far more in sync, while Shenfeng appeared to lack musical understanding. He was convinced that their differing values would eventually lead to their separation, and that Shui Ro would remain with him for the long haul. Observing Zhou Qing's fluctuating expressions, Shenfeng discerned his thoughts and simply chuckled, prompting Shui Ro to gaze at him in confusion. "Are you feeling tired? It's all right. Lean on my shoulder," Shenfeng said, pulling her close before she could react. Shui Ro struggled momentarily but soon realized the futility of her efforts against Shenfeng's strength. She cast him a resigned glance, vowing to confront him later. For now, however, she obediently nestled against him. Zhou Qing, witnessing this scene, was infuriated, realizing that his meticulous plans had only benefited Shenfeng as the concert continued. Ling Ling abruptly paused, her train of thought interrupted. With a gentle smile, she announced, "Today marks my final performance before the public, and I wish to create a unique memory. May I select a few students to join me in performing?" Zhou Cheng's eyes lit up with eagerness. He turned to Shenfeng, suggesting, "Since you claim to have some musical knowledge, perhaps we could engage in a friendly duel." Shui Rou furrowed her brow, about to interrupt Zhou Cheng. But Shenfeng halted her with a gentle lift of her chin. "Rest assured, my dear, I am capable," he reassured her. With a blush gracing her cheeks, she watched as Shenfeng and Zhou Cheng strode confidently toward the center stage. Ling Ling looked upon them with approval, inquiring, "What type of music do you both excel in?" Without hesitation, Shenfeng replied, "Traditional music." Observing his confidence, the audience's curiosity intensified. Zhou Cheng merely responded with a nonchalant smile, declaring, "I can manage anything." Ling Ling, after a moment's thought, granted them the freedom to perform. As the lights dimmed once more, they flickered back on to reveal Zhou Cheng at the guzheng. Surprisingly, he had a modest understanding of the instrument, and as he sat, he embodied the essence of a refined gentleman. His handsome features captivated numerous female admirers, with many whispering inquiries about his identity. However, Shui Rou remained indifferent, anxious about Shenfeng's performance and whether he could surpass Zhou Cheng. In the wings, Ling Ling chatted with Shenfeng, glancing at Zhou Cheng, her brow slightly furrowed. His performance is commendable, yet his mindset lacks depth. Turning to Shenfeng, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Your confidence has piqued my interest." Although Zhou Cheng was not particularly skilled with the guzheng, he exerted every effort to engage the audience, immersing them in the world of music. Many wondered why they had not learned of him sooner, speculating if he too was a hidden gem like Ling Ling, albeit more reserved. After finishing his performance and rising to a standing ovation, Zhou Cheng approached Shenfeng, a hint of provocation in his voice. "Can you truly play? If not, I advise you not to force it." Shenfeng simply smiled in response, causing Zhou Cheng's expression to darken as he watched Shenfeng confidently take center stage. The audience remained entranced by Zhou Cheng's earlier performance and had yet to notice Shenfeng's ascent. As Shenfeng plucked the strings, a hush fell over the crowd, their curiosity piqued as the spotlight illuminated him, revealing a strikingly handsome figure. Many were astonished to find him even more attractive than Zhou Cheng. Shui Rou furrowed her brow, disliking the attention directed at Shenfeng from the other women. A possessive urge welled within her, wishing to shield Shenfeng from their gaze, yet she could not suppress her delight at their discussions. Who is he? He is stunning, based solely on his looks. I pursue him without hesitation. If he debuts, he'll undoubtedly be a sensation. But alas, we know nothing of him. Ignoring the clamor around him, Shenfeng focused intently on the strings of his instrument. Once he had tuned it to his satisfaction, he began to play, releasing a cascade of melodies that enveloped the audience, compelling them to close their eyes and listen intently. His music evoked emotions previously unexperienced, as though they were transported into a realm of chivalrous heroes and tales of love and rivalry. Zhou Cheng, lacking understanding of this genre, could only observe the audience's rapt attention, prompting a dismissive scoff. Just a jester, utterly deluded. However, he was taken aback to see Ling Ling swaying gently to Shenfeng's rhythm, her eyes closed in appreciation. Witnessing this, Zhou Cheng gritted his teeth. He had intended to outshine Shenfeng, yet it appeared he had underestimated him. Shui Rou gazed at Shenfeng, captivated by his performance, which seemed to embody his own journey through the martial world, radiating an air of heroism. She reminisced about their encounters, lost in the enchantment of the music. When Shenfeng concluded with a final, resonant note, the audience remained momentarily speechless, ensnared in a profound silence. Gradually, as the lights illuminated him, they emerged from their reverie, their expressions awash with astonishment. Some young women began to inquire about Shenfeng, eagerly searching for information about him online. Shenfeng acknowledged the applause with a modest bow before gracefully exiting the stage. Awaiting him backstage, Ling Ling hurried over, her face alight with admiration. "How long have you been playing the guzheng? Your performance seems to contain a universe within it. Could you share some insights? I am eager to learn more about this beautiful instrument." Shenfeng nodded slightly and said calmly, "Of course, good things are meant to be shared, aren't they?" Upon hearing Shenfeng's agreement, Ling Ling hurriedly expressed her gratitude, naturally sidelining the originally arrogant Zhou Cheng, who was left unattended. Zhou Cheng's complexion darkened, his eyes fixated on Shenfeng, fists clenched tightly, veins protruding. Shenfeng, witnessing this display, felt a sense of satisfaction and merely cast a disdainful smile in his direction. This only served to infuriate Zhou Cheng further. Disregarding everything, he charged at Shen Feng. You insolent wretch! How dare you look down on me? You're asking for death. However, before his punch could land, Shen Feng seized his fist, raising an eyebrow and fearlessly remarking, "Is this the result of your family's upbringing? Getting angry out of shame when outmatched? I believe you are unworthy of Shui Rou. Unworthy is not for you to decide," retorted Zhou Cheng, attempting a second punch, which was once again intercepted by Shen Feng. Ling Ling initially intended to intervene, but seeing Shen Feng gaining the upper hand, she began calculating in her mind and naturally stepped back, refraining from stopping him. Shen Feng's lips curled into a smirk, though the mirth did not reach his eyes, which remained icy and chilling. "I'm sorry, but you want to find it easy to strike me." With his martial prowess, Shen Feng would not easily allow himself to be taken advantage of. Zhou Cheng, unable to comprehend Shen Feng's swift movements, found himself disoriented as Shen Feng executed a swift 180-degree turn. Dazed, Zhou Cheng turned back to face Shen Feng, and all his pent-up resentment erupted in a roar as he lunged at him. Shen Feng responded with a swift kick to his abdomen, sending Zhou Cheng sprawling on the ground, groaning in pain. At that moment, Shui Rou arrived just in time to witness the scene. Zhou Cheng, stunned, seized the opportunity to feign injury, wailing, "Oh, it hurts so much. Did you see that? He actually hit me. I merely spoke a couple of words to him." People like him are prone to violence. He expected Shui Rou to side with him, given his affluent background and good looks. Believing their union would be beneficial for both families, little did he know, Shui Rou approached him with a cold expression and delivered 2 swift kicks. "Enough. I have never seen a man as pathetic as you. Do not contact me again. We are simply not suited for each other." Zhou Cheng was taken aback, forgetting his act of bravado as he hastily stood up to grab Shui Rou. "Clarify your words. Our union would benefit both our families. Why won't you agree? Think about it. What can this pauper offer you? Don't be deceived by his fleeting glory. It doesn't change the fact that he is a poor boy." "That has nothing to do with you," Shui Rou replied without hesitation. Zhou Cheng still could not fathom why Shui Rou's attitude towards him differed so greatly from that toward Shen Feng. Frustrated, he asked, "Am I truly that inferior to him?" Shui Rou nodded in affirmation. Enraged, Zhou Cheng glared at Shen Feng. "Just wait. I will make you pay for this." Shen Feng raised an eyebrow, preparing to leave when Zhou Cheng called out to him. Confused, Zhou Cheng turned back only to see Shen Feng approach, and he instinctively took a step back, stammering, "What do you want? I warn you, this is a law-abiding society. If you dare to lay a finger on me, I will sue you until you are destitute." Upon hearing this, Shen Feng suddenly laughed, causing Zhou Cheng to feel even more unsettled. He glared defiantly at Shen Feng. "What are you laughing at? Be careful. I will show you what it means to be tough." Shen Feng casually rolled his wrist and replied, "Since you are so eager to experience toughness, allow me to oblige." He stepped forward, aiming a punch at Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng's eyes widened in terror as he trembled. "I warn you, if you dare to touch me." Before he could finish, Shen Feng's fist connected with his face, leaving him with a black eye. Shen Feng, wearing a gentle smile, spoke in a voice that was chillingly calm. "Do you now understand what it means to be tough?" Zhou Cheng, with his face swollen like a pig's head, could hardly articulate a response. Fearing another assault from Shen Feng, he could only nod vigorously. Shen Feng raised an eyebrow, startling Zhou Cheng, who quickly exclaimed, "I understand. I will never dare again." Satisfied with this response, Shen Feng crouched down, warning, "If I see you harassing Shui Rou again, I will make it a point to beat you every time until you no longer dare to pursue her." Zhou Cheng, in his current pitiful state, knew he could not blame Shui Rou for this predicament. His heart brimmed with resentment, yet he dared not express it before Shen Feng, merely nodding in defeat, thinking to himself that he would settle the score later. Shen Feng, noting his reaction, could only view it as a trivial matter. All he needed was for this man to yield. Should Zhou Cheng dare to act out again in the future, he would have ample means to retaliate. Zhou Cheng, realizing he had no grounds to argue, reluctantly agreed. He knew he had no authority to speak. He could only comply with whatever Shen Feng dictated. As Zhou Cheng wallowed in his humiliation, the other onlookers dared not intervene, watching Shen Feng leave with a mixture of awe and fear. Zhou Cheng, seething with anger, could only mutter, "What are you all waiting for? Hurry and help me up." Ling Ling cast him a dispassionate glance before turning to leave, leaving Zhou Cheng to rise on his own. His hatred for Shen Feng reached a boiling point, vowing that one day he would make Shen Feng pay for his actions. "I had no idea you could play the guzheng so well. Why have you never mentioned it before?" Shui Rou finally could no longer suppress her curiosity. Shen Feng, anticipating her inquiry, merely smiled and replied, "It's nothing. Just a small trick. It's not worth showing off. Shui Rou, taken aback by his humility, withdrew her next words. She had not anticipated Shen Feng's remarkable talent and understated demeanor, leaving her unsure of how to interact with him. Sensing her discomfort, Shen Feng reassured her. Rest assured, I have nothing to hide. Just then, Shen Feng received a new order. Ding ding. Would you like to accept the order from Yuling Shan? Shen Feng turned to Shui Rou and said, I will take you home. Shui Rou nodded, and Shen Feng sped off, quickly delivering her to her destination. As she exited the vehicle, she turned, intending to invite Shen Feng to dinner that evening, but he had already vanished from sight. Puzzled, she touched her nose, thinking that Shen Feng had left rather abruptly. Shen Feng soon entered another world, and while he was still pondering, a woman descended from above. Upon seeing Shen Feng, Yuling Shan exclaimed, Get out of the way. If you don't, I might land on you. Hearing this, Shen Feng merely stood still, looking up at her. Seeing him rooted to the spot like a wooden post, Yuling Shan grew frantic. If you don't move quickly, you will be crushed. Shen Feng simply smiled, his calm demeanor leaving Yuling Shan momentarily speechless. It was only when she landed in a warm embrace that she snapped back to reality and struggled to break free. Shen Feng raised an eyebrow, grinning at her. Little beauty, are you so eager to throw yourself into my arms in broad daylight? Yuling Shan's cheeks flushed crimson as she glared at Shen Feng, playfully scolding, Where did this rogue come from? How dare you tease me? Do you know who I am? If you continue this way, you might just lose your life. In response, Shen Feng gazed at her with a nonchalant expression, saying, To die beneath a peony flower is to be a romantic ghost. If the lady wishes for my demise, I shall gladly accept. Yuling Shan was left speechless by his flirtatious words. Staring at him in disbelief, after a long pause, she managed to calm herself and slowly approached Shen Feng. Who are you? Why are you here? Could it be that you are a spy from the demon realm? Yuling Shan had been meticulously protected by her parents since childhood, possessing an inherent innocence. Shen Feng shook his head and said, I am here to take you away. He patted his beloved vehicle, adding, Do you see this? With my war chariot, no matter where you wish to go, you will undoubtedly reach your destination. Having never encountered the outside world, Yuling Shan was captivated by the imposing machine before her. She circled Shen Feng's Santana several times, touched it, and exclaimed, It's so cool. Her initial doubts about Shen Feng dissipated, and she inquired, Can you really take me away? Shen Feng nodded affirmatively. Of course, I told you. Wherever you wish to go, we will get there. Yuling Shan pouted and murmured, Since I was little, my parents never let me descend the mountain. My senior brother has gone down several times. But I have always been confined to the mountains. This time, I must go down. She looked up at Shen Feng, her eyes gleaming with determination. As long as you take me down the mountain, I will do anything you ask, as long as it doesn't go against moral principles. Noticing her easy agreement, Shen Feng raised an eyebrow and said, Aren't you going to think it over? What if the place I take you to is dangerous? Yuling Shan lowered her head, gazing earnestly at Shen Feng, and replied, It won't be. You don't seem like a bad person. Shen Feng, taken aback by the girl's trust, shook his head in resignation but smiled. He opened the car door, allowing Yuling Shan to enter, her curiosity about the outside world evident as she looked around. Why are all the things here so strange? I've never seen anything like this before, she remarked. If you had seen them, that would be astonishing. Shen Feng replied, his tone casual. Just hold on tight. I'm about to start the engine, and it might jolt you. Hearing this, Yuling Shan's eyes widened in fear, yet her face betrayed a sense of apology as she bit her lip and vowed, I will hold on. Don't worry, my lightness of foot is excellent. Shen Feng couldn't help but chuckle. If her skills were indeed so formidable, why had she fallen from such a height earlier? Had it not been for his timely arrival, her life might have been in jeopardy. As he started the car, Yuling Shan nervously stared ahead, unsure of what to do, grasping her seatbelt tightly. Shen Feng found her reaction amusing and intentionally pressed the accelerator, causing the speed to increase. The wind rushed in, tousling Yuling Shan's hair to facilitate her escape. She had merely tied her hair with a single band, but now, it cascaded wildly. Seeing her disheveled appearance, Shen Feng couldn't suppress a smile. Yuling Shan, slightly embarrassed, covered her head and exclaimed, Oh no, this wind is too strong. It's ruining my hairstyle. In response, Shen Feng rolled up the window. Her silky hair immediately stuck to her forehead, prompting her to quickly adjust it while her gaze revealed her curiosity about his remarkable vehicle. The war chariot was indeed extraordinary. The vehicle she had read about paled in comparison to Shen Feng's. When he heard her praise, Shen Feng simply smiled without saying a word. Yu Shan turned to admire the scenery outside, and Feng seized the opportunity to ask, by the way, I haven't asked where you want to go. Initially, he had only intended to drop her off, yet he realized he had not inquired about her destination. Having never descended the mountain, Yu Shan was uncertain about what lay ahead. She turned to Feng. Her expression puzzled. I've never been down the mountain and don't know where there's fun. But don't worry, just take me. I have plenty of money, she declared, thumping her chest with bravado. Feng chuckled at her antics, shaking his head in amusement. Silly girl, my vehicle doesn't require mere coins. Yu Shan's face fell, and she eyed Feng warily. I've heard tales of bad people who deceive innocent maidens. You aren't one of those, are you? I can fight, you know, and I'm quite skilled. Feigning seriousness, Feng replied, Is that so? Perhaps we could spar together. Yu Shan felt a wave of despair. She had always been lazy, relying on her senior brother to divert her parents' attention. Her meager skills were hardly impressive, and Feng's earnest demeanor made her anxious. Noticing the glimmer of unshed tears in her eyes, Feng reassured her, Don't worry, I will ensure you reach your destination on time. Her wealth was of no use to him, as he could not take it to the real world. So it was better left with her. Seeing that Feng did not intend to harm her, Yu Shan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, though her gaze remained cautious. She continued to remind him, My father is the sect leader, a formidable figure, renowned in the martial world. As they finally reached their destination, a bustling street, Feng contemplated leaving her there. However, Yu Shan, filled with anticipation, remained seated, unmoving. Feng curiously asked, Why aren't you going? Is this not the world you wish to see? Yu Shan clutched his sleeve, her eyes wide with concern. I've never been down the mountain alone. What if I encounter danger? Feng chuckled, But you just said you were quite skilled and can fight. Why are you scared now? His words made Yu Shan feel embarrassed. She playfully stuck out her tongue and replied, I was just teasing you, but since I see you are a good person, I'll leave the protecting to you. Seeing her carefree demeanor, Feng, unable to refuse, followed her down from the vehicle into the market. His unusual attire drew the attention of many, and although he knew he stood out, Yu Shan looked back at him, puzzled. Why is everyone staring at you? Perhaps it's my charm. They've never seen anyone like me before. Feng replied with a raised eyebrow, feigning seriousness. Yu Shan, blissfully naive, accepted his words without question. As Feng spread his hand before her, he said, Didn't you mention you wanted to pay me for my efforts? I just need a little something. Without hesitation, Yu Shan handed over her purse, believing him completely. Feng surveyed the surroundings and chose a fabric shop that seemed decent, walking inside. The shopkeeper, astonished by Feng's appearance, approached him respectfully, asking what he intended to purchase. Feng replied, Bring me your finest garments. Though the owner recognized Feng's stature, her curiosity about his strange attire led her to believe he might be a wealthy merchant from the West. As she had heard their fashion was entirely different, the shopkeeper hurriedly presented their prized garments to Feng, who, after inspecting the fabric, nodded in satisfaction. I'll take this set. Yu Shan, growing bored outside, was taken aback when Feng emerged, exclaiming, Wow, you look so handsome. I often hear that Panin is the most beautiful man, but I think you're even better looking, like a celestial being. Rather than modesty, Feng felt a surge of pride at her words. He raised his brow and beamed. Of course. Just look at who I am. I am the next Panin. Is your name really Panin? It sounds somewhat similar, Yu Shan said, her innocence catching Feng off guard. He shook his head, bemused by her naivete. Remember, the more handsome a man is, the less you should trust his words. Yu Shan pondered this, her curiosity piqued. Why shouldn't you trust them? Feng stated with utmost seriousness. You must understand that a man's words are the deceitful whispers of a ghost. Yu Shan, though somewhat perplexed, nodded in acknowledgement. Observing her expression, Feng could not help but internally deride her naivety. He had previously pondered how the male antagonist could so easily ensnare this girl. And now it seemed all too believable. With her innocent disposition, she was easily swayed by the words of others, which explained her unwavering loyalty to the male antagonist in the end. Reflecting on her impending tragic fate, combined with her current innocence, Feng was overtaken by a wave of compassion. Noticing Feng's sudden mood shift, Yu Shan was alarmed and anxiously grasped his sleeve. Her large eyes filled with concern as she whispered, Did I say something wrong? You seem unhappy. Feng shook his head, patting his forehead as he reassured her, Fear not, silly girl, you have said nothing amiss. However, remember my words. In the future, do not place too much trust in men. Although Yu Shan did not fully grasp his admonition, she noted his seriousness and sighed, wondering what she would be like when they next met. Having done his duty to warn her, Shen Feng felt increasingly uneasy witnessing her obliviousness to the world's harsh realities. At that moment, the sounds of a child's wailing pierced the air. Following the noise, they discovered a 5- or 6-year-old boy being roughly tugged by an adult. The child's cries were heart-wrenching, prompting Yu Shan to rush forward, shouting at the man, "What are you doing? How has this child wronged you? Your treatment is far too harsh. You cannot possibly be his parent." The man, with shifty eyes and a dubious demeanor, was indeed no good. Yu Shan's instinct was correct. He was a child trafficker. Seeing the boy wandering alone in the market, he had decided to sell him to a certain young pe. But unexpectedly, Yu Shan had intervened. Noticing Yu Shan's youth, the man quickly concocted a deceitful narrative, claiming, "My dear wife, you must have misunderstood. This is our son." The little boy protested, "I don't know you." "I don't know you." Yu Shan, being called wife by a stranger, was understandably displeased. The man seized the opportunity, raising his voice to the crowd, "Oh, it's all my fault. I promise I will never gamble again. Please forgive me, my wife." A crowd gathered, believing it was a domestic dispute. They urged Yu Shan, "Young lady, it seems your husband genuinely wishes to mend his ways. Grant him another chance." Yu Shan's face turned pale as she glared at the bystanders, insisting, "I am not his wife." Yet, they misconstrued her words as mere petulance. As more voices joined in the persuasion, Yu Shan grew increasingly agitated. At that moment, Shen Feng's voice drifted to her, "Aren't you skilled in martial arts? Why fear him? Wouldn't it be better to teach him a lesson?" His words momentarily stunned the crowd, parting a path for him as he advanced. Upon seeing Shen Feng approach, Yu Shan's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Overwhelmed by emotion, never had anyone moved her so deeply. Observing her distress, Shen Feng cast a displeased glance at the man. The trafficker, intimidated by Shen Feng's imposing figure, faltered and asked, "Who are you?" Shen Feng replied, "That is of no concern to you. I merely know her." This provided the man with an opportunity to twist the narrative, suddenly wailing, "Son, I am so sorry. I knew your mother had a man on the side, but I kept silent for your sake." The young boy, still innocent and confused, fell silent, ceasing his cries, which only reinforced the crowd's belief in the man's deceitful claims. The onlookers regarded Shen Feng with suspicion, ready to intervene should he attempt to take the child. Frustrated by their ignorance, Shen Feng stepped forward, seizing the man by the collar and lifting him effortlessly. The trafficker, taken aback by Shen Feng's formidable strength, panicked, stammering, "What do you want? Let me go. I'll report you for kidnapping and assault." "By all means, go ahead," Shen Feng replied coolly, "for then I shall reveal your crimes to the authorities." The crowd began to lean towards Shen Feng as they observed his unwavering demeanor. The trafficker, realizing he was outmatched in both strength and virtue, attempted to escape but found himself ensnared by Shen Feng's grip, his pleas for mercy falling on deaf ears. "I won't let you go easily," Shen Feng stated, resolute. "Your familiarity with wrongdoing suggests this is not your first offense. Releasing you would be a disservice to the innocent lives you have harmed." When Yu Shan expressed her surprise at Shen Feng's conviction, she noted a rare seriousness in his expression, realizing he possessed a depth of thought she had not previously perceived. The trafficker, sensing the tide turning against him, drew a dagger, shouting, "If I must die, I will take you with me." In a swift motion, Shen Feng executed a spinning kick, sending the man sprawling to the ground, unconscious. The crowd, now fully aware of the man's true nature, regarded Shen Feng with admiration as he declared, "It is clear what must be done next. With so many witnesses, his malevolent actions cannot continue." The assembled crowd nodded in agreement, and Shen Feng quickly departed, with Yu Shan trailing behind, her face alight with admiration. "You are incredible. I have never met such a valiant hero. I am proud to call you my friend," she exclaimed enthusiastically. As Shen Feng halted, Yu Shan, caught up in her excitement, collided into him, rubbing her nose in irritation. "What was that for? You stopped suddenly like a wall." Shen Feng replied, "It is getting late. I must escort you home." Hearing this, Yu Shan protested, "No, I don't want to go back yet. I haven't had enough fun." Seeing her disheartened expression, Shen Feng sighed, initially intending to promise her another outing, but it appeared unnecessary given her current demeanor. Yu Shan's eyes widened in surprise at his words, and she relented. "All right, I will return with you, but next time, you must come to fetch me again." With a satisfied smile, Shen Feng observed the scene and took the initiative to leave, while Yu Lingshan stood there, touching her face, momentarily lost in thought. As she noticed the distance between them growing, she hurriedly pursued him, unable to suppress her curiosity about this peculiar individual. Ultimately, Shinfeng escorted Yu Lingshan back, changing into his own clothes in the process. Upon returning to the real world, he glanced at the seat behind him and found that the ancient attire had indeed vanished. However, he had gained a bit of charm value, prompting his curiosity about the system. The system promptly informed him that charm value could attract nearby women to the host. Shinfeng stroked his chin, contemplating the implications. Charm value appeared to be a valuable asset. He felt a sense of relief for having the foresight to change back into his own clothes, realizing that wearing the ancient garments could have left him exposed upon his return, potentially leading to misunderstandings. Shinfeng then bought groceries, intending to prepare a lavish meal for Shunling. However, upon opening the door, he encountered Du Man, whose displeased expression made him frown. "Why do you look like you've seen a ghost upon seeing me? Am I not welcome?" she remarked, pouting. Shinfeng nodded, admitting, "If that's how you feel, then so be it." Du Man fell silent, her anger evident in her glare. Shinfeng's amusement deepened as the atmosphere grew tense, prompting Shunling to interject. "Brother, you bought so many ingredients. Are you planning to make a feast for me?" Her innocence eased Shinfeng's mood considerably, and he responded with a gentle smile, "Yes, I bought your favorite lobster. I'll prepare it shortly." Seeing the stark contrast between Shinfeng's treatment of Shunling and herself, Du Man's emotions became complex. She realized that she could have enjoyed Shinfeng's tenderness had she cherished it. Staring at Shinfeng, she found herself at a loss for words, standing there in a daze as he bypassed her to head toward the kitchen. "Don't take my brother too seriously." "Yes, just like that," Shunling reassured Du Man, who managed a forced smile in response before following him into the kitchen. Shunling felt torn, unsure whether to follow, but ultimately stayed back. "Hand me a knife," Shinfeng instructed, and a knife appeared beside him as he continued his work, occasionally asking Du Man to pass him various utensils. After several minutes, he finally finished his preparation, only to be startled by Du Man's gaze locking onto his. "What are you doing here? You scared me," he exclaimed, furrowing his brows. Du Man, somewhat displeased, replied, "I've been here the whole time. You simply weren't paying attention." Recognizing his oversight, Shinfeng scratched his nose and explained, "I was busy with my tasks and didn't notice anyone else. I thought it was my sister." Upon hearing his explanation, Du Man's irritation eased slightly, though she remained puzzled. "How did your culinary skills improve so much? I remember you were once a wealthy young master, but now it seems you've undergone significant changes." Shinfeng merely shrugged and replied, "Life has its demands. One has to adapt." Du Man regarded him curiously. Despite their engagement, their encounters had been few, and she recalled meeting him in his youth, only to see him transformed into a composed man now. Perhaps Shinfeng's words had struck a chord with her, as Du Man fell silent, and the atmosphere grew awkward. Shunling peeked in, feeling anxious about the situation. Earlier, she had even consulted a friend about it, but her friend was equally confused about the relationship between her sister and brother. For now, they could only wait for the two to clarify their situation. "Actually, I came today to ask for your help with something." Du Man finally voiced her concerns after much contemplation. Shinfeng turned to face her, and she continued, "I believe someone has been following me. I can't identify who it is, but I have this unsettling feeling." Upon seeing the seriousness in her eyes, Shinfeng understood that this matter was more complex than it appeared, possibly involving her scheming aunt. He patted his chest confidently, assuring her, "Don't worry. I excel at such matters. Leave it to me, and I'll uncover the truth." With Shinfeng's assurance, Du Man felt an inexplicable sense of relief and smiled. "All right, if you succeed, I'll treat you to dinner." Initially intending to offer him money, she hesitated, fearing it might hurt his pride, and instead suggested a meal. Shinfeng's expression shifted playfully as he teased, "You weren't planning to invite me to dinner from the start, were you?" Du Man's cheeks flushed crimson, and she emphatically declared, "That's not it. I just wanted your help with this matter." Seeing Shinfeng's mischievous grin, she hurriedly fled, not even pausing to eat. During dinner, Shunling expressed her worries. "Do you think Du Man is all right? Why would someone be following her? It could either be a stalker or someone intending to harm her. Both possibilities seem likely." Noticing his sister's distress over Du Man's predicament, Shinfeng reassured her, "You should focus on your own affairs before worrying about others. Rest assured, I'll check on her after dinner and observe who might be following her." Grateful for her brother's support, Shunling smiled at him and even served him a chicken leg. Amused by her attentiveness, Shinfeng remarked, "It seems you intended for me to look out for her all along." Defending herself, Shunling insisted, "That's not true. I'm just concerned for Du Man, all right, I know your nature well enough, Shin Feng chuckled. After finishing his meal, he set out to find Du Man, who was engaged in a commercial event. When she received his call, surprise mixed with delight, and she quickly provided her address, eagerly awaiting his arrival. Upon arriving, Shin Feng spotted Du Man filming an advertisement. He chose not to interrupt her, instead opting to sit in a nearby CAF while discreetly observing the surroundings for any suspicious individuals. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a man wearing a hat and sunglasses, whose behavior seemed odd as he constantly scanned the area, as if awaiting someone. Shin Feng took note of the time, realizing that Yu Lingshan's activity was about to conclude. Just then, he saw Du Man exit, and the man's demeanor relaxed as he began watching her closely. A cold smile crept onto Shan Feng's face. This man was undoubtedly the one he sought, though his true intentions remained a mystery. When Du Man spotted Shin Feng, her face brightened. He swiftly took her hand, surprising her, and whispered, "Stay still. Someone is watching you." Not comprehending the situation, Du Man found herself pulled into a narrow alley, with the man in the hat relentlessly pursuing them. As he reached the alley, he was swiftly seized by Shin Feng. Immobilized, just as I suspected, Shan Feng's piercing gaze glinted coldly, instilling fear in the assailant. The man feigned innocence. "What are you talking about? I merely came here to take care of something. I didn't expect anyone to be here." "You must be mistaken. Let me go." "You're the one who was waiting for her at the CAF, right?" Shin Feng challenged, piercing through the man's facade. "No, I think you've made a mistake. Let me go, or I'll call the police." The man protested desperately. Upon hearing his words, the male protagonist raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Calling the police sounds like a splendid idea. Why not summon them now? I am quite curious to see if you possess the audacity for it. What would happen if the police were to learn that you have been stalking an innocent girl?" The countenance of the man in the hat turned pale, and with clenched teeth, he shot a furious glare at the male lead before breaking free from his grasp. He turned to the female protagonist, unable to restrain himself from justifying his actions. "I am your fan. I only followed you because my admiration for you is overwhelming. I merely wish to understand you better." The female protagonist felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her due to this inexplicable enthusiasm. Taking a step back with her brows furrowed tighter, upon hearing the man's words, her instinctual reaction was to doubt his sincerity. "I seem to recall having no fans like you. A true admirer would never subject me to personal threats." The man's eyes darted around, seemingly searching for an escape. He glanced at the frail female protagonist, gritted his teeth, and suddenly rushed towards her. The female protagonist stood in shock, while the man in the hat almost believed he would succeed, a smirk forming on his face. Little did he know, he was seized by the male protagonist from behind. His movements halted, leaving him gasping for air. Turning around in shock, he stared at the male protagonist, astonished by his strength. "Thinking of fleeing? Have you consulted me first?" The male lead pulled the man back to his original position, his gaze deep and icy as he scrutinized the man before him. His fists clenched at his sides. The man looked at him with terror, stammering, "What do you intend to do? I warn you, this is a lawful society." The male protagonist, bemused, shook his head at the man's words. "Ah, so you are aware this is a lawful society. Then, pray tell, who sent you to stalk her? What are your intentions?" The man, sweating profusely, pleaded, "I was just passing by. You see that I'm her fan and happened to encounter her here. What nonsense are you spouting? I am certain you are not just passing by to tea this." The man stared at the female protagonist in bewilderment. "How can you be so sure? Today is the first time you've seen me. If you mistook me for someone else, it would be understandable. I've seen your hat before. This should be your second encounter," the female protagonist replied, producing her phone to reveal a picture of the suspicious figure in the hat. The male protagonist compared it with the man's hat and found them identical. It was astounding how foolish this man was, failing to alter his appearance after being discovered. With this irrefutable evidence, the man could no longer feign innocence. His complexion turned ashen, shaking his head adamantly. "Impossible. You've never seen me. I would never let you catch me." Having lost his patience, the male protagonist lifted him up to force him to meet his gaze. The stark contrast in their heights, combined with the male protagonist's innate authority, made the man tremble uncontrollably. He feared the male protagonist might strike him at any moment. "You have one last chance. If you do not confess your intentions, I will indeed send you to where you belong." The man, petrified, dared only to look at the male protagonist with reverence, uncertain of what the place he referred to entailed. He understood that failing to comply could result in dire consequences. Lowering his head, he murmured, I doubt I actually have feelings for her. The male protagonist's expression flickered, and with a cold huff, he struck the wall beside the man with his fist. The man was horrified to see the dent left by the force of the blow, staring at the male protagonist's fist in terror. The latter, with a faint smile, warned, If you do not truthfully disclose your intentions, I shall not hesitate to strike you next. Seeing the seriousness in the male protagonist's demeanor, the man, biting his lip, reluctantly divulged the truth. The female antagonist sent me. She offered me some money. I'm a private investigator. And she wanted me to uncover dirt on the female protagonist. The male and female protagonists exchanged glances. He lowered his head, his expression grave, while the male protagonist turned back to the man. His eyes darkening. Is this all true? The man nodded vigorously, terrified of further repercussions. I wouldn't dare lie to you. He feared that the male protagonist's iron fist could very well end his life. And thus he had no choice but to comply. Chapter 126. Zhuge Liang's concerns. The male protagonist pondered deeply about their next steps, while the man's eyes darted around nervously. Now that I've revealed my purpose, can I leave? I truly haven't done anything. Something feels amiss. Who was it that splattered paint on my car? And who dropped a flower pot while I was walking? The female protagonist spoke in a low tone, prompting the male protagonist to turn back and notice her distressed expression. He realized he had never heard her mention such incidents before. He had assumed she wanted him to investigate this matter due to her inability to confront it herself, not realizing it had already threatened her safety. The male protagonist's icy gaze fixed upon the man, who quivered in fear, nearly in tears. It wasn't me. I was only tasked with monitoring her. Are you still being dishonest? Do you wish to experience my fist? The male protagonist gestured casually, causing the man to collapse to the ground, bowing his head in submission, begging for mercy. Seeing the man's cowardice, the male protagonist hesitated momentarily. This individual truly did not seem to be the type to fabricate lies. Could it be that someone was genuinely stalking the female protagonist? After exiting the narrow alley, the female protagonist walked with her head down, a frown marring her features. The male protagonist, witnessing her despondency, felt her usual lively spirit had vanished. Do not dwell on your worries. I'm here to protect you. I wonder if this is related to my aunt, she suddenly remarked. The male protagonist looked at her in surprise, noting her serious demeanor as she shed her usual nonchalance. He found it difficult to adapt to this new side of her and sought to comfort her. Surely not. You might be overthinking it. Leave this matter to me, and I'll uncover the truth. Noticing her poor complexion, he suggested, You've been working for quite some time. Perhaps you should take a break. The female protagonist nodded, and the male protagonist drove her back to her home. Upon arrival, she remarked, Your car seems a bit worn. Should I contribute towards a new one? The male protagonist's expression darkened. Miss Du, I fear my car is unworthy of someone as esteemed as you. Rest assured, I will handle your affairs. You need not interfere with mine. The female protagonist gazed at him in confusion, unable to comprehend why the man who had just promised to protect her had suddenly transformed. She pondered this perplexity, but the male protagonist offered her no opportunity to question further, swiftly entering his car and driving away. His gaze fixed ahead, he seethed with pent-up frustration. The car was a remnant from his parents' bankruptcy, a cherished companion he had treasured. The female protagonist's suggestion to replace it was unacceptable. It was his lifeline. At that moment, a new order popped up, and to his astonishment, it was from Zhuge Liang. The renowned strategist from the Three Kingdoms era evoked admiration, and the male protagonist suddenly felt an urge to meet this brilliant mind and witness his legendary acumen firsthand. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped into another world, where Zhuge Liang appeared troubled. Sima, he had somehow learned of their situation and was launching an attack, yet their main forces were deployed elsewhere, leaving the city vulnerable. What was to be done? Zhuge Liang's forehead glistened with sweat as he paced anxiously, akin to an ant on a hot pan. He sighed deeply when he heard footsteps approaching. Initially, he assumed it was yet another intruder, but upon raising his head, he was met with the sight of a stranger. Zhuge Liang's expression shifted to one of vigilance. Although their main forces were absent, it would not be simple for anyone to breach their defenses. The fact that this man had arrived undetected spoke volumes of his capabilities. Who are you, and what brings you here? Though Zhuge Liang felt a sense of wariness, he did not reveal it on his countenance, instead wearing a demeanor of tranquil self-satisfaction. The protagonist gazed at him with admiration, having just surveyed the city and found only a handful of frail and wounded soldiers remaining. At present, Zhuge Liang displayed an air of confidence. Suddenly, The protagonist recalled the empty city stratagem. Could it be that this was precisely the moment when Sima Yi would take advantage of an opening? Only to be deterred by Zhuge Liang's ploy. Chapter 127. A duet of deception. The protagonist introduced himself, stating, "I am the protagonist, here to assist you. I suspect you are facing a significant challenge. Am I correct?" Upon hearing these words, Zhuge Liang exhibited rare perplexity. "What do you mean? We are strangers. Why would you wish to help me?" The protagonist smiled gently. "I had the privilege of meeting Generals Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, and thus I have some affection for your cause." Zhuge Liang pondered this and recalled a certain individual, perhaps the benefactor often mentioned by Guan Yu. His gaze shifted to the protagonist, curiosity glimmering within his eyes. After a thorough examination, Zhuge Liang felt an increasing resemblance and promptly stepped forward, bowing deeply in respect. The protagonist, somewhat taken aback, was unaccustomed to such ancient customs but accepted the gesture with composure. Zhuge Liang expressed his gratitude. "So you are the one who saved General Guan Yu. I am deeply indebted to you. If you are his benefactor, then you are also mine." The protagonist waved his hands modestly. "I am not worthy of such praise. I have come today upon hearing that the strategist is in dire straits, hoping to lend my aid without being a burden." Zhuge Liang's eyes brightened at the protagonist's words. "Your arrival is indeed timely. I suspect you have heard the commotion outside. Sima Yi is poised to strike. We must prepare swiftly to prevent a sudden assault, for by the time the battle reaches the city gates, it will be too late." The protagonist raised an eyebrow, his gaze towards Zhuge Liang revealing trust. Zhuge Liang, inexplicably emboldened, continued, "I have devised a plan, but I am uncertain how to execute it." The protagonist casually replied, "Do share. I shall assist in any way I can." Zhuge Liang hastily explained, "Sima Yi is inherently suspicious. We might exploit this trait and enact the empty city stratagem. However, if I were to do this alone, he would undoubtedly not believe me." The protagonist chuckled. "What difficulty is this? The two of us combined can match an army of thousands." This was no mere boast. Zhuge Liang's quick wit was evident, demonstrating his ability to adapt rapidly. The protagonist could utilize his unique skills to thoroughly intimidate their adversaries. He marveled silently, having previously envied Zhuge Liang's cleverness. Yet here was a moment where Zhuge Liang sought his assistance. A gentle smile graced his lips, while Zhuge Liang regarded him with astonishment. Sima Yi, once brimming with confidence, awaited at the city gates, having received word that only Zhuge Liang remained within the city. With the main forces diverted elsewhere, he believed he could seize the city effortlessly and subsequently pursue Liu Bei. He signaled to his men, who shouted from the city walls, "Our general has declared that if you surrender, no harm shall come to you upon our entry. Do not delay in your capitulation." Suddenly, the city gates swung open, and Sima Yi's face lit with joy, believing Zhuge Liang had capitulated as anticipated. However, he quickly halted, puzzled by a peculiar war chariot slowly emerging from the gates. Sima Yi and his men exchanged wary glances, suspicion etched on their faces. At that moment, a keen-eyed soldier recognized the protagonist and exclaimed, "Is that not a celestial being?" Others turned, inquiring what he meant. "Have you not heard? A strange chariot once entered Chao's camp, taking away 2 renowned physicians. I suspect he has returned to meddle in our affairs. He is a deity, beyond the reach of mere mortals." This revelation unsettled the troops, doubt creeping into their hearts. Their whispers reached Sima Yi's ears, darkening his expression. "Fools, it is merely a trick. There is no one inside the city. We have an army of 100,000. Can we fear a single individual?" Observing the wavering morale, Sima Yi ordered the soldier who recognized the protagonist to be executed, threatening anyone else who displayed hesitation with a similar fate. The protagonist, possessing keen hearing, caught these exchanges as he stepped through the gates, a smile gracing his features as he surveyed the unfolding scene with leisure. This infuriated Sima Yi, who had come to confront Zhuge Liang but was caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events. Chapter 128. Intimidation. Zhuge Liang soon appeared at the city gates. Sima Yi, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, "Zhuge Liang, cease your scheming. I know your city is but a shell, with only the frail remaining, no match for my 100,000 troops. Surrender now, and perhaps I shall grant you mercy." Zhuge Liang merely smiled disdainfully and said nothing. He gestured for someone to bring him a guzheng, seated himself, and began to play. The protagonist listened intently. Having inherited Reningyi's musical talent, he was quite adept at traditional music. Yet, the sight of Zhuge Liang leisurely playing music before battle was nothing short of astonishing. Sima Yi, his expression shifting between uncertainty and irritation, tried to discern Zhuge Liang's intentions but found himself frustrated. Zhuge Liang remained fixated on his performance, seemingly oblivious to the outside world. As Sima peered inside, he noticed captives tidying the streets. Devoid of any military presence, the protagonist laughed heartily. General Sima, your reputation precedes you, yet today, you seem somewhat lacking. Sima retorted coldly, what do you know, boy? You are merely flaunting illusions. The protagonist remained unfazed, replying, is that so? If General Sima believes I am merely posturing, why do you hesitate to advance? The gates are open. You could lead your army into the city at any moment. Is it truly that simple? Sima Yi's brow furrowed as he scrutinized the protagonist, who appeared no older than 20. At such an age, one is often underestimated. Seeing the protagonist's calm demeanor in the face of his formidable forces piqued Sima Yi's interest. Yet, did the protagonist possess the confidence to confront him? Or had he laid a trap, hence his audacity? Throughout, Zhuge Liang remained silent, immersed in his music, as the townsfolk continued their daily lives, some vendors setting up stalls, creating a lively atmosphere. Sima Yi's expression remained tense, unsure of his next move. General, I have opened the gates. Do you truly wish to remain outside? Your army is no mere decoration. Stepping inside might grant you possession of this city. Upon hearing the protagonist's nonchalant words, Sima Yi frowned. In contrast, Zhuge Liang felt immense pressure, inadvertently striking a false note. He was uncertain of the protagonist's allegiance, while he had previously aided Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. The circumstances had drastically changed. Should the protagonist betray them now, the repercussions would be dire. This thought caused Zhuge Liang to falter slightly in his playing, though Sima Yi remained too absorbed in his calculations to notice. The protagonist, however, detected the change, a smirk creeping onto his lips as he maintained an air of nonchalance, his gaze towards Sima Yi imbued with a hint of provocation. Sima Yi originally intended to issue orders to send out vanguards for a skirmish, merely to test the waters. However, upon observing the resolute demeanor of the protagonist, his doubts began to deepen. Sima Yi contemplated the protagonist's calm gaze, reflecting a certain sophistication for one so young. You think you can deceive me with such tricks? I have consumed more salt than you have rice, he mused. The protagonist innocently shook his head, his tone imbued with sincerity. General Sima, what do you mean? I am merely offering you a friendly warning. As Zhuge Liang overheard this exchange, beads of sweat formed in his palms, causing his playing to become increasingly chaotic. Yet, Sima Yi remained oblivious, fixated on the protagonist, attempting to discern any hint of treachery on his face. The protagonist, meanwhile, showcased his driving prowess, raising clouds of dust in the process. Some soldiers were captivated by his extraordinary skills. They had never encountered such a remarkable war chariot, especially one that emitted its own light and surpassed the speed of all others they had known by 1,000-fold. They were far too engrossed in observing the protagonist's chariot to contemplate battle. Seeing this, Sima Yi's expression darkened considerably as he coldly remarked, You brat, should I see you again, rest assured I will not let you go. Despite his words, he swiftly turned his horse and commanded his 100,000-strong army to retreat. Zhuge Liang, watching from the city wall, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 129. The brilliant Zhuge Liang once off the wall. Zhuge Liang expressed profound gratitude towards Xin Feng, repeatedly thanking him for his assistance. Thank you, benefactor, for your timely intervention. Without you, I would have struggled to intimidate that old rascal Sima. Xin Feng waved his hand dismissively, replying, No need for thanks. I merely lent a hand. Besides, Sima is notoriously suspicious. Given his nature, he would surely question your calm demeanor while playing. Zhuge Liang, observing Xin Feng, noticed a glimmer of insight in his eyes and inquired. Your words reveal a certain familiarity with Sima Yi. Might I ask, who exactly are you, benefactor? Have I inadvertently offended you? Xin Feng regarded him with a smile and replied, I am but a humble figure. Mentioning my name would be an affront to the illustrious. Is best left unsaid. Seeing Xian Feng's demeanor, Zhuge Liang swallowed his intended words, gazing at him. Xin Feng then turned towards his Santana and drove off into the distance, restoring the tranquility as if nothing had ever transpired. Upon returning to the real world, Xin Feng was astonished to find his thoughts remarkably clearer. Before he could fully comprehend, the system's voice echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host, you have inherited the brilliant talent of Zhuge Liang. Xin Feng blinked, still bewildered by this new development. As the threads of various events began to crystallize in his mind, he realized he had indeed inherited Zhuge Liang's talents. He thought of Duman and wondered how matters had progressed since their last encounter. Would she still be in fear, or had her pursuers struck again? Concerned, he decided to visit her. Duman was taken aback upon seeing Shinfeng but quickly transformed her surprise into joy. "What brings you here?" she asked, smiling. She had thought their last parting had left Shinfeng reluctant to see her again, yet he had chosen to seek her out. Shinfeng's demeanor was markedly different. He simply cast her a fleeting glance and casually stated, "I promise to help you find the culprit. I came to ensure that you remain safe from harm." Upon hearing this, Duman's expression dimmed momentarily, only to be quickly masked with cheerfulness once more. She looked at Shinfeng, her eyes brightening. Regardless of circumstances, his visit signified a potential deepening of their relationship. She had previously been puzzled by Shinfeng's abrupt departure. But after inquiring with Shinling, she learned that the car was the only inheritance from his deceased parents, making it a cherished possession. Reflecting on her past thoughtless words, she realized how unreasonable they must have seemed to him. Duman took a step forward, her voice resolute. "I apologize. My previous comments were misguided. I had no idea how significant that car was to you. I promise not to make such remarks again." Shinfeng regarded her with surprise, having anticipated that someone of Duman's standing might not empathize with his situation. Yet, her earnest apology left him at a loss for words. "It's all right," he finally replied, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "I, too, owe you an apology for my part in our last encounter." They shared a smile, easing the tension that had lingered. Duman's face brightened, revealing a newfound sense of relief. "Things have improved significantly. I have not encountered any of those troubles lately. Perhaps my pursuers have realized I possess nothing of value to them and have simply retreated." Shinfeng remained skeptical, questioning whether matters were as simple as Duman suggested. She comforted him, insisting, "Do not dwell on it. I have long since moved on. Regardless, having come here today, I vow to protect you." "Focus on your work," Shinfeng assured her. Duman nodded, frequently glancing back at Shinfeng to ensure he remained close. Soon, she immersed herself in her work, radiating charisma and focus, unknowingly captivating the attention of many men around her. Suddenly, Shinfeng perceived a faint yet ominous sound. Though subtle, his training in martial arts had sharpened his senses significantly. He glanced upward, sensing something amiss with the light above Duman. Simultaneously, a man lurking in the shadows fixed his gaze on the light, a twisted smile creeping across his face, revealing a mad glint in his eyes. Chapter 130. Capturing the true culprit. The light above Duman swayed gently before plummeting abruptly. The photographer, who had been capturing Duman's images, let out an alarmed shout. Duman, taken aback, froze in place, her face drained of color. She realized that if she couldn't evade the impending danger, her fate was sealed. Yet, her feet felt as though they were nailed to the ground, her mind racing with the singular thought that she was about to meet her end. However, someone was quicker than the falling light. Shinfeng dashed to Duman's side, tackling her to the ground. He ensured her safety before releasing her, finding her stunned and still reeling from the shock. "Are you all right?" he asked, his voice filled with concern. Duman inhaled deeply, regaining her composure before slowly shaking her head. As those around them began to recover, they hurried over to assess Duman's condition. Upon realizing she was unharmed, relief washed over them. The photographer, unable to contain his frustration, demanded, "What on earth happened? Weren't we instructed to check all equipment? How did that light fall unexpectedly?" The staff, equally bewildered, could only shrug, having no prior knowledge of the impending incident. Shinfeng interjected, "Bring me a ladder. I must inspect this." His demeanor radiated an undeniable authority. Though the crowd was unaware of Shinfeng's true identity, they complied, fetching a ladder. As he ascended, Shinfeng examined the area around the light and soon discovered that someone had indeed tampered with it, severing the cord to cause its fall. Yet, who could possess such malice as to endanger an innocent girl? His gaze turned icy as he scanned the vicinity, catching sight of a figure lurking in the shadows. With a sharp exhale, he leapt down from the ladder, swiftly approaching the corner. The figure, initially intending to slip away amidst the chaos, was halted by a chilling voice from behind. "Planning to sneak away after committing a wrong? Haven't you been taught that such behavior is quite unethical? At the very least, an apology is in order." Turning around, Chun Kai was startled to find Shinfeng standing directly behind him. He forced a disingenuous laugh, attempting to feign calm. "What are you talking about? I don't understand your accusations. With so many witnesses, what makes you so certain it was me?" Shinfeng's unwavering gaze bore down on him. "It's quite simple. Why did you attempt to flee? Why did you not check on Duman's condition? If you were a staff member, you would not have considered escaping." Chun Kai hastily shook his head, insisting, "No, I was merely passing by." As Shinfeng heard his words, he persistently inquired, If you merely passed by here, then my curiosity intensifies. Wouldn't that make you an even greater suspect? Upon hearing Shan Feng's remarks, Chen Kai was visibly panicked and hastily explained. I am from the neighboring production team. I was merely curious and happened to pass by here. How could I possibly get involved in such matters? I assure you, do not slander me if I am from the neighboring team. You may verify. Shin Feng turned and called over a staff member, instructing, please inquire whether this person is indeed from the neighboring production team. Seeing Shan Feng's demeanor, Chen Kai gritted his teeth and attempted to slip away, but Shin Feng was not one to let him escape easily. He stepped forward and kicked him, sending Chen Kai sprawling to the ground. Struggling to rise, Chen Kai found himself facing a pair of shoes. When he looked up, he saw Shin Feng gazing down at him with a commanding presence. "It seems you can no longer deny it," Shin Feng remarked. Chen Kai's face turned ashen. He had never anticipated encountering such a formidable individual in the company of this woman. Had this woman recently hired a bodyguard? He glanced around and, lowering his voice, asked, "How much did that woman pay you?" "I'll offer you double if you let me go." Shin Feng shook his head. A serene smile on his face. "It is impossible for me to release you. I pride myself on my professional integrity." Noticing Shan Feng's misinterpretation of his identity, he decided to indulge in the misunderstanding for amusement, leaving Chen Kai feeling utterly defeated. Just then, Du Man approached, frowning in confusion as she asked, "Who are you? Why would you wish to harm me? We seem to be strangers." Upon hearing her words, Chen Kai's expression turned sinister. "You may not know me, but you are connected to Enran. How dare you compete with her for a role? I will kill you." Du Man's expression shifted to one of bewilderment. Shin Feng, intrigued, looked over and Du Man shook her head, bewildered. "I have no idea who she is referring to." Chapter 131. Seeking protection, Shin Feng merely stated, "If you do not know who she is, that simplifies matters. We can hand this over to the police." Du Man did not contest his words and promptly reported the incident. An hour later, the two emerged from the police station, and Du Man, somewhat exasperated, rubbed her temples. "I never expected that guy would go to such lengths over a celebrity. The star he mentioned, I don't even know her and have never interacted with her. That indicates your industry is not as easy as it seems. One must remain vigilant. I have heard that other celebrities always have bodyguards. Why is there none around you? If danger arises, wouldn't it be difficult to escape?" Upon hearing this, Du Man suddenly turned to look at Shin Feng, who was taken aback by her intense gaze. Furrowing his brow, he asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "It's quite frightening." With a cheerful tone, she declared, "I have decided. I want you to be my bodyguard from now on." Shin Feng promptly rebutted, "I'd rather remain a driver. I cannot fulfill the role of a pampered lady's bodyguard." Du Man lowered her head, her shoulders shaking as though she were sobbing. Although Shin Feng had once been a reckless youth, he had never caused a girl to cry. Faced with this scene, he felt somewhat helpless and finally conceded. "Fine. I will protect you in the future." Du Man lifted her head, beaming with joy. Shin Feng realized he had fallen into her trap. But it seemed futile to argue further. He shook his head resignedly, wondering when she had become so cunning. After escorting Du Man home, he received a new order, this time from King Zhou. Upon accepting the order, he swiftly entered another realm, where Shen Gongbao was once again inciting King Zhou to commit further atrocities. Shin Feng's appearance instantly put Shen Gongbao on high alert, as though he were facing a formidable adversary. Disregarding Shen Gongbao's hostile gaze, Shin Feng approached King Zhou, who greeted him with delight. "Shin Feng, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you." Shin Feng simply nodded. "I have heard that your majesty is to host a horse racing event, and I am here to lend my support." Upon entering the venue, Shin Feng had already surveyed his surroundings. They were currently in a horse racing arena, and if not for the races, what other activities could there be? Various feudal lords had gathered, and it was evident that King Zhou's excitement stemmed from the universally adored pastime of his dynasty, competition. Upon hearing Shan Feng's words, King Zhou, eager and resolute, declared, "I have decided. You shall compete on my behalf." Shen Gongbao, standing nearby, frowned in discontent. "Your Majesty, you have already appointed me as the lead general for this competition. How can you so easily substitute someone else?" King Zhou merely smiled and reassured him. "You shall take charge in the second event. This is the first, and I insist that Shin Feng competes." Witnessing King Zhou's favoritism toward Shin Feng, Shen Gongbao's eyes glinted with resentment, and he ungraciously protested. "Your Majesty has yet to see me compete against Shin Feng. Why assume I would be inferior to him? Why not take this opportunity to challenge him?" Unbeknownst to Shen Gongbao, his words resonated with Shin Feng. A glimmer of determination sparked in Shen Feng's eyes as he replied, "Very well, I shall compete against Shen Gongbao." Upon hearing Shan Feng's agreement, Shan Gongbao smirked inwardly, for he believed Shen Feng was courting death. His own considerable prowess would ensure that any misstep during the match could be fatal. King Zhou, oblivious to the tension, cheered for Shen Feng as he watched the two competitors prepare for the match. Thrilled at the impending spectacle, however, Shen Gongbao's inner darkness stirred as he glared at Shen Feng, who met his gaze without flinching. Shen Gongbao mocked, "I have heard your steed is a remarkable war chariot. I hope it does not disappoint." Shen Feng nodded, responding calmly, "Rest assured, it will not." Shen Gongbao's mount, a sleek black panther with bloodthirsty green eyes, seemed eager for the taste of Shen Feng's flesh. Shen Gongbao's heart brimmed with animosity as he observed Shen Feng's calm demeanor. The outcome of this battle would determine their standings in King Zhou's eyes. Should Shen Feng falter, his life would be forfeit. Understanding Shen Gongbao's intentions, Shen Feng boldly proclaimed, "King Zhou, I believe this straightforward competition is rather unsuitable. Let us make a wager. Should either of us lose, we shall pay with our lives." Chapter 132. To the death, Shen Gongbao's expression flickered with delight. This was precisely what he had hoped for. He had long harbored disdain for Shen Feng, and this was the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. He approached King Zhou, "Your Majesty, I believe this proposal is excellent. While you have previously expressed concerns about their coexistence, my esteemed position with the beloved consort suggests that sparing my life could be advantageous. However, seeing as they both request this duel, Your Majesty, I trust you will allow it." With their lives on the line, neither Shen Feng nor Shan Gongbao would easily concede. Their gazes were charged with intensity as they took their positions. The various lords craned their necks in anticipation, curious as to who would emerge victorious from this deadly contest. Walking side by side, Shen Gongbao coldly remarked, "I did not expect you to seek death so soon. If you truly wish to die, I shall grant your wish." Shen Feng retorted, "That may not be the case. After all, who knows what the future holds? I believe it is you who does not wish to continue living. Perhaps you should consider yielding now. I might even show mercy and spare your life." Shen Gongbao's face twisted with rage, and he shot Shen Feng a murderous glare. If he did not eliminate Shen Feng today, he would not be able to quell the fury in his heart. Leaning close to his mount, he whispered a few commands, and the panther lifted its gaze, casting a haunting glance at Shen Feng. With a spirited command from King Zhou, the two competitors dashed toward the finish line. Relying on their own skills, naturally, Shen Feng was not to be easily overlooked by Shen Gongbao. Concealed from the eyes of the crowd, a swirl of violet light emanated from his hand, striking fiercely towards Shen Feng's Santana. Shen Feng smirked. Having undergone rigorous modifications, his Santana now boasted a sturdiness surpassing that of bulletproof glass, rendering Shen Gongbao's feeble assault utterly ineffective. The audacity to target his prized possession stirred a bloodthirsty glint in Shen Feng's eyes, ensuring that this matter would not be resolved easily. When the first attempt failed, Shen Gongbao's eyes flickered, and he unleashed a second strike. To his surprise, he found Shen Feng's vehicle remarkably resilient, his attacks proving utterly harmless. Frustrated by the ineffectiveness of his efforts, Shen Gongbao pressed himself closely to his formidable mount, the Great Leopard, which, sensing its master's intent, leaped onto Shen Feng's Santana in an attempt to crush it. In response, Shen Feng switched to automatic mode, vaulting from the window to the roof of the Santana, striking down at Shen Gongbao. Utilizing his mount's agility, Shen Gongbao evaded Shen Feng's assault, raising an eyebrow in triumph as he taunted. "You see, you're no match for me. Surrender now, and perhaps I'll plead for your life before the king. Otherwise, I will ensure your demise is complete." His laughter echoed, but it was abruptly interrupted as he was met with a barrage of silver needles, catching him off guard. Despite the Great Leopard's agility, it was unable to evade the onslaught, suffering severe injury at Shen Feng's hands. With a smirk, Shen Feng echoed Shen Gongbao's previous threats, vowing to ensure his demise. Fueled by the audacity of Shen Gongbao's intentions towards his Santana, Shen Feng clenched his fists, performing a somersault onto the Great Leopard's back. The spectators gasped in astonishment, unprepared for Shen Feng's exceptional martial prowess. Shen Gongbao's eyes burned with rage as he realized Shen Feng's underhanded tactics. Retaliation was imminent. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the earth beneath Shen Feng began to cave in, an indication of the hidden abilities Shen Gongbao wielded. The assembled lords watched in rapt attention, excitement etched on their faces, as it had been long since they had witnessed such a thrilling contest. As the battle unfolded, Shen Gongbao's anxiety grew with Shen Feng maintaining the upper hand. Taking advantage of a moment's vulnerability, Shen Feng delivered a powerful kick, sending Shen Gongbao tumbling from his mount. The Great Leopard, enraged, lunged at Shen Feng, its teeth glistening in the sunlight, aiming to sever his neck. Shen Feng, however, was unyielding, delivering a swift kick that sent the great leopard sprawling. Seeing the fear in the great leopard's eyes, Shen Feng resolved not to let it escape unscathed, for its repeated attacks on his beloved Santana warranted retribution. Attempting to flee? Not so easily, he scoffed, pursuing the creature. The great leopard, hoping to evade by ascending, was caught off guard as Shen Feng leaped to a significant height, landing a blow that sent it crashing to the ground. The once fearsome beast now resembled a timid kitten, trembling before Shen Feng. Shen Gongbao, witnessing his cherished mount's disgrace, was consumed by fury, his small eyes ablaze as he barked, "Don't get too cocky, take this." Another beam of light shot forth from his hand, aimed directly at Shen Feng. However, King Zhou, watching with unbridled enthusiasm, clapped his hands in delight. Shen Feng, observing the king's expression, felt a flicker of inscrutable emotion before it vanished. The lords, apprehensive for Shen Feng, recalled Shen Gongbao's known prowess and the king's favor towards him, fearing that Shen Feng, despite his enigmatic origins, might meet a grim fate. Yet, with a deft leap, Shen Feng evaded the impending attack, leaving Shen Gongbao astonished at his agility. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Feng approached, encircling Shen Gongbao with silver needles. The latter, realizing the danger, hesitated, sweat beading on his forehead as he gritted his teeth. "You insolent brat. Don't think you can bind me like this." Shen Feng raised an eyebrow, remaining silent as the environment shifted ominously. The ground, once caved in, began to rise, forming a colossal earthen sphere that plummeted toward him. Shen Gongbao's confidence surged, believing Shen Feng could not withstand such overwhelming force. However, Shen Feng maintained an air of calm, undeterred by the approaching threat. As the massive sphere descended, he kicked it effortlessly into the air, transforming it into a fleeting meteor that vanished from sight, restoring tranquility as if nothing had transpired. "How is this possible?" Shen Gongbao exclaimed in disbelief, astonished that Shen Feng had eluded his grasp despite all his efforts. Shen Feng regarded him with a mocking gaze, while Shen Gongbao's countenance shifted to a hue of despair. The once formidable great leopard had now become a docile creature, avoiding Shen Feng's gaze. As Shen Gongbao could only watch helplessly as Shen Feng mounted his Santana, steering toward victory. Soon, Shen Feng crossed the finish line, and the lords, still reeling from the spectacle, gradually erupted into applause. King Zhou rushed down, beaming with joy as he approached Shen Feng, exclaiming, "Well done. I am proud of you." Gazing at the unabashed King Zhou, his eyes brimming with self-admiration, he had cast aside his former favorite, Shen Gongbao, disregarding his fate. "Speak, what reward do you desire?" "I shall fulfill your wishes," the king proclaimed, his spirits buoyed by the splendid spectacle he had just witnessed. Were Shen Feng to request the stars from the heavens, King Zhou might well find a way to procure them. Shen Feng merely turned his head to cast a fleeting glance at Shen Gongbao, whose heart was suddenly fraught with foreboding. A hint of fear flickered in his eyes. Could this fellow be contemplating? As Shen Gongbao's thoughts took shape, he was startled to hear Shen Feng bow slightly to King Zhou and calmly declare, "I desire the head of this man." King Zhou frowned at Shen Gongbao, initially believing their wager to be mere jest. Yet, it appeared that Shen Feng was earnest in his intentions, leaving the king at an impasse as he looked helplessly at Shen Gongbao. Upon receiving the king's gaze, Shen Gongbao gasped, fearing that King Zhou might truly heed Shen Feng's words and take his life. "My king, please do not act upon a jest. I wish to remain in your service," he implored desperately. Hearing this, King Zhou turned his attention back to Shen Feng, hesitating as he spoke. "My loyal subject, were it a different reward, perhaps I could accommodate you." But he hesitated, his countenance reflecting inner turmoil. Shen Feng discerned the king's hesitation but was unwilling to relent. Had Shen Gongbao emerged victorious, he would have hastened to demand my head, he retorted coolly. Shen Gongbao, realizing he had been seen through, would have sheepishly rubbed his nose had he not been restrained by the silver needles. Yet King Zhou remained in a quandary, unsure how to mediate the escalating tension between them. He sighed in exasperation, wondering why these two could not coexist harmoniously. If this continued, he, as the sovereign, would find himself at a loss. "My king, please do not heed his words. I am unwaveringly devoted to you. For your sake, I would willingly sacrifice my life, but not for this meaningless wager." Shen Gongbao's desperate pleas seemed to deepen the king's dilemma. Sensing an opportunity, Shen Gongbao felt a flicker of hope. King Zhou, ever indecisive, could be swayed by his professed loyalty to spare his life. As for Shen Feng, Once the moment passed, he would surely turn his full attention to confronting him. Shen Feng, discerning the glint of malice in Xian Gongbao's eyes, sneered inwardly, realizing the latter's naivete in thinking he could escape unscathed. With a courteous bow to King Zhou, Shen Feng shook his head in feigned disappointment. I once believed you to be a just ruler, impartial to all, yet it seems that is not the case. I had hoped to assist you in your endeavors, but alas, that now appears futile. Feigning departure, King Zhou, alarmed, quickly grasped Shan Feng's sleeve and gestured for his attendants to drag Shen Gongbao away. In a short while, Shen Gongbao's head was presented before them. Chapter 135. Threat. Shen Feng merely cast a casual glance at the severed head, his expression inscrutable. King Zhou, observing this, could not help but feel a pang of admiration for Shen Feng's potential. Pondering the nature of this individual whose loyalty to him was, at least, a fortuitous circumstance, Shen Feng nodded in satisfaction, offering a perfunctory acknowledgement to King Zhou before returning to the realm of reality. Upon arriving back in reality, Shen Feng was startled to find an animal's visage materializing in his mind, remarkably resembling the great leopard from earlier. He pondered how this majestic creature had come to occupy his consciousness. Could it be that this great leopard was conjured by Shen Gongbao's magic? Had he unwittingly forged a connection with it? Nevertheless, the leopard seemed of little practical use. Shen Feng regarded it with disdain. After all, he possessed a state-of-the-art Santana, and this leopard would only serve to draw unnecessary attention. The leopard, sensing Shen Feng's disapproval, gazed back at him with pleading eyes, fearful of being cast aside. With a sigh, Shen Feng waved his hand dismissively. Very well. Suddenly, the leopard had a stroke of inspiration and darted into Shen Feng's Santana. Shen Feng, taken aback, exclaimed, "Get out! You cannot endanger my prized possession." Yet his words were abruptly cut off as he discovered the leopard had burrowed into his steering wheel. Restarting the Santana, he soon realized that the addition of the leopard had amplified its power. Understanding dawned upon him, and just as he was about to delve deeper into this new discovery, an unfamiliar phone call interrupted him. A sinister, self-satisfied voice echoed from the other end. "You little brat, I finally found you. Listen closely. Your sister is in my grasp, if you wish for her to live. Come to my designated location. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." Shen Feng's brow furrowed as he prepared to respond, but the line went dead before he could utter a word, leaving him staring grimly at his phone screen. Soon, he arrived at the location specified by the caller, noting its remoteness, ideal for concealing a crime. His brows remained furrowed, his thoughts consumed by Xin Ling's safety. The innocent girl would undoubtedly be terrified in the presence of such nefarious individuals. Frustration and concern swirled within him when a voice rang out from behind. "Ah, you finally arrived, and I thought you might be a coward." Shen Feng turned to see a middle-aged man approaching with a group of followers. His sister and TOW'd. As Shen Feng's expression darkened, Meng Feiyan clapped his hands, signaling the release of the two individuals who had been restraining Shen Ling. Bewildered by the unfolding events, urged, "Brother, you must leave. It's dangerous here. Don't worry about me. Do not fear. I am here." Shen Feng reassured her with a single sentence, turning to confront the man with palpable displeasure. "What do you intend to do?" Meng Feiyan, noticing the animosity in Shen Feng's gaze, laughed heartily, shaking his head. "So you feel sorrow? You know anger? It's no wonder you were oblivious to my pain when your actions turned my son into a mere shell of his former self." As Shen Feng processed the man's rage, realization struck him. This was the father of his adversary, yet why had he chosen this moment to confront him? Understanding flickered in his eyes, and Meng Feiyan's countenance hardened with fury. "Because of you, my precious son has become a fool. If I do not avenge him today, I shall not be a man." Previously, this wretched boy had somehow ingratiated himself with old Master Zhao, who had intervened to suppress the matter. Yet, Meng Feiyan's only son was his cherished treasure, and witnessing him so brutally harmed was intolerable. Even if it meant incurring the wrath of old Master Zhao, he resolved to teach this impudent boy a lesson about the pain of losing a loved one. "Release her. Do whatever you wish to me, but spare her." Shen Feng's heart tightened, not for his own sake, but from fear of what might happen to Shen Ling. Meng Feiyan, gleeful at Shen Feng's desperation, laughed maniacally, his face twisted with malevolence. "Now you know fear, but alas, it is too late." Chapter 136. Those who harm my sister shall perish without mercy. Realizing that Meng Feiyan had no intention of letting the matter rest, Shen Feng assessed his surroundings, recognizing that this location offered little opportunity for concealment. While he could easily elude his pursuers, The presence of his sister rendered such an escape impossible. Meng Feiyan, reading Xin Feng's thoughts, cackled, "I suggest you abandon any hope of resistance. Today, I shall ensure both of you meet your demise." All the pent-up resentment within Meng Feiyan erupted at this moment, for he had been devastated upon learning of his son's fate. Today, he would finally exact revenge upon the source of his suffering. "I advise you to cease your struggles. Otherwise, I will make your sister's end a most agonizing one." Meng Feiyan originally intended to send his men to deal with Shen Feng. But Shen Feng proved to be exceedingly cunning, like an elusive fish, making it difficult for them to approach. With no other option, Meng Feiyan issued another warning to Shen Feng, placing a knife against his sister's neck, drawing blood. Upon witnessing this scene, Shen Feng immediately halted all movements, and his adversaries surged forward. However, in this critical moment, Shen Feng conceived a brilliant idea. He targeted a stone and kicked it directly at Meng Feiyan. The latter was so focused on defeating Shen Feng that he did not anticipate this sudden action. Shen Feng's stone struck swiftly and forcefully, causing Meng Feiyan to wince in pain and release his grip on Shen Ling. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Feng dashed to their side and flung Meng Feiyan aside. His movements were so rapid that Meng Feiyan's men were momentarily taken aback. By the time they regained their composure, they could only see Meng Feiyan lying on the ground, groaning in agony. All of Meng Feiyan's men stood frozen, incredulously staring at Shen Feng. Despite being internationally trained bodyguards, they proved utterly ineffective before Shen Feng, whose prowess far surpassed theirs. What were they waiting for? At this moment, Meng Feiyan's hand was swollen, bruised where the stone had struck. He glared at Shen Feng with a face full of resentment, coldly stating that he had paid a substantial amount for these useless men, yet they seemed to have no effect. Upon hearing this, his men exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and charged at Shen Feng. With Shen Ling by his side, Shen Feng felt no fear. He glanced at them and effortlessly took them down. Shen Ling was so astonished that her jaw dropped. She could hardly believe how formidable her brother had become. When Shen Feng caught a glimpse of Shen Ling's reaction, he realized he had inadvertently revealed much in front of her and wondered if she might harbor suspicions. Growing increasingly cautious, he began to navigate the predicament at hand. After observing Shen Feng for a while, Shen Ling recognized his strength. Those men could not approach him. Feeling reassured, she began to cheer for Shen Feng, as if they were not entangled in a life-and-death struggle, but rather participating in a marathon. Shen Feng found her reaction both amusing and heartwarming. However, Meng Feiyan, seeing that none of his men stood a chance against Shen Feng, broke into a sweat, contemplating a stealthy escape while Shen Feng was distracted. Yet, just as he took a few steps, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Turning around, he met Shen Feng's icy gaze. "You've come. So you have no intention of leaving?" Shen Feng remarked, arms crossed as he regarded the middle-aged man. Meng Feiyan instinctively took a step back. This man's skill was undeniably terrifying. Casting a glance at the bodyguards sprawled on the ground, known for their exceptional abilities, he realized they were utterly defenseless against Shen Feng. "I believe this is a misunderstanding. Let us not escalate matters," he replied, ever the businessman, quickly regaining his composure. Shen Feng, however, was not swayed by his words. He fixed his gaze on Meng Feiyan and asked, "Which hand did you use to touch my sister?" Realizing the coldness in Shen Feng's voice, Meng Feiyan hesitated, unable to answer. Noticing his silence, Shen Feng lost patience, revealing a gleaming knife in his hand. Meng Feiyan gasped in shock and coldly demanded, "What are you trying to do?" Shen Feng replied with a chilling smirk, "It's quite simple. If you refuse to tell me which hand, I'll just have to chop off both." Seeing that Shen Feng was not joking, Meng Feiyan's face turned pale. He turned to flee, but Shen Feng grasped his shoulder with a grip that felt almost magical, rendering him immobile. Meng Feiyan's lips twitched as he turned to Shen Feng with a forced grin. "Young man, let us not be so aggressive. Let us talk this through. I can offer you a considerable sum. Let us pretend nothing happened today." Shen Feng's eyes remained calm as a still lake, yet this demeanor only heightened Meng Feiyan's unease. As he gazed at Shen Feng, unable to decipher his intentions, he hastily increased his offer. "I'll give you 2 luxury apartments in the city center. How does that sound?" From his investigations, Meng Feiyan had concluded that Shen Feng was merely a poor boy renting a place, lacking power or influence, despite his connection to the esteemed Zhao family. He believed that the impoverished were always tempted by material gain. Listening to Meng Feiyan's proposal, Shen Feng simply raised his eyes in disdain, causing the man before him to feel humiliated. "What more do you want?" "I've already offered so much," Meng Feiyan said, his frustration evident. Shen Feng finally spoke, but his words only exacerbated Meng Feiyan's anxiety. Did you not hear me? Which hand touched my sister? If you refuse to answer, I will have no choice but to sever both. Shun Feng's casual glance at Meng Feiyan belied the gravity of his words. Unable to contain his fear, Meng Feiyan stammered, "Young man, it was a misunderstanding. I have connections with old Zhao. Let us forget about this, and I'll come to apologize properly." Shun Feng's cold gaze remained fixed on him, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Unfortunately, this matter is not so simple. Seeing Shun Feng's unwavering stance, a flash of malice crossed Meng Feiyan's eyes, contemplating a desperate gamble against the man before him. Sensing his intentions, Shun Feng's gaze grew even more piercing. With a swift motion, he severed both of Meng Feiyan's hands. The latter screamed in agony, his face turning ashen. As his hands fell to the ground, Shun Feng kicked them aside without a glance. Meng Feiyan hunched over, contorted in pain, gazing at Shun Feng with fierce hatred, vowing to exact revenge. Turning back, Shun Feng noticed Shun Ling's pallor and felt a pang of regret for his impulsive actions. Realizing she had been frightened, as he pondered how to explain himself to her, Shun Ling quickly approached, looking up with complete trust. "Brother, no matter what you do, I will support you. I will always stand by your side." Though she was unaware of the full circumstances, she remembered how, due to the influential Zhao family, her brother had previously avoided disaster. Unsure of what her brother had been involved in and whether he was in danger, Shin Feng noticed her concern and shook his head, feeling a sense of helplessness. "Don't worry. I'm safe out there. Just take care of yourself," he reassured her, affectionately ruffling her hair, ignoring Meng Feiyan's writhing agony behind them. He draped his coat over Shun Ling's shoulders and, with an arm around her, they walked out as if nothing violent had occurred. Shun Ling felt uneasy, convinced that those men would not let her brother off the hook. However, as days passed without incident, her worries began to ease. She could not comprehend the complexities at play but felt reassured by Shin Feng's calm demeanor. Those villains had chosen a remote location for their misdeeds, likely having a backup plan, and would never dare to involve the police, as it would only lead to their own downfall. Yet, Meng Feiyan's sinister expression lingered in her mind, unsettling her once more. Shin Feng noticed Shin Ling's fluctuating demeanor and sighed, realizing she was overthinking things again. "Stop worrying. Everything I do is legal and protected by the law. There's no danger." Seeing the seriousness in his eyes, Shin Ling ultimately chose to trust him, knowing her brother was honest and reliable, never resorting to dubious means. As she finally relaxed, unbeknownst to her, Shun Feng's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with a sinister light. It seemed that the Meng family could not be spared. They would undoubtedly retaliate. He needed to eliminate them completely. With this thought, Shin Feng headed to the Zhao residence, where old Zhao, surprised by Shin Feng's impulsive actions, soon learned that Meng's family had kidnapped Shin Ling. Realizing that Shin Feng's actions were justified. Chapter 138. Conspiracy. Understanding Shin Feng's arrival was no surprise. Old Zhao warmly welcomed him to sit down. As soon as Shin Feng settled in, he got straight to the point. "You must know why I'm here. Indeed, I intend to eradicate the Meng family." The elder gazed at Shin Feng with a hint of surprise. He lifted the teacup from the table and took a sip, calmly stating, "Young man, one should not act so impulsively." Initially, he had praised Shun Feng's intelligence and bright future, but he was taken aback by the youth's recklessness. Old Zhao felt a twinge of regret, realizing he had misjudged the young man. "I understand your thoughts, but rest assured, my actions are driven by my own reasons," Shin Feng replied, capturing the elder's attention. Zhao turned to him, his eyes reflecting a spark of confusion. Shin Feng continued, "I am aware that the Zhao family does not shine as brilliantly as the outside world claims. It is gradually fading." Noticing the astonishment on old Zhao's face, Shin Feng lowered his gaze slightly, though not be too surprised at how I came by this knowledge. "Simply follow my instructions, and I shall restore the Zhao family's former glory." Old Zhao, momentarily speechless, regarded the composed Shin Feng with admiration. This young man possessed a meticulous mind, and it was somewhat embarrassing for the elder to realize that he could not fully grasp the thoughts of someone much younger. Eventually, old Zhao shook his head in resignation and nodded in agreement. "Alas, I am growing old and ineffective. Speak. What do you need from me?" Upon hearing this, Shin Feng's lips curled into a subtle smile. He requested a blank sheet of paper from old Zhao and proceeded to sketch a diagram of interpersonal relationships. Old Zhao, perplexed by the drawing, found himself unable to comprehend its significance. Shin Feng, however, smiled and elucidated, "This is merely a diagram of the Meng family's connections." Old Zhao stared at Shin Feng in astonishment, wondering when he had conducted such an investigation. He turned his gaze back to the diagram, his eyes widening in disbelief as he realized the extent of the Ming family's tax evasion. No wonder they had grown wealthier over the past 2 years. It was due to such underhanded tactics. With this leverage, bringing down the Ming family would be a simple task. Old Zhao's expression became complex as he looked at Xin Feng, unsure of what to say. This opponent was truly formidable. It was no wonder the Ming family was insurmountable. Even old Zhao felt a chill, uncertain of when Xin Feng might seize his destiny by the throat. Xin Feng regarded the elder, seemingly discerning his thoughts, and a faint smile graced his face. Rest assured, I shall not forget your kindness. I will certainly assist you. Once you help me accomplish this task, I will ensure that all of the Ming family's enterprises revert to the Zhao family. Seeing Xin Feng's unwavering confidence, old Zhao was momentarily taken aback. His hands trembled slightly at his sides, betraying his excitement. If they could reclaim the Ming family's enterprises under the Zhao banner, their family would once again bask in former glory. With that thought in mind, he nodded at Xin Feng. Do not worry. I will instruct my subordinates to act immediately. Xin Feng observed him, understanding the elder's intentions, and chose not to linger any longer. Turning to leave, old Zhao watched the young man depart, letting out a resigned sigh. The steward, noticing the elder's expression, furrowed his brow in confusion. Why do you appear so troubled, sir, if it concerns this matter? You could simply refuse. Old Zhao shot him a glance. What do you know? He is a significant ally. As long as we cling tightly to this great tree, the Zhao family will continue to flourish. The steward, taken aback, did not expect Xin Feng to hold such importance in old Zhao's eyes. With a sigh of exasperation, the elder waved his hand, signaling the steward to leave. As Xin Feng reached the door, he heard the system's voice. Ding, there is a new order from Ling Hucheng. Do you accept? What sort of man could captivate Ren Yingying's heart? With this query lingering in his mind, Xin Feng entered the martial arts realm, only to be met with a sudden gust of sword energy. He swiftly dodged this inexplicable attack and turned to find it was Ling Hucheng, whose eyes glinted with coldness. Upon spotting Xin Feng, his expression soured. You seem like a troublemaker. Xin Feng replied nonchalantly. What nonsense are you spouting? I hardly seem like a villain, do I? His rebuttal did not earn Ling Hucheng's trust. Instead, it deepened the latter's suspicion. I have heard tales of a notorious scoundrel, and your demeanor resembles his. He must be you. Xin Feng chuckled, observing the derision on Ling Hucheng's face, which made the latter uncomfortable. Ling Hucheng, uncertain, asked, What are you laughing at? Don't think you can escape just because you evaded my attack. Earlier, Ling Hucheng had been in pursuit of a scoundrel, but the dim lighting had obscured the thief's features. Suddenly, a flash of light revealed Xin Feng standing beside an odd war chariot. Though he had never encountered such a contraption, Ling Hucheng felt a surge of hostility, believing that the thief must be near. His gaze was filled with scrutiny, while Xin Feng could only shake his head in bemusement. Brother, I sensed your need and came to assist you in capturing the scoundrel, correct? Xin Feng's offer did not win Ling Hucheng's favor. He glared at Xin Feng. You are the scoundrel. You are trying to divert the topic to evade capture. Xin Feng was momentarily rendered speechless by Ling Hucheng's baseless accusations, unable to find a retort. Just as they were at an impasse, a piercing scream echoed. They exchanged grave glances and hurried forward, discovering a terrified woman being pursued by a burly man. Upon seeing Xin Feng and Ling Hucheng, the woman's eyes lit up, and she rushed to them for help. They exchanged knowing looks, understanding the urgency of the situation. Before Ling Hucheng could react, he heard a rush of wind and turned to find the rogue. The very scoundrel he sought, toppled to the ground by Xin Feng's kick. Ouch, the man grimaced, glancing at Ling Hucheng with a sneer. Didn't he expect you to catch up so quickly? I was waiting here for you. At the scoundrel's provocative words, Ling Hucheng felt a wave of shame wash over him. He had mistaken Xin Feng for the thief, and now he was at a loss for how to face him. Fortunately, Xin Feng did not seem to hold a grudge, merely casting a cold stare at the rogue while crossing his arms, a dark expression on his face. The scoundrel squirmed under Xin Feng's gaze, turning to confront him. Who are you to ruin my plans here? What gives you such audacity? The scoundrel was notorious for his agility and lightness of foot. Xin Feng, however, dismissed him with a scoff. The rogue, irritated by Xin Feng's disdain, retorted, What are you laughing at? Be careful. I might not be so forgiving next time. If you hadn't ambushed me, I would have easily defeated you. Who gives you the gall to remain unrepentant in the face of impending doom? Xin Feng replied, arms crossed, exuding an air of confidence. The scoundrel, sensing Xin Feng's certainty, felt a flicker of doubt. His eyes darted around before he bolted in another direction. In a heartbeat, Shen Feng was faster. Blocking his path, surprised by Xin Feng's sudden appearance, the scoundrel gaped, incredulous that someone could outpace him. What now? Care for another round? Shen Feng asked coolly. The rogue, feeling cornered, gritted his teeth and shot a silver needle at Shen Feng. The latter easily dodged, only to see the scoundrel making a hasty retreat. Ling Huchong, fuming at the rogue's cowardice, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. It was precisely this underhanded tactic that allowed the thief to escape. As a proper disciple, he could not bear to let such a menace persist. Yet, the rogue was far too cunning, and Ling Huchong's skills paled in comparison. Just as despair settled in, he heard a commotion. Looking up, he was astonished to see Shen Feng grasping the rogue by his collar, effortlessly dragging him along despite the man's struggles. Shen Feng possessed strength akin to that of an ox. And the flower thief, a man standing at an impressive 7 feet tall, seemed almost like a lamb awaiting slaughter in Shen Feng's grasp, his presence nearly non-existent. Witnessing Shen Feng apprehend the flower thief with such ease, Ling Huchong gazed at him in astonishment. Shen Feng cast a casual glance in his direction, as if to convey that there was little to be proud of, merely a trivial task. Ling Huchong felt a pang of shame. As Shen Feng approached, he hastily clasped his hands in gratitude, expressing his deep appreciation for the hero's assistance. Without Shen Feng's intervention, he feared he would not have been able to bring the flower thief to justice. Chapter 140. Forcibly offering oneself in gratitude. I have aided you, which is tantamount to aiding myself. There is no need for you to dwell on it, Shen Feng remarked. Ling Huchong, somewhat perplexed by his words, looked at Shen Feng with a furrowed brow, pondering the meaning behind his statement. He recalled Shen Feng mentioning that he seemed to be on a mission. Leaving him further bewildered, Shen Feng, unfazed by his confusion, replied with an air of indifference, "It's not necessary for you to know the details. Just understand that I have indeed assisted you." The young woman, who had been unexpectedly rescued by Shen Feng, felt a wave of relief wash over her as she realized she was finally out of danger. Recognizing Shen Feng as her savior, she blushed as she approached him, captivated by his unexpected handsomeness. Seeing her advance, Ling Huchong hurriedly stepped forward to introduce himself. "Greetings, fair maiden, I am from Huashan." However, his words were abruptly interrupted by the young woman, who seemed disinterested in him. She bowed gracefully to Shen Feng, casting him a flirtatious glance. "I am eternally grateful to both of you for your rescue. I am unaware of your names, but I am willing to offer myself in gratitude." Her eyes sparkled with admiration for Shen Feng, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Shen Feng raised an eyebrow, recalling an ancient notion that if a maiden encountered her savior, she would offer herself if he were handsome, while the opposite would be true for an unattractive man. It seemed he was perceived as the former in her eyes. Feeling slightly pleased, Shen Feng chuckled heartily and replied, "It was merely a small effort on my part. There is no need for you to remember my name, which is rather unremarkable." His response caused a flicker of disappointment in the young woman. Yet, undeterred, she insisted, "I feel it is my duty to know your name. Noble sir, should we meet again in the future, I shall surely repay your kindness. I hope you can fulfill my wish." Shen Feng raised an eyebrow, noting her determination to pursue the matter. Glancing at Ling Huchong, who stood nearby with a forlorn expression, he cheerfully offered, "My name is Ling Huchong." Ling Huchong, who had been hanging his head, was aware of the young woman's intentions but found himself puzzled as to why she did not take an interest in him. Despite considering himself quite presentable, suddenly hearing his name, he looked up to see Shen Feng smiling at him, which left him feeling curious. As Shen Feng approached, he quickly inquired, "What did you mean by calling my name just now?" Shen Feng merely shook his head, saying, "It is nothing." Ling Huchong rubbed his nose, muttering to himself in disbelief. He turned back for one last look at the young woman, acknowledging her beauty. Having spent years on the mountain with only his junior sister for company, encountering such a charming maiden upon descending was quite the surprise. Shen Feng glanced at the subdued flower thief, who now resembled a defeated rooster, head hung low and spirit broken, as if resigned to their judgment. He inquired, "What do you plan to do next?" Ling Huchong's fists clenched in anger as he recalled the flower thief's misdeeds, feeling a deep sense of injustice for the countless young women he had wronged. It was imperative that they deliver him to the authorities. Shen Feng nodded in agreement, pressing a button on his remote, which triggered an unusual sound. Ling Huchong looked around in confusion, but his astonishment grew when Shen Feng opened the door to his vehicle. "What are you waiting for? Hop in. I shall take you to the magistrate." Upon hearing Shen Feng's words, Ling Huchong hurriedly ushered the flower thief into the vehicle, marveling at the strange contraption. having never ridden in such a vehicle before. Curiosity piqued, he asked, "You don't seem like a native of our Central Plains. Where are you from, and how did you come to possess such an extraordinary vehicle?" "Perhaps from the western regions?" Having heard tales of the wonders from the west since childhood, Ling Hucheng noted that he had never encountered anything like this in the Central Plains. He pondered the similarities in Shen Feng's appearance to his own people, wondering why it was said that the West was filled with exotic features. Sensing Ling Hucheng's curiosity, Shen Feng merely glanced at him, choosing not to elaborate, and replied coolly, "My identity is of little consequence to you. You only need to remember that my task is to take you where you wish to go." Feeling somewhat embarrassed by Shen Feng's response, Ling Hucheng chuckled sheepishly and returned to his seat. Accidentally pressing a button, he was startled by a sudden burst of music, glancing around in alarm. Chapter 141. Encountering an old friend again. "What is that strange sound? Could it be an ambush?" he exclaimed. Shen Feng nearly chuckled at his paranoia, shaking his head in amusement as he switched off the music. The odd tune faded, leaving Ling Hucheng astonished by the marvels of Shen Feng's vehicle. The flower thief, observing their conversation, felt a surge of cunning and stealthily attempted to escape the vehicle. However, to his dismay, he found the doors stubbornly locked. Shen Feng caught sight of his futile efforts in the rearview mirror, amusement dancing in his eyes as he remarked, "Save your energy. You won't be getting out of here." The flower thief's face fell in despair, realizing he was indeed bound to accompany them to the county office. Powerless to resist, Ling Hucheng, feeling a sense of satisfaction at the flower thief's plight, looked forward to the moment they would deliver him to justice. Once they arrived, the flower thief gazed at the impending cliff, ultimately surrendering to his fate. After they had deposited him in a cell, both Ling Hucheng and Shen Feng felt a profound sense of relief. Ling Hucheng regarded Shen Feng with admiration, pondering the true nature of this enigmatic individual. His eyes brimmed with envy as he gazed at Shen Feng's remarkable vehicle, wishing to someday possess such an extraordinary mode of transport, believing that with it, he could conquer any challenge. Shen Feng, with a calm demeanor, stated, "My name is Shen Feng. Perhaps our paths will cross again in the future. I bid you farewell for now." With that, Shen Feng returned to his vehicle, gradually disappearing from Ling Hucheng's sight. Upon returning to the modern world, Shen Feng reflected on the astonished expressions of those from ancient times upon encountering a car, feeling a sense of amusement. Just then, he noticed a child precariously perched on the edge of a nearby building, in imminent danger of falling. Without a second thought, he dashed to the base of the building and caught the child in a swift motion, eliciting gasps of astonishment from onlookers. The child's parents soon arrived, overjoyed to have their child return safely, showering Shen Feng with gratitude. He felt somewhat uncomfortable with their fervent appreciation and offered a brief acknowledgement before distancing himself from the crowd. Turning back, he sensed an endless well of strength within him. Just then, a notification from the system chimed in his mind, congratulating him on acquiring exceptional lightness of foot. Realizing this newfound ability stemmed from the flower thief's renowned skills, Shen Feng felt a surge of exhilaration. Unbeknownst to him, he had returned to his residence, where he unexpectedly encountered Shui Rou. Her face lit up with joy as she approached him, exclaiming, "What a coincidence. I was just thinking of finding you, and here you are. There's no one more fortuitous than us." Shui Rou's radiant smile added a whimsical air to her presence, her delicate neck glistening in the sunlight. Shen Feng's gaze deepened as he admired her, while Shui Rou remained blissfully unaware, leaning closer to him, her graceful curves brushing against his strong arm. Just as he was about to engage in a soulful conversation, a loud honk interrupted them. They turned to see a Maybach pull up beside them, and as the window rolled down, a rather unsavory face emerged, accompanied by a strikingly alluring figure, upon encountering Shen Feng. The woman wore a sharp and scornful smile. "Isn't this the second-generation heir, Shen Feng? What brings you to this place?" She surveyed Shen Feng's surroundings, unable to restrain herself from pinching her nose as she remarked, "Surely you do not reside in such a dilapidated locale. It is indeed a far cry from your previous standards." Shen Feng blinked at the woman, genuinely inquiring, "May I ask who you are?" The smile on her face faltered slightly, and after a moment's hesitation, she retorted with a hint of malice, "Humph, back then you deemed me unworthy, but how the tides have turned. I now lead a life superior to yours." As Shen Feng pondered her words, a sudden realization dawned upon him. He clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Ah, you are that one person, what was your name again?" The woman, incensed by Shen Feng's demeanor, nearly contorted her face in frustration. Dismounting from her vehicle, she approached Shen Feng with a look of disdain and declared, "Let bygones be bygones. I am merely conversing with you as an old acquaintance. She gestured towards the car and continued,